In a world where clarity reigns, the brilliant graduate Shu He has just traversed into this realm. Upon graduation, he resolved to escape the life of a corporate drone in the bustling metropolis, opting instead to become a guardian of an island. Beneath the cerulean skies, he embarked on a leisurely and liberated existence, devouring seafood when hunger struck, quenching his thirst with coconut juice, dancing with humpback whales in the deep sea, and slumbering on soft sands. The healing system proved to be quite advantageous. Ding! Removing barnacles from a little sea turtle, the system expressed immense satisfaction, enhancing the host's fishing skills. Ding! Admiring the sunset by the sea, the system declared it a moment of romance, augmenting the host's culinary prowess. Just as Shu He believed this tranquil life would persist indefinitely, the production team of a reality show sought him out, requesting that he take on the role of a male guest, mingling with a host of celebrities for a month to experience life on a deserted island. Watch and you serenaded the female guests, while Bai Lu exclaimed, Shu He rescued a seal pup today. Hua Xiao showcased expensive caviar, and He Ba remarked, Shu He caught a fish and astonishingly retrieved a $1 million unmanned underwater vehicle. Chapter 1. Awaking naturally, rewarded with deep skin repair. Ding! Awakening naturally from sleep, the system expressed delight, granting the host deep skin repair. The rhythmic waves gently caressed the shore, their soft sounds blending with the system's notifications that flooded Shu He's mind. He paid little heed, for the alerts from this healing system often arrived without warning. Sometimes, his mundane actions would unexpectedly trigger its responses, bestowing upon him peculiar rewards. For instance, on the first day, when he brought Godzilla, his faithful canine companion, to the deserted island, the system activated unexpectedly, announcing that a human and a dog had entered island mode, painting a heartwarming scene, and gifted him a vial of animal gene serum. Indeed, Godzilla was the stray dog that had trailed after him near the school. It is said that amidst the daily challenges faced by guardians of islands, the suffocating loneliness is the most daunting aspect. Thus, upon discovering his unexpected arrival in this world, Shu He did not hesitate to flee from the clamor of urban life, adopting Godzilla along the way. At this moment, Shu He rubbed his bleary eyes, feeling the improvement in his sunburned skin, now rejuvenated beyond its previous state during his university days. A grown man, truly no need for such fuss, he muttered to himself, catching a glimpse of the sun shining brightly through the curtains. Upon hearing his owner stir, Godzilla instantly awoke from its feigned slumber, panting eagerly in circles, yearning for playtime. Let's pick a coconut to quench our thirst, Shu He suggested, to which Godzilla joyously agreed. After a brief tidying up, he opened the door. Woof, woof, woof. Godzilla bolted from the room, barking triumphantly to assert its claim over the empty island. Shu He chuckled, following closely behind, embarking on the 8th day of his adventurous new life. As for his journey to this world, it bore no extraordinary omens. There were no sudden deaths, accidents, or convoluted plots. Only the moment he grew weary of the relentless grind of corporate life, inadvertently finding himself here. Still solitary, time had rewound to the moment of his university graduation. Had it not been for the many absent cultural works in this realm, Shu He might have believed he had been reborn. On that day, the final one of his university life, he gazed at the job recruitment page on his laptop, lost in contemplation. Life in his previous existence felt like chains binding him, studying relentlessly, searching desperately for employment. Everything followed the conventional path laid out by society, while the voice of resistance deep within his soul was repeatedly suppressed. In this second chance at life, he had no desire to return to such a fractured state. With a swift motion, Shu He submitted his resume for the position of Island Guardian, and within 10 minutes, he received a notice of acceptance. He packed his belongings, departed from the campus, whisked away Godzilla, and reported to Haiching. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Upon meeting the station chief, Li, who was overwhelmed with excitement, Shu He caught the glimmer of hope in his eyes. After over 20 applicants had been dismissed and the position lay vacant for a month, this fresh graduate from a prestigious university had suddenly arrived. Observing the resolute gaze of the young man before him, tall and handsomely trembled as he gripped Shu He's hand tightly. Rest assured, life as a guardian on this deserted island is not as arduous as you might think. There were developers who once aspired to construct a 5-star resort here. In a while, a production team will come to film a celebrity dating show. As for any personal difficulties you may encounter, feel free to reach out to the organization. They will surely do their utmost to assist you. Shu He had no difficulties to voice. He merely inquired if he could keep a dog. Li answered with unwavering certainty, on this deserted island, You are the master. Feel free to raise not just a dog, but even a humpback whale if you wish." Shu He chuckled at Li's enthusiastic humor. A humpback whale is a protected species in China. If he truly possessed one, would the state not reward him with an exquisite silver bracelet? Thus, Shu He effortlessly became the island's guardian. The island was modest in size, easily traversed in a couple of hours on foot. The coastal views were indeed breathtaking, yet life there was not as idyllic as Li had described. The five-star hotel had only constructed 8 independent seaside rooms before the owner absconded with the funds. Li assisted Shu He in settling into one of the rooms and informed him that there was also a designated living space for guardians at the lighthouse, albeit in far inferior condition. On this deserted island, you are in charge. Do as you wish. After unpacking essential supplies and receiving instructions for daily tasks, Li departed on his vessel. The standard of the accommodation was indeed up to 5-star quality, featuring a scenic balcony, floor-to-ceiling windows, a luxurious bedroom, and an opulent bathroom. Even basic facilities such as solar power generators and water purifiers were provided. However, both the walls and furniture were marred by dampness and mold, and various insects had made nests indoors. Fortunately, after airing it out and drying it, the pungent odor dissipated significantly. With a dryer in the room, and after a week of living on the island with Godzilla, neither the man nor the dog felt any discomfort. Aside from the simple tasks of raising and lowering the flag and cautioning fishermen about reefs, their days were mostly filled with the unexpected notifications from the healing system. Ding! Removing barnacles from a little sea turtle, the system expressed immense satisfaction, enhancing the host's fishing skills. Ding! Admiring the sunset by the sea, the system declared it a moment of romance, augmenting the host's culinary prowess. With the skills bestowed by the system, Shu He's island life became exceedingly delightful. Whenever hunger struck, he would row his small fishing boat to catch a plump yellow croaker, and when thirst arose, he would collaborate with Godzilla to crack open a large coconut for its refreshing juice. At first glance, Godzilla appeared to be an ordinary dog, the quintessential big yellow as described by many in China. Medium to large in size, its coat was golden with a white belly. Yet, its alert ears and lively eyes revealed its remarkable intelligence. The enhancement from the gene serum further amplified Godzilla's physical abilities, constantly astonishing Shu He. Hunting on the island and fishing in the sea, these activities made Godzilla an invaluable companion. Lost in these thoughts, Shu He and Godzilla had arrived beneath a coconut tree by the shore, and Shu He selected the shortest one. Though it was the smallest, it still towered a formidable 15 meters high. "Godzilla, there's a branch on that tree that's tilted. It's relatively gentle. Can you climb over there?" Godzilla looked up at Shu He earnestly, his ears twitching as if he understood the words. "Woof, woof." Shu He chuckled and playfully ruffled the dog's head. "Good boy. Today's task of picking coconuts is entrusted to you." With that, he bent down, propping his hands on his knees. Godzilla took a few steps back to gather momentum, then sprinted forward, leaping onto Shu He's back and scaling to a height of about 6 meters. Shu He quickly pulled a rope from his pocket and, using both hands and feet, climbed beneath Godzilla. Godzilla, eager to ascend further, suddenly halted, his gaze sharp and fixed on the sea. "Hurry up and climb. I don't have the genetic serum to hold on for long." At Shu He's urging, Godzilla blinked awkwardly, licked his nose, and, after taking a hesitant step upward, could not suppress his instinct as a guard dog, barking furiously at the distance. "Godzilla, I know you're impressive, but this isn't the time for showing off," Shu He admonished. "If you don't hurry up, there'll be no meat for lunch." But the dog was born to be a protector. How could he ignore a potential threat from afar? Shu He then noticed Godzilla's unusual behavior, shifting his gaze from the coconut tree to the sea. He saw a yacht speeding toward the uninhabited island, soon to dock. Strange, hadn't Director Li said supplies would only come every 2 weeks? Why was it arriving after just 1 week? Moreover, where did he find the funds to upgrade the equipment? Chapter 2. A canine-human collaboration to climb the coconut tree? A rare sight. Shu He recalled what Director Li had mentioned about a celebrity dating show and hurriedly commanded Godzilla, "Get down from the tree, but don't bite anyone." "Woof," acknowledged. As the yacht approached the shore, Godzilla swiftly adjusted his position on Shu He's shoulder, leaping down with a thud, barking incessantly at the individuals disembarking from the yacht. Shu He scrambled down the coconut tree, racing after Godzilla. Although filming a dating show had little to do with him, and he held no interest in celebrity entertainment, he still deemed it necessary to maintain a semblance of politeness. Upon docking, the newcomers regarded the duo with incredulity. "Am I seeing things? A human can climb a coconut tree, but a dog can too? Truly, this is a sight to behold." One crew member whispered to another. I'm absolutely sure. I noticed someone climbing the coconut tree earlier and witnessed something leap down from 6 or 7 meters. Another responded, his eyes fixated on Godzilla, trying to ascertain if this was indeed a dog. After calling Godzilla back, Shu He crouched down to comfort him. Well, look at you. I haven't been here for a week, and you've already taken the dog up the tree? Director Lee rushed through the crowd, the first to reach Shu He, squatting down to pat Godzilla twice before speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Shu He, to be honest, when I saw you reporting for duty, I didn't hold out much hope. I thought, given your youth and high education, with the allure of the outside world, you'd surely struggle to last more than 3 days on this uninhabited island. Yet, you've persevered for a whole week without making any demands. Shu He smiled and glanced up at Director Lee, waiting for him to continue. Realizing Shu He was not inclined to elaborate, Director Lee burst into laughter, pointing a finger at him. Ha ha, a high achiever is truly different. I'm not just here to commend you, but rather, I found you a splendid opportunity. A splendid opportunity? Shu He felt a flicker of curiosity. Isn't my job to be the island guardian? Have you arranged a part-time job for me? Exactly. Director Lee patted Shu He on the back. The day before the crew arrived, one of the male guests had a scandal. However, the other celebrities had already cleared their schedules. The director was in quite a bind. I thought, Shu He, you're young, handsome, and possess good character. Aren't you the perfect candidate? Much more reliable than that scandal-ridden pretty boy? So I recommended you. Shu He pointed to himself. Weren't you the one who said I should just do my job and ignore them? Seeing Shu He's resistance, Director Lee hastily interjected. Listen to me. The director was thrilled to see your photo and promised a payment of 1 million upon completion of the program. Director Lee paused to gauge Shu He's reaction, expecting surprise at the mention of 1 million, but was taken aback to see Shu He frowning. He had come here to evade such chaotic affairs, and now he was being asked to participate in a dating show. What if these celebrities caused too much chaos, and the healing system withheld rewards? The system's rewards were worth millions, even tens of millions, and couldn't be bought. Director Lee, can I refuse? Absolutely not. Director Lee replied firmly. Are you a bit stubborn? Which normal person wouldn't be eager for this opportunity? And look at you, cooped up on the island, even climbing trees with the dog. Wouldn't interacting with female celebrities be much better? What nonsense about being cooped up and climbing trees. They were just after coconut juice. Shu He was too lazy to explain, but then thought. Given the healing system, if the female guest he partnered with was agreeable, might he receive even more rewards? If things turned sour, he could always find an excuse to withdraw. Noticing Shu He's acquiescence, Director Lee quickly took his hand and led him to the crowd. At first glance, Shu He spotted 3 luminous female celebrities among the throng. Bai Lu, Reba, and Yang Chaoyu. Indeed, they were stars, standing out remarkably among ordinary people. Hello, I'm Bai Lu. Were you really climbing a coconut tree with your dog just now? That's amazing. Bai Lu, aware that she would partner with the boy before her, introduced herself and extended her hand to Shu He. Shu He politely shook her hand. It was mainly him climbing. I was just providing assistance. Huh? Reba's eyes widened. Mainly the dog climbed? I must be hearing things. What's his name? Godzilla. As soon as Shu He spoke, a wave of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd, and he noticed 2 male stars in the back snickering, Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu. The program director stood beside them. The child has been persuaded. He has agreed to join the show. Director Lee informed the director. Upon seeing Shu He, the director's face broke into an uncontainable smile, indicating that Director Lee was indeed not lying. This young man was strikingly handsome. Moreover, he was entirely different from the current trendy pretty boys. His features exuding charisma, his skin a healthy shade of wheat. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt, radiating freshness and sunshine. With discernible muscular contours. With the film Feng Shin Bang currently in theaters, the male artist in the Proton group had garnered considerable audience favor. And this boy's appearance perfectly aligned with the latest aesthetic trends, appealing to both genders. Adding to that, his role as an island guardian and his ability to climb trees with a dog made him a veritable walking traffic magnet. The chief director, upon seeing Shu He for the first time, emerged from the blow of the previous male guest scandal, his mouth stretching into a broad grin. You've had quite the task, young Shu, to be an island guardian at such a young age and help us film a dating show. Shu He nodded slightly, smiling. You flatter me. Polite, of good character, newly graduated, and without any blemish on his record, the chief director gazed at Shu He with profound satisfaction. Our program is rather straightforward. The guest groupings have been finalized, and there are no complicated game rules. You and Bai Lu will be paired together, allowing her to experience the daily life of you island guardians, which I believe is splendid. Should you encounter any difficulties during filming, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We will be monitoring the live broadcast closely from the backstage. Indeed, it is quite simple, Shu He replied. I understand. Is it really necessary for Director Wong, such a prominent figure, to be so courteous to this young man? He's merely handsome. The staff murmured as they observed the exchange between the two. And any ordinary person would be overjoyed to have this opportunity, yet he still requires the leadership to convince him? What a facade of superiority. Clearly, you are not cut out to be a great director. This young man is handsome, adept at climbing coconut trees, and has a pet. He is, in essence, a guardian of this island. Consider the current entertainers who among them is more suitable. After one of them spoke, he merely scoffed and shook his head. Let us commence. Once Director Wong concluded his conversation with Shu He, he clapped his hands and initiated the mobilization. The cameras are positioned to cover the entire island, and both drones and specialized underwater drones are ready. Xiaozhong, please distribute the guest supplies and the necessary equipment for the next 2 days to each room. Shaoli, gather your team to convert one room into a communal dining area and tidy up the other rooms as well. Oh, and notify the marketing department to release the new promotional posters right away, announcing that the program will air in 3 hours. Having said that, he glanced at Shu He. So strikingly handsome, yet time did not permit a promotional photo shoot. Director Wong felt a twinge of regret. For now, we can only mention Shu He's name on the poster. At that moment, the live broadcast channel had already been activated, divided into 4 rooms. But the screen displayed only the poster and a countdown to the airing. Eagerly anticipating, the audience waited while sending a flurry of comments in the bullet screen. Chapter 3. The production team withdraws from the island. Are they serious? At last, the moment we have been eagerly anticipating has arrived. I initially thought that this program might be suspended due to the unfortunate incident involving that individual yesterday. Is the realm of romantic variety shows now so fiercely competitive? A continuous 24-hour live broadcast, devoid of script, set on a deserted island. How intriguing. I wonder if these esteemed celebrities will manage the challenges of wilderness survival. Who is the enigmatic Shu He featured on the poster? Could it be that my beloved brother's downfall has led to the hasty replacement with an ordinary person? The audacity of the production team to substitute my brother with an unknown individual just a day after his misfortune is quite disheartening. The production team seems eager to incorporate your cherished talent, yet I suspect that your beloved is likely preoccupied with a fashion venture alongside the island's developers. Surely, it must be a peculiar twist of fate. In any case, I cannot accept Shu He. Whether it be Reba, Bai Lu, or Yang Jinli, each is a top-tier star. To pair an ordinary person with them for a romantic show is nothing short of disrespectful. I sincerely hope that Reba is not teamed up with that ordinary individual. It would be utterly embarrassing. As the premiere draws nearer, the frequency of comments increases exponentially. The unfamiliar name on the poster has not garnered much enthusiasm from netizens. Director Wong, upon grasping the situation, understands that viewers desire to see celebrities. Akin to how web novels thrive on proximity to fanfiction to capture a modicum of attention. However, his expectations for Shu He remain quite high. As in this era brimming with clichés, an unexpected dark horse often captures far more attention than established talents. At this moment, the staff on the island commenced their final preparations, with Godzilla assuming the role of overseer with great flair. Director Wong, are you certain this level of tidiness is sufficient? I fear the artists may struggle to cope. Upon entering the communal dining area and observing the weathered walls, Director Wong couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was once a 5-star hotel. We provided ample resources, yet it remains in such disarray, having spent so much to engage their participation. We must not forfeit the essence of wilderness survival. As his hand brushed against a cobweb, his tone softened. Let us address those nesting insects. Given these conditions, I truly wonder how that young man has managed to endure. By noon, the shadows of the trees began to elongate upon the island. The pristine white beach bore no litter, only scattered, glimmering shells. Nearby, waves crashed against the rocks on one side of the deserted island, sending sprays of water into the air. In the distance, the horizon met the sea in a brilliant azure, evoking a profound sense of tranquility within. Yet, Despite the breathtaking scenery, the other guests, apart from Shu He, seemed disinterested in appreciating it. Although they had undergone some psychological preparation, the reality of their living conditions still left them feeling a sense of disappointment. Seizing the opportunity while the staff were still present, the guests busied themselves with arranging their accommodations for the forthcoming month. Shu He and Godzilla, their stomachs grumbling, noted the departure of Director Wong and the staff from the communal dining area, presuming that matters had been resolved. The utensils that Shu He had previously placed in his room were also collected by Director Lee and relocated to the communal dining area. According to him, this was intended to facilitate Shu He's integration into the group, while also taking advantage of the program's quality ingredients. Such meticulous concern rivals that of a parent. As soon as Director Wong led Godzilla into the restaurant, he stood outside with a megaphone, exclaiming, "Everything on the island is nearly ready. The live broadcast will commence in 10 minutes. Everyone gather around." Reluctantly, Shu He guided Godzilla, who was clutching a dog bowl, to the shore for the assembly. Hua Xiao and Hua Chun were still complaining to Director Wong about the environment, while the three female artists, upon seeing Godzilla, rushed over to pet him, eliciting delighted squints from the dog. The conditions here are far superior to what was outlined in the contract. You all promised it would be dreadful. If it were truly as terrible as you claimed, how has Shu He managed to endure? He is even younger than you. Observing Director Wong referencing the contract and comparing himself to ordinary folks, Hua Xiao and Hua Chunyu exchanged glances with Shu He, feeling a sense of indignation, yet knowing they were in the wrong, thus refraining from further protest. All right, we are departing. I hope everyone can overcome the challenges ahead and work together to make this program a success. The countdown to the live broadcast began at 5 minutes. Pay attention to the red light on the camera. It will flash 3 times before we start. With that, the crew departed by boat, leaving behind only a trail of white foam stirred by the engines. Without a script or even a briefing on the broadcast process, Shu He pondered the seriousness of the situation. The beach fell into a sudden silence, save for the laughter of the female guests amusing themselves with the dog. The 3 men exchanged awkward glances, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The red light illuminated. The broadcast had begun. Hua Xiao was the first to notice the camera and quickly donned an enthusiastic smile alongside Hua Chinyu. As the countdown in the live room reached 0, a pre-produced animated opening featuring the cartoon likenesses of several guests appeared, notably excluding Shu He. It has begun. Ha Ba's wife. Bai Lu's wife. We've caught Yang Jinli. Hua Hua. Hua Hua. As the cartoon title Heart Love Space, Island Adventures faded away. The first sight that greeted the viewers was the bright smiles of the 2 male guests on the beach. The first glimpse of adorable Hua Hua. Such a sweet smile. Hua Xiao exudes the charm of a mature man. Love it. Oh, there's a dog? And it's being pampered by 3 beautiful ladies? Wow. Dog life is worth it. Is that Xiaoyang, the hidden fox? I can't wait. Fireworks. The unfamiliar man on the beach must be Shu He. Yet he displayed no sense of presence, even with the broadcast underway. Wong, one day you shall pay the price for your recklessness. What could possibly compare to my brother at home? It seems that Director Wong has resigned himself to the situation. Does no one find him handsome? His facial contours are clean and sharp, his features are 3-dimensional, and he stands at an impressive height of at least 185 centimeters. Director Wong certainly possesses a discerning eye. The more one gazes at this ordinary person, the more attractive he becomes. I shall pay my respects with admiration. However, looks alone cannot sustain one. Thanks to the vigorous promotion by the production team, the number of viewers in the live stream instantaneously soared to 800,000. Hua Xiao recalled a particular clause in the contract, which stipulated that he needed to host the event appropriately. This is yet another celebrity reality dating show, set in a deserted island survival scenario, and he speculated that the show's popularity would undoubtedly be significant. It was time to showcase true talent. Hua Xiao swiftly addressed the camera. Hello, everyone. As you can see, we are currently in a somewhat disheveled state, as we have just tidied up this area. However, to love someone, one must embrace their most authentic self. Upon hearing such a greasy opening statement, the audience's laughter became less than genuine, and Godzilla even allowed his food bowl to drop, retching slightly. Yang Chaiwa chuckled at the sight. What you said is far too cheesy. Even Godzilla can't handle it. The barrage of comments echoed Yang Chaiyue's critique as laughter erupted. Oh my, is this scene-stealing pup named Godzilla? How fierce and amusing. Yang Jinli was indeed straightforward, causing Hua Xiao's expression to shift. How should one put it? It certainly had a hint of grease. Ha ha! Who would have thought it would be this entertaining from the very start? Upon hearing Yang Chuyue's remark, Hua Xiao quickly clarified, "It's not because of what I said. It's simply that he has been holding onto his food bowl for too long." After finishing, he adjusted his glasses and continued, "I believe everyone is quite curious about the groupings of us guests, right?" Chapter 4. Beautiful Ladies Unite. Reward for Mastering Skills. Hua Xiao, accustomed to interacting with an audience on stage, found himself somewhat unaccustomed to speaking directly to the camera. After a brief pause, he continued on his own. "Let me briefly introduce the groupings. I am paired with the stunningly beautiful Reba." The others on the island applauded to enhance the atmosphere, and Reba gracefully stepped forward to stand beside Hua Xiao. The energetic girls, Yang Jinli and Yang Chaoyue, along with our musical prodigy Hua Hua, formed another group. Hua Hua placed one hand on his chest, bowed to Yang Chaoyue, and then extended his hand. Yang Chaoyue stood up for next to Godzilla and joined Hua Hua. Lastly, we have Ethereal Bai Lu, paired with our ordinary guest Shu He. Bai Lu pretended to lift her skirt and bowed to the camera before walking over to Shu He and gently linking her arm with his. Ding! Beautiful ladies unite. The system expresses overwhelming joy, bestowing the host with a wild bird identification guide and mastery of wildlife rescue skills. Shu He was momentarily taken aback, not due to Bai Lu's presence beside him, but rather because of the notification sound from the healing system in his mind. He had initially worried that participating in a dating show might scare off the system. Yet unexpectedly, this system also seemed to enjoy the spectacle, rewarding him with 2 accolades for his first physical contact with Bai Lu. So he had roughly grasped the hierarchy of the system's rewards, categorized as beginner, proficient, strongest, and mastery. Reaching a level of mastery signifies that one has honed their skills to an extraordinary degree, unmatched by anyone across the blue planet. Both the rewards for memory tasks and those for mastery levels are unprecedented for Shu He. It appears that participating in a dating reality show has proven to be immensely beneficial for him. The comment section and the observation room began to deliberate on the grouping situation. Yin Lu chuckled, "Ha, is Bai Lu a bit too eager?" She immediately clung to our charming guest. Jin Jing squinted her small eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, this young man is exceptionally handsome. I believe Bai Lu could be even bolder. Why not leap right into his embrace?" Yin Lu, amused by Jin Jing's remarks, then placed his hand over his heart and picked up a card from the coffee table in the recording room, stating, "Let me briefly introduce this charming guest. His name is Shu He, a graduate of Tsinghua University and the guardian of this deserted island." After Bai Lu wrapped her arms around his, I noticed he appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly lacking in romantic experience. Xiao Yang rubbed his chin. "So young, yet a distinguished graduate from Tsinghua. And he chooses to be a guardian of the island? I truly admire him." The barrage of comments read, "Bai Lu, please show some restraint. Why must Bai Lu be grouped with the guest? This is heartbreaking. Wow, Bai Lu truly struck gold. This young man is a guardian, safeguarding the nation. Without a sense of patriotism, no one could endure the hardships and solitude of such a life. How enlightening. Shu He is youthful and handsome, with impressive credentials. He must be quite popular in the bustling metropolis. Yet he chose the deserted island. How commendable. Without this show, would Godzilla be his only companion? This is unexpectedly touching." Upon witnessing Shu He's striking appearance and understanding his identity, the negative comments significantly dwindled. Hua Xiao initially intended to showcase his professional skills on camera, but was abruptly overshadowed by the suddenly emerging Godzilla. Clearly, it was famished. After snatching up a food bowl, it angrily dropped it at Shu He's feet. Several female guests burst into laughter upon witnessing this, and Hua Hua, seeing the 3 ladies so enamored with Godzilla, had a sudden inspiration to initiate an interaction with the creature, hoping to endear himself to them. This would not only win the favor of the female guests, but also portray him as quite affable to the audience. With this thought, Hua Hua dashed toward Godzilla, his eyes bright and cheerful. "Is your name Godzilla? How delightful. I am Ultraman. If Ultraman defeats Godzilla, we'll have dog meat for dinner." Godzilla initially stared at the peculiar person in confusion, but upon witnessing a gesture that dogs find utterly detestable, accompanied by the mention of consuming dog meat, it bared its sharp teeth and let out a furious growl from its throat. "Woof, woof, woof. A torrent of invectives erupted from its mouth, clearly ready to pounce. Hua Chenyu, taken aback by Godzilla's sudden transformation into a ferocious creature, swiftly positioned himself behind Yang Chaoyue. Godzilla, Shu He warned in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Godzilla could only grumble and retreat. Yang Chaoyue cast a disdainful glance at the person behind her, questioning, "Are you capable of handling this?" The sight of Godzilla's exasperation was rather amusing. Just as Yang Chaoyue finished her sentence, Godzilla let out a plaintive cry in agreement. The seamless interaction between Godzilla and the guests was enough to send the live chat into a frenzy. Wow, how did that young man manage to train Godzilla? Remarkably clever. It even knows how to report grievances? I'm in tears. Laughter erupted as they noted. Hua Chenyu's awkwardness has me digging a pit. Why provoke it in the first place? It's already Godzilla. Why pretend to be a superhero and even eat dog meat? Who else would it bite if not you? This creature is utterly impolite. Hua plays so affectionately with it. And this is its reaction. I believe the training has been quite effective, noted Shu He, swiftly silencing the uproar with a low admonition. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao observed Hua Chenyu's embarrassment and remarked helplessly, "You've been working hard. Everyone, let us tidy ourselves up." All the guests readily concurred. After all, they were about to face the camera. Although the design of the show made it challenging to maintain decorum at all times. As artists, they still needed to be somewhat mindful of their image. As the group dispersed, several different rooms appeared on the main screen of the live broadcast. Though aside from Shu He's, all others displayed a black screen due to privacy restrictions. Shu He had little to tidy up and was eager to prepare a meal for himself and Godzilla. Upon entering the communal dining area, he promptly mixed a bowl of dog food. He crushed multi-grain bread, rinsed the spices off the chicken breast with boiling water, and finally added a packet of dehydrated vegetables and some deep-sea fish fillets. The production team had stocked the refrigerator with a plethora of fresh vegetables. But considering their scarcity on the deserted island, he decided to reserve those for the human guests. In no time, a substantial bowl of nutritious dog food was prepared. Godzilla eagerly circled, panting with anticipation, and upon seeing the bowl set before it, it whined and leaped onto Shu He's leg. "Go ahead and eat." At the command, Godzilla inhaled the food voraciously, while Shu He began to prepare his own meal. It was already afternoon, and hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to whip up something simple. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "May I come in?" Turning around, Shu He was met with the sight of Bai Lu standing at the entrance. Clad in a refreshing white dress, her fair skin giving her an almost ethereal glow. Reba, famished, had just taken a shower and hastily tidied herself before eagerly darting out in search of food. As she approached, she spotted Hua Xiao eavesdropping at the door of the communal dining area. "What are you listening to? It's a communal space. Just push the door open." "Hush." Hua Xiao pressed his finger to his lips and whispered to Reba, "There are people inside. I'm not sure what they're doing." "Listen." Reba regarded him with suspicion. Her curiosity piqued. Imitating Hua Xiao, she pressed her ear against the door. "Female, are you moving too swiftly? Too fast will cause foam. Male, it might at first, but it's fine afterward." "Female, really?" Reba and Hua Xiao exchanged glances at the doorway, both intrigued by the conversation within. Chapter 5. The top-tier steak of Yangshan noodles. What does disparity mean? The audience in the live stream of Iba and Hua Xiao were somewhat perplexed upon hearing the conversation within. Who are they inside? What are they discussing? Is the action that causes foam the one I am interpreting? I seem to have discerned another layer of unspeakable meaning. Otherwise, why would there be foam? You all are quite filthy-minded. Many activities can lead to that, like brushing teeth. Brushing teeth only results in an increasing amount of foam. How could it start with foam and then cease? Is the live stream of this romantic show truly that explosive? They are diving straight into the subject. Iba and Hua Xiao exchanged glances for a moment, utterly baffled by what the two were doing inside. If they were to enter, what if they stumbled upon something inappropriate? Yet, if they did not enter, the hunger in their eyes was palpable. Just as they hesitated, the door swung open from within, revealing Bai Lu with her cheeks puffed out, holding a bowl of noodles, gazing blankly at the two. "I was just about to call you," she exclaimed, hastily chewing and swallowing. Shu He's Yangshan noodles are simply exquisite. They are far more delicious than anything I have ever eaten in my life. You must come and try them. Ba and Hua Xiao exhaled simultaneously, and upon recalling the earlier conversation, they realized they were merely cooking noodles. which alleviated their anxiety slightly. Recognizing her earlier overthinking, He Ba's cheeks flushed slightly. So, you were just cooking noodles? Bai Lu looked puzzled. Yes. It's truly fragrant. So he said that stirring the noodles makes them more elastic. Come in and eat. With that, she lifted her chopsticks and showcased another mouthful. He Ba fully grasped the situation. It was indeed the action of stirring the noodles. She observed Bai Lu eating without regard for her image and swallowed hard, driven by her craving. Shu He, is there more? May I have a taste as well? With that, she and Hua Xiao stepped into the dining area. Sure. It's in the pot. Serve yourselves as much as you wish. Upon seeing Shu He also holding a bowl of noodles, the comments from the audience shifted to disappointment. What? I discarded my pants, and you tell me they were just eating noodles inside? I thought I was finally going to witness something sensational. It seems our imaginations ran wild. Viewers humorously noted that it was irrational to expect things to develop so rapidly on the show. He Ba approached the pot, peering into the light broth garnished with scallions and oil, appearing to be nothing more than ordinary Yangshan noodles. How could Bai Lu find it so delectable? Perhaps she was simply too hungry. Hua Xiao came over and glanced into the pot with a hint of disdain. He Ba, you usually pay close attention to weight management, right? I brought a top-quality imported steak for you, and I've also prepared some exquisite vintage red wine. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Shu He, thinking to himself, how dare this young man compare himself to me? I serve the female guests top-tier steak with fine wine, while he offers them plain noodles. Today, I shall demonstrate what true disparity means. Upon hearing Hua Xiao's words, the comments flooded in with praise. Hua Xiao is thoughtful. He even brought so much food. This is the charm of an older man. Who wouldn't he want to enjoy steak and wine while admiring beautiful scenery? Yangshan noodles do seem somewhat pathetic. This is incomparable. Shu He is, after all, the guardian of the island, unwilling to part with fresh vegetables even for Godzilla, let alone procure steak. Bai Lu, accompanying this ordinary person, is bound to face some discomfort in the coming days. Reba is incredibly fortunate, simultaneously graced by the goddess of beauty and the goddess of luck. Upon hearing Hua Xiao's suggestion, Reba was filled with joy. However, as a true foodie, she did not believe that a single slice of steak would suffice. I eat steak. And I eat noodles too. After saying this, she straightened up at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the steak. Hua Xiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Was it too much to ask for a bit of culinary quality? What level of dish could spring noodles possibly have to compare with a steak? But then he reconsidered. Perhaps it would be beneficial for her to directly compare the two. Hua Xiao rolled up his sleeves, unwrapped the imported steak, and busied himself with heating oil. In a moment, you too can also have a taste. This steak costs over 800. So he remained silent, setting down her bowl and preparing to leave the communal dining area. Bai Lu, with noodles hanging from her mouth, anxiously exclaimed, "Where are you going?" Shu He gently patted the dog's head. "I'm off to fetch some coconuts with Godzilla to chill for the afternoon. Wait for me. I want to see you pick coconuts." Seeing Bai Lu nearly choke, Shu He could only advise, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. I'll wait for you. And me. I want to go too." Reba raised her hand enthusiastically. Shu He nodded, reluctantly sitting back down. Godzilla sighed and lay back down on the ground. Hua Xiao plated the steak, sprinkled a bit of black pepper, and finished it off with a sprig of herbs for flavor. He proudly brought 3 portions to the table, distributing them to Bai Lu, Reba, and himself. "Shu He, you don't want any, do you?" With that, he opened a bottle of red wine. Shu He scoffed internally. He wasn't even cooking for her, yet pretended to inquire if she wanted any. Although she was already full from the noodles, she felt compelled to put Hua Xiao in his place. "I didn't say I didn't want any. I also want to eat steak." Watching Hua Xiao pause in his action of pouring wine, his expression stiffening, Shu He found it amusing. There was no choice. Having just pretended to be generous by inviting Bai Lu and Shu He to taste, he now had to turn back and prepare a premium steak for Shu He. "I want it medium rare." Hearing Shu He unreservedly make a request, Hua Xiao inwardly cursed. He had just cleaned the pan and now had to cook for this ordinary person. He had even opened another pack of steak, and medium rare, no less. You'll get blood all over. Yet, with both female guests present, he could only begrudgingly serve a steaming plate of steak before Shu He. Reba, eyeing the delectable dish, could hardly contain herself. She swiftly cut a piece of steak and put it in her mouth. "This is quite delightful. I didn't expect Hua Xiao to be such a good cook." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he approached the dining table, swirling his wine glass while gazing at Bai Lu. Sensing his gaze, Bai Lu had no choice but to force herself to put down her bowl of noodles and quickly taste a piece of steak. It's acceptable. After saying this, she resumed devouring her noodles. Hua Xiao placed his wine glass on the table with a serious demeanor. What do you mean by acceptable? Isn't it delicious? Bai Lu hurriedly explained. It's delicious, truly. However, I simply cannot get accustomed to it. Cannot get used to steak? Hua Xiao scoffed in disbelief. Bai Lu, do you understand gourmet cuisine? He glanced at Reba, only to discover that she had taken but a single bite of the steak, while her entire face was buried in a bowl of noodles. Savoring the broth with unrestrained delight. In less than 2 minutes, the bowl was emptied, and with scallions adorning her lips, Reba let out a satisfied burp. Ah, extraordinary. Who would have thought such plain Yangshan noodles could be elevated to this level? Is this even scientific? Shu He, you must teach me. Reba was astonished to find that Shu He's noodles were indeed more delectable than all the exquisite dishes she had ever tasted combined. What appeared simple was, in fact, rich in flavor and freshness. Each strand of noodle was infused with the essence of the broth, while the accompanying vegetables remained exceptionally crisp. Did I not tell you the truth? Bai Lu observed Reba's expression, knowing they shared a mutual understanding. Shu He, how is it possible to make such simple noodles taste so fresh? Eating a bowl feels like an ethereal joy. Is it truly that exaggerated? Shu He casually replied, while feeding Godzilla some snacks. Normally, one should mix the condiments in the bowl before adding the noodles. However, I was too lazy to prepare several bowls, so I just tossed all the seasonings into the pot. If I had to credit the freshness, it would likely be my homemade shrimp roast soy sauce. Reba, wiping her mouth, perked up. You can even make shrimp roast soy sauce? It tastes this good just by tossing it into the pot? You must be the culinary genius everyone speaks of. At that moment, Bai Lu clasped her hands together in joy. So that means I can enjoy Shu He's delicious cooking for the next few days. I am so fortunate. Thanks to the production team. Left out, Hua Xiao pouted slightly, his eyes betraying a suppressed dissatisfaction. Chapter 6. Is it very cold? Why is Shu He wearing pants? Just as the group inside the restaurant was lost in their own thoughts, Yang Chaoyue and Hua Chenyu entered, clutching their bellies. Yang Chaoyue rushed to the stove, exclaiming, wow, Yangshan noodles. This is a specialty from my hometown. My grandmother always made it for me when I was little. In her excitement, she filled a bowl to the brim, preparing to dig in, only to remember to seek the host's permission, who made these noodles. May I have a taste? Bai Lu, having finished her broth, placed the bowl on the table. They were made by Shu He. Go ahead. Yang Chaoyue wrinkled her nose, not even bothering to sit at the table, and grabbed a hefty portion from the stove. After a single bite, she stood stunned for a moment before devouring the rest like a ravenous creature. Her eyes, once sparkling like a cartoon character's, now appeared dazed, staring blankly ahead. I grew up eating Yangshan noodles, and this is the first time I've tasted something even better than my grandmother's. She exclaimed, by the way, I haven't visited my grandmother in ages. As she spoke, tears began to glisten in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, the trio in the observation room were left bewildered. Yin Lu remarked, is Shu He's Yangshan noodles truly that delicious? Bai Lu and Reba seem utterly unfazed, even ignoring Hua Xiao's imported steak. To everyone's surprise, the island life has just begun, and Shu He has already captured the hearts of the female guests with his culinary skills. Jin Jing exclaimed. Yang Chaoyue has been brought to tears by homesickness from the taste of the Yangshan noodles. It makes me long to eat as well. Xiao Yang remarked. It seems a new internet sensation in cuisine is about to be born. However, I wonder if others can replicate Shu He's flavor. The audience also found it unbelievable that one of the guests cried while eating Yangshan noodles. This is the first time I've seen someone cry over noodles. I've also never seen anyone choose noodles over imported steak. Hua Xiao's expression darkened as the beloved steak was neglected. Serve him right. Who told him to flaunt his superiority and belittle others? Can the production team allow Shu He to share his recipe? My mouth is watering. While the female guests were so engrossed in their noodles that they forgot their image, Hua Chenyu felt a bit disappointed. Is there nothing else to eat? Consuming so many carbs feels sinful. He then discovered the leftover steak on the table from Shu He, Bai Lu, and Reba. Wow, there's steak? I want steak. Shu He, with a plate of medium-rare steak untouched, pushed it directly in front of Hua Chenyu, saying, I remembered you hadn't eaten yet, so I had Hua Xiao specially prepare another plate for you. Seeing someone assist with their steak, Bai Lu and Reba hurriedly pushed their plates towards him. You can have it. We're going to watch Shu He pick coconuts. I want to go too. Yang Chaiwet eagerly volunteered. Well, Hua Hua, neither of us can cook, so let us just help clean the kitchen. You eat slowly today, and I'll clean tomorrow. What do you think? Hua Hua, with his mouth full of steak, nodded in agreement, but as he watched the steak ooze blood from the bitten edge, he felt a bit queasy. Reminding himself that he is, after all, a star, he thought it shouldn't be too strange to eat medium-rare steak. So, he mustered the courage to add, "The steak is too delicious. For your sake, no matter how difficult it is, I will learn to cook from Hua Xiao." Before he could finish, the three women had already dashed out of the restaurant, leaving only Shu He and Godzilla trailing behind. Godzilla nudged him again, and Shu He, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly kicked it away and laughed, explaining, "Godzilla has eaten too many snacks." Inside, one person was shrouded in gloom, desperately trying to adjust his emotions, while the other was making every effort to be endearing, yet was mocked by Godzilla. Shu He felt it best to make a hasty exit. The four of them and the dog arrived beneath the coconut trees, whereby Lu shielded her eyes from the sunlight and looked up, asking, "So high, can you two manage?" Shu He produced a rope once more, confidently replying, "Not a problem." He primarily referred to Godzilla, whose physical abilities and intelligence had vastly improved after consuming the genetic serum, despite some limitations in appearance. Following the previous routine, Godzilla once again leaped to a height of 6 to 7 meters, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the three ladies, who instinctively raised their hands, fearing Godzilla might fall. Shu He then followed suit, and with Godzilla using his shoulder for leverage, it ascended to the top of the coconut tree, skillfully balancing as it began to gnaw at the stem of the coconut with its mouth. As the sun began to set by Lu Heba, and Yang Chaoyue stood speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment as Shu He descended gracefully from the center of the coconut tree. The moment his feet touched the ground, a cascade of coconuts tumbled onto the soft thatch below, just as Bai Lu gathered her thoughts to inquire how Shu He managed to descend like Godzilla. Her face flushed crimson, quickly followed by an indescribable smile. Shu He swiftly removed his shirt, using his arms to stretch it wide. "Godzilla, over here!" Godzilla adjusted its position, leaping with vigor, shedding much of its weight thanks to the elasticity of Shu He's shirt, and landed lightly beside the female guests, eager for attention. It bounded and nuzzled, and at last, the three women reacted, absent-mindedly petting the dog's head while their gazes remained fixated on Shu He. In that moment, within the observation room, Jin Jing shattered the silence. "Oh my goodness. No, no, don't put that on, cough cough." Yin Lu quickly regained composure. Shu He's physique can only be described as exquisite. Our three female guests were utterly captivated. Honestly, no woman could resist such allure. The comments section erupted. "This is the kind of man we want, hard eyes and tongue out." I, Zhao Yuxuan, genuinely love watching this. Nosebleed emoji. I've done good deeds my entire life, and seeing Shu He's physique is my just reward. I can't handle this, sisters. Who understands? Handsome, well-built, highly educated, a good cook, and willing to guard an uninhabited island. How could it get any better? Why is Shu He still wearing pants? Wow. So many women are suddenly interested, yet no one seems to care about the dog climbing the tree. Bai Lu's expression was comical, and Godzilla's spotlight was entirely stolen by Shu He. Speaking of Godzilla, someone recalled the scene of the dog and its humans scaling the coconut tree. Godzilla is truly the smartest dog I've ever seen. It landed with such precision. Can we get it to help me pass my level 4 exam in a couple of days? While dogs climbing trees are not unheard of, scaling a coconut tree is truly a first. I wish that charming young man would come and train me too, with food and accommodation provided. With Shu He in the frame, every shot seemed to garner hundreds of thousands of likes. This dating show has been locked in. Godzilla is so impressive, yet I can't help but think of my silly dog chewing on slippers. Shu He, raising his hand, donned his shirt once more. Though the three female guests felt they hadn't seen enough, they blushed as they recalled the live broadcast and hastily returned their focus to praising Godzilla. Amidst the flurry of compliments, Godzilla became somewhat lost in itself, wagging its tail energetically once more. Bai Lu composed herself, raising her gaze to Shu He. "Is it difficult to climb a coconut tree? I won't give it a try." Shu He was unsure how to respond. He knew Bai Lu couldn't possibly climb it, yet trying wouldn't hurt. Without further ado, he placed a rope in her hands. Bai Lu took the rope, awkwardly wrapping her arms around the coconut tree. "Shu He, can you help me?" "Sure." Shu He stepped forward, his hands gently cradling her waist. Ah, so slender and soft. Just as he intended to lift Bai Lu, she unexpectedly burst into a fit of giggles, releasing her grip and twisting playfully. Tuklish. Ha ha ha. With that, she tumbled into Shu He's embrace. Chapter 7. Leading Bai Lu into the small forest. This intimate gesture instantly ignited a fervent discussion in the comments. Oh. Why did he take action without exchanging a word? Ah, I genuinely envy her. Bai Lu is perfectly proportioned, slender where she should be, fuller where it counts. Her touch must be exquisite. Woo-woo, my Bai Lu, I too wish to be a valiant supporter. I can't shake the feeling that Bai Lu's reaction was deliberate upon seeing Shu He's physique. Now, it's my turn to envy Bai Lu. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly vibrant. Previous negative comments about Shu He had nearly vanished, reduced to playful banter. This shift was primarily due to Shu He's consistent performance, which endeared him to the audience. Many viewers even transitioned from skeptics to fans, eagerly searching for his social media accounts, though to no avail. Their only option was to remain fixated on this livestream, reflecting on how little time had passed. Shu He had already delivered numerous delightful moments, and with the program slated to last a month, viewers were filled with boundless anticipation for what was to come. The viewer count surged from 200,000 to over 1 million, and director Wong could hardly contain his joy. He even mused that the previous male guest's downfall had been a twist of fate, leading him to Shu He. He instructed his team to compile the captivating moments featuring Shu He for widespread promotion. With the materials provided by Shu He, the show's popularity was bound to soar. In a live stream, Bai Lu suddenly realized she was entirely nestled in Shu He's arms and, feeling flustered, quickly straightened up and adjusted her clothing. No. The coconut tree is too challenging to climb. I simply can't muster the strength. In her embarrassment, she feigned busyness, diverting attention by pointing at the coconut on the ground. Shu He, how should we divide this coconut? Shu He approached and observed that there were only 4 coconuts, making it impossible for everyone to have one. Noticing the eager expressions on Reba and Yang Chaoyue's faces, he plucked one and handed it to them. You two can each have one. I'll keep this for Bai Lu. There's an extra one for Godzilla. Thank you, Shu He. Reba and Yang Chaoyue felt slightly bashful, wanting to refuse but unable to resist the allure of the coconut juice, ultimately accepting it with eager hands. I brought some snacks from my hometown. I'll send some over later, Reba offered graciously. Yang Chaoyue quickly added, I brought plenty of sunscreen, only to swallow the remainder of her word upon noticing Shu He's flawless skin, wondering how he managed to avoid sunburn in such an exposed setting. Well, the resources on this island are rather scarce, and a month is a lengthy duration. You all should conserve your supplies and prepare adequately. After distributing the coconuts, Shu He continued, according to what Director Lee informed me, the production team will not be providing any supplies during the program. However, it matters not. Shu He, we can share one. Bai Lu suggested, let us place these in the refrigerator at once. The group readily agreed. On such a sweltering day, the prospect of sipping on chilled, fresh coconut juice brought them immense joy, and they merrily made their way to the dining area. Reba was the first to open the door, turning back with a smile to say to the others, there are still plenty of provisions in the fridge. I wonder if we can fit the coconuts in. As she stepped inside, she was taken aback. Before her, Hua Chenyu and Hua Xiao had already arranged the food from the refrigerator on the dining table in meticulous order. Seeing the others return, Hua Xiao rubbed his hands together and began to explain, you see, I believe that culinary skills are a crucial aspect of survival on a deserted island. Coincidentally, Hua is eager to learn, and I discovered that none of you lovely ladies can cook. Therefore, I took the liberty of preparing a little culinary training session with Hua. This afternoon, I shall be your teacher. What do you say? Noticing the 4 women and 1 dog in silence, Hua Xiao chuckled bashfully. This idea was inspired by Hua's insistence on learning to cook, and not wanting to share a space with a man, he decided to include the female guests. This way, he could cultivate the image of a revered instructor while compensating for his earlier culinary shortcomings in front of the camera. After all, with no pressing matters in the afternoon, he thought he could charm the contestants with his teaching prowess. I know Shu He can cook, so she need not participate in the training. Shu He breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing that Shu He was exempt, Bai Lu quickly interjected, well, since Shu He is out, I'm in her group, so I need not participate either. It also conveniently saves our ingredients, right? After saying this, she nudged Shu He with her elbow. Shu He, bewildered, thought, "Why mention me if you wish to skip class?" Nonetheless, considering they were in the same group, she helped smooth things over. "Well, I can guide Bai Lu on the local geography. I want to learn about geography too." Yang Chaihua blinked eagerly and raised her hand. Reba moved her lips, but upon seeing the expressions of Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, swallowed her words and pulled Yang Chaihua aside to whisper, "We have been divided into 3 groups, and we have already been a third wheel for far too long. It would be better to stay with our respective male partners from here on." Yang Chaihua wanted to argue, but Reba's point was indeed valid. It would not be proper to follow around a couple while leaving her partner behind. However, who would wish to spend time in a kitchen learning to cook when surrounded by such breathtaking scenery? Yang Chaihua felt like crying, resigned to Reba's insistence on accepting Hua Xiao's proposal. Noting that Bai Lu was already in a group with Shu He, Hua Xiao refrained from further persuasion. Content that he still had support from 2 other female contestants. In the comments section, upon learning they would be learning to cook that afternoon, some found the idea intriguing, while others deemed it rather dull. Hua-san is actually going to learn to cook. How exciting. I wonder how my goddess Reba's culinary skills will measure up. Yang Jinli is undoubtedly going to create another blunder, isn't he? It is evident that there is not a single cell in Yang Jinli that is willing. Speaking of learning culinary skills on a deserted island, it seems rather impractical, doesn't it? Are there even enough ingredients? How dull. It feels like these female contestants have no genuine desire to learn how to cook. I would rather attend the geographical environment training class with Shu He. There must be plenty of fascinating activities on the deserted island. Off I go, to the room of Shu He and Bai Lu. Watching the 2 of them together brings such joy to Bai Lu. If it weren't for her ears blocking her, her smile would stretch all the way to the back of her head. During the discussion, most netizens flocked to Shu He's live stream, eager to explore this deserted island under his guidance. Once Shu He and Bai Lu entered the woods behind the room, Godzilla could hardly contain himself, darting ahead and swiftly disappearing into the thicket. As Bai Lu was about to chase after him, Shu He stopped her. "He plays in the forest every day. He knows this place better than I do. No need to worry." Towering tropical trees, lush and verdant, reach for the sky, their branches intertwining and scattered. The forest floor was damp and uneven. Observing Bai Lu, who was tripping along, Shu He, aware of the romantic context, took her delicate hand in his. Bai Lu, far from being bothered, grasped Shu He's forearm with her other hand. The solid touch filled her with a profound sense of security. As she glanced around, Bai Lu suddenly pointed at a bird perched on a branch and asked Shu He, "Why is that bird smelling its armpit?" Chapter 8. The Language of Birds. Xiao Yang's defenses crumble. In the observation room, as Xiao Yang watched Shu He and Bai Lu walk into the little forest, he quickly addressed the camera. "Mr. Xiao Yang, our 3 couples have now split into different activities. One group is laboriously learning culinary skills in the restaurant, while Shu He is leading Bai Lu into the woods. If they encounter any interesting flora or fauna, could you please explain to us?" "No problem." Finally, the moment to showcase professional skills had arrived. As Xiao Yang answered, he straightened up, attentively observing the live stream. In the footage, Shu He, upon hearing Bai Lu mention the bird smelling its armpit, wore a puzzled expression. Following her pointing finger, he noticed 2 brown birds standing on a nearby branch, one flapping its wings alternately, tilting its head with each movement. Memories of bird identification flooded Shu He's mind, and upon realizing the situation, he burst into laughter. That bird is called the lesser bird of paradise, commonly known as the bird of paradise. It is most prevalent in kangaroo land, and in our country, it usually appears around the curved and sandbank islands. The ecosystem of this deserted island must be quite good for us to see it here. As the drone captured the scene from a distance, the live stream showcased the 2 birds of paradise. The observation room was transformed into a picture-in-picture format, and viewers noticed Xiao Liang squinting his eyes to observe attentively, later affirming, "What Shu He said is correct." Wow, Shu He truly is a high achiever. He even knows such intricate details about this bird. Bai Lu remarked, "What is the reason for it to smell its armpit? How amusing it is." As Shu He mentioned, were it not for the splendid ecosystem of the uninhabited island, we would never have the privilege of witnessing the exquisite dance of the bird of paradise. Bai Lu gazed at Shu He with a hint of reverence. "Do you possess extensive knowledge about avian species? You even know their habitats?" Shu He chuckled. "I stumbled upon this information during my idle moments. Moreover, They are performing a courtship dance. The male bird has to diligently practice for 5 long years to perfect its graceful movements, each gesture meticulously choreographed. Yet you refer to it as a mere display of its armpits. Huh? With a newfound joy illuminating her face, Bai Lu exclaimed. So, this means that its earnest dance is aimed at wooing the female bird across from it? With such effort, I feel it is our duty to assist it. Bai Lu's statement left Shu He perplexed. How do you propose we help? I believe that, regardless of our actions, its endeavor today is destined for failure. That is unacceptable. I must ensure that these lovebirds find their happiness together. Bai Lu pondered earnestly for a moment, then declared, let us translate its body language into human speech. So he was left speechless. Can you guess why it doesn't simply learn human speech to attract its mate, but rather chooses to dance in a manner comprehensible to its own kind? Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback by Shu He's question, yet she remained undeterred. At the very least, the audience in the live stream is unaware of the situation. We should provide them with an introduction. As she spoke, she synchronized with the male bird's rhythmic movements, translating in a melodious manner. Oh, lovely lady, how delightful you are, bringing fortune and prosperity. Upon seeing you, my worries vanish, and all I wish is to cherish you. You are neither too thin nor too stout. I could gaze upon you ceaselessly for 3 days and nights. Just walk away with me today, and I shall love you eternally. To eternity. Sui was somewhat bewildered by Bai Lu's sudden poetic flair, wondering where she had acquired such phrases. Indeed, Bai Lu was the epitome of a comedic spirit. Alas, your earnest translation has even stirred my heart. Sui remarked with a laugh, feigning regret. However, it seems that its courtship today is still bound for failure. Why is that? It dances with such fervor. Observing Bai Lu's slightly aggrieved expression, Shu He encouraged her to closely observe the two birds. At that moment, the previously proud female bird unexpectedly began to flap her wings and dance, just like the male. Bai Lu stared at the two birds, puzzled. Isn't it the male who dances for the female? Why is the other one moving as well? Shu He then mimicked Bai Lu's tone and began to translate. Hey, bro, listen to me. First, you should visit an eye doctor, for I am not a beauty, but rather a big brother. A big brother cannot accompany you, for I already have a wife and children. Your earlier confession was commendable. Blame it on me not having had a drink. Otherwise, I might have followed you. As Shu He finished speaking, the big brother spread his wings and soared away, leaving the little brother bewildered and desolate on the branch. Once Bai Lu comprehended the situation, she leaned against a nearby tree, her mouth agape in laughter. Unable to form coherent sentences, this is too funny. It's killing me, my stomach hurts. Were there two male birds? Indeed. Sui nodded earnestly. Laughter erupted as Bailing doubled over, unable to rise from the ground. No wonder you said it wouldn't succeed. Observers in the studio and the live audience were in stitches, exclaiming, I've lost my mind. Shu He had already declared that the two would not come together today, yet Bailing was determined to pair the two male birds. The comedic brilliance of Bailing's voiceover for the first bird rated a perfect 10, while Shu He's voiceover for the other male bird reached an astronomical level of humor. When Shu He called out bro, I nearly burst into laughter. The homeroom teacher remarked, they're neither good birds. I never expected Shu He to possess such a humorous side. The comedic chemistry between the funny girl and the funny boy has won my heart. The usually composed Xiaoyang was also caught off guard by their antics, laughing in a way that resembled a Tibetan fox. I have nothing further to explain. I can only tell you that it was all Shu He and Bailing voicing the birds. They cannot speak. He added, however, distinguishing the male and female of the little nose-covering bird is quite challenging, which led to the earlier mix-up. Shu He's knowledge of avian species had clearly reached an impressive level, as he was quick to discern that the two would not be compatible today. Upon hearing Xiaoyang, Yanlu realized the significance of this. Indeed, even teacher Xiaoyang and the male bird couldn't see it, yet Shu He did. He is remarkable. As she spoke, she brushed away tears of laughter from her eyes, exclaiming, oh my, these two are simply delightful. I truly feel a flutter in my heart. Is this not the best representation of love? To have someone to share in your madness and joy? Jin Jing nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Though they are merely playing, I can see the affection. This group was so cheerful. I wonder how the others in the culinary room are faring? The observation room switched to another chamber, revealing Hapa and Yang Chaoyue pouting, with beads of sweat on Hoppa's brow and various sauces splattered across their clothes and faces. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao was animatedly pontificating, while watching you wore a sheepish grin in response. Jin Jing sighed. To be honest, it's not that great. Let's return our focus to Shu He and bailing. Shu He quietly watched bailing laugh, as yet another system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The sight of a beautiful woman laughing is irresistibly charming. The system has been struck by your sense of humor, granting the host expertise in photography. Another skill acquired, all thanks to Bailing's enchanting smile. With this talent, even if I choose not to be a guardian of the island in the future, I could surely thrive as a wandering photographer, earning a handsome living. Lost in thought, Bailing's smile gradually faded. She gazed earnestly at Shu He and said, I truly enjoy being with you. The unsuccessful bird of paradise is still here. Shall we take a picture with it? With that, she retrieved a compact camera from her skirt pocket. Chapter 9. A memorable snapshot. Mastering photography. Upon hearing Bailing's suggestion, Shu He leaned closer to her. Bailing flipped the screen around, raised the camera with one hand, and flashed a peace sign with the other, her head instinctively leaning against Shu He's shoulder. However, no matter how hard they tried, the bird of paradise behind them remained out of the frame. Your turn, Shu He. Your arm is slightly longer, and I wish to capture the image of the bird of paradise. Bai Lu handed the camera to him, and after receiving it, Sui began to deftly adjust the camera settings using the photography skills rewarded by the system. The bird's movements were not only unpredictable, but also remarkably swift, making Bai Lu's mirrorless camera suitable for manual adjustments. To ensure that the bird of paradise remained sharply in focus, Shu He first activated the continuous shooting mode, then increased the shutter speed while ensuring the aperture and exposure met the requirements. Finally, to enhance the lighting, he turned on the flash. All right, Shu He exclaimed as they readied their poses once more. Click, click, click. The bird of paradise, having failed to evade their capture, seemed less exuberant, its head drooping as if contemplating the earlier scene. In any case, it appeared somewhat melancholic, suddenly startled by the camera's flash. The bird of paradise realized that the humans before it were attempting to photograph it. I didn't even find a mate. And you want to take a picture as a keepsake? How rude. In a fit of exasperation, the bird flapped its wings and charged towards the camera. Bai Lu, noticing its approach, transformed her expression from a beautiful smile to one of surprise. She pointed at the flip screen, turning her face towards Shu He. It's coming. The shots are so clear. The camera continued to click away, when suddenly, a chilling sensation reached Bai Lu's fingertips. Fresh bird droppings had landed squarely on the camera lens, with some splattering onto her outstretched fingers. Shu He quickly grasped the corner of the camera, using his tissues and disinfectant wipes to clean it off. Oh no, my hands are dirty, Bai Lu shouted, frantically searching for water. The scene descended into a mild chaos, and the duo's live streaming room erupted in laughter. These two are ridiculous. The bird is heartbroken, and you still want a photo? How audacious. The furious bird retaliated. I'm dying of laughter. The bird of paradise has been thoroughly played by them, huh? It even knows how to aim for the lens. The animals on this deserted island have become quite clever. How delightful. Having just exited Yang Jinli's live streaming session after a tiring day at work, the presence of Hua Xiao's class felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Yet, the room of Shu He and Bai Lu was a soothing refuge. Once Bai Lu had cleaned her hands, Shu He had nearly finished tidying up the camera. By chance, he accidentally pressed the image playback button, capturing the bird's journey from despondency to fury, while the duo's expressions shifted from smiles to surprise, ultimately culminating in a frame filled with dark green hues. Shu He burst into laughter, and Bai Lu realized he was amused by her misfortune with the bird of paradise, playfully punching him lightly with her fist. Noticing Shu He did not flinch, she recognized her gesture lacked intimidation and leaned her small head against his chest, a gentle, soothing scent of milk wafting around him. I want to watch that again. There were too many snapshots. I wonder if I looked terrible in any of them. Bai Lu looked earnestly at the camera screen. The drone also magnified the moments the two had captured. As Shu He leisurely perused the images, Bai Lu observed that Shu He maintained a constant smile, exuding a charismatic charm. Though she considered herself not unattractive, her delightful demeanor was far more appealing than any pretentious display. Shu He, how did you manage to capture such a clear image of the swift-flying bird? She inquired, magnifying the details and noticing even the wispy feathers atop the bird's head with remarkable clarity. Incredible. Typically, when I use my camera's automatic mode, the results are invariably blurred. Shu He attentively surveyed the camera display and replied, "In such situations, automatic mode is inadequate. A slight adjustment of the camera parameters suffices." A knowledgeable viewer in the live stream could hardly contain their disbelief. Seriously? That's merely a slight adjustment? You captured such a sharp image without even measuring the light. Indeed, how could one endure the lengthy moments spent measuring light before each shot? Huh, is it really that mysterious? I thought it was just a matter of pressing a few buttons. While that notion held some truth, the adjustment process involved numerous nuances. The bird's rapid flight required a shutter speed of at least 3,200. Such a swift shutter speed would typically render the image pitch black. Yet, Shu He adeptly adjusted the ISO and aperture in one go, without ever checking whether the parameters were appropriate. Her foundational skills were impressively solid. Could it be that her frequent photography on uninhabited islands endowed her with an instinct for the necessary parameters in such environments? The likelihood was slim, even in identical surroundings. The light varied daily, even moment by moment, as did the subjects of photography. Familiarity did not excuse the need for at least one measurement. Subsequently, their dialogue clarified the questions lingering in everyone's minds. Bai Lu asked, "Shu He, do you own a camera and indulge in photography daily?" "Not all." Shu He replied. "Then how do you manage to manually adjust the settings on a mirrorless camera?" Bai Lu pressed. "It's intuition," came Shu He's response. This left the audience momentarily speechless. It was merely a matter of intuition. How sensible. Was this the realm of a top student from Tsinghua University? When others inquired how they gained admission to such a prestigious institution, the answer was simply, it was intuition. Ordinary mortals seemed to exist in an entirely different sphere. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Bai Lu took a deep breath and surveyed her surroundings. The golden red sunlight suddenly pierced through the gaps between the trees, illuminating shallow puddles, while various exotic flowers adorned the aged stems. The earlier oppressive humidity had diminished somewhat, and Bai Lu, reluctant to leave this serene natural haven, remarked, "The light here is exquisite, Shu He. Would you mind taking a few photographs of me?" "Of course," Shu He replied, lifting the camera to focus on Bai Lu. True to her acting skills, she quickly fell into the rhythm of the shoot, her gaze shifting in harmony with the lens. The soft glow of twilight enveloped Bai Lu, clad in a flowing white dress, rendering her a woodland sprite. Shu He once more swiftly adjusted the parameters, capturing several images without any light measurement. "All done," he said, handing the camera back to Bai Lu. "Is it finished?" The white dew has yet to make its debut, and upon hearing Shu He's words, Bai Lu found herself in a state of disbelief. Such a lackadaisical attitude. Could this be one of those boyfriend perspectives that renders one's height to a mere 1.30 meters? Or perhaps something akin to a caveman chasing the sun? As she nervously inspected the photographs, her expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. Slowly lifting her gaze to Shu He, she quickly returned her attention to the camera screen. The three observers in the room exchanged incredulous glances after viewing the captured images. Chapter 10. Godzilla Feasting on Black Excrement? The netizens are aflame, Jing. I am no expert in photography. Yet I know that whenever the company spends tens of thousands to take my portrait, the results are far inferior to what Shu He has captured. Yen Lu, I am truly astounded. It seems Shu He pressed the shutter only 4 or 5 times, yet there are close-ups, mid-shots, and long shots of Bai Lu, and not a single wasted frame? Xiao Yang, a novice in photography, could only express his admiration candidly. These photographs are stunning. I want to hang them on my wall. Within the live broadcast, several self-proclaimed photographers emerged. This close-up encapsulates Bai Lu's emotions perfectly. The blend of tenderness and allure carries the essence of the renowned photographer Nobuo Shioraki. The mid-shot is magnificent. The vibrant greens and reds intertwine, with Bai Lu in a white dress, playfully smiling at the center of the frame. This work eclipses that of Mika Ninagawa. In the long shot, Bai Lu radiates youthful vitality. Her charm and girlfriend aura brilliantly captured. She looks breathtaking. Oh my Bai Lu. The remarkable aspect is that these photographs were taken with a mere mirrorless camera. There has been no post-production yet. Is this what they call the feeling? I am genuinely impressed. It is no exaggeration to say that each image is worth at least 100,000. Dear Heartlink's space program team, I am the manager of the Fusu by auction house, and we wish to acquire Mr. Shu He's photographic works. We have sent a private message and eagerly await your response." Upon seeing this message, the netizens erupted in excitement, tagging the Program S account to alert them of the auction house's private message. The auction house representatives must have an uncanny sense for the market. They come running at the mere whiff of potential. Shu He's casually snapped photographs have garnered the interest of an auction house. It seems the young man is not short on funds. Being a guardian of the island is merely a matter of sentiment. To be honest, I initially held biases against Shu He as an amateur, even thinking his noodle cooking skills seemed a bit shabby. Now, it appears I was mistaken. I have come to realize that he is a hidden master. Bai Lu, holding the camera, found herself entranced by her own photographs, not out of vanity, but because Shu He had effortlessly showcased the many facets of her being, having collaborated with numerous photographers, all of whom sought her compliance to create their envisioned works. Shu He's photography felt more like the work of someone who genuinely understood her, revealing that each different version of Bai Lu is worthy of appreciation. She was filled with excitement, repeatedly gazing at these images, unable to part with them. The interaction between the two in the enchanting rainforest drew a considerable number of viewers, and the bullet comments and observers engaged in fervent discussions. In contrast, the live stream featuring Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu appeared rather desolate. Those who were not die-hard fans of the four had largely flocked to Shu He and Bai Lu's side. Their dinner was ready, and Hua Xiao taught the three how to prepare the most basic fried rice. Reba grimaced as she painstakingly brought mouthfuls of her overly salty rice to her lips, occasionally sighing, "I can never get the salt right. It tasted fine in the pan, yet somehow it turned out so salty." Yang Xiaoyue dared not touch her plate of charred remnants, knowing from merely inhaling the aroma how bitter it must be. Shouldn't the shrimp be cooked? How did the vegetables and rice suddenly turn black? Such a waste of ingredients. Reba glanced at the refrigerator, which had once been brimming with provisions, now reduced to mere remnants. The production team won't be sending any more supplies. We won't go hungry, will we? Watching you cheerfully shoved a large clump of bland, undercooked fried rice into his mouth, still wearing a toothy grin. This is what independent living is all about. I find it quite amusing. Hua Xiao concurred, pouring red wine for the trio while conversing. Hua is right. Life is far more interesting when experienced firsthand. And you too. Don't you think it's quite fortunate to be sharing this island life with me and Hua while we sip wine in the restaurant, enjoying the air conditioning? Bai Lu and Shu He are out there running around in the sweltering heat. Upon hearing Hua Xiao mention Bai Lu and Shu He, Yang Xiaoyue recalled that bowl of Yangshan noodles. How did Shu He manage to make such delicious noodles from something so ordinary? I wonder what they are up to now. As dusk settled, Shu He decided it was time to take Bai Lu back, for the small forest at night could be quite perilous without proper lighting. He allowed a sharp whistle towards the distance, prompting Bai Lu to gaze at him with curiosity. "What are you doing?" "Calling Godzilla." "We need to head back and prepare for dinner," he replied, whistling again. Bai Lu tapped her forehead. "I got so caught up in the fun, I almost forgot about Godzilla. Can whistling really bring it back? How cool. Let me help." With that, she leaned slightly forward, pursed her lips, and puffed her cheeks. Shu He turned to see her earnest expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "You can't whistle, can you?" After trying, it was evident she couldn't. Bai Lu seemed blissfully unaware of the humor she had just displayed, responding to Shu He with a calm demeanor. Just then, Godzilla came bounding over from afar, panting heavily. As it approached, the typically composed creature grew restless, tugging at Shu He's pant leg while darting back and forth. Observing its eager antics, Bai Lu was puzzled. Is Godzilla not done playing? But it's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Besides, the forest isn't safe at night, is it? Indeed, Shu He replied, glancing down at Godzilla. It's not that it hasn't had enough fun. It must have discovered something it wants to show us. Let's follow it. Godzilla knows what it's doing. With that reassurance, Bai Lu had no choice but to follow along. As Godzilla observed the two individuals turning towards the direction he had indicated, he dashed and leaped ahead. Noticing that the distance between them had widened, he returned to their side to wait. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the light grew increasingly dim with the setting sun. Bai Lu, clutching Shu He's arm, dared not let go, which inadvertently led him to brush against areas he ought not to, lost in the occasional soft sensations. Shu He was at a loss for how to respond when Bai Lu suddenly released his arm and pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Oh, Godzilla is gnawing on a hard lump." Shu He turned to look and saw Godzilla tilting his head, using his back teeth to chew on a dark mass. Realizing it was not a hard lump, a chuckle escaped Shu He. It was a treasure discovered by Godzilla. With that thought, he took Bai Lu forward. Godzilla had finished one morsel, and upon seeing the two approach, he nosed the ground and began to dig vigorously with his front legs. In no time, a multitude of black round lumps emerged from the earth. Ugh! Bai Lu recoiled, observing the pile of dark lumps with disdain. "You call this a treasure? Is it for fertilizing or something?" Godzilla, taken aback by her words, gazed at her incredulously, as if to say, "This woman has no taste. Then I shall keep my share." He resumed munching on another piece. "Godzilla, while a dog may not change its taste, you are the king of beasts on this uninhabited island." Hearing Bai Lu's flattery, Godzilla appeared slightly bashful yet proud, continuing his munching. Bai Lu, exasperated, facepalmed, intending to urge Shu He to reason with the creature, only to find Shu He crouched down, picking up a piece and patting off the dirt. How can you not mind the filth? Animal droppings are teeming with bacteria. Upon recognizing what Shu He was holding, viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Chapter 11. Selling black truffles for a monthly income of 100,000. Goodness. Godzilla, spare some for me. What? Am I truly so uninformed? Could wild animal droppings possess some special efficacy? To his surprise, even the canine-like Godzilla could not escape his genetic attributes. It was quite an adjustment to witness such behavior on camera. Is he really eating dung? Godzilla is feasting on wild black truffles. The mention of black truffles sparked recognition. After all, they're merely tuber melanosporum. We have plenty back in my hometown, and they aren't too expensive. Black truffles vary in quality. While the flavor of tuber melanosporum is somewhat inferior to gourmet standards, the lump Godzilla uncovered was firm, large, and visually appealing. It must have already released its distinctive aroma. Such a wealth of knowledge. Someone commented from above. I specialize in the buying and selling of wild mushrooms, smile. Observing Bai Lu's anxious and disdainful demeanor, Shu He took it upon himself to clarify. This is black truffle, not some hard lump. Godzilla is discerning. He wouldn't consume dung. Black truffle? Bai Lu pondered for a moment before realization dawned. I know. In Michelin-starred restaurants, if a dish is adorned with a thin slice of black truffle, the price skyrockets to over 1,000. However, what makes it so expensive? Shu He explains that it is primarily due to its rarity. Nonetheless, the nutritional value of black truffles is indeed remarkable, rich in protein, amino acids, and trace elements. This evening, we shall indulge in black truffles. After saying this, he promptly removed his shirt and laid on the ground, picking up the truffles one by one. Bai Lu stood silently behind, observing Shu He's every move. When he took off his shirt, she momentarily averted her gaze, feeling a bit shy, but soon her curiosity got the better of her, and her eyes wandered uncontrollably over him. Earlier, with so many people around, she had hesitated to look, but now, wasn't it permissible to gaze a little longer? Bai Lu seemed to have forgotten about the camera, and noticing that Shu He remained unaware, her gaze lingered longer than before. Shu He possessed a remarkably harmonious physique, with muscles that exuded an aesthetic appeal. After staring for a while, she recalled that she ought to lend a hand, so she blushed and squatted beside Shu He, helping him dig out the truffles one by one. In that position, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of him head-on, and for a moment, Bai Lu found herself awkwardly fumbling with the task at hand, her demeanor resembling that of a bashful girl as her eyes flitted nervously when she handed him the black truffles. Yin Lu, observing from the room, couldn't help but burst into laughter at Bai Lu's expression. Bai Lu is simply adorable. She can hardly control her glances. Yet if I were in her position, I would likely falter in the face of such temptation. Jing Jing, however, was quite anxious. Just touch it, Bai Lu. Help us, your fellow sisters, enjoy the benefits. At this moment, why pass around the black truffles? Truly, Xiao Yang awkwardly cleared his throat twice, understanding from the expressions of the two women what the female audience in the live stream must be feeling. He could only attempt to redirect their attention. The appearance of these black truffles is simply exquisite. After glancing at the two, he noticed their faces were still adorned with smiles of delight. Xiao Yang sighed. The 18 amino acids contained in black truffles are incredibly precious, as they include 8 amino acids that the human body cannot synthesize. Still, There was no response. Xiao Liang, exasperated, thought after all these years in this industry, where is your basic professionalism? He could only take it upon himself to elaborate. Furthermore, they contain unsaturated fatty acids, various vitamins, and even trace elements are not uncommon. The truffle peptides and other metabolic products, they are rich and are said to be transformative for women, and men are simply entranced. Finally, both women turned their attention to him. Would a man like Shu He be equally entranced? No more talking, I'm buying now, Yin Lu exclaimed, pulling out her phone to scroll. Jin Jing also began rummaging through her phone. Upon hearing Xiao Liang's explanation, the comments in the live stream were filled with discussions about black truffles. Black truffles are so wonderful, but they have to be wild, right? The previous mushroom seller reemerged. Black truffles cannot be cultivated artificially. Most of what's on the market are pig forage fungi, incomparable in quality. I have imported black truffles that are similar to those in Shu He's hands. If they're fake, I'll pay tenfold. Interested parties can DM me. Upon entering the live streaming room, many viewers were so engrossed that they neglected to send comments and instead opted to privately message the seller. Within moments, they returned to the live stream, dejected. This is truly exorbitant. A mere kilogram can fetch over 1,000, while the variant akin to Shu He skyrockets to over 7,000 soft sister coins without pause. Is this merchant taking advantage of us? I spent over 3,000 for a pound, and the trader even shared his genuine personal information with me. He is not a fraud. Regardless, I aspire to be the kind of woman who leaves men utterly captivated. 7,000 seems excessive. The last time I encountered a truffle of such quality, it was priced above 30,000. Shu He, with his leisurely island life, could easily earn over 100,000 monthly by selling truffles on the side. No wonder top students from Tsinghua University choose to become island guardians. Even their dogs enjoy the freedom of truffles. The intellect of these scholars truly transcends our understanding by decades. Is it too late for me to sign up as his companion? With someone as fair-skinned and enchanting as Meng Yan by his side, who would desire our company? Moreover, let me share a delightful tidbit. A wealthy individual once offered 200,000 for a dog capable of locating truffles, yet the owner refused. Wow, Godzilla has truly brought honor to our Chinese pastoral dogs. What is so remarkable about it? If only Shu He could train me, I too could find truffles. My requirements are modest. Simply tether me to the bedpost. As viewers watched Shu He returning with a bag of truffles, their envy was palpable. Alas, all they could do was covet, regretting their previous failure to consider becoming island guardians themselves. However, those with a keen business acumen began a plot. Since they could not locate truffles, why not directly contact Shu He for procurement? Such lucrative ventures cannot be disclosed in the live stream, leading them to privately seek connections with the production team. Unfortunately, the production team also reached out to Shu He through directly. They had contemplated internet searches, yet the intrigued viewers had already exhausted all avenues without success. This only intensified the mystery surrounding Shu He's identity. In 2023, is it still possible for someone to remain entirely disconnected from the internet? Meanwhile, the truffle merchant thrived through the show, gaining considerable wealth and making numerous affluent acquaintances who expressed that they would purchase any truffles he had, regardless of quantity. Just as he planned to acquire another substantial batch, the merchant discovered that even ordinary truffles were completely sold out across the internet. Is his selling prowess truly that formidable? Upon returning to the camp, Godzilla dashed off to play in the water. Bai Lu turned to Shu He, inquiring, "Isn't he going to eat dinner?" So he shook his head. No need. He has already feasted on truffles. Just 2 pieces? Godzilla has such a small appetite. Shu He smiled. He left us what he couldn't finish. Before we arrived, we had no idea how much he had consumed. Absurd. Bai Lu reflected on the considerable earnings she had amassed since becoming an artist, yet she couldn't bring herself to indulge in truffles in such abundance. While Godzilla feasted on such a precious delicacy. Truly, life can be more favorable to dogs. However, the thought of enjoying a dinner akin to Godzilla's filled Bai Lu with joy. She eagerly quickened her pace, yearning to share the afternoon's experiences with Reba and Yang Chaoyue. Upon noticing her urgency, Shu He directly handed the shirt along with the wrapped black truffle to Bai Lu, saying, "You go ahead to the public dining hall and wait for me. I'll return to change my clothes." Bai Lu pondered whether it was truly necessary to change, imagining the handsome young man cooking shirtless. Such a tantalizing image. However, she kept this thought to herself and instead inquired if she could first handle the black truffle, suggesting that cleaning it with a soft brush by the sink would suffice. Acknowledging her request, Bai Lu turned and dashed into the public dining hall. Chapter 12. Sharing Experiences. Everyone's jealous. As Bai Lu stepped into the public dining hall, she was greeted by a smoky atmosphere, where Reba and Yang Chaiyue gazed at her with expressions of despair. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu knelt on the ground, struggling to process coconuts with knives. Upon seeing Bai Lu, the two young women instantly brightened. Where's Shu He? He has returned, right? Bai Lu unceremoniously dumped the black truffle into the sink, her tone slightly reproachful. What do you mean by this? I hurried back to see you both. And you ask about Shu He the moment you see me? Reba, blushing with embarrassment, approached her. We failed at cooking this afternoon and are quite hungry, reminiscing about the coconuts Shu He collected for us. Yet, these coconuts are proving to be a challenge. Look at them. They've been at it for ages and still can't get them open. Bai Lu surveyed the two bewildered men on the floor and the chaotic kitchen. Goodness, you've certainly made quite a mess this afternoon. What will we do if there's nothing to eat in a couple of days? At this moment, Yang Chaiyue also felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing that the food belonged to everyone. The four of them had spent the afternoon attempting to learn to cook, inadvertently creating such a mess. We haven't wasted anything. Even if some was burnt, we still consumed it. It's just that Reba, Hua, and I might need to eat less these next few days, so you and Shu He can have more. Hua Xiao then stood up, adjusting his glasses. The ingredients provided by the production team were not meant to last us a month anyway. After all, Shu He is the island keeper, and Director Li will send him some provisions. Although he spoke these words as an excuse, he felt a sense of unease. Even if Director Li could deliver food to Shu He, it would only be non-perishable supplies, far inferior to the fresh vegetables, meats, and grains provided by the production team. He hadn't anticipated that teaching someone to cook could be so challenging, and rather than showcasing his qualities as a mentor, he had inadvertently left the two female guests feeling disheartened. Regretting his decision to learn cooking at this juncture was futile, yet he surmised that Shu He and the others must not have fared much better outside, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. You two must be tired after running around all afternoon, right? This island is barren, aside from the beach and the woods. What could possibly be entertaining? And learning geography, too. After making this remark, he turned back and chuckled at Hua Chenyu, who stood up and brushed the dirt off his hands. Although our cooking was subpar, the process of learning was quite delightful. Plus, drinking wine while enjoying the air conditioning was truly enjoyable. Look at you. Your face is a bit flushed. Su is a loss regarding how to care for the female guests. He should come over and open some coconuts to make amends. However, upon hearing their words, Bai Lu's expression darkened. Not only was it a waste of food, but the way they asked Shu He for help was far from polite. Observing her displeasure, Reba quickly approached and fanned Bai Lu with her delicate hand, saying, Hua is just a bit clumsy. He can't open a coconut and still jokes about it. But the island is quite hot in the afternoon, isn't it? You should take a break. I can assist you with anything you need. Sui had taken me to the rainforest, which was somewhat stifling, yet overall the air was remarkably fresh, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Bai Lu chose to overlook Hua Chenyu's teasing. Momentarily setting aside her feelings, we discovered many enjoyable things. Saying this, she picked up her camera, eager to share her rainforest adventure. This bird is called the little something-billed bird. It's the bird of paradise. It practices its dance for many years to attract a mate. As she recounted her attempts to pair two male birds and Shu He's voiceover, the two beauties erupted in laughter. Who would have thought Shu He was so amusing? How delightful. A little bird dancing? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Let me show you. After saying this, Bai Lu began to mimic the bird of paradise's movements, causing bursts of laughter to erupt from the communal dining area. The livestream audience found great amusement in Bai Lu's antics, especially as she seemed to channel by Meng Yan. Reba, still chuckling, glanced at Bai Lu while flipping through the photos on the camera. Oh my, Bai Lu, is this photo of you? When was this taken? Yang Chaoyu quickly leaned in. Wow, this is absolutely stunning. I'm falling in love with you, Bai Lu. Which photographer did this? Whatever it costs, I must find them. Reba scrutinized the surroundings in the photo and the image of Bai Lu closely. Isn't this the white dress Bai Lu wore today? And the background seems quite similar to the place where we took the bird of paradise picture earlier. Bai Lu, feeling triumphant, snatched the camera back. This was taken by Shu He. I can't get enough of it. Shu He, the two girls exclaimed in unison, with Yang Chao Yu snatching the camera back from her. Shu He is a professional photographer. His skills are unparalleled. Of course. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she continued. He manually adjusted the settings on his mirrorless camera, and he took several shots here, not a single one wasted. Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu were equally curious, and took a look at the camera, confirming that the photos surpassed those they had spent tens of thousands on. This is the most beautiful portrait I have ever seen of you, Bai Lu, Hua Xiao remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Yang Xiaoyu, however, detected something amiss. Wait, have you secretly looked at Bai Lu's photos behind her back? Oh no, Bai Lu is so popular. You could see her on your phone with just a scroll. Hua Xiao hastily explained. Yang Xiaoyu who fed, envy Bai Lu. Having such a delightful afternoon and leaving with beautiful photos. Unlike us, who are busy in this restaurant without even knowing what we're doing. Reba nodded in agreement, regretting having dismissed Yang Xiaoyu's suggestion earlier. Let us not speak of anything else. Even if it were but a single photograph taken by Shu He, it would suffice. Even if she were to remain forever unskilled in the art of cooking. Upon hearing the complaints of the female guests, Hua Xiao found himself in a somewhat awkward position. At the very least, we are comfortable and well-fed. Hua Chenyu chimed in, not to mention the exquisite red wine. That is indeed Hua Xiao's cherished collection. Speaking of which, you two must be rather famished, yes? Our culinary skills may be lacking, and we are left with but some leftover rice. Perhaps you can make do with that? At this juncture, Bai Lu recalled the task that Shu He had entrusted her with, promptly slapping her forehead and rushing back to the sink, just as Shu He entered the dining area. Washing, Bai Lu exclaimed in a flurry, turning on the faucet and calling out to Shu He at the door. Shu He, sensing that she would need to engage in some conversation upon her arrival, nonchalantly approached Bai Lu's side. Allow me to handle this. You should simply wait to eat. This statement elicited a wave of envy from those present. The two female guests were particularly filled with resentment. Why is Bai Lu allowed to enjoy herself so thoroughly? With beautiful photographs and dashing young men preparing meals, while they must toil away in the kitchen all afternoon, though they sipped red wine, it merely induced acidity in their stomachs, and, alas, they could not satiate their hunger with coconuts. Upon hearing Shu He's words, netizens erupted with excitement. Wow, Shu He is so warm-hearted. Shu He consistently exudes an air of politeness coupled with an aloofness that keeps others at bay, yet this particular phrase truly resonated with me. Goodness, is this a form of indirect, romantic overture? Caught completely off guard. Let me do this, you just wait to eat. My heavens. This is perhaps the most beautiful sentiment I, a 38-year-old housewife, have ever encountered. In which direction must one bow to find a partner like Shu He? Bai Lu's eyes sparkled at the mere mention of Shu He. She was so flustered about not washing the black truffles earlier. Upon hearing Bai Lu's recent account, many who had not been present in their live broadcast felt a twinge of regret. Were they truly having such a delightful time together in the afternoon? The live stream depicted merely a scene in the woods. I had thought it could not be more interesting than learning to cook. Let us not even mention the culinary arts. It seems that Reba and Yang Chao, you have had their fill of those 3 words. To be frank, it pains me to see. Will these ingredients last for a month? Chapter 13. Such speed of hand, clearly indicative of frequent use. By the way, Shu, could you assist them with opening the coconuts? I shall wash the vegetables. Bai Lu felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Shu He's words. Yet she still did not relinquish her place at the sink. Shu He opened the refrigerator and retrieved a coconut. And the other 2? There they are on the floor. Yang Xiaoyu replied, gesturing with her chin before bending down to pick up the 2 haphazardly chopped coconuts and handing them to Shu He. The scene of us rolling around on the floor, trying to open coconuts was quite the spectacle. Shu He smiled as he placed the coconut on the cutting board, took a knife, and sharpened it against the whetstone. With a gentle, downward slice, a large piece of the green shell fell away. Once all the green shell was removed, a thick layer of white husk remained. Shu He then switched to a long fruit knife, holding the coconut in one hand while deftly peeling it along the edges with the other, revealing the tender white coconut flesh in no time. He procured a bowl and deftly flipped the remaining white shell, allowing a perfectly spherical coconut egg to plummet into the bowl, sparkling with freshness. This elegant maneuver was repeated thrice, and he then proceeded to insert the straws, which had accompanied the yogurt, into each coconut before turning to distribute them among a few others. Upon receiving the bowl, the two young ladies gazed at the tender coconut flesh, reluctant to take a bite. "Thank you, Shu He. How did you manage to do that so effortlessly?" asked Reba, her curiosity piqued. "The coconut meat is so intact, not a bit wasted." Yang Chaiwa chimed in. "Your hand speed is impressive. It's clear you've done this before." The process of peeling the coconut seems quite therapeutic. Shu He paused, pondering why Yang Jinkai's words struck her as peculiar. If hand speed were the metric, considering her past life as a singleton for 50 years, it was quite the jest. Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu, witnessing Shu He's nimble actions, were captivated. How could this young man accomplish what they had struggled with in mere moments? They were filled with admiration, but refused to concede verbally. "I noticed you sharpened your knife before chopping the coconut. It seems our lack of strength was not the issue, but rather a dull blade," Hua Xiao remarked. "Shu He, I'd like to try climbing a coconut tree tomorrow. Would you teach us?" At that moment, he realized that attracting the female guests with monetary prowess was merely one aspect. If he could also exhibit masculine strength, it would undoubtedly yield greater results. Since Shu He could ascend trees, he believed it was not an insurmountable task. Shu He handed the third coconut, still imbued with a cool essence, to Bai Lu, who, citing her vegetable washing, insisted he drink first. As Shu He sipped through the straw, he responded, "Climbing coconut trees is actually quite simple. You must have seen those electrical maintenance workers secured with safety ropes, scaling telephone poles, right?" Watching Yu's eyes widened in realization. "I've seen that. So it's that straightforward, with a safety rope around the waist. One can rest the body and exert better control with hands and feet." "Shu He, could we borrow your safety rope?" "I don't possess a safety rope. You can wrap vines with clothing and create one yourselves," Shu He replied. Hua Xiao, skeptical of Shu He's honesty, believed he must have tools, but simply didn't he wish to share. If he could accomplish such feats, surely all men could as well. How else could he maintain his presence in front of the female guests? The clever thoughts of a prestigious university student were hardly profound. With a disdainful grunt, Hua Xiao planned to corner Shu He with his interview tactics. "You're not being selfish, are you? Not wanting to share your treasure?" Shu He took a sip of the refreshing coconut water. "Not at all. I simply don't require tools when climbing coconut trees." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao's mouth twitched involuntarily. Why did his interrogation seem to backfire, making him and Hua Qinyu appear weaker instead? "Then let us enlist Godzilla's help. I recall that when we first arrived on the island, that dog could climb trees." Hua Xiao's tone was stiff. At that moment, Bai Lu, having finished cleaning the ingredients, turned with a bowl of black truffles and declared, "Stop dreaming. Godzilla is quite proud. Unless Shu He commands it, no one else can hope to control it." As she spoke, she placed the bowl on the countertop and arranged the cutting board. "Allow me," Shu He offered, handing a coconut and a new straw to Bai Lu, who stood before her. Bai Lu, however, returned the new straw to its place and directly sipped from Shu He's used straw, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredible. A sip of cool coconut juice after returning from the rainforest is simply exhilarating." Reba and Yang Chaiwa stared in bewilderment, overwhelmed by the influx of information, unsure of which aspect to address first. "How can you use Shu He's used straw like that? And what on earth is this dark round object? Our coconut has been sitting for ages and is no longer cool. It must be lukewarm and surely not as refreshing as one straight from the fridge." Bai Lu glanced between Reba and Yang Chaiwa, finally opting to address each concern individually. "The straw came along with the yogurt. It's a scarce resource that should not go to waste. The cool coconut juice is indeed far more refreshing than the room temperature variety. You both should give it a try." As she spoke, she brought her coconut closer to their lips. Upon hearing Bai Lu mention the straw should not be wasted, both girls disregarded their reservations and took turns sipping. The chill version is infinitely better than the room temperature one. No wonder Shu He wanted to refrigerate it first. "Next time we have coconuts, I'll make sure to have Shu He cut them open at lightning speed." Hua Qinyu, however, was quite concerned about the hygiene implications of using Shu He's used straw. Regardless of its scarcity, you must consider cleanliness. After all, it was used by someone else. Yang Taiyue, seemingly unfazed, replied, "What is the big deal? Shu He isn't a stranger." Her words only deepened Hua Qinyu's frustration, recalling how, just moments ago, when he had fed Yang Chaiwa some fried rice, she had covered her mouth and refused to eat. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao was captivated by a bowl of dark clumps. Inspecting it closely, "What exactly is this? Shu He, are you planning to feed this to Bai Lu tonight?" You're not trying to poison her, are you? Bailu swiftly snatched it from him, declaring, "This is black truffle. Only Godzilla can find it. It's extremely precious." Black truffle? Hua Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you joking? Is this something you can even afford? With Godzilla enjoying the luxury of black truffles, how could we not partake? Bailu watched as Shu He used a peeler to slice the black truffle, releasing a primal fragrance. She leaned closer, inhaling deeply. Hua Xiao was even more astonished by Bailu's words. You're giving black truffles to Godzilla? That's a waste. Do you realize how much black truffles cost at Michelin-starred restaurants? Hearing their conversation, the other three rushed over to observe Shu He's handling of the black truffle. Reba picked up a slice, scrutinizing it under the light. Wow, this black truffle is even better than the ones imported from France. It's perfectly ripe and completely black, with stunning golden veins. How do you plan to prepare it tonight? Shu paused, glancing at the remaining rice in the pot. Let us make black truffle fried rice. Hua Xiao burst into laughter again. Such a precious ingredient. And you want to use it in fried rice? Just a couple of slices would be more than enough. Indeed, Shu He replied, continuing her task, half for fried rice, and the other half for shrimp roast sauce. Chapter 14. Is this what they call a prosperous partner? Upon hearing Shu He's words, the third young lady was taken aback. So, the shrimp roast soy sauce used in the yancha noodles is actually made from black truffles. No wonder the flavor is so distinct. However, Hua Xiao was infuriated, his nose nearly askew. Black truffles ought to be savored in small amounts to reveal their true value. How could Shu He, this rustic fellow, audaciously make fried rice and soy sauce? Unable to endure the waste, I declared, you all can enjoy the fried rice yourselves. I have some work to attend to. The others gathered around Shu He, their eyes fixated on his nimble movements, chopping the black truffle, separating the egg yolks from the whites, mixing the yolks with leftover rice, and heating oil to unleash the fragrance of the shrimp roast soy sauce. Noticing that no one acknowledged him, Hua Xiao deliberately made a commotion as he opened the door. It was then that Bailu, without turning her head, retorted to Hua Xiao, "There's hardly any leftover rice for you. It's just enough for Shu He and me. You might as well leave." Leave? What does that mean? Are they sending him away? Hua Xiao, wishing to argue, realized that everyone's attention was entirely elsewhere, and in frustration, he stormed out. Back at his room, he pretended to handle work for a while, glancing at the clock to find it barely past 7 in the evening. Enduring the long, solitary night was proving to be quite unbearable. He wondered what that fellow usually did alone on the island. Bored, he lit a cigarette and stepped onto the balcony, where the tantalizing aroma wafted from the communal dining area. He spotted Godzilla bounding in with its tail held high and tongue out, while laughter occasionally erupted from within. At that moment, he found himself envying Godzilla. Their joy was palpable, while Hua Xiao felt utterly devoid of it. Yen Lu observed Hua Xiao's despondent figure and shook his head, saying, "I can't help but feel Hua Xiao is throwing a tantrum." Jing Jing rolled her eyes, but, mindful of the cameras, spoke politely. "I didn't expect Hua Xiao to be the same, whether participating in a dating show or conducting interviews. He seems eager to join everyone, yet finds himself unable to step down." Viewers began expressing dissatisfaction with Hua Xiao's behavior since joining the program. Is Hua Xiao a bit too arrogant? His words are rather unpleasant. Who exactly likes him? What a petty man. Is it just jealousy? Teaching cooking is tedious and a waste of ingredients, and his remarks to Shu He are so sarcastic. It's off-putting. Shu He, the young man, has taken care of their leftovers, yet Hua Xiao criticizes him for not wasting food? What has he been doing all afternoon? Looking around, among the 3 male guests, only Shu He seemed agreeable. Meanwhile, in the communal dining area, Heba, Yang Chaoyue, and Hua Chenyu felt embarrassed to eat the fried rice meant for 2, yet the occasional enticing aroma wafting in was driving them to the brink of madness. The grains of rice gleamed distinctly, uniformly enveloped in a delicate golden egg mixture, while the black truffle, often dubbed the black diamond of the dining table, added an exquisite touch. Generous chunks of egg white and a sprinkle of scallions rendered the fried rice visually enticing. Bailu, oblivious to the gazes of the 3 individuals, was wholly immersed in the fragrant allure of the fried rice, captivated beyond recovery. Conversely, Shu He felt quite uncomfortable under the eager stares directed at him. Yet when he offered them a taste, they declined, and he found himself unable to shoo them away. Was it possible that the comforts of the entertainment industry had instilled in these individuals a penchant for masochistic enjoyment? Godzilla, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, dashed into the dining room, adding yet another pair of yearning yet feigned resolute eyes to the mix. Sighing, Shu He decided it was too unbearable to eat in such a manner and relinquished his portion to Godzilla, although Bai Lu felt a twinge of reluctance. She couldn't allow Shu He, who had spent the entire afternoon with her, to go hungry. Thus, she hurriedly pushed her plate of fried rice towards the two of them, suggesting, "Let us share a plate." Shu He waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, I'm not that hungry." After all, he had left some snacks in his room to nibble on later. How could he possibly not be hungry? He must eat. Bai Lu, unconvinced by Shu He's words, scooped a generous portion with her spoon and urged, "Open wide." Shu He could not evade her insistence and reluctantly took a bite. Observing their interaction, the three individuals and one dog felt as though the fried rice had lost its allure. It had only been an afternoon. Bai Lu was feeding him with the same straw, yet despite the joy they experienced in each other's company, the pace and intimacy of their interactions seemed to be progressing rather swiftly. Hua Chenyu was utterly bewildered, having been subtly courting Yang Jinli, yet she remained steadfastly distant. Regardless of his efforts, how was it that Shu He managed to capture Bai Lu's attention in just one afternoon? She was openly disregarding the cameras, engaging in intimate feeding. This treatment was something he yearned for. His own admirers were predominantly female, and having failed to win over Yang Jinli, how could he expect his fans to believe in his charm? It appeared the time had come to serenade Yang Jinli, to conquer her with his talent. Although his plans were slightly premature, if he did not seize the moment, they might only interact as friends in future episodes. Shu He, momentarily dazed by Bai Lu's gentle gestures and urgent tone, was interrupted by the system prompt. Ding. Public display of affection. The system chuckled mischievously, granting the host a luxurious fishing gear set worth 300,000, along with the ultimate outdoor survival skills. Was this the legendary fortune-bringing effect? Yet another supreme-level skill. Shu He felt elated, but knew he must not display his joy too overtly. Otherwise, others might think that Bai Lu's feeding had thrown him off balance. Regarding the extravagant fishing gear, its practicality seemed somewhat lacking for Shu He. Previously, equipped with the most formidable fishing skills, he had crafted an exceptionally useful fishing rod from bamboo. However, with a price tag of 300,000 Miao dollars, it could serve as a collectible or a means of future monetization, promising a substantial return on investment. As he gazed upon Bai Lu, Shu He felt that she appeared even more beautiful than before. The two of them savored the fried rice, sharing bites, while the comment section erupted in lamentations. "If you're dating, just make it public. It's no big deal, tears. Sister, I'm hungry too, I want some food. Bai Lu, you are the irreplaceable light of my heart. Let Shu He starve for a night. What does it matter? Heartbroken." Watching Bai Lu feed with that seemingly worthless smile. Why couldn't it be me? How frustrating. They are such a perfect match. Shu He seems to have turned quite obedient. What could he possibly be thinking? As the couple blissfully finished the plate of fried rice, the three, sitting across, felt a pang of desolation. Fat D glanced down, realizing that Godzilla's portion was also entirely consumed, which deepened her sorrow. Yet, she soon recognized the absurdity of her thoughts. Even if Godzilla hadn't finished, would she really compete with a dog for it? That delicious fried rice. And she hadn't even tasted the last bite. Fat D fully grasped the meaning of suffering for the sake of pride. Just then, Hua Xiao entered, and upon seeing Shu He and Bai Lu tidying up the empty plates, a wave of disappointment washed over him. However, he promptly expressed his intent. I've nearly completed my work and would like to discuss tomorrow's plans with everyone. If there are no objections, how about going fishing? I recently purchased a new rod that I haven't had the chance to try out yet. Chapter 15, A Fishing Appointment. Controversy arises from Shu He. Upon hearing Hua Xiao's suggestion, Shu He pondered whether he should also take the opportunity to test his new rod tomorrow. Meanwhile, the others appeared somewhat hesitant. Hua Chenyu, I can't fish, but I'm willing to give it a try. Riba, I can also give it a go. I just don't have a fishing rod. This statement delighted Hua Xiao, for he wanted exactly that. This way, not only could he bask in the glory of catching fish, but it would also allow for some intimate interaction. Yang Xiaoyu, I've heard that catching fish is quite fulfilling. However, aside from Hua Xiao, none of us have rods. Is it feasible? Hua Xiao chuckled and cleared his throat, embodying the mature gentleman prepared for any eventuality. I have brought 2 rods. However, Reba and I will share one. As for the other rod, Hua Xiao glanced thoughtfully in Shu He's direction. Shu He, as the island guardian, you must have a rod, right? It doesn't need to be fancy. We're primarily here for enjoyment. Shu He nodded earnestly. I have 2. Hua Xiao clapped his hands together. Perfect. You and Bai Lu can each have one, and I'll share mine with Hua Chenyu. After saying this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Chenyu, who immediately understood. Unexpectedly, Hua Xiao was quite supportive of him. Sharing a rod with Yang Chao, you would surely increase their interactions and proximity. As for Shu He and Bai Lu, it would be quite agreeable for each of them to have a fishing rod, considering their intimacy has already surpassed that of Hua Xiao and myself. Maintaining a respectful distance between the two would alleviate any potential awkwardness for Hua Xiao. Chao Yu, shall we use Hua Xiao's rods? Hua Chenyu said with eyes brimming with affection. When the time comes, you can fish while I stand behind you to assist and help you with the rod. Hua Xiao nodded in satisfaction, arms crossed over his chest. Although Hua Chenyu sometimes struggles with his wits, he certainly reacts quickly when it comes to charming the ladies. The other 2 male guests finally initiated their pursuit. Allowing the female guests to fish while they embraced from behind was quite audacious. It felt like the beads of the abacus were bouncing off my face. Hua Xiao continued to show off, and I was astounded. What does it mean to say that another's fishing rod is a bit rudimentary? How splendid is his? To be fair, it truly is exceptional. I believe I have previously seen Hua Xiao introduce his fishing gear, and each piece starts at 10,000 yuan. He brought 2 fishing rods, which together must be worth over 200,000 yuan. Incredible. Such expensive fishing gear. Another dream shattered. I think Hua Xiao is rather commendable. Though he sometimes speaks harshly, this time he brought steak for himself and fishing rods for the other guests. He is quite benevolent. Benevolent? Is that term appropriate? Does he not wish to flaunt his wealth at every opportunity? That aside, Hua Xiao's angling skills are indeed impressive. I am quite looking forward to it. He has finally proposed a reasonable suggestion. With expensive fishing rods and commendable angling techniques, is he trying to rub Shu He into the ground? Is Shu He truly that oblivious? To claim he has only 1 rod to catch a piece of meat? Alas, he wouldn't even be able to copy the answer. Netizens are quite curious about tomorrow's fishing prospects, and with the unfolding of the program's plot, everyone eagerly anticipates the arrival of the next day. Shu He glanced at the date, quietly calculating in his mind. Tomorrow is the first day of the lunar month, an optimal time for fishing. Furthermore, tomorrow at 10 in the morning is also the best time for beachcombing. Not wishing to miss the opportunity, he spoke up about his plans. I have some other matters to attend to tomorrow morning. How about I take you fishing in the afternoon? No problem. The 4 replied in unison. Once back in their rooms, it was the only time they could avoid the cameras. No cameras meant no work. And although the mobile signal on the island was not very good, it could at least satisfy some cravings and offer a moment of personal space. Only Bai Lu seemed displeased. But since Shu He mentioned he had matters to attend to, perhaps it was related to his duties as the island keeper, or perhaps it was a private affair, she thought it inappropriate to inquire in front of everyone. Why not go directly to Shu He's room tonight and ask him in person? Good idea. After all, she has a perfectly suitable excuse. After discussing the arrangements for tomorrow, Shu He left the communal dining hall early, while the others remained to tidy up the remnants of the day. Shu He certainly has a distinct personality, washing his and Bai Lu's plates before departing. Hua Xiao, feigning confusion, deliberately mentioned this and shook his head. Perhaps he thought that since he hadn't dirted the dishes himself, he needn't concern himself with them? Yet, did not Bai Lu also remain to help everyone? Hua Chenyu's words carry an unspoken message. Bai Lu is indifferent. Shu He has already done enough by accompanying her for a day. However, her nonchalant departure inevitably leaves others feeling a sense of imbalance. Shu He has spent time with me today and even cooked for me. He seems a bit exhausted. I could take care of his share. Ironically, this explanation has only exacerbated the frustration among netizens. Initially, they held a favorable impression of his performance today. But this revelation has somewhat tarnished that sentiment. One must not be excessively selfish, dear brother. Regardless of the circumstances, it is a shared environment that requires collective maintenance. Is it not somewhat patriarchal to assume that a woman should bear his responsibilities? Bai Lu seems utterly infatuated, tolerating such behavior. I believe Shu He has done nothing wrong. He has fulfilled his obligations, and it is not his fault that the kitchen is in disarray. Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu's deliberate provocations are rather distasteful. Shu He's simple gesture has ignited a heated discussion in the comment section. Some deem him selfish, while others argue that he bears no fault, placing the blame instead on Hua, Xiao, and Hua Chenyu. The observation room swiftly recognized the sentiments of the netizens. Yin Lu remarked, in truth, Shu He has done nothing amiss. However, when spending time together, shouldn't there be mutual understanding and assistance? Teacher Xiao Liang, from a male perspective, how do you find Shu He's actions? Xiao Liang stroked his chin. I find nothing inappropriate. I cannot represent the views of all men, but if it were me, I would certainly show some consideration. Jin Jing attempted to defend Shu He, suggesting that he must have been feeling unwell and did not wish to cause concern among others. Her voice grew faint, clearly indicating that even she struggled to convince herself of this imagined excuse. The three guests in the observation room held differing opinions, and for a moment, they were uncertain how to soothe the netizens' emotions, ultimately deciding to shift the live stream to Shu He's location. In the footage, after Shu He exited the restaurant with Godzilla, he did not return directly to his residence, but instead climbed with the dog to the rocks by the beach. Approaching the lighthouse, with a flag fluttered, he solemnly lowered the banner. Godzilla sat beside him, appearing grave, as if fully comprehending the significance of the moment. Chapter 16. No matter how small, it belongs to our nation. Shu He secured the flag and, standing atop the heights, illuminated the desolate island with a spotlight, while the night vision drone captured a panoramic view in accordance with his gaze. Godzilla accompanied Shu He, surveying the island's condition. It remained as diminutive and tranquil as ever. As they observed, the dog yawned in boredom. So he glanced down at it with a smile. What is the matter, Godzilla? Is this deserted island too small for you? Do you find it lacking? Godzilla lowered its head and nudged against Shu He's feet, as if to say, that's not what I meant. You're here. After all, Shu He bent down, stroking from the dog's head to its tail. No matter how small, it is still our country, yes. The dog understood, its heart clear. Godzilla affectionately responded to his gestures, ultimately licking Shu He's hand a couple of times in a pleasing manner. Shu He rose to his feet and placed the flag into the designated room for the island guardian. The interior was exceedingly humble. Although Shu He had tidied it up somewhat, it still fell short of acceptable living conditions. The window was shattered, the walls were mottled, water accumulated on the floor, and mosquitoes buzzed incessantly throughout the space. The only piece of furniture was a bare, hard single bed, missing several planks. In this light, one might argue that the fleeing developer did indeed perform a minor good deed. After securing the flag, Shu He picked up a yellow tennis ball from the ground, tossing it lightly in his hand as he glanced at Godzilla. Shall we have a match? If you win, I will play ball with you. Woof, woof. Godzilla leapt and tumbled in excitement, and Shu He chuckled as he exited the room, aligning himself at the same level as the creature. Ready, set, go. Shu He accelerated towards the rocky edge, employing both hands and feet to scramble down as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Godzilla traversed the terrain effortlessly, soon standing on the beach, looking up at Shu He and cheering, a woof, woof, woof. Upon descending, Shu He burst into laughter. You little rascal. You made it too easy to win again. With that, he hurled the tennis ball far into the distance. Godzilla sprang into the air, twisting mid-flight, pushing his muscles to the limit as he raced toward the ball's trajectory, while Shu He stood still, awaiting the outcome. The chat was silent now. The fervent discussions of earlier had vanished. Instead, Jin Jing was the first to break the stillness in the live stream. I told you Shu He could not possibly be a selfish man. He's going to lower the flag. Yin Lu nodded earnestly beside her. I am truly moved when he said, no matter how small, it is still our country. The production team of the Heartfelt Space program had also gone through numerous approval processes to invite Shu He for filming, which in fact constituted a part of his work. From this perspective, Shu He had completed his duties without neglecting the responsibilities of the island guardian. Xiao Yang observed the playful scene between Shu He and Godzilla, feeling a pang of sentiment. This child spirit is indeed something modern people should learn from. To earnestly fulfill his work in such an environment while entertaining himself, I wonder if he would feel lonely without Godzilla. For the first time, Jin Jing spoke in a subdued tone. Thus, it is said that dogs are humanity's best friends, remaining steadfastly by their master's sides. We misjudged Shu He earlier. Yin Lu looked apologetic. I should not have jumped to conclusions. Shu He is taken good care of by Lu and accomplished what he needed to. I can only offer him my apologies here in the live stream. upon hearing Yin Lu's words. Those in the comment section who had previously criticized Shu He began to express their regret. After watching the variety show all afternoon, I forgot he also had to balance the responsibilities of the Island Guardian. I take back what I said. I am so sorry, handsome. It is no wonder he hurried out of the dining hall. Any delay would mean the sun would fully set, jeopardizing the flag-lowering ceremony. How could I have been so foolish to speak ill of Shu He? Such a patriotic and handsome young man made me lose my composure. Indeed, no matter how small, it is still our country. If there were no individuals like Shu He to safeguard our border islands, our territory would likely face continual encroachment. Now, a question arises. Are there weapons on the uninhabited island? The hen, it seems, has some that do and some that do not. Why is my focus solely on the phenomenon of Godzilla's transformation? Climbing trees like a cat, foraging for truffles like a pig, scaling mountains like a monkey, and even contemplating like a human. Even the genetically enhanced Captain America would bow before Godzilla. I find immense joy in the life of Shu He. Serious, responsible, tranquil, and delightfully happy. Godzilla has returned the ball to Shu He, and in a fit of excitement, it leaps toward him. Shu He tosses the tennis ball once more, just as a few others emerge from the restaurant, witnessing this lively scene. Oh, not even helping us clean up, just playing with the dog. Hua Xiao remarks, dusting off some grease from his clothes. Heba feels a hint of provocation in Hua Xiao's tone and attempts to divert the conversation. It's completely dark now. If it weren't for the spotlight, one might find it quite disorienting. This statement draws everyone's attention to the spotlight illuminating the rocks. Bai Lu notices that the flag, which had been flying high this morning, is now gone. Shu He, did you just lower the flag? Indeed, Shu He replies without turning around, ever ready to greet the returning Godzilla. Yang Xiaoyue rises on her toes to gaze in the direction of the spotlight. So, Shu He wasn't fleeing at the last moment. Not only did he lower the flag, but he also activated the lighting for us and played with Godzilla. Just as Shu He is nearly knocked over by the bounding Godzilla, he steadies himself and clarifies, I didn't activate the spotlight for you. I was merely alerting the fishing boats to avoid the reefs. However, what do you mean by fleeing at the last moment? Hua Xiao, and watching you appear quite unnerved by Shu He's inquiry. In his efforts to fulfill his duties for the island, Shu He departed the restaurant, only to be branded as selfish by them. This situation had already been broadcast live, and he wondered if netizens were criticizing the two. Hua Xiao rubbed his hands together and approached Shu He. My sincerest apologies. There was just a small misunderstanding. We thought you had fled to avoid cleaning the restaurant. Watching you found Hua Xiao's demeanor rather peculiar. Shu He, the seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, maintained control of the situation rather than apologize to an ordinary person. However, after years in the industry, he quickly discerned the truth. Sacred work should not be subject to malicious interpretation, and they had both stepped on a landmine. A true gentleman knows when to bend. What is a mere apology when it comes to preserving a lucrative job? Shu He, I truly apologize. I misunderstood you as well. Hua beams brightly, and Shu He casually waves his hand, uninterested in nitpicking others' trivialities. I thought it was no big deal. Godzilla examines the three of them, seemingly displeased with the situation. It snatches the tennis ball from Shu He's hand and approaches Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, staring intently at them. The two men feel somewhat odd under Godzilla's gaze. Could it be that Godzilla wishes to play ball with them? Has the sun risen from the west? A smile spreads across Hua Xiao's face. Is Godzilla accepting our apology on behalf of Shu He? Must it be expressed in a playful manner? I'm utterly taken aback. Come on. Godzilla, my brother Hua, and I will play with you. With that, he reached out his hand towards Godzilla's mouth, attempting to retrieve the tennis ball. Yet, Godzilla not only refused, but also made an exceedingly provocative gesture. Chapter 17. The sister must take the initiative with the brother. Godzilla vigorously shook its head, sending the tennis ball flying in the opposite direction. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Shouldn't a game of tennis involve a human throwing the ball for the dog to retrieve? Godzilla seemed to have reversed the roles, behaving as if it were human. Who would have thought Godzilla could be so fierce, typically so obedient? When faced with Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, it actually expected them to fetch the ball it had thrown. While the offense was minimal, the humiliation was profound. However, if those two could indeed go fetch the ball, I would forgive them for their earlier slanders against the Island Guardian. I have made up my mind. I shall also raise a Chinese rural dog. When faced with any unpleasantness, before I even react, my dog will take the initiative to seek revenge. Chinese rural dogs are truly delightful. They possess great stamina, are intelligent and loyal, free from hereditary ailments. Their only drawback is that they are too easy to care for. Let's not deify Godzilla too much. What ill intentions could a dog possibly harbor? It merely seeks someone to play ball with. This is undeniably true, yet Hua Hua and Hua Xiao wore expressions that were rather grim, leading to much amusement. The dog employed a straightforward tactic. One must inquire how to respond. The two men faced Godzilla's eager yet challenging gaze, feeling awkward and unsure of where to place their hands. To abstain would make them appear petty, yet Godzilla simply wished to play ball. While they elevated the situation to another level, complicating matters further. However, to comply would be utterly absurd. Traditionally, it is the humans who walk the dogs. When has a dog ever walked a human? If they were to become the subject of ridicule, how could they maintain their dignity? Hua Xiao, who usually feigned calmness, now uncharacteristically scratched the back of his head, forcing a strained smile. Godzilla, was that intentional? His inquiry was likely a means to provide himself with an escape. How could a dog comprehend human language? Should Godzilla remain unresponsive, he could then rationalize. It was not intentional. It merely wished to play ball. Thus, retrieving the ball would not be too embarrassing. To their surprise, Godzilla, with a glint of mischief in its eye, responded instantaneously. Woof. It was intentional. It even mimicked a nod like a human. Hua Xiao exhaled a long breath, exasperated. This clever dog was almost speaking human. Was it trying to drive him mad? Regardless of the outcome, he was in a precarious situation. It would be better to handle the situation gracefully. Wasn't it merely a matter of creating a smooth exit for oneself? As a professional supporter, could he not handle such trivial matters? Godzilla is truly clever. It even knows how to joke. To reward you, I shall retrieve the ball for you to play with. As Hua Xiao trudged laboriously along the soft, sandy beach, he approached the ball step by step, inwardly cursing. This dog truly deserves its reputation, having feasted on black truffles. It can toss the ball so far with just its mouth. Godzilla observed Hua Xiao's retreating figure and then glanced to Hua Chenyu, who, realizing the situation, hastily followed suit. The two retrieved the ball and returned it to Godzilla's presence, who promptly picked it up and threw it once more. Hua Chenyu could no longer maintain his composure. Yet he understood that engaging in this manner was the only way to divert attention from the previously skewed rhythm and alleviate the audience's discontent. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Life on the island is truly delightful, well-fed and well-hydrated, and one can also engage in physical exercise. I adore dogs. This is just the perfect way to digest." No sooner had he spoken than his stomach emitted a loud growl. Having eaten an early dinner and feeling too shy to ask for the female guest coconuts, he now found himself expending energy alongside the dog, to the point of nearly fainting. He truly could not fathom how much longer he could endure such a life. The two of them shakily returned the ball, only to see Godzilla prepare to throw again. Shu He sharply interjected, "Enough, Godzilla. You aren't even running. Let us save the play for tomorrow." Observing Godzilla reluctantly spit out the ball, Shu He revealed a satisfied smile. He did not wish to deprive Godzilla of its fun. But on one hand, the dog's erratic gaze made him wary of potential mischief, and on the other, everyone had heard Hua Chenyu's stomach growl. The silence that followed was merely out of awkwardness. If Godzilla were allowed to play for a few more rounds, Hua Chenyu, with his small stature, might truly faint, which would then waste precious medical resources. The others had brought their own provisions, so it would be better for him to return and have a bite after a good rest. He would surely feel better. Seeing Shu He speak, Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu smiled reassuringly, though gratitude welled up in their hearts. Hua Xiao hurriedly suggested, "Let us call it a day. We're all quite exhausted after just arriving on the island. Tomorrow, we can go fishing together." As the group dispersed, the three female guests huddled together, whispering as they made their way back. Reba remarked, "Was Godzilla being intentional?" Yang Xiaoyu replied, "It seems so." The dog even acknowledged it. Godzilla truly protects its owner. I wish I could take it home. Then who would dare bully me? At that moment, Reba noticed Bai Lu, who had fallen silent after parting from Shu He, and curiously asked, "Bai Lu, why have you gone quiet since separating from Shu He? Can't you bear a minute apart? Why not pretend to be scared tonight and stay over at his place?" Upon hearing Reba's teasing, Bai Lu playfully smacked her with a white shirt in her hand, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm merely planning for tomorrow." Yang Tao Yu timid in. ISNT that the shirt Shu He wore this morning? Oh no, you aren't thinking of going back to hug his shirt to sleep? Are you? Ha ha ha. Bai Lu's face flushed with embarrassment from her friend's teasing. You two are insufferable. So he got his shirt dirty while pretending to be a black truffle. I'm just going to wash it for him. The dialogue resembles that of a couple who have embraced the idyllic life of an island, engaging in a playful banter that leaves Bai Lu at a loss for words. Upon raising her gaze, she finds the room before her. Oomph. You two are quite the characters. I shall return and ignore you both. Off to wash clothes for my man. Laughter erupts from Reba, who is amused by Yang Chuyue's peculiar tone, while Bai Lu, feeling slightly embarrassed yet sweetly flattered, leaps onto the bed and covers her head with a quilt. As she retrieves her phone, she searches the room for a signal. After a brief moment, a notification chimes. It is a message from her dear friend, Dandan. By Mingyan. The new dating show is absolutely captivating. Everyone believes you've performed splendidly. The fan count has surged by over 100,000. I hope you can fulfill the tasks assigned by the sisterhood. Main task, capture the heart of the high-quality man, Shu He. You two are simply irresistible together. Side task, once the show concludes, arrange for me to meet the real Shu He. I'm itching with anticipation. Don't worry. I'll one-tea steal him away. Bai Lu chuckles at Dandan's messages, recalling how this steadfast friend remained by her side during her darkest days. They had made a pact that whoever became wealthy first would support the other. And Bai Lu's sudden rise to fame enabled her to honor that promise by inviting Dandan to be her assistant. With Bai Lu's assistance, Dandan also achieved financial independence. In both professional and personal realms, Dandan is Bai Lu's most trusted confidant. Bai Lu replies, this task is quite challenging. While I sense that Shu He does not harbor any disdain for me, I cannot ascertain if he holds any affection. Do you have any clever strategies? Dandan quickly responds. Are you serious? Clever strategies? What a joke. You are the nationwide goddess, Bai Lu. Why do you feel inferior when it comes to Shu He? Nevertheless, if you wish to win over his heart, you must be bold and proactive. Wink. Bai Lu's arms ache from the effort, and she simply replies, understood. Truly, a best friend sees eye to eye with you. Encouraged, she places her phone aside and rushes to the bathroom to wash Shu He's clothes. After twisting and wringing, the shirt is finally half dry. She tidies her hair, touches up her makeup, and steps out of the room. Chapter 18. Bai Lu, you cannot deliver it yourself. The live broadcast shows an empty beach, with even Godzilla trailing behind Shu He as he returns to the room. The audience, watching the lights flicker on and listening to the gentle sound of the waves, feels a sense of wistfulness. The three guests in the observation room begin to bid farewell to the viewers. Yen Lu states, the guests have all returned to rest, and we must also say goodbye. Jin Jing, what are your thoughts on today's performances? Jin Jing replies, I have but one thing to say. I absolutely adore Shu He. Had I known such a charming male guest would be present, I would have signed up myself. In comparison, Hua Xiao is also quite commendable. Though occasionally peculiar in his demeanor, he consistently provides the guests with various resources and advice. Yen Lu nodded and turned to Xiao Yang, inquiring, Mr. Xiao Yang, is this your first time participating in a dating reality show? What are your thoughts? Xiao Yang chuckled. To be honest, I was quite surprised when I was invited. Has the tolerance of entertainment programs reached such heights that someone with my image can serve as an observer on a dating show? However, after watching for a while, I find it quite intriguing. Particularly, Shu He, who has only been on the deserted island for a week, has not only grasped the local circumstances, but has also taken great care of Bai Lu. His adaptability is off the charts. I would rate him 200 out of 100. What struck me most was his ability to distinguish between male and female white-capped, rosy finches at a glance. I was quite astonished. Yen Lu remarked, an outsider may enjoy the spectacle, but an insider sees the subtleties. If it weren't for Mr. Xiao Yang, we would have never known how thoroughly Shu He understands avian life. Now, let's discuss Hua Hua's performance. Jin Jing shifted her gaze, struggling to recall what Hua Hua had done today. Xiao Yang responded, Hua Hua is, well, he's quite adorable. Upon hearing this, Jin Jing stifled a laugh. You say he knows nothing about the entertainment industry, yet he manages to play the role of a water bearer. If he truly understands, this response is worse than saying nothing at all. Jin Jing tactfully redirected the conversation away from Hua Hua's evaluation. I believe the three female guests performed splendidly today. In such an environment, they had no complaints, enjoyed their meals, displayed no pretentiousness, and often helped one another. Super Yu is charmingly straightforward. Reba is very understanding. And Bai Lu is simply remarkable, down-to-earth, genuine, and humorous. Who wouldn't adore such three young ladies? Yin Lu wholeheartedly agreed with Jean Jing's commentary. However, you all seem to have overlooked a dark horse that emerged in our program. Its performance outshone that of the guests. The trio exclaimed in unison, "Godzilla!" Ha! As laughter filled the observation room, the screen gradually dimmed, signaling that it was time to bid goodnight. Yet, the viewers were reluctant to leave the live broadcast. Is this day really over? It was so exciting. I haven't had enough. Don't be disheartened, everyone. This is a 24-hour live stream. I plan to stay up all night watching. Who knows what delightful surprises might unfold in the evening. Sounds intriguing. I shall wait as well. Listening to the sound of the waves is quite relaxing. However, they would only begin fishing the next afternoon. Would they really spend the entire morning waiting? Why not chat to pass the time? Thus, the live chat was filled with over 1 million night owls exchanging messages intermittently. Something's happening, folks. Staying in the live room was indeed the right choice. Is that Bai Lu? What is she up to with her beady eyes? I thought only the male guests would be restless during this long night. I never expected to see Bai Lu waiting. Oh, Goddess Bai Lu. Looking stunning even after a long day. A straightforward comment from a viewer indicated that this was clearly a carefully curated appearance. What is she planning to do? Didn't you hear the conversation among the three girls? Naturally, she's longing for Shu He. Bai Lu, go back. You can only be pursued. You cannot pursue. Crying. As a guest appeared on screen, the viewers were instantly revitalized. White Du stealthily emerged from the room, gently closing the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, she headed in the direction where Shu He was. Having just finished his workout and taken a shower, Shu He felt considerably rejuvenated. Yet he couldn't help but ponder when the system would finally provide the gene serum for human use. Each day was spent striving for survival and physical fitness, somewhat betraying the promise he made to avoid the rat race. However, in this desolate island, even a common cold could prove fatal. As for Godzilla, one could only wonder what fortunate karma it had accumulated in its past life, starting off with a full set of skills. While drying his hair, Shu He thought of Godzilla and stepped out of the bathroom to search for its presence. The little creature was unusually quiet, undoubtedly up to some mischief. Upon entering the living room, he found Godzilla quietly sniffing along the crack of the door, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. Shu He found this curious. When there were disturbances outside, Godzilla typically barked loudly to alert him, but if there was nothing amiss, it would never concern itself with the door crack. Hadn't he provided a special door for it below? Why was it not venturing out to express itself? Just then, Godzilla turned its head towards him. And Shu He realized that previously, when it was just the two of them on the island, Godzilla would always sound the alarm at any sign of disturbance. Now that other guests had arrived, it had caught a whiff of their scent, and since they were familiar, there was no need for a ruckus. Whoever could silence Godzilla was certainly not the two male artists. Could it be that a lady had come to visit at this late hour? Shu He's expression shifted in surprise as he hurriedly dressed. Godzilla's whimpering grew increasingly intense, and Shu He glanced through the peephole. He saw White Du lost in thought, her hand reaching out, then stepping back, only to return again, performing a flurry of movements in mere seconds. Shu He finally comprehended what his teacher used to say. I can see all your little gestures clearly. He chuckled and opened the door directly. What's the matter? White Du. Startled, White Du stammered, her voice hoarse, Shu He, I brought you a shirt. I've washed it. Shu He accepted it. The shirt was still slightly damp, but carried the unique scent of milk that belonged to White Du. Thank you. Standing at the threshold, neither knew what to say. White Du brushed a stray hair behind her ear and asked, Is your room the same as ours? Immediately regretting her words, she wished she could slap herself. How inappropriate. Knocking on someone's door at such a late hour was already quite forward, and her mind had clearly gone blank to utter such a line. Surely Shu He would misconstrue her words as an invitation to enter. At that moment, she wished she could transform into a crab and bury herself in the sand. Shu He, too, was taken aback by her question. Well, it's quite similar. It was designed to be a luxury suite after all. Realizing the implications of her suggestion, he felt his explanation was rather dry. But was it truly appropriate to act differently in front of the camera? What mattered more, the camera or his integrity? Any gentleman would undoubtedly proclaim the answer without hesitation, right? He stepped aside and gestured invitingly. Please come in and take a seat. Chapter 19. the third young lady's nightly visits. Shu He could no longer contain himself as the barrage of comments erupted like popcorn in a hot pot. Goodness, this dating show truly reaches a thrilling peak at night. Is your room similar to ours? He translated. I wish to enter your room and spend a delightful evening with you. Do not speak of me that way, my dear Bailing. She merely made a silly mistake. Shu He, swift and decisive. A role model for us all. Please accept my respect. Oh, splendid. The show has finally arrived. Life is indeed worthwhile. Wait. Another female contestant has emerged. Is that Reba? Does she wish to explore the layout of Hua Xiao's room? Goodness, how times have changed. The ladies have grown bolder. How delightful. Bailing's face flushed crimson at Shu He's invitation. Indeed, Shu He had misunderstood. She hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "It's quite late. I won't go in. I merely wanted to ask, what are your plans for tomorrow morning? Do you need my assistance?" Shu He replied with an "oh," for it would be dishonest to claim he was not disappointed. Tomorrow is the first day of the lunar month. I plan to go tide pooling in the morning. The timing for fishing doesn't need to be too strict. Afternoon works as well. Upon hearing about tide pooling, Bailing immediately forgot her earlier embarrassment. She often enjoyed watching various tide pooling videos on her phone and was curious to know if reality was truly as remarkable. Is tide pooling truly like the videos, where one digs up giant clams from the sand? So he nodded pretty much. However, many videos are fabricated. The reality may not be as optimistic. Tomorrow is the best time of the month. The outcome remains uncertain. Bailing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. May I accompany you? Of course, Shu He readily agreed. Wonderful. Bailing beamed at Shu He, his hair slightly damp, emanating the fresh scent of body wash. If he were to invite her inside, should she accept? Bailing, what are you two up to? A sudden voice from behind interrupted her reverie. She turned to find Reba, burdened with an assortment of items. I am returning Shu He's clothes. What about you? Before Reba could respond, she shot Bailing a knowing glance, then continued. Shu He generously offered us his coconut this morning, and I brought him some snacks from home as a token of gratitude. As she handed them to Shu He one by one, spicy beef jerky, milk curds, snow lotus chili strips, and packaged stir-fried rice noodles. Shu He had already attempted to decline, but Reba was relentless, leaving him no chance to refuse. Soon, he could barely hold all the snacks. Truly, Pundy deserved her title as a foodie. After handling half, Reba stuffed the remainder directly into Bailing's arms, exclaiming, "Everyone shares. Taste the delicacies from my hometown, and don't be overwhelmed by the aroma." As the three exchanged snacks, another female voice called from behind. "Are you all here?" What a lively gathering. As Yang Chaiwa turned around, she approached Shu He, carrying a bag. "Shu He, thank you for the coconut today. I prefer to travel light, only taking essentials. This is my new perfume, a gift for you." With that, she thrust the tote into Shu He's hands. Yang Jinsue was straightforward, yet the perfume seemed of little use to him. "You all should take these back. It's merely a coconut." No. Yang Chaiwa shook her head vigorously. "If you don't accept it, how will I enjoy coconuts in the future?" Reba nodded emphatically. "It's getting late. Let us three return to rest." The three young ladies had completed their tasks, and before darting away, they playfully teased Godzilla. This left Shu He standing at the door, laden with bags, initially believing it to be an act of gratitude. Little did he know that Reba and Yang Jinsue considered themselves long-term coconut tickets. Bailu had also departed. The unpredictability of life, Shu He sighed as he brought Godzilla inside, shutting the door with his foot and placing the items on the table. The snacks were still edible. Yet as for the perfume, he was about to voice his discontent when a surge of survival instincts flooded his mind. Suddenly, Shu He's eyes brightened. The perfume contained a significant amount of alcohol. By combining it with amino acids, sodium carbonate, and acetic acid, he could create a highly effective mosquito repellent. Moreover, the synthetic fragrance within the perfume would render it safe and pleasant to wear. Drawing upon his chemistry knowledge, Shu He discerned the principles of crafting the repellent. The perfume was not entirely useless after all. It was only 9:30 in the evening, too early to retire for the night. Let us get to it. Shu He called to the drowsy Godzilla. Bring out all those stinky fish and shrimp you've been hiding. I'll return you a fresh batch tomorrow. Godzilla, unusually less enthusiastic, hesitated. Even with Shu He's promise of fresh replacements, it felt a pang of reluctance, knowing those were its hard-earned treasures. Despite feasting daily on fresh ingredients, it couldn't entirely forget its hidden stash. Observing Godzilla's demeanor, Shu He, in exasperation, nudged it with his foot. I'll prepare you a chilled coconut. Woof. Godzilla perked up, its four paws lightening as it swiftly darted through its designated door. Each time it munched on a coconut. The taste of splintered wood was no match for a properly peeled one. With fresh seafood and smooth coconuts, this trade was undeniably worthwhile. It had no reason not to part with some stinky fish and shrimp. Shu He gathered several old iron basins and assorted tools, stepping outside to collect dry firewood. Once the pot was set up, he waited for Godzilla to deliver the goods, while also boiling water and peeling coconuts. Observers who hadn't left were curious about his actions. Is Shu He preparing a little feast for himself? Is it because the three young ladies visited him at night, leaving the young man restless? What means could he employ to inform those two male guests that their heads are somewhat green? The imagination of the online audience was indeed boundless. In the evening, Shu He and Bai Lu shared a plate of fried rice, undoubtedly driven by hunger. Yet, had not Pundi just offered him a multitude of snacks? At such a late hour, was it truly necessary to create such a commotion? Could it be that his culinary skills were so exceptional that he looked down upon prepackaged foods? I find it hard to believe that Shu He is that pretentious. Initially, when the island fell silent, many netizens planned to depart, but upon witnessing Shu He emerge from his room to light a fire by the seaside, their curiosity compelled them to linger. Godzilla persistently returned with various foul-smelling fish and rotten shrimp, soon amassing a small mountain by Shu He's feet. This inexplicable behavior attracted a multitude of newcomers. Is this Heartspace? ISNT at a dating show? Why is there a dog caring for its inept owner? Inept? Indeed. Let me clarify for the newcomers. Well, I'm at a loss for words myself. How bizarre. I can almost smell the stench through the screen. Is Shu He truly going to cook with these ingredients? Is he merely playing the victim for show? There's no need to go to such lengths to conserve ingredients. Enough with the wild guesses. Just watch closely. Shu He methodically rinsed the foul fish and shrimp with seawater before placing them in an iron basin, declaring, "No need to dig further." Godzilla sighed in relief as it bit into the coconut flesh Shu He held, slurping the cool, refreshing coconut water from the opening. Once it finished, Shu He began to stir and crush the ingredients in the pot with a hammer. The process of hydrolysis was quite lengthy, prompting viewers to yawn, perplexed by Shu He's intentions. Chapter 20. A night of spring feelings. As the hydrolysis concluded, Shu He removed the impurities from the pot. While waiting for it to cool, he crafted a filtration device from a large mineral water bottle. 2 hours later, he poured the lukewarm, foul-smelling fish and shrimp soup into the contraption and then returned to his room, turning off the lights to sleep, leaving a host of bewildered netizens in the live stream. Brother, could you at least explain what you're doing? How are we supposed to sleep with this going on? At this moment, I found myself yearning for the presence of the Tibetan fox. ISNT Shu He a skilled cook? Could he be concocting some special seasoning? It is possible that after filtering the spoiled seafood soup, the sun's heat would evaporate it, leaving behind crystals in the filtration bottle. These crystals might be some form of seafood flavor enhancer. Now that sounds plausible, but as a student of the chemistry department at Beiping, I surmise these crystals to be amino acids. Does one need a degree to watch a live stream? Amino acids are already surfacing? It has been a decade since I graduated, and dreaming of such chemical components feels like a nightmare. Even if I were reborn, I wouldn't comprehend the world of the academic elite. After a considerable wait, the lights in the 6-room row extinguished entirely, leading everyone to conclude that the night would likely yield no further excitement. Those left wanting more departed the live stream to check the official account for clips from today's program. A total of 20 snippets were released, 13 of which related to Shu He, cooking, climbing coconut trees, taking beautiful photos of Bai Lu, and bringing the dog to lower the flag. Each video garnered millions of views, with the one featuring Bai Lu and Shu He dubbing for the exotic bird receiving 1 million likes. This is a newly aired dating show. ISNT it? The pairing of a comedic female and a comedic male is exceedingly rare. A handsome comedic male is even rarer. Having watched the other videos featuring the charming young man, I am resolutely determined to await the live broadcast tomorrow. The daily interactions between Bai Lu and Shu He are delightful. Bai Lu, haha, Shu He. This marks my 100th viewing. Is this unfamiliar young man a newcomer? I have never heard of him. Why is there so much footage dedicated to Shu He? Hua has performed splendidly indeed. Is the production team excessively favoring this amateur? Does he possess some influential connections? Otherwise, how can a rustic fellow with no social media presence have such a plethora of edited clips? I suggest the skeptics watch the live stream before expressing their disdain. The video has garnered such high popularity that even Shu He's former classmates have stumbled upon it. A classmate of Shu He's now earns a mere $1,800 a month, laughing heartily every day while I rake in over 100,000, lamenting the disparity in how we spend our earnings. To those upstairs, please do not tarnish the reputation of Tsinghua University. I'm also a classmate of Shu He, whose amiable nature is well known. Upon learning that he has ventured to a deserted island, his classmates express admiration, yet none can replicate his journey. Shu He and I share a dormitory. We are all bachelors, and yet he has gone to a deserted island to collaborate with Bai Lu on a dating show. Isn't that infuriating? Goodness, he has stirred a hornet's nest at Tsinghua University. It seems that many who know Shu He have emerged in the comment section, prompting curious individuals to inquire about his contact information. Since his departure to the deserted island, Shu He has been unreachable, leaving these individuals with nothing to show for their efforts. Director Wong, distractedly scrolling through the comments while receiving updates on the live broadcast, feels quite satisfied with the initial half-day statistics. The peak online viewership reached 5 million, and the promotional effect of the short clips related to Shu He has been remarkably successful. Coupled with several individuals planning fishing trips and the anticipation of Shu He and Bai Lu exploring the seaside, along with the mystery of what Shu He is crafting by the shore, Director Wong is convinced that tomorrow's viewership will surpass today's. However, the numerous inquiries from advertisers within just half a day of streaming have taken him by surprise. He suspects that the surge in interest is due to the rising popularity of the Chinese rural dog and black truffle. The latter has completely sold out in the market. While the number of adopted Chinese rural dogs has significantly increased across stray dog shelters in major cities, the Godzilla-like large yellow dogs have been fervently sought after by multiple parties simultaneously, leaving the shelter staff bewildered. The life of a stray dog is often synonymous with tragedy. Even when kind-hearted individuals come to adopt, only the well-known breeds are prioritized, while the large yellow dogs remain largely overlooked. In many people's perceptions, their existence merely serves to accentuate the nobility of imported pedigree dogs. Now, it is astonishing to witness many individuals requesting to adopt large yellow dogs by name. If this trend continues, will these large yellow dogs soon be sent to auction houses? At 6 in the morning, the previously slumbering Shu He suddenly opened his eyes wide. This dream is utterly exhilarating, yet the face of the female lead remains obscured. Who could it be? Bai Lu? The skin was indeed as pale as snow, yet the dimensions remained a mystery to him. If given the chance today, this thought was swiftly extinguished by Shu He as soon as it took root. Was he to appear as a deviant before so many cameras? That was utterly impossible. Perhaps it was last night's inexplicable words from Bai Lu, or the incessant chatter of the third girl at her door. Regardless, such occurrences were commonplace for a normal, mature man. Shu He directly entered the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower, subsequently ascending the rocks to raise the flag under the gentle sunlight. In truth, the daily task of hoisting and lowering the flag was not an obligatory duty for an island guardian. However, barring any extraordinary circumstances, Shu He endeavored to ensure the flag was in sync with the sun's rise and set. The uninhabited island was the most remote part of the motherland, and facing the boundless sea and familiar rainforest and beaches daily inevitably stirred a sense of melancholy. Yet, witnessing the flag fluttering brought a vibrant hue to the deserted island, allowing him to profoundly feel that the island was home, the island was the nation, and a sense of tranquility would wash over him. The viewers in the live stream, oblivious to whether they had stayed up late or risen early, filled the comments with fervor, never pausing for breath. In this moment, everyone solemnly watched Shu He as he slowly raised the flag, no one uttering a word until the ceremony concluded, at which point the chatter resumed. "Good morning, handsome. Listening to the sound of the waves, I accompany you in raising the flag to commence a beautiful day. I stayed up all night, and seeing the flag raised on the uninhabited island fills my heart with exhilaration. Brother Shu, he has finally risen. Can you reveal the truth about that pot of soup?" "What soup?" "It has evaporated into dry powder." Yesterday, someone had elaborated that this was amino acids, claiming that black truffles contained 18 types. Did Shu He truly need to go to such lengths to extract a singular component of amino acids? Although the concentration varied and impurities were inevitable, it could be said that it was not comparable to black truffles. Nevertheless, one must admit that Shu He was somewhat pretentious in this endeavor. If he sought to supplement amino acids through diet, black truffles would suffice. Was complicating simple matters his way of showcasing? At this moment, Shu He approached the bottle of filtered water from yesterday, the droplets slowly seeping through, almost evaporating along the bottle's arm as they fell. Observing that the quantity was nearly sufficient, he temporarily set aside the unfinished portion. He returned to his room, retrieving a bar of soap, cutting and grinding it to create soap water, which he then mixed with the bottle of perfume gifted by Yang Chaoyue, ultimately pouring it into yesterday's iron basin to heat. I intend to boil it dry. Even Baidu Encyclopedia would be perplexed by what he is doing. If you say he intends to eat, he is thrown in soap and perfume. Those in the observation room, along with several other stars on the island, were wide awake while the viewers were questioning, "How can you sleep? Hurry up and ask Brother Shu He what he is doing. I feel as if I might suffocate." Chapter 21. A girl's perception of time. Once again, she brought a pot of broth to a rolling boil, then allowed it to cool before adding a few drops of acetic acid. She poured the mixture into a small mineral water bottle and returned to her room. The live broadcast resumed, now devoid of any spectators, leaving the viewers utterly bewildered. I have surrendered my struggles. Whatever will be, will be. Indeed, the top achievers operate on an entirely different plane from ordinary individuals. I am now convinced he is conducting some enigmatic experiment. Wasn't he that individual named Xiao Xian, an alumnus from Tsinghua University, previously disparaging Shu He? If you are so remarkable, care to enlighten us? Xiao Xian, stop playing dead. I see you in the live stream. You had the audacity to criticize Shu He, so why not speak up? Xiao Xian remained silent, while another viewer, who had previously mentioned sharing a dormitory with Shu He, interjected, "We are all software development majors, not chemistry students." However, combining amino acids with alkaline substances like sodium carbonate and heating them to their boiling point should yield sodium amino acid carbonate, which might serve for everyday cleaning purposes, right? Yet he added acetic acid afterward, and since He possesses soap, cleaning agents are unnecessary. I apologize, but I fail to comprehend this. Am I unworthy of watching this live stream? Perhaps we should collectively urge the production team to have Shu He elucidate what he has been concocting all night. Agreed. We implore the production team to reach out to the guests. We stand in line to plead, unaware of the viewers' growing frustration with his whimsical little experiment. Shu He hummed a tune while affixing the small mineral water bottle to the blades of the room's ceiling fan with tape. The bottle spun rapidly, tracing a blurred circle in the air. Scattered across the floor were various fan components. He recalled seeing on television that children who dismantled appliances like this would earn a thorough scolding from their parents. However, he had never experienced such familial reprimand. The reason for binding the bottle to the fan blades was primarily to separate the broth through the speed of rotation. He was uncertain whether the fan's RPM could meet the requirements, yet maintaining purity was undoubtedly crucial. Given the current conditions, a significant amount of impurities was unavoidable, and to enhance the efficacy of the mosquito repellent, adherence to the preparation process was essential. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 8 o'clock. He ventured into the communal dining area to prepare himself a fried egg and mix Godzilla's dog food before returning to his room to contemplate a brief nap while listening to the satellite broadcast on his phone. According to reports from the Haicheng Marine Monitoring Area on the 16th, staff have recently captured footage of various spotted seals in the waters near Haicheng. This marks the first sighting of spotted seals in Haicheng. Spotted seals are a Class 1 protected wildlife species in our country, with signs of their activity previously observed in Yuanqing 2 years ago. But this is their inaugural appearance in Haicheng. The emergence of the spotted seal contributes significantly to the maintenance of the local marine ecosystem's balance, while also heralding the remarkable achievements in marine ecological restoration and the conservation of fishery resources within our nation. This year, the 9th typhoon, Typhoon Sempaka, tropical storm level, formed in the central region of the Blue Sea, with expectations of a gradual increase in intensity as it approaches the coastal areas from South Haicheng to Yushi, potentially making landfall in the early hours of the coming days before continuing into the Gulf of Guangxi. Local residents are advised to minimize outdoor activities. The majority of the production crew begins their work at 9:30 in the morning. When they saw numerous comments from viewers inquiring about what Shu He was up to, they too were filled with curiosity. Upon reviewing the playback, they observed Shu He tinkering with various pots and containers alongside Godzilla, amid a pile of foul-smelling fish and rotten shrimp. Some speculated that he was mixing a certain chemical substance, which explained the intrigue, as few guardians of the island would engage in chemical experiments on an uninhabited isle. The crew also pondered what he might be researching. They wished to enhance the authenticity and appeal of the show. Thus, they refrained from contacting the guests unless absolutely necessary. Reaching the guests was no simple task. It required locating Station Chief Lee, who would then need to make a satellite call. Just as they were grappling with how to satisfy the audience's curiosity, Shu He emerged from his room carrying a bucket, with Godzilla trailing closely behind, clad in khaki shorts and a lightweight black sun-protective shirt. Topped with a fisherman's hat and sporting canvas shoes, he swiftly arrived at the door of Bai Lu's room. Given Bai Lu's character, if she had finished her preparations early, she would undoubtedly be excitedly seeking out Shu He. However, after 5 minutes had passed, the curtains in Bai Lu's room remained firmly drawn, which caused Shu He some concern. Had she not yet risen? To avoid delaying their tide-chasing adventure, he decided to take the initiative and knock on the door. It seemed that the girl's sense of time adhered to a national standard. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from within called out, "Just a moment. I can't find my mosquito repellent." Thankfully, she was already awake. Shu He shouted back, "I brought the mosquito repellent." Bai Lu replied, "Oh, but I still need to prepare other things for tide chasing." Shu He reassured her, "I got the bucket and everything." Bai Lu countered, "But I see we need gloves for tide chasing, and I don't have any." Shu He replied, "I brought those too." Bai Lu teased, "Well then, let us see how you manage to dawdle this time." Shu He had anticipated this outcome, bringing all the necessary items. Yet, he still underestimated the girl's preparedness. After a brief silence, he helplessly continued, "Just tell me how far along you are." Bai Lu responded, "I'm at the lipstick stage." Well then, he had no idea what that entailed, so he could only gaze aimlessly at the sky. Fortunately, within 3 minutes, Bai Lu emerged from her room. She wore a light blue dress with floral patterns and puffed sleeves, her makeup fresh and refined. However, her choice of half-white stockings was forgivable, but the strappy sandals she wore were quite unexpected, adorable and undeniably alluring. Yet does this attire truly suggest a venture to the seaside? Shu He bore an expression that led Bai Lu to mistakenly believe she was being reprimanded for her tardiness. Flustered, her cheeks flushed, she clasped her hands together, exclaiming, "I assure you, I won't be late next time." Shu He then extended a pair of rubber-soled shoes and gloves, saying, "These shoes were newly purchased by Director Lee and are unworn. They may not fit perfectly, but they are better than nothing. If your feet get caught in the sand, a subsequent step will reveal discomfort beyond mere scent." With that, he placed the rubber shoes on the ground. Bai Lu withdrew a small, delicate foot, ensconced in white stockings, from her sandal, grasped Shu He's arm, and somewhat bashfully slid it into the rubber shoe, saying, "My feet do not have an odor." She then asked, "What will you wear if I don these rubber shoes?" Shu He reassured her, "It's fine. These canvas shoes will suffice." After donning the oversized rubber shoes, Bai Lu waddled like a little duck, clinging to Shu He's arm for support, her steps unsteady. Fortunately, the elastic at the shoe's opening held them in place, alleviating her concern about hindering Shu He. Chapter 22. You call this a little one? At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the observation room made its timely appearance in the live broadcast. The 3 guests this time remained Yen Lu, Jin Jing, and teacher Xiao Yang. Yen Lu greeted the viewers, "Hello, friends in the live stream. The observation room is here to meet you on schedule. First and foremost, I must express my heartfelt gratitude for your support of the Heartfelt Space. This morning at 9 o'clock, our live stream reached an astounding 10 million viewers. Thank you all." The trio applauded in unison. Yen Lu continued, "However, upon my arrival this morning, I discovered something quite intriguing. Shu He's room was rather lively last night." Both Jin Jing and Xiao Yang looked at her in astonishment. Jin Jing queried, "Are you certain that what you are about to share can be broadcasted?" Yen Lu placed a hand over her heart, laughing, "Of course it can. Last night, Ba and Xiao Yu gifted Shu He with treats and perfume as a token of gratitude for helping them pick coconuts. As for Bai Lu, who was grouped with Shu He, her actions were somewhat peculiar. She washed Shu He's clothes and delivered them in the evening. even inquiring about the layout of his room and his plans for the following day. Jean Jing, pressing her fingers to her temples, laughed heartily. It seems evident that while Bai Lu is stunning, her romantic experience is rather limited. Isn't it? Is her infatuation so obvious? Xiao Yang, however, remained unfazed, remarking, I find it unremarkable. So he got his clothes dirty by pretending to be black truffle, and she simply washed and returned them. Yin Lu and Jean Jing exchanged exasperated glances at Xiao Yang, exclaiming, You are remarkably oblivious. A girl's feelings could not be clearer. Jean Jing then stated, I'm nearly convinced about Bai Lu, but what do Ba and Xiao Yu? Can our show facilitate a change in male guests for the group? Yin Lu appeared hesitant, responding, In principle, that is not permissible. If they're unwilling or find the experience unpleasant, however, they may opt to withdraw from the program. Responding to this somewhat disheartening question inevitably dampens the atmosphere. Yin Lu, recalling something, hurriedly spoke. The director of the program just instructed me to ask Teacher Xiao Yang if he knows what Shu He has been up to after working all night. Teacher Xiao Yang, could you enlighten us? Xiao Yang replied, I did indeed view the edited clips earlier. However, this matter does not pertain to the realm of biology, so I must admit my ignorance. Yin Lu responded, Well, since there is a significant demand for this answer, the production team is actively seeking experts in chemistry and wilderness survival to provide clarity. Today, Shu He will accompany Bai Lu to the shore for sea gathering. Let us see what treasures they may uncover. As everyone witnessed the interaction between the two as they set off, discussions ensued. Is it true that Shu He's endeavors require expert consultation? I am truly astonished. Yet, no matter how exceptional one may be, one still finds oneself waiting at the door for a girlfriend. You boys simply do not understand us girls. The more a girl likes someone, the longer her makeup routine takes, resulting in utter chaos on site. Should I be grateful that my girlfriend takes so long to prepare because it shows how much she adores me? Unfortunately, Bai Lu's exquisite makeup and carefully coordinated dress were ill-suited for a day at the shore. Pairing white stockings with rubber-soled shoes was quite the sight. The goddess was merely 3 minutes late, and despite her choice of attire, I could hardly hold it against her. Shu He, despite his meticulous planning, ultimately stumbled in the face of feminine whims. Haha. Shu He resembled the famed teacher in the Legend of the Phoenix, repeatedly stating, I have brought everything, suggesting utility. Yet in reality, it proved to be of little consequence. Why is Hua Hua still lagging behind? The camera has been commandeered by others. Shu He and Bai Lu arrived at the rocky area, where the black, honeycomb-like rocks were relentlessly battered by the waves. At times, they found themselves ankle-deep in water, while at others, they stood upon the sturdy, stone surface. It was at this moment that Bai Lu felt grateful for the rubber-soled shoes Shu He had provided. Otherwise, she could only imagine the slippery predicament she might have faced. Godzilla would occasionally dash into the sea to swim, only to return with various shellfish, flaunting its finds before the pair. Initially, Bai Lu was perplexed, believing Godzilla was gathering items for them. However, every time she reached out, Godzilla would swiftly turn away, seeking a suitable spot to bury its treasures. With a bemused expression, Bai Lu quipped, This Godzilla is playing with me like a child with ice cream. How can it discover so many while we have yet to find anything? Shu He remarked, It has ventured into the sea to catch them, which is against the rules. It will never capture a dog-claw shell. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's face lit up with a proud smile. Exactly. Godzilla will never catch a dog-claw shell. She then expressed her astonishment. Are there really dog-claw shells here? I must be mistaken. The legendary seafood from the depths of hell? Shu He took Bai Lu's hand and pulled her up onto a higher rock. Indeed, dog-claw shells thrive on rocks where the currents are vigorous and have high water quality requirements. This area meets those criteria. Bai Lu, upon hearing Shu He's explanation, was left pondering whether this place was an uninhabited island or a paradise. With black truffles, dog-claw shells, breathtaking scenery, and a boy like Shu He, accompanied by his seemingly omnipotent dog, could it be that Shu He was a celestial being? It certainly seemed that way. Upon this reflection, Bai Lu couldn't help but smile to herself. Shu He observed her expression, inquiring, What are you thinking? Oh, nothing, Bai Lu replied, tilting her head. Shall we go in search of dog-claw snails now? Shu He led her to the edge of a crevice, gradually lowering himself down. There's no rush. They tend to stay in one place and won't wander off. Let's first look for those little creatures that the rising tide has stranded, unable to return home. No sooner had he spoken than he made a discovery. At the bottom of the dim crevice lay a nearly transparent white object. From past experience, this was likely a crab the size of a face. Observing its swaying movements, did it truly think it could escape? Shu He, enduring the pressure of the crevice, slowly extended his arm, and upon feeling his rubber glove grasp a leg, he lifted it despite the friction. It was a huge trash bag, brought up by Shu He with great effort. Bai Lu's initially astonished expression turned to confusion. You call this a little creature? Soon, she comprehended. Shu He, I thought you were working hard to find something valuable, but now I see, you are doing this to protect the ocean. Just as Shu He was about to discard the tattered bag, Bai Lu's words left him somewhat at a loss. He didn't want to throw it away out of a lack of care for the environment. Rather, it was simply infuriating. Chuckling awkwardly, he stuffed the trash bag into a bucket, while Bai Lu patted his shoulder. After watching so many beachcombing videos, you are the most genuine. All you can find is trash. Shu He took her compliment at face value and continued to lean down, scrutinizing beneath the rocky crevice. The comments in the live stream had erupted in laughter. Bai Lu's serious jabs are killing me. Such unintentional insults have a greater impact. Shu He, too, had his day of embarrassment. His original intention had not been to protect the environment, but rather a clear oversight. The most genuine and only able to find trash had emerged as the highlights of the day. Shu He focused intently, soon spotting an orchid crab laboriously making its way below. With its blue-gray markings and massive claws, it appeared to be a succulent male crab. This time, he would not make a mistake. Chapter 23. The Sea King Goes Beachcombing. Shu He zeroed in on the orchid crab's location, and to extend his reach, he turned his head and leaned on the rocky surface, straining to grasp it. Bai Lu, unsure if it was trash or treasure, earnestly placed her hands on her knees, leaning forward to peer into the crevice. Before long, Shu He emerged with a crab that was larger than his palm. Bai Lu's eyes widened in astonishment at the size of the crab he had caught. As Shu He handed it to her, just as she was about to accept it, the crab flailed its large claws, its bulging eyes conveying a fierce resolve, causing her to timidly wave her hands in refusal. Shu He simply placed the crab in the bucket, where it engaged in a fierce struggle with the plastic bag. With such a large male crab, there was no need to catch a second one. As Shu He spoke, she turned and descended the rocks, carefully placing the bucket down before raising her hands to shield Bai Lu. Bai Lu rested her hands on Shu He's sturdy shoulders, yet she was uncertain where to step next. Thus, Shu He embraced her slender waist, and feeling secure, Bai Lu leapt into Shu He's arms, landing softly and pleasantly. The delightful scent and the softness. This figure must surely match the one from my dreams. Having such a stunning and well-proportioned sister accompanying me on this seaside adventure is truly delightful. With their faces so close, they could feel each other's warm breaths. Bai Lu's heart raced, and considering they had only recently become acquainted, she shyly created some distance between them, then feigned calmness and asked, "Where shall we go next?" "Just follow me," Shu He replied. After their intimate contact, holding hands felt increasingly natural. They strolled against the sea breeze, navigating around the rocky area until they reached the nearby beach exposed by the receding tide. Shu He halted before a small mound and pointed to the sand, saying, "There should be cat's eye snails here. They love to burrow in the sand and aren't very clever, making them quite easy to find." Bai Lu, somewhat skeptical, crouched down and inserted her fingers into the damp sand. With a gentle dig, a large cat's eye snail emerged. Her face lit up with joy as she held the plump snail before Shu He, asking, "Is this one edible?" "Of course," Shu He replied, picking up the snail and pressing his thumb against the flesh to extract water. Tiny droplets formed a circle as they sprayed from the snail, and the plump meat gradually shrank into a smaller mass. Bai Lu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "I want to try too. Once this one is cleaned out, let us find another." As they meandered along the beach, they both spotted another small mound simultaneously. Bai Lu dashed over and dug out another snail, mimicking Shu He's method and pressing down vigorously, causing water to splatter everywhere. Bai Lu was at a loss for words. She felt as if the pressure she had accumulated within her heart, the grievances endured since her debut, were being released along with the cascading water. What had once felt heavy now felt remarkably light. This sensation of relief exhilarated her, and she yearned for another go. Seeing her squeeze out a dozen more snails. Shu He felt as if certain shackles within him had been lifted, bringing him a profound sense of ease. Bai Lu, still wanting more, remarked, "That should be enough. This is truly fun. Will we have another chance to hunt for sea creatures?" Indeed, the tide recedes at different times each day. While it may not yield as much as during the first day of the lunar month, there will still be treasures to uncover, Shu He replied, lifting the now somewhat heavy bucket. Having played enough, shall we go look for dog-ass paw snails? Yes, Bai Lu agreed eagerly. Ding! Squeezing cat's eye snails for stress relief. Granting host memories of wild plant identification, wild animal identification, and mastery of crop cultivation skills. As Shu He walked forward, he felt the system rewards being credited. All the wild vegetables and unfamiliar creatures encountered on the deserted island suddenly made sense in his mind. This reward comes at a most opportune moment. The fresh vegetables and compressed vegetable packs in the refrigerator are depleting rapidly. With these newfound memories and skills, I shall no longer worry about the scarcity of fresh fruits and vegetables. Indeed, the rainforest is abundant with vegetation, and I'm certain there are edible varieties. My previous ignorance stemmed from a fear of consuming something harmful, leading me to gather only what I knew to be safe. In summary, there is now no type of flora or fauna, whether soaring in the sky or sprouting from the ground, that I am unaware of. My mastery in crop cultivation is nothing short of extraordinary. It is worth noting that this is a level of expertise that even agricultural specialists from Blue Star would likely refer to me as a mentor. However, I had previously extracted cat's eye snails without receiving any reward. Reflecting on the system's prompt, I realized that my prior consumption had only yielded what I had taken. Unlike Bai Lu, who had indulged in a more bountiful harvest at once. In simpler terms, it was a matter of quantity not meeting the standard. Bai Lu obediently trailed behind me to another rocky area. Before she could spot the dog claw snails, she beheld oysters that bore a striking resemblance to those in the videos. Bai Lu pointed at the rocky surface as though she had discovered a new world. Shu He, I'm becoming quite adept at foraging by the sea. That must be an oyster, right? Indeed, I replied, extending my hand to a protruding rock. With a firm strike, I used a small knife to pry open the shell, revealing the succulent oyster in my grasp. How large! How unappealing! Bai Lu exclaimed, poking it with her finger. Oh, it's slimy. The tender flesh wriggled slightly as I tossed it into the small bucket, remarking, still quite sensitive but delicious. Bai Lu found several more, and before we knew it, we had approached the vicinity of the dog claw snails. However, due to the dense growth, she mistook it for merely eroded rock, indicating that my perspective was still rather limited. Best not to venture over there. It could be quite perilous, I advised as I handed the bucket to Bai Lu, retrieving a screwdriver, a small knife, and a slender iron rod from within. As Bai Lu gazed at the tumultuous waves, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. What if I slip and fall into the sea to be engulfed by the waves? Perhaps we should refrain from foraging. Not to worry, I replied, tightening my shoelaces and cautiously navigating the rocky terrain. Upon reaching the edge of the rocks, I endeavored to withstand the waves' pull, striking and prying, successfully dislodging several dog claw snails. The viewers intently watched the live stream, experiencing moments of tranquility, smiles, and anxiety. The comments flowed in intermittently. Their slime, it's still quite sensitive, smiling. This is so authentic, can't spray, moving on to the next. Such a large flower crab, such plump oysters, and dog claw snails. I'm in tears of envy. Shu He, are you the legendary Sea King? A hug. Sweet treats. So wonderfully sweet. I wish to visit this uninhabited island. It must be open to the public, right? Oh, Yang Jinli's room has opened up. Another guest is awake. Hua Hua has gone over with the guitar. Yay. My Hua Hua is finally going to sing. Wow. Listening to Hua Hua sing by the seaside is simply too romantic. Yang Jinli shall not be enchanted this time. The production team is indeed fortunate. After only 2 days, Hua Hua has already begun to sing. I timidly suggest that perhaps it is better if he refrains from singing. Awkward. Chapter 24. The Harbor Seal Pup. The 3 individuals in the observation room, upon witnessing the bucket filled to the brim, could not help but display expressions of envy. Jean Jing was lost in fantasies about the most delightful ways to savor these seafood treasures. Such plump oysters must be consumed raw. Orchid crabs. I adore the meat of sea crabs. Should we steam them? The collection of dog-ass paw snails is quite a challenge. No wonder they are so expensive. I've yet to experience their flavor. I truly wish to taste them. Xiao Yang, swallowing hard at Jin Jing's remarks, proceeded to enlighten everyone. The dog-esque paw snail is actually the gooseneck barnacle, named thus for its resemblance to a ghostly claw. The meat inside is tender and white, yet its exterior is quite intimidating. One wonders what the first person to consume it was thinking. As for the orchid crab, there is much to say. The differences between male and female crabs are significant. The male crabs boast sweet, succulent flesh, commanding a price that exceeds that of the females by at least 10 yuan. These two are indeed fortunate. My dear friend Erha and I have a fondness for the orchid swimming crab. Yen Lu, chuckling, finally seized the opportunity to interject. So, you and your friend are Tibetan fox and husky? Xiao Yang, precisely indeed. Friends of a feather. In the scene, Shu He and Bai Lu continued their efforts until the bucket could hold no more. In addition to the previously discovered seafood, they also encountered sea urchins, large octopuses, and abalones. Bai Lu struggled to articulate her excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Hunting for the tide is simply delightful." She insisted on personally carrying the bountiful bucket, content to follow Shu He back. Woof, 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 woof. Not long after, an urgent alarm from Godzilla echoed from the other side of the rocks. A special situation. Shu He glanced at Bai Lu, released her hand, signaling that he would go in search of Godzilla. "I shall accompany you." Bai Lu's expression turned serious as she tightly grasped his hand once more. Yang Qiaoyue had actually risen long before, but having finally escaped the camera's gaze, she lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. Unbeknownst to her, the slow rhythm of the waves acted as a lullaby, granting her the most blissful slumber she had ever experienced. If it were possible, she would wish for this program to continue indefinitely. No rules, no enforced schedules, and no need for them to deliberately portray their personas. They simply needed to adapt to the local environment and occasionally conjure some entertaining moments. This was not a daunting task, as she often found that merely expressing her genuine thoughts brought joy to everyone. It seems that sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon. She connected her phone via Bluetooth to her portable speaker, played the song she had previously downloaded, brewed a cup of black coffee, and contentedly began to apply her makeup. Outside, the sound of Hua Chenyu's guitar had already begun, though it was completely drowned out by the commotion within the room. As the lanterns flicker to life, the night remains young, and the passers-by bustle with urgency. I refuse to be overly anxious or blend in with the crowd. Yet, your gaze upon me is captivating, your eyes bright and expressive. I find myself losing my sense of direction, a fervor igniting within my chest, my love for you seemingly endless. I could journey to you every day, every month, every year, for eternity. He closed his eyes, utterly absorbed, his fingers deftly dancing across the strings of his guitar, occasionally tapping the wooden surface. This rendition of Endless Love was one he had meticulously rearranged the previous night, choosing it over his own songs, as none could fully convey his emotions. This song encapsulated the sentiments he wished to share with Yang Jinli. At this moment, Huahua's fans erupted in excitement. Huahua is so talented. He has reinterpreted Endless Love. It's so beautiful. Is that really beautiful? Without the chorus lyrics, I would even recognize it as Endless Love. Silence, haters. Huahua is gracious enough to sing for you, and if you don't appreciate it, then leave. Godzilla, from a distance, seemed to have discovered something intriguing, its roar audible even through the screen. Some people, unable to appreciate the finer nuances, should perhaps listen to barking dogs instead and refrain from being so conspicuous in Huahua's space. Speaking of which, isn't Yang Qiaoyue being a tad impolite? A village girl of lesser education seems unworthy of our Huahua. She has been singing at the door for ages. At the very least, she should have come out to greet him. Yang Qiaoyue likely felt mortified inside, too timid to step outside. Huahua's voice was nearly spent, yet Yang Qiaoyue remained hidden. This seemed rather excessive, especially since he had also resided in that room before. Some constructions were poorly done, rendering it impossible to hear the outside world. Irritated, he stepped forward just as he was about to press his ear against the door. It swung open from within. Yang Jinli emerged, clad in short denim shorts and a loose, sleeveless top, holding a portable speaker blasting "Burn My Calories." No wonder the sweet melodies of his guitar were drowned out. Seeing Huahua standing close to the door with his guitar, a hint of confusion crossed Yang Jinli's face. "What are you doing? Practicing or eavesdropping?" With that, she switched off her speaker. Hua smiled shyly. I just sang for you. He spoke with his head lowered, making it difficult for Yang Qiaoyue to hear. Oh. I couldn't hear anything outside with the speaker on. This was indeed awkward. Why don't you sing? I'll go inside. At this moment, aside from Hua's fans, the online community could no longer contain their amusement. Is Yang Jinli single by choice? This is hilarious. Water sprayed onto the screen as they laughed. It's already quite embarrassing. Please don't go in again. I'm still young and don't want to see you leave after seriously listening to Hua's song with a blank expression. See? She prefers her own music over Hua's. Yang Jinli retorted. Is it only you who can sing? Everyone has released songs. It seems that Yang Jinli's fans are deeply concerned about her romantic future. This girl is clearly infatuated. Hua Chenyu gazed at Yang Qiaoyue before him, feeling as if his heart had been struck by 1,000 blows. Not only had he failed to hear her, but she was now in front of him. And what was the meaning of going inside again? Why had the production team chosen such a formidable female guest for him right at the outset? He even began to question whether Yang Qiaoyue was truly a woman. Perhaps it was better not to go in at all. He chuckled to himself. Just as Hua Chenyu was on the verge of losing his smile, he stubbornly declared, How about I sing another song for you right here? Yang Qiaoyue pondered for a moment and turned to survey the restaurant. I'm a bit hungry. How about we sing while we walk? Hua Chenyu's mind was in turmoil. How could he possibly handle Yang Qiaoyue? Where could he hide his face? With a sweet smile plastered on his face, he apologized. I'm truly sorry. I hadn't considered that. Actually, I'm a bit hungry too. Let us go. We'll sing at the restaurant. All right. Yang Qiaoyue walked alongside him, though her expectations of his singing were rather modest. Instead, her mind was filled with whimsical fantasies of dancing birds. Upon entering the restaurant, it wasn't too long before Reba and Hua Xiao arrived. Hua Xiao intended to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Reba, but she waved him off, saying, Never mind. Hua and Qiaoyue can't cook. Let us just whip up something simple for everyone to eat. Hua Xiao pulled out shrimp and bok choy, while Reba, who had learned to cook rice the day before, planned to make some congee. Unsure if Bai Lu and Shu He would need any, she decided to add a bit more rice, thinking even if they had other delicious food, a staple was still necessary. Yang Qiaoyue was busy arranging bread and washing vegetables, while Hua Chenyu tuned his guitar, preparing to infuse the bustling cooking process with a touch of atmosphere. The light strumming of his guitar filled the air, and the fans in the live stream eagerly awaited him to begin singing. He slowly opened his mouth, and then an urgent situation arose. Shu He had found a baby spotted seal. Chapter 25. Raising a seal? A bit challenging, although everyone in the room was preoccupied with cooking. The sound of the guitar had begun, and listening to Hua Chenyu sing was quite pleasant. Just as he was about to sing, however, a high-pitched, brilliant female voice escaped his lips. Reba and Yang Qiaoyue were left stunned. After a moment of realization, they understood that it was Bai Lu's voice from outside. Shu He? A baby spotted seal? A few keywords strung together failed to form a coherent message. With intense curiosity, they rushed to the door, only to see Bai Lu shouting into the room before hurriedly running towards Shu He's room. Yang Qiaoyue stepped out of the restaurant, asking what is going on. What happened to Shu He? Reba inquired. Where's the baby spotted seal? Hua Chenyu cast a forlorn glance at the door, unable to comprehend why these two girls were so fixated on Shu He. Even if singing today didn't pan out, he couldn't let them steal his thunder again. He leaned his guitar against the wall and stood up, addressing the group. Bai Lu's exaggeration is astounding. Is it really so unusual to find a seal by the seaside? Isn't that an emergency? I believe the real emergency at hand is that Hua Xiao is still cooking for us, and our stomachs are growling. Why don't we fill our bellies and then all go over to take a look? No one paid any attention, including Hua Xiao, as the three individuals craned their necks, gazing into the distance. However, Heba and Yang Qiaoyue could no longer contain their excitement upon spotting Bai Lu and Godzilla rushing out from Shu He's room, and they immediately followed suit in a fervent sprint. Hua Xiao pondered for a moment before trailing behind them, while Hua Chenyu, witnessing the crowd's departure, wore an ashen expression. Was it merely a seal? He had grown accustomed to seeing such creatures on television and mobile screens. Did this creature possess greater worth than his melodious voice? Was it deemed more significant than love itself? Yet, with only himself left in the room, he resignedly made his way over. At that moment, the live stream audience surged past 15 million, with 13 million viewers drawn into Shu He's broadcast upon hearing Bai Lu's call. Shu He and Bai Lu soon found Godzilla, who was perched upon a rocky outcrop, alternately barking furiously and whimpering softly. Its peculiar behavior was unlike anything Shu He had ever witnessed. "Stay here and wait for me. I'm not sure if there's danger, but I'll go check," Shu He said, prompting Bai Lu to reluctantly release his hand, fearing she might complicate matters. With swift strides, Shu He approached Godzilla. Just as he bent down, he heard a plaintive bark. Could it be a puppy had appeared on the island? Observing Shu He's confusion, Godzilla leapt off the rock and dashed away, splashing seawater in its wake. It was only when Shu He reached the spot where Godzilla halted that he discovered a small, gray-furred creature wedged between two rocky walls, struggling to breathe as seawater caused it to sneeze pitifully. Upon noticing Godzilla, the creature emitted a series of sorrowful whines, as if signaling for help. Initially mistaking it for a stray dog, Shu He's recollection of wildlife identification soon dawned upon him. He realized that the rotund body, covered in thick fur, with a smooth, rounded head, large eyes, and a short, broad snout, lacking external ears and a distinct neck, and possessing short limbs. This was in fact a harbor seal pup. In a flurry, he descended from the rock and cautiously approached. As Shu He drew nearer, the chubby little creature blinked its round, grape-like eyes at him with a look of distress, whimpering softly. Bai Lu, witnessing Shu He's descent, frantically scrambled to the spot where Godzilla had been, and upon discovering the grayish-yellow, fuzzy head nestled between the rocks, she exclaimed, "Polar bear." Godzilla cast Bai Lu an admiring glance at her outburst. The drone's camera shifted closer to the harbor seal pup, causing an uproar among the online viewers. "What on earth? This is a harbor seal pup. No, wait. Bai Lu claims it's a polar bear." Was it truly possible that anyone believed Bai Lu's assertion? First, they were not in the Arctic, and a second, polar bears had ears. A quick inquiry confirmed it. Indeed, it was a harbor seal. The presence of fur on these creatures is attributed to the natal hair they carry from their mother during birth. Typically, they give birth in frigid regions, and this fur aids the young ones in keeping warm. However, it is perplexing why this particular one has found itself here. It is trapped between two stones, posing a significant danger. If it remains unnoticed, will it not face starvation? Newly born seals are incapable of swimming, and rising tides could lead to drowning. Oh dear, how lamentable it is for this little creature to be ensnared here. Does Brother Shu He know how to rescue it? The observation room's footage, unable to comprehend why Bai Lu stood upon the rocks, gazing intently, shifted focus back from the rooms of Wachinyu and Yangchaoyue. As the camera followed Bai Lu's line of sight to the rocks below, the three individuals nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. Xiao Yang even momentarily forgot the camera, exclaiming, "Goodness, is that not a spotted seal?" Realizing that an inappropriate exclamation had escaped the live broadcast, Yin Lu quickly intervened. "Is it a spotted seal? I see that netizens are fervently discussing this little one, with Bai Lu even suggesting it could be a polar bear." Xiao Yang's attention remained fixated on the live footage, and he merely replied dismissively to Yin Lu's words, "It cannot be a polar bear. This is clearly a pup of a spotted seal." He expressed uncertainty about how it ended up here, but he recalled hearing on the news today about sightings of spotted seals near Haicheng. He had been contemplating whether to visit the area locally, only to unexpectedly encounter it in a dating show first. Upon finishing his thought, Xiao Yang displayed a puzzled expression, his brows furrowing. Spotted seals typically give birth in extremely cold regions. The fur on the little seal is designed for warmth. I suspect its mother may have given birth en route to a colder habitat, unable to hold back. What an impatient mother. If it were possible to contact Shu He, it would be best for him to search for the seal mother's whereabouts. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Yin Lu's initial shock gradually transformed into concern. If its mother is not nearby, does Shu He possess the capability to assist the young seal or to nurture it? Xiao Yang regretfully shook his head. The pup is still weaning, which presents a considerable challenge. There are specialized organizations responsible for marine animal rescue. We cannot say that this situation is entirely hopeless. However, on a deserted island, with scarce medical supplies and inadequate equipment, Shu He would lack the professional knowledge required for wildlife rehabilitation. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. They cannot signal for help from this deserted island, and we are not present. We can report this matter to the relevant authorities so that they may take appropriate rescue measures. For the spotted seal is also a Class 1 protected species in our nation. as long as Shu He can retrieve it from the sea. Even if the rescue team cannot arrive promptly, its life should be preserved. Xiao Yang sighed heavily, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Chapter 26. Are all students from Tsinghua this self-assured? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Yin Lu turned to glance at the deputy director of the production team, who vigorously nodded at him and gave a thumbs up, indicating that the team had already made contact with the relevant departments. Yin Lu felt a wave of relief and addressed the audience in the live broadcast. Please do not worry. Conditions on the deserted island are limited. However, our nation's wildlife rescue team has begun preparations. Although the journey may be somewhat long, fortunately, the little cub is not in immediate danger. At this moment, the netizens breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet this sense of ease was short-lived as their hearts were seized once more. Shu He, equipped with tools for beachcombing, diligently dug at the sand surrounding the little creature trapped by the rocks, with Godzilla assisting him. The tiny cub weakly patted Shu He's arm with its little paws, its gaze reflecting pain and despair. Trapped between these two stones, it must be suffering greatly, uncertain of how long it would take to pry the rocks apart. Shu He felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He called out to Bai Lu, "This is a harbor seal pup, and the situation is dire. Have Godzilla open the door and go fetch the first aid kit from my room." Godzilla turned and dashed away, while Bai Lu, momentarily flustered, hurried after him. Shu He continued to pry at the rocks, noticing signs of some looseness. He cast aside his tools and attempted to shift the stones with his hands, but to no avail. Alternating between striking and digging with the tools, he finally exposed a portion of the rock's root. Tensing his muscles, he exerted one last effort and successfully freed the little creature. Oh, choo-choo-choo. The little seal's tail was already scraped and bleeding. The fine strands of blood quickly whisked away by the lapping waves. His knowledge of wildlife rescue informed him that the pup would likely flee in fear the moment it was saved. He raised his hands, ready to grasp the little seal. However, after a considerable time, both he and the seal simply stared at each other, neither moving. Is this little one not afraid of humans? He mused, feeling somewhat redundant in this moment. He spoke to it softly and reached out to scoop the seal into his arms. Wow, the adorable. Plaintive sound could either be a cry of pain or a gesture of gratitude towards Shu He. It was Shu He's first intimate encounter with a seal, and he was taken aback by the texture of its fur, which was surprisingly coarse, and its weight, which was quite substantial. Cradling it on his forearm, the little cub clung tightly with its front flippers, clearly aware that its injured tail should not be touched. It maneuvered its body to keep its tail at a safe distance from Shu He. The little one seemed to value its life quite dearly. Shu He gently tapped its head with his other hand, and the pup stared blankly ahead, blinking its eyes. That forlorn gaze tugged at his heartstrings. It's all right. The medical kit is on its way, and I will tend to your wound shortly. But first, let us find your mother. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Well, since he couldn't understand, he decided to interpret it as an agreement. As Shu He awaited the return of Bai Lu and Godzilla, he diligently surveyed the surrounding environment for any signs of the mother seal's activity. He climbed to a high point on the rocks, scanning the vast expanse of the ocean, but could not spot a single adult spotted seal. Consulting the wildlife guide, he found only 2 words regarding the arrival of the young seal: lost. It seemed that this little creature's presence was indeed a serendipitous occurrence. With no mother in sight, immediate care was imperative. He cradled the young seal and made his way towards the campsite, soon encountering Bai Lu and Godzilla along the way. Upon seeing the seal up close, along with the injury on its tail, Bai Lu and Godzilla instantly adopted expressions of concern. Bai Lu's delicate lips pursed in sympathy. How tragic. Just look at those little eyes. It would surely cry for a long time if scolded. And it's injured too. Shu He took the first aid kit from Bai Lu and gently placed the little seal in her arms, stressing the importance of avoiding its tail. The young seal evidently preferred Bai Lu's soft touch, emitting a series of soft sounds, causing her to feel utterly enchanted. At that moment, the others caught up, with Yang Chaoyue breathlessly exclaiming, "Bai Lu, you're incredible. How can you run as fast as Godzilla? It's exhausting." The exotic beauty of Reba's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the spotted seal in Bai Lu's embrace, momentarily losing her composure. She reached out and playfully tapped the little seal's head. "Don't be afraid, little one. Shu He will take care of you." Hua Xiao, impeccably dressed in formal attire, quickened his pace, slightly amused by Riba's words. Shu He is not a doctor, he retorted dismissively. We should take it back and wait for the rescue team. With a professional smile, he stood tall and addressed the crew. Hello, production team. I have discovered a protected wild animal. Please dispatch a rescue team immediately. We are performers, and Shu He is merely a recent graduate without medical expertise. After taking a deep breath, he calmly prepared to direct the situation. Shu He, carry the seal back. We will follow and monitor the situation. He turned to Bai Lu. What are you doing holding it? You're too weak. What if you inadvertently hurt it? As the group observed Hua Xiao's in action, only Shu He knelt on the ground, opening the first aid kit he had never used before and laying out his sun protection garment. Bai Lu, place it on top. Hua Xiao, watching Shu He's determination, could hardly contain his laughter. Isn't it typical of your university students to be so self-righteous? Do you really believe that your methods will save the seal? Do you know what medications are safe for seals and which ones they might be allergic to? At last, Hua Chenyu arrived, breathless yet aware of Hua Xiao's comments. Shu He, you're being reckless. Quickly find a professional. If anything goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? We certainly cannot. Shu He scrutinized the medications and equipment within the first aid kit with utmost seriousness. Although the items were rudimentary, their combination sufficed. Riba and Yang Chaoyue, observing his unwavering demeanor, felt at a loss. Riba stepped forward, placing her hand on Shu He's shoulder, suggesting, shall I await the rescue team? What if things go awry and it encounters danger? Immersed in his thoughts of treatment strategies, Shu He remained silent. At that moment, Bai Lu emerged, cradling the little seal. Enough of this. Based on my understanding of Shu He, he would not undertake actions without certainty. The little seal's flesh was exposed, leaving it vulnerable. Allowing Shu He to tend to the wound was hardly a significant matter. She gently placed the little seal on the sun protection garment Shu He had prepared. The little creature, believing Bai Lu had abandoned it, stretched out its tiny paws in desperation. This sight melted the hearts of the three young women. However, the observation room and comment section disagreed with their decision. Chapter 27. The wound perfectly treated. Named Jiujiao. Jing Jing had remained silent until she witnessed Shu He preparing to treat the little seal's wound, at which point she could not help but inquire, since the program commenced. My observations of Shu He suggest he is indeed a highly capable individual. However, treating wild animals ought to entail a degree of professionalism, does it not? Little Liang nodded, affirming. In our coastal cities, numerous professional rescue organizations exist. Typically, upon discovering such a situation, one would await the arrival of the rescue team. Yin Lu added, I just confirmed with the production team that the nearest organization to the uninhabited island is in Yuan City. The quickest arrival could take a day and a half to 2 days. If we merely wait for the rescue team, will the little seal be in danger? Little Yang replied, there is indeed some risk. We do not know how long the little seal has been trapped among the rocks, setting aside the risk of infection. Without food, for such an extended period, one cannot predict how long it can endure. The fat content in a seal's mother's milk is substantial. Common sources of nourishment like cow's milk would likely fall short of its nutritional needs. Hearing Little Yang's remarks, netizens began to question Shu He's decision. Experts have stated that an ordinary person cannot successfully rescue a little seal. Can't Shu He simply wait for the rescue team? They noted that Shu He studied software, despite acquiring some knowledge of wildlife due to his time on the uninhabited island. Rescuing was an entirely different matter. They perceived him as youthful and overly self-important. Bai Lu, having spent a few days with Shu He, felt her mind had been cleansed, yet she still chose to support him. With only Bai Lu standing by him, they wondered if he could not consider the opinions of others. However, Little Liang insisted that failing to address the wound would also pose risks. What should be done? At that moment, Shu He was unfazed by the discussions around him. He gently turned the little creature over to ensure its wound would not come into contact with the ground. Through his understanding of the treatment plan, he had acquired the necessary knowledge regarding the required medications and their dosages. Shu He first retrieved hydrogen peroxide and cotton swabs to cleanse the wound and its surroundings. Subsequently, he dampened a medical sponge with iodine and meticulously wiped the area, ensuring that no bacteria capable of inducing infection remained. After sprinkling anti-inflammatory powder onto the little creature's wound, he bandaged it with sterile gauze. Throughout the entire process, the seal pup only flinched slightly due to the stinging sensation, its tail lifting gently as if it understood that Shu He was aiding it, displaying a commendable demeanor. Once the wound had been attended to, Shu He rummaged through the first aid kit in search of suitable anti-inflammatory medication for the young seal. Shu He, are you familiar with their specialized medications? It would be prudent not to be obstinate at this juncture, Hua Xiao remarked, fidgeting and adjusting his glasses, torn between irritation at Shu He's disregard for his directives and genuine concern for the seal pup. I am well aware of the necessary components. Rest assured, Shu He responded, producing a box of ciprofloxacin. He continued, in the past, when treating marine creatures, people primarily relied on quicklime, bleaching powder, calamus, and gallnut. At that time, specialized medications were non-existent. It wasn't until the introduction of pesticides, veterinary drugs, and human medications that specific treatments for marine life emerged. In essence, they comprise merely the most fundamental ingredients. There exists a common belief that these creatures are less precious than humans, leading to a rather rudimentary approach to creating anti-inflammatory medication. Ciprofloxacin is not only more rigorous and efficient than those specialized drugs, but also effectively prevents infection, fully meeting the internal treatment needs of the seal pup. Its wound is merely an abrasion. There is no need for undue alarm. Shu He smiled at Hua Xiao, who remained unconvinced. Do you know the dosage? Shu He broke the tablet in half, replying, yes, half a tablet will suffice. With remarkable swiftness, he pried open the seal pup's mouth and placed the medication deep within its oral cavity. Cough, cough. Woof. The previously docile creature was startled, emitting a sound akin to a bark. Godzilla paused momentarily before approaching to groom the fluff atop the pup's head, offering solace. Seizing the opportunity, while the little one was momentarily dazed by Godzilla's affectionate ministrations, Shu He produced a syringe and administered a rabies vaccine. Several guests were taken aback by his rapid actions, with Wachinyu exclaiming nearby, Shu He, you are being too ruthless. Your movements are excessively coarse. After wiping the remnants of medication from his hands, Shu He lifted the seal pup, stating, what alternative do you propose? Expecting it to voluntarily receive injections and take medicine is unrealistic. In fact, seawater is quite beneficial for their wounds. However, this little creature lacks the strength to swim, necessitating such measures to expedite its recovery. Every medication has its risks. This one time will suffice. He turned to Bai Lu, who was staring in wide-eyed astonishment, his tone softening. Do not worry. We will return and feed it. I assure you the seal pup will be lively and frolicking by tomorrow. I believe in you. Bai Lu affirmed with a nod. With a protective layer, now, over the injury on its tail, the seal pup ceased straining its flipper and, feeling relieved, its large round eyes regained some vitality. Why not name it? Shu He suggested, rising to address Bai Lu. Since it always makes a chirping sound. Shall we call it Jiujiu? Bai Lu's anxious heart was soothed. After joyfully naming the little creature, she became even more convinced that Shu He was indeed correct. As she picked up Shu He's sun protective clothing, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Wait, I almost forgot about our harvest from the sea. With that, she turned and dashed toward the rocky shore where they had been moments ago. Shu He instructed the others to head back, choosing to remain with Bai Lu and Godzilla. A sense of unease lingered among the guests as they walked back in silence. Yang Changwei remarked, is this sufficient? I don't quite understand, but Shu He's rescue techniques appear quite adept. Reba added, Bai Lu trusts him so deeply. We should support Shu He, for he is not the type to feign knowledge without understanding. She expressed her hope for the swift recovery of the little seal, eager to fully engage. At that moment, the two male guests exchanged knowing smirks. Wachinyu scoffed. Is this considered skill? Did you not notice his complete lack of affection for the little seal? Hua Xiao interjected. This young man, Shu He, possesses many admirable qualities, yet he tends to exhibit a touch of arrogance. Relying on his high education, he seems to act impulsively. I wonder how he plans to feed the little seal. Upon returning to the dining area, Huachinyu observed that no one was in the mood for music, and he resigned himself to patiently awaiting the meal. Hua Xiao prepared the dishes swiftly, while Reba served a bowl of well-cooked porridge for everyone, saving the remaining portion for Shu He and Bai Lu in the pot. As the group nearly finished their meal, Shu He entered the restaurant, cradling the little seal, with Bai Lu and Godzilla following closely behind. Yang Chaiyue exclaimed, your group is growing increasingly larger. It resembles a family of 4. Reba rushed over to gently touch the seal's flippers, inquiring about its condition. Is little Jiujiu doing well? I saved some porridge for you. Shu He expressed his gratitude, stating, it is only hungry at the moment, nothing else. Yang Chaoyue approached as well, asking, "Is it still nursing? May I hold it?" Gently, Shu He placed little Jiao in her arms, saying, "You all can play with it for a while. I will fetch it some food." Observing everyone's attention captivated by little Jiao, Bailu could only pour a bucket of seafood into the sink, gazing blankly at the shrimp and crabs in their fierce struggle. In Chapter 28, Training a Professional Rescue Team, Shu He retrieved a medical tube from the first aid kit, disinfected a small knife, and meticulously shaped the tube's opening to be smooth and rounded. After setting the tube aside, he took out deep-sea fish and fish oil prepared for Godzilla from the refrigerator, pouring milk into a mixing bowl and activating the blender. Soon, the appropriate food for Jiao was prepared. Reba curiously eyed the bowl of silvery gray paste, asking, "Is this for Jiao?" "Indeed," Shu He replied, attaching a funnel to the other end of the tube. The fish oil contains ample fats, lecithin, and omega-3. The fish and milk provide protein and calcium. This way, the little one will receive all the necessary nutrients. Reba observed intently as Shu He carefully inserted the tube into the little creature's mouth, while Yang Chaoyue held it still, afraid to move. Suddenly, Hua Chenyu erupted with a loud protest. "Shu He, is it acceptable to treat it so roughly? I can't bear to watch." Yang Chaoyue, slightly annoyed by Hua Chenyu's outburst, replied, "Keep your voice down. Can't you see Shu He is being cautious? There must be a reason for his actions." As Shu He confirmed that the soft tube had reached Jiao's stomach, he cautiously began to pour the previously prepared ingredients into the funnel. Jiao only drank milk, and even when taken to the rescue center, it had to be fed through artificial intubation. His movements were exceedingly gentle. Little Jiao lifted its head with effort, its large eyes wide with a hint of fear, yet its body instinctively cooperated with him. Gradually, the tube was withdrawn, and with a soft burp, Jiao smacked its lips in satisfaction. How well-behaved and understanding it was. Yang Chaoyue affectionately pressed her face against Jiao's head, and as Jiao squinted its eyes and leaned against her, it soon drifted off to sleep. A bubble of snot emerged as it snored, eliciting laughter from the group. Reba playfully pinched its tiny front flippers, glancing joyfully at Yang Chaoyue, while Sui pondered, "What shall we do next?" Noticing Jiao asleep, she lowered her voice. "We will nurture it artificially for 3 to 6 months, after which Godzilla will train it for rewilding. Once it has developed the skills to survive in the wild, we shall release it back into the sea." Shu He approached Bailu, who was holding a sea urchin spine, her attention solely on feeding the little seal. Shu He gently patted her slightly gaunt shoulder, saying, "Let me take over. You keep an eye on Jiao's condition." Bailu nodded in acknowledgement and, along with the other 2 female guests, circled around Jiao. Hua Xiao, with a serious expression, addressed the camera. What just transpired was entirely Shu He's personal action. If there are any consequences, we cannot bear the responsibility. Turning to the 3 young ladies, he added, "You 3 should take a break. Do not let a seal interfere with your afternoon fishing plans. Its name is Jiao. We know." The serene sight of Jiao sleeping brought them comfort, though their responses were somewhat off-topic and distracted. Gao Peng, the captain of the Blue Velvet Rescue Team, was seated in a car heading to Haicheng, watching the live broadcast with a team member. Initially critical of Shu He and worried about the little seal, he finally broke into a smile as Jiao fell asleep. He hadn't anticipated that Shu He would not only manage the wound treatment effectively, but also devise a care plan that adhered completely to the protocols of a professional rescue team. In fact, Shu He's observational skills had enabled him to identify the treatment plan for the little seal, making the rescue team's actions seem somewhat ostentatious in comparison. When Gao Peng saw Shu He attempting to feed the seal himself, a flicker of disdain crossed his mind. He had assumed he would resort to an amateur method, using a spoon to feed the seal milk. To his surprise, Shu He resolved the young seal's nutritional needs with a professional approach. His companion was closely monitoring the show's developments, and, witnessing this scene, could not help but ask, "Boss, has this young man perhaps worked with a rescue team before? He seems more professional than us. Do we even need to go?" This question echoed Gao Peng's own thoughts. Traveling to the uninhabited island required both car and boat, and given that the seal's injuries were not severe, it seemed likely that by the time they arrived, Jiao would be ready to return to the sea. He was not deterred by the troublesome journey. Rather, it was the realization that aside from some tools, the situation at Shu He's location bore little distinction from professional medical treatment. There was no need to go. Just inform the production team to prepare some medical supplies. That individual named Shu, he is far more capable than you. The team member chuckled sheepishly. Boss, I will strive to do my best. I'll contact the production team right now. Just as the team member lifted the phone, the production team called in. Upon learning that the rescue team had decided against proceeding, Director Wang suggested they connect with the live broadcast to clarify the situation for the currently debating netizens. Gao Peng reluctantly agreed, and shortly thereafter, an invitation to connect from the observation room arrived. Hello, this is Yin Lu, the host of Heartspace. May I speak with Captain Gao Peng of the Wildlife Rescue Center? Gao Peng replied, that is correct, it's me. Yin Lu continued, Captain Gao, are you en route to Haicheng? Gao Peng affirmed, yes. Our vehicle is carrying some cages and emergency medical equipment, but these will no longer be of any use. From a live feed, I can see that the little seal, Gio, has already fallen asleep. This indicates its vital signs are stable, its health is improving, and its mood appears quite cheerful. By the time we arrive, it may well have swum away. Yin Lu expressed surprise upon hearing Gao Peng's response. So this means our guest, Shu He, has executed the rescue procedure flawlessly? Gao Peng replied, not only flawlessly, but also with great professionalism. The medication was accurately administered. The dosage was appropriate, and the wrapping and feeding techniques far exceeded those of the team members I brought along. He paused for a moment. Even if it were me in that situation, I would have felt somewhat at a loss. Shu He improvised effectively, providing the most suitable care for Gio, who seems to be quite fond of that environment. Shu He had outlined the subsequent rescue plan on the show, which aligns with our standards. Their environment is more in tune with nature, making it easier for the young seal to adapt. My recommendation is to refrain from any unnecessary interference. Yin Lu nodded with a smile in front of the camera. What do you think we should do next? Gao Peng suggested, if possible, replenish the medical resources expended by Shu He. Professional feeding equipment can be provided, though what Shu He fashioned is sufficient. Prepare additional measles and rabies vaccines. There is nothing else of significance. Oh, after your program concludes, could you kindly inquire if Shu He would be willing to join the Blue Velvet Ocean Wildlife Rescue Center? If he is not interested, would it be possible for him to provide training for my team members on how to reach his level in such emergency rescue situations? This request left Yin Lu momentarily flabbergasted. The original plan was merely for Captain Gao to explain the reason for the rescue team's absence. Who would have anticipated that he would seize the opportunity to recruit someone online? Nevertheless, this request undoubtedly elevated Shu He's stature in Yin Lu's eyes. Very well, Captain Gao, if we manage to contact the guests, we will certainly ask this question on your behalf. Thank you for clarifying our doubts. Goodbye. Gao Peng replied goodbye. The connection was severed, and within the observation room, the three individuals exchanged glances, each harboring a multitude of thoughts, yet struggling to articulate them coherently. Chapter 29. Is this a raid on East Sea Dragon's residence? Whenever the atmosphere became awkward, Yin Lu and Xiao Liang found themselves admiring Jin Jing's quick wit. Jin Jing remarked, I am quite curious as to where our production team has unearthed such a treasure of a young man. You are all aware of my single status. Why not introduce me to such a fine fellow? It was truly a pity. Just moments ago, Yin Lu's mind was blank. But upon hearing Jin Jing's words, he grasped a hosting direction. Haha, Jin Jing, perhaps you should consider directly participating in our dating show next time. Jin Jing feigned exaggerated regret, lowering her gaze. It's too late. There won't be a Shu He in the next episode. I am filled with remorse. Yin Lu chuckled and turned to the camera. I believe everyone in the live broadcast heard Captain Gao Peng's response. Little Gio received professional care on the deserted island. And Shu He, from the very beginning, took the little seal in search of its mother, feeding it later on, all in accordance with professional rescue standards. Moreover, to respect the seal's innate nature, the rescue team and the production team have decided to refrain from interfering with its rehabilitation. The production team is already preparing fresh cow's milk, deep-sea fish oil, various vaccines, and specialized care equipment, which will soon be dispatched to the deserted island to assist Shu He. Please rest assured, Yin Lu, mindful of the dating show's essence, engaged the two guests in a brief interaction. Our program has now been running for a full 24 hours. Let us speculate which of the three couples is most likely to successfully unite. Jin Jing interjected eagerly. It must be Bai Lu and Shu He. Bai Lu has eyes only for Shu He. She continued, pausing for a moment. However, Shu He has thus far displayed only polite and normal behavior. With no apparent signs of being smitten, Xiao Yang shook his head in disagreement. Bai Lu just firmly stood by Shu He despite opposition, which is crucial for a man. Even if the whole world turns against me, your unwavering belief in me matters immensely. Shu He cannot possibly remain unaffected. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, both Yen Lu and Jin Jing appeared somewhat astonished. Yen Lu remarked, "Teacher Xiao Yang, this is the first time I've heard you offer such a serious critique of the program's emotional aspects. In other words, from a male perspective, Bai Lu's steadfastness must have been quite moving for Shu He, correct?" Xiao Yang sheepishly scratched his head. As for whether Shu He is moved, I cannot say. However, if my wife supported me in such a manner, I would be deeply touched. Yen Lu was amused by Xiao Yang's bashful yet sincere remarks. And what are the other two groups? Do you think they stand a chance of successfully uniting? Xiao Yang hesitated, perhaps. Yen Lu's gaze shifted towards Jin Jing, who knew she could not escape scrutiny. Initially, she had reservations about Shu He's actions, but Hua Xiao's condescending tone and Hua Qinyu's overly dramatic demeanor had truly irked her. She perceives that Yang Qianyue has nearly erased Hua Qinyu's presence, while Reba merely exerts herself for the sake of the program. If one were to express their true sentiments, they would likely mirror her own. Yet, how might one articulate this appropriately? I now harbor doubts that Qianyue has yet to unlock the nuances of affection, and Reba continues to maintain a distance from Hua Xiao. Should their attitudes or actions remain unchanged, it seems improbable that success will be within reach from my perspective. Jin Jing's remarks resonate with the sentiments of netizens. However, discussions in the comment section regarding the rescue team's invitation to Shu He remain fervent. Tsinghua does not harbor idlers. Must one studying software also comprehend wildlife rescue? From Captain Gao Peng's words, it appears that Shu He possesses not only understanding, but ample practical experience. Otherwise, how could he possibly exhibit greater professionalism than the members of his own team? Those who criticize the young gentleman for taking himself too seriously, have they recanted their statements or vanished entirely? They have recanted. Indeed, I am one of them. I apologize and beg your forgiveness for my ignorance. I once viewed a video of a rescue center feeding seals, which indeed utilized a soft tube. Shu He, with thoughtful consideration, even rounded the tube's end, a detail that perhaps the rescue team had not contemplated. Otherwise, how could Captain Gao so brazenly recruit talent on the spot? We simply failed to recognize Shu He's exceptional capabilities. The little bird slept soundly in Yang Qianyue's embrace. Its weight was rather considerable. The third lady prepared a cushion for it and gently placed it on the ground. Once settled, they all gazed at it with adoring eyes, their chins resting in their hands. Hua Qinyu and Hua Xiao conversed at the dining table, initially lamenting Shu He's ineffective rescue methods, as the little bird had already fainted, leaving them uncertain of when the rescue team would arrive. The topic soon shifted to the afternoon's fishing plans. Hua Xiao asked, "Do you know what is most feared while fishing?" Hua Qinyu flashed a grin, scratching his head. Afraid that a big fish will drag me into the sea." Hua Xiao scoffed. "Do you really think you novices can catch anything that large? What you should truly fear are the mosquitoes. Just sitting there quietly turns you into a paradise for them. Their incessant buzzing can drive one to madness. In such humid areas as deserted islands, there's also a type of beetle that will ruin your skin wherever it crawls." Hua Qinyu's eyes widened in realization, filled with admiration for Hua Xiao. "I hadn't even considered that. What shall we do?" Hua Xiao casually replied. "That is simple. I brought some floral water, although it could be ineffective at times. Before coming, I researched some wilderness survival skills. Bear Grylls suggests burning dry grass in a tin can to effectively repel mosquitoes. I plan to make one for Reba this afternoon." Watching you raise his hand high. "I want to make one for Sister Qianyue too." Just then, Shu He completed the lunch preparations. He served dish after dish onto the table, and the voices of Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu gradually softened. The steamed egg with sea urchin was adorned with the sea grapes deftly harvested by Shu He, presenting a delightful contrast of golden and emerald hues. The platter of steamed oysters, generously topped with minced garlic and fresh chili, released a tantalizing aroma that enveloped the restaurant as soon as it arrived. The attention of the third lady shifted away from her adorably sleepy posture. Bai Lu exclaimed, "I can smell the food. I'm absolutely famished." Reba chimed in, "With such a lavish seafood spread, I find myself hungry as well." Shu He then brought forth a dish of braised abalone and pork. Yang Qianyue remarked, Is there more? Have you plundered the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Just moments ago, I saw a chaotic mix of kelp and seaweed in your bucket. How did such treasures remain hidden beneath? She playfully questioned. Can you two manage to eat all of this? Should we lend a hand? Bai Lu waved her chopsticks dismissively. Is this too much? The best is yet to come. Chapter 30. Qiao Yue's Tears. Hua Hua listens to the snail. Is there still more? Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu could no longer contain their curiosity. The two male guests swallowed hard while watching Shu He continuously serve more dishes. Hooray! Bai Lu exclaimed excitedly. There are also blue crabs, giant octopus, cat's eye snails, and dog's paw snails. Young Qiao Yue, in awe, couldn't help but pout. You two are rather inconsiderate. Why didn't you invite us to the seaside excursion? Reba nudged her with her elbow. Have you forgotten what I told you? Were you going to be a superfluous light bulb? If that's the case, then so be it. Yang Qiaoyue, tempted beyond measure, abandoned her principles yesterday. I missed the dance of the exotic birds because I feared being a light bulb. Today, I missed the seaside adventure, apart from encountering little Ju Jiao. I have experienced none of the island's delights. As she spoke, her lips began to tremble, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. Bai Lu hurriedly stepped in to comfort her. Shu He and I considered that everyone was quite exhausted on the first day on the island. We agreed to go fishing in the afternoon, and since you all seemed quite agreeable, we refrained from disturbing you in the morning. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Yang Qiaoyue recalled the most restful and sweet sleep she had experienced since her debut the previous night, and her mood began to shift. Observing Yang Qiaoyue's distress, Hua Chenyu rose and draped his arm over her shoulder. How can you say you've experienced nothing enjoyable? I even sang for you today. It's just that you didn't hear it. He proposed, how about we host a cultural soiree tonight, where everyone can sing and dance together? What do you think? Upon hearing the suggestion, Yang Qiaoyue's previously calm spirits plummeted once more. She was inherently a black hole of singing and dancing, and a cultural performance was, in essence, an invitation for her to embarrass herself. She had thought participating in a romantic variety show would allow her to be herself, only to find herself coerced into performing. Memories of being cyberbullied in her girl group due to her lack of basic skills resurfaced vividly, although she feigned indifference. The wounds inflicted by such violent verbal attacks could only be understood by those who had endured them. Yet, she recognized her own shortcomings. Being a public figure came with its burdens, and despite the heartache, she had to bear it all. Time was too short for protests, and Hua Xiao was the first to rise in agreement. Hua Hua's suggestion is splendid. We shall indulge in fishing this afternoon and host a seafood barbecue party in the evening. Everyone should showcase their unique talents to enliven the atmosphere. After all, we are all artists. I shall be the host. Watching you chimed in, I will sing. After a celebratory high five, they turned to Bai Lu and Reba Yang Qiaoyue. Bai Lu hesitantly suggested, I can dance, right? Reba replied, then I shall dance as well. Yang Qiaoyue exclaimed, oh no, I detest artistic performances. All I do is eat. As Yang Qiaoyue released her pent-up grievances, her tears flowed uncontrollably, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Hua Chenyu, in particular, was perplexed by the girl's fragility. Bai Lu proposed perhaps we should forego the artistic performance and simply enjoy the seafood barbecue and some games. Hua Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment, as he genuinely wished for Hua Chenyu to showcase his exceptional vocal prowess, which could surely overshadow Shu He. Furthermore, the joyous ambience of the seaside barbecue performance would undoubtedly foster camaraderie. However, seeing Yang Qiaoyue still sobbing, he conceded, all right, Qiaoyue, let's not be too sensitive. As Bai Lu suggested, we shall skip the artistic performance. How about we play some games, and the loser faces a truth or dare challenge? Yang Qiaoyue was still sniffing and attempting to regulate her emotions. Hua Xiao's sensitivity saddened her, but considering the concessions made by everyone for her sake, she earnestly nodded. I choose truth. Our Qiaoyue is not sensitive. She is the strongest and most beautiful girl in the universe. Bai Lu smiled as she wiped away Qiaoyue's tears. The game hasn't even begun. There's no need to rush your choice. No more tears. Qiaoyue nodded obediently, her gaze drifting toward the dining table. Shu had already set out an array of dishes, including Thai-style curry crab, steamed cat's eye snails with its soul-dipping sauce, spicy stir-fried octopus, cold seaweed salad, and dog claw snails tossed in a congee with a sprinkle of scallions, creating a delightful seafood porridge. With the preparations complete, Shu He took a seat at the table, Chow Yue, don't cry. When feeling down, indulging in delightful food always lifts the spirits. Bai Lu took Chow Yue's hand. Come on. You know Shu He's culinary skills. Young Chow Yue shyly stepped back. We ate so much earlier without waiting for you too. We can't eat yours too, Bai Lu playfully exclaimed, grabbing a piece of cat's eye snail, dipping in sauce, and promptly stuffing it into Chow Yue's mouth. Chow Yue was compelled to chew. The tender, succulent meat burst with the mingling flavors of sour, spicy, salty, and sweet from the dipping sauce. Chow Yue's tears transformed into laughter, a droplet still lingering on her porcelain cheek. Hey, 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 this is so delicious. As if enchanted, her legs carried her to the dining table, and she devoured 3 cat's eye snails in one go. Reba, also shy and hesitant, was similarly offered a snail by Bai Lu. Without even touching the other dishes, the 3 girls finished off the cat's eye snails, leaving only empty shells behind. Hua Xiao gazed upon the sumptuous spread before him. Despite being irresistibly tempted, he murmured with dissatisfaction, "Indeed, it is lavish." Yet many of the preparations leave much to be desired. For instance, sea urchins and oysters are best enjoyed raw to truly preserve their freshest essence. Would you agree? Shu He? Shu He nodded in affirmation. Absolutely. If only we had purple sea urchins, consuming them raw would be ideal, sweet, fragrant, and exquisitely tender. However, today we only have yellow sea urchins, which, when eaten raw, not only possess a fishy taste but also a certain bitterness that many find unpalatable. Bai Lu, hearing this, scooped a spoonful of steamed sea urchin egg into her mouth, exclaiming, "Not bitter at all. It's absolutely delicious." Shu He then offered her a raw oyster, adding, "I ensured to clean it thoroughly of the undigested algae and dark liver, and I also infused it with my homemade cooking wine and ginger." "Thank you, Shu He." Bai Lu replied with a sweet smile. "Another homemade condiment? This time, you must tell me the ingredients." The system rewarded Shu He for his unparalleled culinary skills. At that moment, the preparation had been instinctual, and he found himself too lazy to ponder the details. Just toss a haphazard mix into ordinary cooking wine. Noticing the admiration and adoration in the eyes of the 3 young women, Hua Chenyu interjected, "I just realized you are eating cat's eye snails. When I was a child, feeling quite lonely, my mother told me that if I placed my ear against a snail, I could hear the sound of the waves. I tried it, and it was true. It made me forget my loneliness. I've always believed snails are among the most beautiful things in this world. Yet you all have chosen to steam them." Yang Chaoyu listened intently, wondering if Hua Chenyu's feelings mirrored her own moments ago. She quickly handed him a bag filled with refuse containing cat's eye snail shells, oyster shells, and remnants of crab legs. "Here are plenty of cat's eye snail shells. Take them back and listen to the sound of the waves one by one." Chapter 31. The loneliness of invincibility. Yang Chaoyu's words caused Hua Chenyu's forehead to twitch twice. He looked at the bag of trash and the sincere gaze of Chaoyu, uncertain whether to accept it or not. This situation felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time Godzilla had him pick up a ball. The only difference was that Godzilla had done so intentionally, while Chaoyu was clearly unaware. With trembling hands, Hua Chenyu accepted the bag. Chaoyu, noticing his discomfort, continued with concern, "Is one bag enough?" "Yes, it's sufficient, quite enough," he stammered. Bai Lu and Shu He exchanged glances, simultaneously lowering their heads to suppress their laughter. Ha Ba, reflecting on the most challenging moments of her life, ultimately resorted to shielding her forehead with one hand, though the upward curl of her lips remained unmasked. Hua Xiao rubbed his face with both hands, his mouth contorting into a shape reminiscent of a little yellow duck. "Ha ha ha, Sister Chow, you must be Hua Chenyu's nemesis. The production team surely placed them together with the intention of fostering a romantic connection, right? How could it not be obvious? This exquisitely refined boy would undoubtedly fall head over heels for a girl as strong as Chaoyu." Hua Chenyu remarked, "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. The enchanting Chaoyu has unveiled to me the epitome of late-stage straight male cancer. Yet she is a stunning beauty. Frustrating. I am in dire need of Chaoyu's candid words. I am indifferent. All I can see is the sumptuous seafood feast that Shu He has prepared. Truly, Shu He is an extraordinary chef. The Thai curry crab was made with orchid crabs, and I still long for that exquisite flavor. Having savored both purple and yellow sea urchins, I raise a claw. Chef Shu He spoke nothing but the truth. Properly handling yellow sea urchins indeed requires 2 brushes. Hua Xiao, unable to taste the grapes, laments about them. Doesn't He? I suggest he withdraw from the dating show, as each episode tarnishes his reputation further. Watching you also comes off as rather pretentious, which makes me wince. I do not relish watching him flaunt his talents. Only those who genuinely harbor affection can appreciate the minutiae of life. Alas, it hardly seems filled with love. I recommend hosting a literary soiree. Is it not merely to showcase his singing prowess? Which of the other 3 female guests would willingly participate? Xiao Yu was even brought to tears by the remarks. In Hua, Xiao dared to call her sensitive. Among the 3 male guests, I still favor Shu He the most. However, the upcoming arrangements do not bode well for him. Hua Xiao appears quite adept at fishing, and the evening S-game will require a performance, perfectly suited for Hua Chenyu. Yet, there is little to be done. He simply wishes to leverage his strengths against Shu He's weaknesses. They're all cunning old foxes. The observation room initially sought to capture some highly resonant comments and engage with the live audience, who could hardly keep up with the barrage of comments stirred by mere lunch, making it challenging for them to focus on the key points. Nonetheless, Yin Lu discovered a subtle detail during the interactions between the male and female guests. Did you notice that everyone found Xiao Yu's candor amusing? Yet only Bai Lu and Shu He exchanged glances. Upon her remark, she joyfully looked at Jin Jing and Xiao Yang, who were still gazing at the table laden with food, momentarily taken aback by her words. Yin Lu could only explain, I once encountered a psychological trick suggesting that when uncertain about whether someone is interested in you, observing their reaction to amusing events can be telling. In any given setting, we only pay attention to those we favor the most. Thus, any emotional fluctuation naturally leads to concern for that individual. While all the guests stifled their laughter, only Shu He and Bai Lu shared a glance. Jin Jing suddenly enlightened. Yin Lu, are you implying that they have already developed feelings for each other? Yin Lu nodded vigorously. I believe it is highly likely. Perhaps Shu He has just graduated or lacks romantic experience, hence his reticence. Xiao Yang initially concurred with Yin Lu, but upon hearing the latter part, he laughed. I think you might be overinterpreting. They have already been grouped together. Is it necessary to be overly subtle? Could it not be that their eye contact simply resulted from Bai Lu sitting opposite Shu He? Jin Jing, swaying like seaweed in the breeze, found some truth in Xiao Yang's words. Oh dear, let's not be so hasty. Truly, they have only spent a day together. The deepening of feelings takes time. At first, Yin Lu felt as if she had discovered a new world, yet now she was enveloped in uncertainty. She found herself unable to decipher Shu He's current demeanor and was at a loss for how to continue the conversation between them. Just as she hesitated, a new prompt appeared on the teleprompter below the camera. Yin Lu quickly redirected her attention to it, addressing the audience in the live stream. I wonder if everyone remembers the liquid that Shu He was mixing last night? Our production team, after consulting with experts, has now arrived at an accurate conclusion. The substance he concocted last night was none other than the raw material for mosquito repellent. This component is likely familiar to those who enjoy outdoor activities, as it is the most effective compared to the various mosquito repellent products available on the market. It forms a barrier around the human body, rendering one virtually invisible to mosquitoes. However, even the manufacturers of mosquito repellent products merely purchase this raw material for dilution. While the raw material is not expensive, its preparation is quite intricate, involving considerable chemical knowledge and experimental procedures. Upon completing the teleprompter's content, Xiao Yang also grasped the situation. The raw material for mosquito repellent is also known as DEET. Those of us who often spend time outdoors are indeed familiar with it. Since the sprays produced by manufacturers are priced quite high, my friends and I typically buy the raw material ourselves and mix it with a bit of alcohol or something similar. It is truly astonishing that Shu He could even produce the raw material himself. His ability to integrate outdoor survival skills with chemical knowledge is nothing short of remarkable. What kind of interdisciplinary expertise does one need to possess such creativity? This is a prodigy, truly a prodigy. Xiao Yang's tone grew increasingly fervent, showering praise upon Shu He. To onlookers, it seemed as though Xiao Yang wished to embody a woman and marry Shu He on the spot. Observing Shu He made me feel like an extraneous presence in this world, smiling. At that moment, I found myself almost ready to forgive the peculiar antics of Hua, Xiao, and Hua Chenyu. Any man in Shu He's presence would likely seek to prove himself through him. Can we refrain from condemning all men based on a few? If I were to meet Shu He, I would unreservedly acknowledge him as my brother. Previously, I thought it was absurd to see Shu He tinkering with those items. Now I can only conclude that the invincible are often so solitary that we mere mortals cannot comprehend their actions. It seems we need experts to unveil the answers. Has the employment landscape grown so dire overnight? The island guardian must be a Tsinghua University graduate, skilled in wildlife rescue, capable of concocting chemical raw materials on a deserted island, a culinary virtuoso, and well-versed in various wildlife knowledge. What other surprises does Shu He hold that we are unaware of? It is somewhat reasonable for a scholar to possess such skills, comparatively. His other talents and artistic abilities may be slightly lacking. I suspect that Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu share similar thoughts, which is why they arrange for fishing and parties. Chapter 32. My stomach is swollen from Shu He's cooking. A table laden with seafood delicacies have been thoroughly cleaned. Bai Lu gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. Culinary genius. Shu He is undoubtedly a culinary genius. I have never tasted such exquisite seafood in my life. The curry crab is authentically delightful. The spicy squid is incredibly appetizing, and the dog claw snail lives up to its reputation, tender and sweet. Look, my belly has grown thanks to Shu He. Reba swiftly covered Bai Lu's mouth. Do you think that statement is appropriate? What if someone takes it out of context and deliberately tarnishes your reputation? Bai Lu chuckled as she moved Reba's hand aside. Then let Shu He take responsibility for me. Clearly, Bai Lu's blood sugar had risen from the delicious food, leaving her giddy. Reba realized she could not contain her and decided to clear the table instead. Bai Lu's carefree remark instantly ignited a flurry of comments. This sister is truly unburdened, the fiercest person in the entertainment industry. I hear Bai Lu is not afraid of being misquoted. Perhaps we should help her with some edits, with a mischievous grin. Just 2 lines, look. My belly has grown thanks to Shu He. Then let Shu He take responsibility for me. What is there to edit? It's a dating show. If the two end up together, it's only a matter of time. You're so naughty upstairs. I really like it. Hurry up, you two. With heart-shaped eyes and tongue out. As a member of the Deer Antler team, I should be furious at such jests. But it's Shu He after all. I am Bai Lu's assistant, and no one is answering the program team's calls, nor are there replies to private messages. The guests on the island have no signal. I kindly asked the family to relay the warning from the company to Bai Lu. Eat less. Pay attention to your figure. Additionally, watch your words. Ha 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 ha. Bai Lu has frightened the entertainment company. If anyone is to blame, it's Shu He. We won't say a word. We just want Luo Bao to eat happily and enjoy a sweet romance. Indeed, the entertainment company has no say in this. If they dismiss Bai Lu, she might just become the lady of the deserted island. We want to see Bai Lu as the lady of the island. Shu He protecting the deserted island, and Bai Lu protecting Shu He. The fandom has gone wild. The lady of the island, the conquering lady, grinning while eating popcorn. Quite intriguing. Shu He knew that Godzilla had eaten enough, so he only prepared a bit of supplementary dietary fiber. The other guests joined in clearing the table. Hua Xiao remarked, You all ate so cleanly? It seems Shu He's culinary skills are indeed impressive. Would you like to come and be my personal chef? This question seemed rather condescending, and even Reba, who was in the same group as Hua Xiao, found his repeated attempts to undermine the other guests unacceptable. Why should Shu He, who enjoys a carefree life on the deserted island, deign to be your chef? Upon witnessing Reba's rare display of anger, evidently in defense of Shu He, Hua Xiao felt quite displeased, yet he still spoke softly to Reba. You're overthinking it. I was merely joking. Shu He is my good brother. Shu He chuckled and added to comfort Reba. In truth, being a personal chef for Hua Xiao isn't a bad idea. All standards must meet the highest specifications to match his status. However, he might not be able to afford my services. Hua Xiao perked up. Oh, I can't afford you. Let me hear what you consider high specifications. After a moment of contemplation, Shu He remarked, Every meal must meet the standards befitting a banquet for you. I can also play the suona to enhance the atmosphere. Given your age, we must not neglect the medicinal diet. We need to timely bolster your kidney health. Plain water, though inexpensive, lacks flavor. I shall provide you with something more effervescent. With these specifications, is it unreasonable for me to ask for 1 million a month? Hua Xiao slammed the table in response. Shu He, do you realize where you are? Can you just casually mention such things as effervescent urine? I was referring to beer. Where's your mind wandering? Shu He smirked slightly. Let us agree on something in advance. If you have any peculiar preferences, even 100 million a month won't entice me. By the heavens, do you think you can toy with me? You won't escape unscathed, he retorted, but as the conversation continued, he found himself increasingly outmatched by Shu He's calm demeanor. Although he had initially wished to ignore Hua Xiao, this incessant chatter was relentless. The audience was thoroughly entertained, applauding Shu He's wit. Hua Xiao, having only managed a single rebuttal, soon found himself pushed into another predicament by Shu He. It became clear to him that if this banter continued, Shu He would remain unfazed while he would only grow more foolish. Thus, he suppressed his frustration and redirected the conversation, his expression darkening as he proclaimed, "It was merely a jest. I could never afford a higher brother, Shu He. In truth, I intended for US to engage in a fishing competition this afternoon, as per Director Wang's instructions to organize some activities. How about this, Shu He? The loser will take on the role of chef for the barbecue tonight. Do you agree?" Shu He was not particularly fond of being enveloped in smoke from the barbecue, especially if Hua Xiao's culinary skills were questionable. It would be a pity if he ruined the fish he caught himself. Observing Shu He's demeanor, the others sensed his lack of confidence. Bai Lu promptly interjected, "Each person should eat what they catch. What is the comparison?" Yang Chaoyue chimed in. "Shu He has been busy saving the baby seals and cooking all morning. He will surely be exhausted by the afternoon. Fishing requires endurance and strength, making this competition seem quite unfair." Seeing Shu He's silence, Hua Xiao felt emboldened. "What are you all afraid of? Perhaps I will be the one to lose. While you may not appreciate my other culinary endeavors, seafood barbecues are universally appealing." "Very well, I agree." Given Hua Xiao's declaration, Shu He reluctantly acquiesced. After all, when pressed for time, even compressed biscuits would suffice. Hua Xiao, pleased with Shu He's agreement, wore a cunning smile. "Good brother. Delightful. My seafood barbecue is indeed delectable, though I detest the smell of smoke. I shall not hold back during the fishing. It seems tonight's chef will still be you." At this moment, Bai Lu's disdain for Hua Xiao reached its zenith. "If Shu He loses, I will devour everything he cooks and not allow you a single bite." Hua Xiao scoffed. "Oh, Bai Lu, I am aware of your eagerness, but do try to remain calm. It is best that you and Shu He agree to the terms of the bet. My new fishing rod was a limited edition, purchased for 80,000 yuan. In terms of skill and equipment, I doubt Shu He stands much of a chance. The previous rules established by Shu He were indeed agreed upon, so please calm down." Shu He stood in front of Bai Lu. "Shall we triumph through quantity or weight?" Hua Xiao furrowed his brow, taken aback by the boy's audacity. "Let your strengths prevail. If you have a greater quantity, we will consider that. If your weight is substantial, we shall weigh that. Surely, this cannot be construed as me bullying you?" Shu He readily concurred. Hua Xiao smirked to himself. As Yang Chaoyue had observed, he too had discerned that Shu He was somewhat fatigued. The flag had been raised early in the morning, indicating he must have risen quite early. The morning's endeavor of gathering sea creatures and the exertion of collecting dog-esque claw snails were no small feats. Furthermore, he had assisted in rescuing seals and preparing meals. Although the stamina of youth is not to be underestimated, the physical exertion was indeed considerable. Earlier, when Shu He was mixing dog food for Godzilla, he had already yawned twice. Fishing requires one to sit for prolonged periods, and once a catch is made, it demands both strength and skill. How could he possibly compare himself to Hua Xiao? Suddenly, an odd sound startled Hua Xiao from his reverie, as he felt a tug at his pant leg followed by a ripping sound. Looking down, he was astonished to find that Qiu had awakened. This little creature, who had appeared lethargic just hours earlier, now possessed such vigor. It had even managed to ruin his fine trousers. Could it be that Shu He's method of rescue was truly effective? However, his immediate concern lay with his attire. Is this a joke? Hua Xiao thundered, "We save you, and you tear my pants. Do you have any idea how much these cost? These wild animals are truly ungrateful." In his anger, he momentarily forgot his surroundings, only to remember he was live streaming, prompting him to quickly rephrase, "This truly needs some discipline." Upon witnessing Hua Xiao's fierce demeanor, Qiu, frightened, scrambled away with its short forelimbs. Seeking refuge behind the nearest Reba, its tear-filled eyes glistening with distress as it gazed up at her. Chapter 33. Has Reba left the uninhabited island? The two pairs of large eyes locked in mutual astonishment, one pair of almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief, the other round and glistening with sorrow. Reba could scarcely believe that the Qiu, which had seemed on the brink of death just moments ago, could now scurry about so energetically, having even torn Hua Xiao's pant leg. Its recovery was astonishingly swift, as if it had never required assistance at all. Yang Qiaoyue was equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Is it not like two different creatures? Shu He, are you some kind of miracle worker? The guests on the show were unaware of Captain Gao Peng's earlier critique of Shu He's rescue efforts, but the vibrant little Qiu before them spoke volumes. Ding! The seal pup has successfully progressed toward recovery. The system expresses overwhelming affection, awarding the host with the enduring constitution of a Special Forces soldier and exceptional singing skills. As the system's notification concluded, Shu He immediately felt his previously fatigued body beginning to rejuvenate. Within moments, his vitality returned to its prime state. Moreover, the physique of this special soldier has endowed him with a deeper understanding of the myriad ways to utilize his body, how to climb, how to engage in combat. Most enticing of all is the notion of endurance, implying that he shall no longer succumb to fatigue from strenuous labor. One might say it is a rudimentary version of a genetic serum. The most formidable singing technique, however, hardly captured his attention, for such a skill holds little value for a guardian of the island. Furthermore, he harbors no aspirations to venture into the entertainment industry. Reba gently cradled the little creature, Qiu, that it sought refuge behind her, attempting to offer comfort. Yet, finding appropriate words of solace proved challenging, particularly since it was Qiu who had gnawed on Hua Xiao's pant leg, and Hua Xiao's remarks had been rather excessive. Inwardly, she wished to commend the little one for its audacity, but outwardly, she maintained a semblance of decorum before the camera. That uncle was merely startled by you. He is not scolding you. Who could have anticipated that our little Qiu, previously rather listless, would exhibit such prowess now? With a gentle stroke to Qiu's head, Reba noticed a hint of mirth flickering in the creature's plump lips. Bai Lu and Yang Qiaoyue, having finished washing the dishes, hurried over to inspect Qiu. Yang Qiaoyue remarked, "It seems that aside from the injury, Qiu is entirely robust." Bai Lu added, "Doesn't this validate that the care given to the wound, along with the medication and nourishment provided by Shu He, was indeed exemplary?" Yang Qiaoyue placed a hand on Qiu's petite front flipper, only for Qiu to pull away and then clasp her hand once more. "Goodness, this little one still has the energy to play with me." Shu He's rescue plan is evidently flawless. Addressing the production team, she declared, "You need not send anyone else. Did you hear that?" She waved enthusiastically at the camera, earnestly explaining, "Shu He is absolutely incredible. He seems to understand how to rescue small animals." Qiu is now safe and sound, and in excellent spirits. Upon waking, it even tore Hua Xiao's pant leg. In summary, having Shu He here suffices. We require no experts. Netizens had already surmised that Shu He's rescue plan was without flaw. Witnessing Qiu's earnest explanation, they feigned politeness in their responses, though she herself would not see them. "Thank you," noted. "Wow, had it not been for Qiu's clarification, we would have remained oblivious." Smile. Experts agree with you. No one was concerned about Hua Xiao's pant leg. Sister Qiaoyue even used it to illustrate Qiu's spirited demeanor, laughing and crying. Qiu is still small. If it grows any larger, it might just tear Hua Xiao's trousers completely. Why do I feel that little Qiu exhibits a touch of cunning? Ha! Gnawing on someone else's pants while feigning innocence. Hua Xiao, that oblivious egotist, is precisely the type who deserves to be handled by a clever creature like Qiu. Hua Xiao's face behind the scenes had turned as pale as lime. It was utterly hilarious. Previously, he hosted the show, putting others in uncomfortable positions. Now he gets to experience the feeling of having to endure under the camera's gaze. I recall Shu He mentioning that Qiu's wild training was overseen by Godzilla, right? Goodness, if Qiu grows up, won't it transform into a formidable creature? Qiu is simply adorable. If it were up to me, I could never bear to release it back into the sea. Hua Xiao was acutely aware that his previous remarks had been rather excessive. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure before revealing any telltale signs. Nevertheless, he could not help but sense a subtle shift in the attitudes of those around him. But could he be blamed for this? It was that detestable seal that had ruined his custom-tailored trousers, which had cost him over 20,000. His frustration simmered beneath the surface. After all, the seal had been rescued by Shu He. Should this grievance not be attributed to him? Hua Xiao's thoughts quickly turned to the impending fishing competition. Now that the seal is fine, Shu He, Let us gather our fishing gear and head out to fish. Hua Hua, my tackle is rather specialized. Could you lend me a hand? The three of them approached the entrance of the dining room, ready to retrieve their equipment. When Godzilla dashed forward, barking furiously at Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, who had squeezed in front of Shu He, eager to be the first to exit. Jojo mimicked Godzilla's behavior, barking alongside it until the two men took a step back, allowing Shu He to exit first. Only then did they cease their barking and follow closely behind Shu He. As Hua Xiao stepped out of the door last, a torrent of exasperation filled his mind. It is said that social animals possess a sense of hierarchy. Had he truly fallen below these creatures in their estimation? The three male guests and two small animals departed, leaving only the female guests in the room. Bai Lu slowly approached Reba and remarked, "Your mood seems quite different from when you first arrived. What troubles you?" Yang Chao Yu, upon hearing Bai Lu's inquiry, found it rather perplexing. Did Reba truly feel unwell? To her surprise, Reba nodded. "I no longer wish to be grouped with Hua Xiao, although he has prepared thoroughly and has been quite proactive. I can't shake the feeling that we are simply incompatible. If it comes to that, I might as well leave the deserted island." Reba's statement plunged those who heard it into silence. The show employed a grouping method designed to encourage the guests to assist one another and deepen their understanding. Yet just one day into the experience, Reba could no longer tolerate Hua Xiao. Bai Lu and Yang Chao Yu fully comprehended her sentiments. They had all observed Hua Xiao's behavior over the past 2 days, his tendency to belittle others and flaunt his wealth, coupled with occasional underhanded tactics that were easily discerned by others. Despite the brevity of their time together, his bizarre antics had been relentless, and the near absence of signal on the deserted island meant that they were unaware of the audience's feedback, leaving Hua Xiao oblivious to his shortcomings as he stubbornly persisted down a misguided path. Yang Chao Yu let out a heavy sigh. To be honest, I don't have any special feelings for Hua Hua either, but I don't want to leave the deserted island. Reba wholeheartedly nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the desire to stay on the deserted island, I would have withdrawn long ago. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chao Yu decided to speak candidly to the camera. "Dear production team, could we possibly revise this mechanism? I can't quite figure out how, but at the very least, allow us to stay a bit longer. Please, please." As Reba and Chao Yu joined their hands in prayer, radiating energy towards the camera, their fans were taken aback upon learning that the two were departing the island solely due to their inability to connect with the male guest. This prompted a flurry of messages directed at the production team. Director Wong, upon understanding the dynamics between Reba and Yang Chao Yu, found himself in a quandary. In Chapter 34, titled The 9 million yuan fishing rod, can money not buy it? Reba and Chao Yu had consistently demonstrated remarkable performances since their arrival on the island, not only garnering their own fan base, but also significantly boosting the show's popularity. In contrast, the male guests paired with them seemed rather peculiar. Initially, it was presumed that Hua Chenyu, a musical prodigy adored by female fans, would showcase his allure towards women in this program. However, the charm he exuded on screen appeared to dissipate in the raw reality of live broadcasting, leaving many viewers bewildered by his actions. Moreover, Hua Xiao's conduct was even more outrageous. As a season host, he was invited with the hope that he could alleviate awkward situations. Yet, he seemed more preoccupied with self-aggrandizement and nearly made outrageous comments on camera. Such behavior was far from mere banter. If he were to express derogatory remarks towards animals during the live stream, it could potentially lead to severe repercussions for the show. The notion of departure should not rest upon the female guests. Yet, the male guests remained thoroughly engaged on the island, showing no inclination to leave. Considering that the production team had a shipment of medical supplies to deliver, the solution seemed to lie in this approach. Director Wong summoned the planning team. Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu entered the communal dining area with their bundles, interrupting the heartfelt conversation among the three young ladies. As Hua Xiao noticed Shu He had yet to arrive, he slowed his movements in unpacking the fishing gear. "Why is Shu He taking so long? I even changed into a new pair of pants. Could it be that she's embarrassed to come because her fishing rod is too shabby?" he mused, while distributing the fishing rods in his possession. "Hua Hua, this one is for you and Chao Yu. Though it's old, it's quite handy." Hua Chenyu, unfamiliar with fishing rods, curiously opened the bag, prompting a flurry of comments in the live stream as viewers recognized the fishing rod he held. "Whoa, a Daiwa wave pattern grade. I was curious who would purchase such a 5-figure rod. They were astonished that Hua Xiao would bestow such a rod upon a novice. Is he not afraid of him sinking it in the river? What does a 5-figure fishing rod signify? It represents the pinnacle of high-end products. To have a fishing rod worth 5 figures is to fish for mermaids, isn't it? At this moment, one could truly appreciate the allure of the older gentleman. Curiosity piqued about Hua Xiao's recent purchase. It was observed that the bag seemed to contain a lure rod, one valued over 10,000 and another exceeding 80,000. According to Hua Xiao's standards, the total would indeed approach 200,000 yuan. If Reba were to comprehend the significance of these figures, one might wonder if she would regret her earlier comments. How amusing. One might think that Reba could be attracted to 20,000 yuan fishing gear. Does she truly find herself in need of money? However, one must concede that a refined gentleman is decidedly more practical than a mere impoverished youth who can only toil. After all, the daily expenses of a female celebrity are not insignificant. Should one really be expected to support him after becoming a couple? Ha! It seems I've inadvertently exposed the gold-digging intentions of the green tea type. At this moment, Shu He entered, burdened with fishing gear, and Hua Xiao immediately noticed the bamboo resting on his shoulder. Shu He, are you still living in the Stone Age? Fishing with bamboo? After saying this, he burst into laughter, pushing up his glasses while wiping away tears of mirth. Shu He handed a solid black bag to Bai Lu, weighing the bamboo in his hands. Since you're the one who'll be grilling tonight, I'll just catch a few. I'll ensure my numbers exceed yours, while you can handle the weight. His words left both Hua Xiao and Bai Lu momentarily stunned. Bai Lu opened the bag. Can I catch big fish? Shu He replied. With such a fine rod, how could you not? Hua Xiao paused for a moment, laughing even harder. You think you could defeat me with that bamboo rod? Haven't you heard that taking big strides can lead to missteps? Ha 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 ha. However, his laughter faltered upon seeing the fishing rod in Bai Lu's hands. Ha! Cough cough, he. The rod by Lousy Danner, adorned with rubies. He could hardly believe his eyes and approached slowly to scrutinize the rod that Bai Lu held, the smile vanishing from his face. The shape of his mouth revealed he uttered, "Oh my goodness!" Meanwhile, the comments section erupted with similar exclamations, leaving bewildered netizens in a frenzy. What is so special about this rod? Can someone enlighten us? Lousy Danner, what on earth is that? Please clarify. Forget it. I'll look it up myself. I just searched, and all I can say is, oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen this model by Lousy Danner. Could it be that everyone is mistaken? If it's real, that would be something. It is indeed authentic. The designer of Lousy Danner personally crafted this model to enter the Chinese market. The materials are aerospace grade, and there are 18 rubies embedded in it, with the rod's tip made of gold. The reason you don't recognize it is that it belongs to the money can't by category. Only brand partners and core members are eligible to purchase it. This is truly a rod for catching mermaids. Hua Xiao, in comparison, can only catch low-grade green tea. Is it really that extraordinary? Could the esteemed one provide a straightforward price? $300,000, smiling. 1,900,000 yuan, smiling. Oh my goodness. Now it's clear why everyone is exclaiming in shock. With such a rod, he gives it to Bai Lu while he uses bamboo. My mind suddenly feels light. It must be a sign of cerebral atrophy. Allow me to express the collective sentiment of fishing enthusiasts. We simply wish to watch Shu He fish from our knees. How could a fresh graduate possibly acquire such a rod? This statement inevitably led to speculation regarding Shu He's true identity. Is he an invisible rich second generation? Did he come to this deserted island just for leisure? Is it possible that throughout his 4 years in university, this lad skipped classes daily to earn money to buy this rod? If the sole purpose was to earn money, when would he have acquired his knowledge of wildlife rescue? His exceptional expertise in chemistry and his outdoor skills? The only certainty is that he has never truly dedicated himself to his studies at Tsinghua University. Nonsense. Shu He has never skipped a class. It was he who assisted us with roll calls. Moreover, our entire class is aware that he is an orphan, and he has managed to complete his university education solely through scholarships and financial aid. The logic simply does not hold, and I am genuinely bewildered. Shu He's fishing rod has caused all who understand to falter. Hua Xiao's attempts to showcase his prowess have been ruthlessly crushed by Shu He. Such an expensive and difficult-to-obtain fishing rod is utterly outrageous. The reason Shu He arrived so late was that he had been meticulously inspecting this rod in his room. Before the production team arrived, he would fish daily, and one day he encountered a massive swordfish that took the bait. After a prolonged struggle, Just as he was about to land it, the bamboo rod snapped, and the swordfish launched a fierce attack, nearly resulting in disaster. He knows nothing of fishing rod brands. He simply believes that with his current strength and the rod provided by the system, successfully reeling in that initially arrogant fish should be within reach. Chapter 35. Wade. Is there a fish biting? Hua Xiao fumbled with Shu He's fishing rod, unable to part with it. Even someone as successful as him would feel pained at the thought of purchasing such an item. How could a recently graduated impoverished youth possibly qualify to buy this rod, which is not available for sale? Considering that many styles from Laosi Danner are custom-made, Hua Xiao measured the rod's length and compared it to Shu He to determine its rightful owner. Yang Chaoyue, perplexed by Hua Xiao's bizarre actions, exclaimed, "Stop comparing. I think this rod perfectly matches Shu He's temperament. Regardless of anything else, just these few red stones alongside him instantly exude a sense of luxury." After Hua Xiao's comparisons, Shu He also sensed that this rod, in terms of both length and detailed design, aligned perfectly with his own physique. Could it be that even ergonomics were taken into account? Truly impressive, a product of the system. Hua Xiao found himself at a loss for words and ultimately returned the rod to Bai Lu. "Shu He, do you know much about fishing?" "I suppose so," Shu He replied, uncertain of how to respond. To say he didn't understand would contradict the system's bestowed skills of a master angler, while to claim he did would render him just a novice without the system's rewards. Hua Xiao raised his chin. "How long have you been fishing?" Shu He pondered. "Since the deserted island, about a week." Hua Xiao shook his head in dismay, adopting the tone of someone more experienced. "It's no wonder that you youngsters are so vain. Using such a rod is a complete waste. What if it breaks? Wouldn't that break your heart?" "We disdain equipment enthusiasts." Shu He replied, "Ah, yes. You needn't worry. Today I'm only using a bamboo rod to compete with you. The new rod is for Bai Lu." Hearing this, Hua Xiao's face turned green with anger. He could hardly tolerate Shu He's indifferent and arrogant demeanor. The essence of a bumpkin, no matter how fine the item, would diminish in value once it fell into his hands. Everyone has heard it. When I become serious, do not blame me for being intimidating. Bai Lu impatiently urged, "Let's hurry. Fishing is the main event." The group began to gather their belongings, and Shu He reminded everyone to pay attention to sun protection. The female guests were well equipped with everything from physical to chemical sunscreens, while two male artists, concerned about their on-camera appearances, refused any form of protection. It seemed that Hua Xiao, who appeared to be an avid fisherman, lacked even this basic knowledge. Or perhaps he had never experienced sea fishing and had no profound understanding of the harshness of the island sun. Shu He refrained from further admonishing the two men, as they were all adults. Upon exiting the restaurant, Godzilla and Jiu followed closely behind Shu He. He chose a fishing spot on the rocky outcrop on the opposite side. Bai Lu quickened her pace to join him, asking, "Will there be plenty of fish where we are going?" As they walked, Shu He explained, "Of course. I've been fishing all week on the island and even came up with a catchy rhyme." Bai Lu eagerly requested, "Please teach me. I want to catch big fish too." Shu He casually recited, "Drop the line to find the current. Don't worry about catching fish. Fish when the wind rises, choose the trough when it's calm. At the stone dam, black kites often visit. In the deep trenches and rocky areas, bass gather in abundance." In truth, he had fabricated much of it during his idle time. Remember these few lines, and you'll surely catch fish soon. Bai Lu treated Shu He's words like sacred decrees, repeating them diligently and occasionally glancing up to recall forgotten phrases. Shu He found her earnestness quite endearing. "You don't need to exert yourself so much. It's hard to remember all this. Just remember one thing. Fish where the hook is wasted." "Got it." Bai Lu, not entirely sure what it meant, decided to memorize it nonetheless. Shu He, Reba, and I plan to fish here. Hua Xiao had selected his own fishing spot. Hua Chunyu believed Hua Xiao to be an expert and decided to set his gear down beside him. "Can we fish next to you?" "Yes, but keep it down." At this moment, Hua Xiao's mind was preoccupied with competing against Shu He. This young man was intent on surpassing him in both quantity and weight. It was time to teach him a lesson. "We need to move a bit further ahead." After Shu He said this, he led them onward. Little Jiu, despite his slightly hindered tail fin, was keeping pace with them quite well. Shu He guided the family to a spot not far from Hua Xiao, first spraying himself and Bai Lu with a mosquito repellent made from DEET. Hua Xiao, on the other hand, had prepared a small iron bucket and homemade incense from hay. He stuffed the hay into the bucket, lit it, and swung it around a few times. Wisps of white smoke began to emanate from the top. He placed it on a nearby rock, relatively close to the four of them. He then began to bait the area, scattering feed into the crevices of the wind-sheltered rocks, which was ideal for attracting fish. While Hua Xiao was still preparing, Shu He briefly taught Bai Lu how to let out the line, and the two of them stood quietly with their rods, waiting for a bite. This scene left the viewers in the live stream speechless. Shu He had spoken boldly, yet his posture was decidedly amateurish. Although Hua Xiao's baiting strategy had its flaws, he at least understood the importance of ground baiting. How could Shu He venture forth with Bai Lu without any preparations? It is a pity that Bai Lu possesses such a fine rod. While I can comprehend Shu He's choice of bamboo for himself, it is evident that everyone has their own areas of inadequacy. Nevertheless, being an academic achiever, he is well-versed in theoretical knowledge. The couplet he shared with Bai Lu is indeed worthy of practical application. Earlier, upon seeing the abundant marine fish in the refrigerator, I believe he was quite adept, but it appears that it was merely the result of accumulated stockpiling over time. It cannot be that a struggling student has an excess of stationery, can it? Fishing requires immense patience. Who would waste time with a bamboo rod without some skill? Perhaps due to the island's monotony, the young man can continue fishing indefinitely. In a live stream, the barrage of comments revealed a significant divide. Some viewers still regarded Shu He as a master, wielding a bamboo rod with a grace reminiscent of Jiang Taigong, while others deemed him a complete novice, arguing that he only dared to challenge Hua Xiao due to provocation. However, this divergence did not escalate into a debate. Viewers engaged in a lively discussion instead. In the frame, Hua Chunyu, under Hua Xiao's guidance, cast his line. He stood quietly on the rocks, focusing intently on the bobber on the sea. In contrast to Shu He's group, he and Bai Lu presented a stark image of stature, with Godzilla squatting slightly taller beside Bai Lu, while Chiu, straining to elevate its plush head, still could not overcome its height restrictions. The arrangement of their silhouettes, from large to small, was both endearing and slightly comical. However, most netizens believe that, as a novice, Hua was far more professional in his preparations than Shu He. Just as viewers were about to comment, they noticed that Shu He's rudimentary wooden bobber had inexplicably sunk beneath the water. Could this be a sign of fish biting? Chapter 36. This color is not very friendly to men, Xiao Liang explained to Jin Jing and Yin Lu in the observation room. The bobber sinking does not necessarily indicate a fish is biting. It might have snagged something random, or the bait could have been taken. The rapid descent of Shu He's bobber, in fact, diminishes the likelihood of a catch. Yin Lu found this explanation plausible. Otherwise, with the bamboo and the operations that had drawn criticism from netizens, it would be odd for him to catch anything. Does Xiao Liang enjoy fishing? Xiao Liang, indeed. I once read a survey report stating that the joy fishing brings to men can be equated with the thrill gambling offers to gamblers. Jin Jing appeared to grasp this sentiment. In that case, I think I've begun to understand the allure of fishing. That sense of uncertainty, along with the happiness derived from escaping reality. Could it be that Shu He embraces a philosophy of experience, indifferent to the outcome, thus fishing in such a zen manner? Xiao Liang scratched his face. Perhaps Shu He is a member of the Air Force Brigade? Air Force. Yin Lu, unfamiliar with fishing terminology, responded. The term sounds quite cool. Does it refer to individuals like Shu He who can face the results and processes of fishing with equanimity, regardless of the outcome? If so, I hope all our fishing-loving viewers in the live stream join the Air Force Brigade. Upon hearing these words, the anglers in the live broadcast room immediately sprang into action. Thank you. If you can't articulate, it's best to remain silent. A rather beautiful young lady, yet regrettably endowed with an unfiltered tongue. Xiao Yang's expression froze. The term Air Force refers to those from the north who return empty-handed from fishing. Do you realize how disheartening your blessing has been for many friends? Yin Lu hastily clasped her hands in apology. I'm overly fond of Shu He and mistakenly believe that all descriptors for him would be laudatory. My sincerest apologies, everyone. As she spoke, Yin Lu rose and bowed deeply, her anxiety causing her to forget to cover her heart. A gesture that endeared her to the viewers in the live stream. Never mind. An infatuation with Shu He can render one foolish. I forgive you. This dimension of hers hardly projects intelligence. Please refrain from employing stereotypes to characterize women. Bai Lu is quite charming and possesses intellect as well. What evidence do you have to suggest Bai Lu is intelligent? At present, her thoughts are solely on Shu He. Yen Lu's minor misstep caused many viewers to divert their attention from the fishing guests. Once the commotion subsided, everyone turned to observe that Shu He's fishing rod had already bent. Is there truly a fish? This is astonishingly swift. It's as if everyone has been slapped in the face. Shu He's eyes sparkled as he steadily pulled on the rod. With each vigorous tug, the fish leaped from the water, thrashing about. Bai Lu, hearing the commotion, turned her head towards Shu He, still reciting her rhyme in her mind, only to find that Shu He had already caught the fish. How does this differ from the fishing tale she had previously heard, where one often sat idle for an hour or two without any yield? Could it be that Shu He's fishing skills are genuinely remarkable? Or perhaps he had chosen a prime spot, abundant enough to make the equipment irrelevant? Bai Lu stared in awe as Shu He effortlessly hoisted the rod, bringing forth a large, silver fish that flopped onto the stony surface with a splat. Godzilla, this is a return for you. Godzilla showed no concern for the flailing fish on the ground, swiftly snatching it up and departing. The rapidity of both the fishing and the face-slapping was overwhelming. The anglers who had just organized their thoughts were unable to post their jests about Shu He before his catch was whisked away by Godzilla. This is quite a conundrum. Young man, how can you stand beside Hua Xiao, equipped with limited edition lures? At this moment, it would be more apt to say that all anglers using lures were left in dismay rather than merely Hua Xiao. Is it a large base? It must weigh at least 4 to 5 pounds. Logically speaking, the rod's backbone should be inadequate. How could such a hefty base be caught with such a flimsy rod? If the rod lacks strength, then surely Shu He's own strength compensates, doesn't he it? Shyly, upstairs, please refrain from being so ostentatious. Shu He's earlier maneuver had invigorated the fishing enthusiasts, prompting them to earnestly analyze the situation in the comment section. The key lies in selecting the right location. Shore fishing for sea bass requires attention to the tides. Stagnant water is equally unproductive. I believe that Shu He's handmade bamboo rod has also contributed significantly to our success. Although the reel and float are rather rudimentary, the force applied is not a matter of concern. Ultimately, it is Shu He who truly excels. His affection for Godzilla is evidently boundless. The price of wild sea bass in Haicheng has skyrocketed to 130 yuan per pound. What? That last catch, weighing 4 pounds, saw Godzilla snatch away over 500 yuan? Goodness, that is more than my daily wage. The commotion here is nothing short of lively, and of course, Hua Xiao, not too far away, can hear it all. Frustrated, he repeatedly hisses, drawing in sharp breaths, his short sleeves thoroughly soaked with perspiration. The mosquito-repellent device he crafted has been rendered ineffective by the sea breeze, failing to ward off the pests. The sound of Hua Qingyu's slaps resounds constantly, landing on his arms one moment, then his face the next. Keep it down. Didn't I say no noise? Hua Xiao exclaims weakly. Hua Qingyu, with a resigned "oh," can only shift his slapping into fanning. Whether it is the intensity of the sun or the disorientation from his own actions, he feels a persistent dizziness. Yang Chaiwa notices his pallor and asks, Hua Hua, are you all right? You should really wear a sun hat. Hua Qingyu feigns strength, replying, I'm fine. Shu He has already caught fish. I will surely do so soon. We must remain quiet now. Quiet indeed. Not heeding his words, Chaiwa rushes over to where Shu He and Bai Lu are. I think Hua Hua is about to faint. Is there anything we can do? From a distance, Shu He observes Hua Qingyu's precarious stance atop the rocks, realizing that if he were to faint and fall, it would not be a trivial matter. He hands water to Yang Chaiwa. Wait here. I'll make him some shade. He should stop fishing and sit on the rock to drink some water. Very well. Shu He sets down his fishing rod and heads towards the thicket behind the rocks, pruning branches. In no time, he has woven 2 verdant tree rings. Returning, he hands them to Yang Chaiwa. Make sure Hua Xiao and Hua Qingyu wear these. Otherwise, I will have to terminate this fishing expedition in my capacity as island guardian. This is the first time Yang Chaiwa has witnessed Shu He's seriousness, prompting her to adopt a more earnest demeanor. She takes the tree rings and hastens back to the 2 male guests, employing both persuasive reasoning and stern commands to ensure they were Shu He's creations. Hua Qingyu, pulled along by Chaiwa, reluctantly puts down his rod, leaning against a rock to sit and drink water. Observing their conditions gradually improving, Yang Chaiwa breathes a sigh of relief. Swatting at the insects while saying to Reba, these tree rings may lack aesthetic appeal, but they are quite effective. Reba, initially somewhat tense, bursts into laughter at Chaiwa's remark. So you do recognize that this color is not very flattering for men. Yang Chaoyue raises her head. What can be done when they prioritize style over comfort? Glancing at Shu He, adorned with a fisherman's hat and facial protection, she adds, taking care of oneself prevents adding trouble for others. Just then, both witness Shu He skillfully reeling in his second fish. No way. In the blink of an eye. Another one. Chapter 37. It turns out to be by Lu's fragrance. The rapid succession took Shu He by surprise. It can only be said that his initial judgment was indeed correct. Aside from factors like tides and currents, the location he chose was where Hua Xiao had previously baited, allowing the feed to drift towards him. However, Hua Xiao was unaware that the bait he had been fussing over for half the day had already floated to Shu He's side. Shu He, as before, lifted the fishing rod, observing the splashes in the water, which were not too vigorous. It appeared that this fish was not as plump as the previous one. Sure enough, the small base that surfaced was barely half the size of the last one. Another catch. Bai Lu, watching her motionless float, began to feel disheartened. Jiu, thinking it was finally her turn, opened her little mouth and mimicked Godzilla, flapping about in imitation of a fish's belly. Shu He retrieved the small, fierce base from her mouth and tossed it back into the sea, first comforting Bai Lu. Don't worry. The bait you chose earlier may not be suitable for base. Then, he turned to Jiu, who was still flapping her mouth. This one is too small. Like you, it's just a baby and can't be eaten. I'll get you a bigger one. Both women felt a warmth in their hearts. Bai Lu responded, all right. Jiu barked woof. Shu He utilized his core strength to cast the rod, the float landing in a spot barely discernible to the naked eye. He handed the rod to Bai Lu, while he prepared a new bait and cast the bamboo rod into the sea once more. During the waiting period, there was also a stir on Hua Xiao's side. It must be said that ever since he donned the tree ring, his instincts gradually returned, and as he reeled in slowly, a black sea bream was netted. Hua Xiao stunned it with a stick and displayed it to the three behind him. Hiba and Yang Chaoyue found it quite marvelous, while Hua Chenyu applauded enthusiastically. Indeed, Hua Xiao's speed was commendable, yet his professional fishing rod could not surpass Shu He, and thus the surprise felt somewhat diminished. It seemed that his bait had drifted to Shu He's side. Shu He was simply extraordinary. Ever since Hua Xiao had the tree ring for shade, his condition improved as well. One must say, to make life bearable, one must have a touch of green overhead. Ha ha ha. The upstairs banter was quite amusing. This remark reminded me of the scene last night when the three female contestants visited Shu He. The girls merely expressed their gratitude. Please, do not overinterpret. This competition has only just begun. While waiting, Bai Lu quietly struck up a conversation with Shu He. Can the base you caught earlier be eaten? Of course. Shu He replied. The fish head can be used for soup, the meat can be pan-fried, the bones can be made into pepper salt, and the skin can be served cold. Bai Lu swallowed. So many ways to prepare it? How did you become such a good cook? Shu He. Did you study for a long time? Not really, he said, but as an orphan, such basic survival skills are instinctively deemed essential. Perhaps it's because I've been doing it for many years. In the orphanage, I sometimes had to help out in the cafeteria. By being around it, I naturally picked it up. Bai Lu, astonished, shifted her gaze to Shu He, realizing this was her first time learning about his background as an orphan. When Director Wang invited everyone to the show, he only mentioned that the amateur guest was a graduate of Tsinghua University and a guardian of the island, providing no further details. It is no wonder that Shu He possesses a myriad of skills. It seems he is indeed a resilient soul striving forward amid adversity. Shu He noticed that Bai Lu's gaze towards him was filled with affection and admiration, which made him, usually so composed, feel somewhat bashful. Ahem. Shu He swiftly changed the subject. Now it's my turn to ask you a question. Ask me? Bai Lu tilted her head slightly, pondering her status as a public figure, wondering what secrets she could possibly have left. After a moment of thought, Shu He inquired, why do you always smell so delightful? Bai Lu lowered her head and smiled shyly, appreciating Shu He's adorably naive question. I don't perceive any particular scent. However, back in school, my deskmate would often ask if I wore perfume. But as a student, who has the money to buy perfume? With that revelation, Shu He understood. The fragrance reminiscent of osmanthus blossoms, soft as cream, must be Bai Lu's natural scent. As they chatted, both their fishing rods trembled simultaneously. Shu He reeled his line, and Bai Lu mimicked his actions. Shu He soon landed a large base weighing around 5 pounds, which he struck twice before tossing it to Chiu, who eagerly held it down with a small fin and began to gnaw at it. On Bai Lu's end, she was surprised by the commotion, only to discover she had caught a mere float. A pufferfish, no larger than her thumb, was vigorously wiggling its tail beneath the line. After Shu He removed it with 2 fingers, Bai Lu expressed her disappointment. "Huh, is this it? This tiny thing? I could eat 10 of these and still be hungry." Shu He chuckled. "It can grow bigger." He gently massaged the pufferfish in his palm and then playfully used it to polish his shoes. Before long, the little creature puffed up, its belly round and taut. Bai Lu erupted in a laughter. "What a fierce balloon. It's too adorable. Won't you suffocate it by polishing your shoes?" Shu He replied, "It needs to be provoked to grow larger." He handed the pufferfish to Bai Lu, holding one of its protruding fins like an ear while she examined this feisty little creature in the sunlight. "Despite everything, I really want to kick it like a shuttlecock." Shu He joined her in laughter, realizing that a female star should not overly display her fondness for little animals on camera. Instead, one should appear even more endearing than the cute creature itself. Bai Lu certainly marched to the beat of her own drum, contemplating kicking a pufferfish. This sister was far more entertaining than any top beauty he had encountered at school. Just as her words faded, the pufferfish squirted a stream of water, as if to say, "You're annoying. Why don't you eat me instead?" This action only delighted her further. Its expression is ferocious, yet it seems rather dim-witted. "I recall this little guy is poisonous, right? Indeed. Let us return it to the ocean." "Wait a moment, this is the first fish I've caught. I must take a photograph." Bai Lu retrieved her mirrorless camera and captured several shots of the irate, rotund figure before her, signaling to Shu He, satisfied with her work. With a smile, Shu He took the small pufferfish and gently tossed it back into the sea, causing only a ripple on the surface. Although the pufferfish Bai Lu had caught was modest in size, it ignited her enthusiasm to continue. "Shu He, could you assist me in casting the rod once more?" Shu He, already having cast her own bamboo rod into the water, hesitated, knowing she would need to reel it in first. "Just do as I did earlier." Bai Lu shook her head defiantly. "I won't. You look so impressive casting the rod." With a mix of playful charm and flattery, her girlfriend power was likely more than a few men could withstand. However, Shu He was already feeling a tug on her line. "Let me reel this one in first." Engaging in flirtation while simultaneously catching fish, the anglers around them were left utterly dismayed. Even those unfamiliar with fishing were rendered speechless as fish continuously bit at the hooks. Chapter 38. The Aesthetics of Violence. Shu He's fishing escapade was exhilarating. How does one contact this deserted island? My hands and heart are itching with anticipation. Isn't it said that sea fishing is quite expensive? Excluding Bai Lu's fishing rod, does Shu He's total fishing expenditure even reach 100? I can only assert that Shu He has discovered a rather novel approach. It is not advisable for the average person to attempt. Another 4 or 5 pound bass. If I had caught it myself, it would have kept me thrilled for quite some time, but with Shu He's rapid success, I found myself growing somewhat bored. Please, do not let Shu He mislead you. Fishing is not a simple endeavor. The upstairs argument lacks persuasion. Shu He used a landing net to lift the newly caught bass. "Bai Lu, could you bring me the water bucket?" Bai Lu complied promptly, shifting the bucket to Shu He's feet, while the stunned bass remained uncharacteristically calm in the water. After positioning the bucket, Shu He remarked to Bai Lu, "Now our dinner is sorted. Let us catch something more entertaining." What does entertaining entail? Shu He picked up a new fishing rod, rigging it with a large surface lure provided by the system. There is a species known as the shallow water tyrant in these waters. It possesses a rather aggressive temperament. The method for catching it is equally forceful. Do you wish to give it a try? Bai Lu recalled the earlier bass, already somewhat intimidated. Yet the thrill of catching fish beckoned her to take a chance. "I'm a bit hesitant. Could you assist me?" Shu He nodded, tightening her core muscles and biceps. She cast the line with vigor, then mimicked the frantic escape of a small fish with the lure. "Come here." Holding the rod with one hand, she opened her other arm wide, and Bai Lu cautiously nestled into her embrace, placing her hands gently on the fishing rod. They soon attracted the attention of a formidable fish, which leaped from the water to attack the lure, creating a massive splash. Bai Lu, inexplicably thrilled, exclaimed, "It's so big." However, just as the large fish bit down, she lost her balance and nearly toppled off the rocks. Quick as a flash, Shu He grasped her tightly from behind, skillfully reeling in the line while ensuring Bai Lu's safety with her body. Chow Yue and Ruba were drawn to the commotion, unknowingly drifting over to witness the unfolding spectacle. "Watching you sat in the shade, feeling a bit faint. Upon seeing Qiaoyue depart, he hastily removed the tree crown from his head, its color leaving much to be desired. The wild branches on the island were marred by sand and animal droppings, rendering them quite filthy. Had it not been for Qiaoyue's earlier threat to send him back indoors, he would never have allowed such unsanitary adornments to sully his clean locks. As Huachenyu you celebrated catching another black eagle fish, he stole glances at Qiaoyue, only to spot Shu He engaged in a tug-of-war with a large fish while cradling Bai Lu in his arms. The posture was one he had wished to adopt with Qiaoyue. Alas, his own strength waned, leaving him to envy others' pursuits of his dreams. Sighing, Huachenyu lamented that he must shine during the evening beach party. Hua Xiao, noticing that his audience had dwindled to the listless Hua Hua, felt a pang of disappointment. However, with the competition at hand, he could hardly afford to roast fish for a few, risking the lingering scent of smoke that would cling to him for days. Thus, he composed himself and resumed casting his line. Qiaoyue and Reba stood a short distance away, quietly observing the two fishermen. Shu He's expression was one of intense concentration, while Bai Lu, having just reapplied her lipstick after dinner, likely had lips that were nearly drained of color. The fish was sizable, and the duo engaged in a relentless tugging match. Shu He, usually composed, was now transformed, exuding raw vigor, his movements sharp and decisive, showcasing a primal masculinity. Bai Lu, gradually finding her rhythm, mirrored Shu He's movements, pulling up as he leaned back, relaxing as he advanced. Yet, despite her efforts, she felt the strain in her muscles. Acutely aware of Shu He's unwavering strength. Had this been a timid young star from the entertainment industry, he would have likely fallen into the sea by now. Bai Lu marveled at Shu He's stamina. The display of brute strength by Shu He captivated Reba and Qiaoyue, leaving them utterly speechless. They were experiencing an unparalleled visual delight, a perfect embodiment of technique and power. After enduring several vigorous surges from the fish, Shu He sensed its resistance waning. Soon, if his strength surpassed that of the creature, it would likely submit. His actions gradually slowed, and he sensed Bai Lu relaxing in his embrace. "How's it going?" he inquired, still grappling with the fish, yet now able to converse. "What did you say?" Bai Lu leaned back, resting her head on Shu He's shoulder to hear him better. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "This is the ultimate adrenaline rush called." Bai Lu felt a tickling sensation by her ear and instinctively nestled closer to Shu He. "I see. How thrilling," I nearly shouted out. "How much longer until we land this fish?" "Not long now," he replied. After Shu He finished speaking, he continued to focus on his actions. After a while, he finally managed to drag a flat-bodied, scissor-tailed fish, both ugly and fierce, closer to the shore. Turning around, he saw Reba and Qiaoyue staring at him with indescribable expressions. So he called out to them, just in time, "Help me with the net and catch it." The two girls wiped their mouths and hurriedly picked up the net, running over to cover the fish's head with it, calling out excitedly. So he stepped forward to take over and successfully pulled the creature onto the shore. As they watched the cowtail stingray still flopping on the ground, the three girls exclaimed with exhilaration. Young Qiaoyue compared the fish's size, saying, "This fish must weigh as much as I do." Shu He, lifting the somewhat dazed creature due to lack of oxygen, remarked it should weigh around 60 to 70 pounds. The audience in the live stream was ecstatic. "This is incredible. So intense. I can feel the excitement from behind the screen. 60 to 70 pounds without breaking the line?" Shu He is not short on cash. With over $1 million invested in the rod, he truly is fearless. Why even go to the gym with such intensity? Speaking of which, after catching this fish, Shu He must be exhausted, right? The three girls were moved to tears. Hadn't they just said Shu He couldn't fish? What kind of novice can pull this off? To those skeptics, I advise caution. This guy is known as the Ferrari of the sea and is quite fierce. It's best not to meddle unless you're a professional. I wonder if Hua Xiao is still in the mood to compete? Shu He is far ahead. Due to her earlier experience, Bai Lu's hands trembled with excitement. In a flurry, she pulled out her camera. "Shu He, don't move. I contributed to this catch too. I want a picture with you." Reba and Qiaoyue gathered around. "We want to be in the picture too. Let's all take one." As everyone joined in, Bai Lu adjusted the selfie settings and placed the camera on a rock. The three girls squeezed beside Shu He, all giving a thumbs up. Click, click, click. They took 3 shots. Shu He laughed. "Are we done? I need to throw it back." "What?" Bai Lu exclaimed in confusion. After all the effort to catch it, why throw it back? So he walked to the edge of the shore and threw the fish back with force. The meat isn't tasty and could be toxic. I just wanted you to experience fishing so you wouldn't find it dull. Hearing this, Reba and Yang Chaoyue exchanged glances and chimed in unison. Take us for another experience. Shu He feigned a dramatic cough. Bai Lu laughed heartily. I didn't exert much effort while catching the fish. But now my arm can't even lift. Just imagine how tired Shu He must be. Chaoyue, unwilling to relent, approached and squeezed Shu He's bicep. I don't see Shu He tired. He can still hold the fish for a photo. Why can't he hold us while fishing? Bai Lu stepped forward and playfully flicked her forehead. Even if Shu He agrees, I don't. Chapter 39. The Battle with the Giant Swordfish. Bai Lu's wish to come true. Yang Chaoyue gasped, covering her forehead. Bai Lu, it's only been one day, and you're already feeling jealous. Reba added fuel to the fire. You're even fighting over a man with your sister. This life is unbearable. The delicate earlobes of Bai Lu seemed on the verge of bleeding as she alternately covered Chaoyue's mouth and tugged at Reba's hand, urging them to lower their voices. Can't you let Shu He hold you for a moment? Shu He interjected, perplexed. Does no one care about my opinion? As if sensing Bai Lu's fatigue from her earlier fishing endeavors. Shu He proposed, you two can each take a rod while I guide you in catching some ornamental fish. With that, he replaced the bait on the 2 fishing rods. Chaoyue leaned closer to Shu He, inquiring, will you hold us then? Enough of that, Chaoyue. Reba scolded, pulling her back. Bai Lu, unable to voice her irritation, could only mutter quietly. Impudent girl, her intentions are clearly not about fishing. After preparing the bait, Shu He busied himself with finding a suitable spot, casting the rods, and assisting the 2 girls in reeling in their lines, which proved to be more exhausting than fishing for himself. Fortunately, their efforts yielded a fine catch of several brilliantly colored coral fish, which the girls claimed as their own as they returned to where Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu were. Noting Bai Lu perched on a rock, seemingly weary, Shu He asked, shall we call a day? Bai Lu smiled radiantly and nodded, just as he tidied the fishing line. A flock of circling birds caught Shu He's attention. Their presence signified that small fish were below, and with them, the billfish would be hunting as well. Initially believing he was fated to miss out on swordfish today, he now felt that perhaps his conclusion had been premature. Indeed, a massive creature leapt from the water, its length reminiscent of the one that had nearly injured him previously. Regardless of whether it was the same fish, there was no reason not to attempt catching it. Shu He swiftly grabbed a new fishing rod, replacing the hook with a crooked one, and affixed a generous chunk of raw fish to it. Observing his actions, Bai Lu sensed he was not ready to pack up. Are you planning to fish more? With determination, Shu He cast the rod into the sea, declaring, it's time for revenge. Revenge? What could spark such a grievance? Typically, Shu He focused solely on his own pursuits, dismissing external noise. So it was unusual for him to harbor such enmity toward the fish. Bai Lu set down her small catch, allowing it to continue nibbling on the base, and decided to approach Shu He. Don't come over. Last time, this creature nearly ruined my leg. Bai Lu felt a twinge of fear upon hearing Shu He's serious warning. It was no wonder he sought vengeance. Complying, she returned to her previous spot, anxiously watching him. Shu He sensed a tug on the rod, but remained still, waiting for the swordfish to consume the bait. Only when it had fully swallowed the piece did he suddenly retreat 2 steps and yank the rod. Startled, both the small fish and Bai Lu instinctively recoiled, witnessing a lengthy fish leap out of the water. My goodness, it's even larger than the last. Bai Lu could no longer sit still. Instinctively clutching her chest, she rose to her feet, while the small fish gazed blankly at the sea. Shu He dashed back and forth in the direction of the fish, reeling in the line. As the swordfish drew closer, he felt an exhilarating thrill, yet remained cautious. The previous incident occurred as we neared the shore, and I let my guard down, which allowed that fellow to leap onto the bank and strike. Had I not evaded quickly, being pierced by its sword through the artery would have been a mild consequence. Holding my breath and concentrating, I noticed that when this creature leapt vertically, a piece of paint fell off its body. Wasn't it the same spot where it got stuck on the rocks during its last leap? Could it truly be the same one? It appears this creature knows that fish abound in these waters and is unwilling to depart. I was overjoyed. Last time, it had taken advantage of my inadequate gear. But this time, I would show it the ingenuity of humanity. The fishing rod bent to its limits, causing anguish among the fishermen. observing my current stance. It was clear I was either being attacked by the swordfish leaping ashore or about to break the rod. There was no way I would let go. Bai Lu, beside me, was exclaiming in excitement, unable to discern which moment truly elicited an adrenaline rush. The swordfish approached ever closer, and upon seeing its sharp sword, Bai Lu recognized the imminent danger and retreated, cradling her pet. I pulled the swordfish towards the shallows, urging Bai Lu to sit tight and grab the camera. Bewildered, she complied nonetheless. I secured the rod and leaped to the location of the swordfish, equipped with experience and gel gloves, directly grasping its sword and pulling with all my might. The fish's pointed mouth continued to open and close vigorously, and even through the screen, one could hear the clattering of its teeth. Once ashore, I held the fish's body with one hand while gripping the sword with the other, securing the hefty creature. Confirming its safety, I turned and ran towards Bai Lu, placing the heavy swordfish firmly in her embrace, my palm brushing against its shimmering fins. Bai Lu felt a tremendous weight on her legs, her face a mask of astonishment. Instinctively, she grasped the fish's belly and fins. I took a photograph of her with the camera before stepping in for a selfie together. I then lifted the sword again, returning it to the sea to replenish its oxygen before finally releasing my grip. Breathing heavily, I sat beside Bai Lu, removing my gel gloves, and exclaimed in excitement, "Revenge accomplished." Noticing Bai Lu's dazed expression, I lowered my voice. "Fear not. I am fully aware and will not let you come harm." Bai Lu leaned her head against my shoulder, her complexion flushed, her voice trembling. "This is truly exhilarating." The sunset's glow spread across the sea, intertwining gold and crimson upon the waves, transforming even the typically austere rocks into a gentle embrace of color. I wrapped my arm around Bai Lu's still somewhat stiff shoulder. As her heart began to calm, she softly murmured in my embrace, "Half the river is a shimmering green, half is a radiant red. We are amidst half the sea's shimmer and half its glow. The sunset over the sea is simply breathtaking." I concurred. Indeed, the sunset at sea encompasses various forms of beauty, and I never tire of witnessing it daily. Various forms? Were they? Bai Lu turned to look at me. Noticing my hair was damp with sweat, I gazed into the distance. It may sound sentimental, yet it is my genuine sentiment. There exists beauty that is heart-stirring, grandeur that is awe-inspiring, and tranquility that is serene. Bai Lu wholeheartedly agreed. Shu He truly spoke to her heart. She leaned her small head against Shu He's shoulder once more and confessed, "I have always harbored a wish. This wish is not inherently difficult to fulfill, yet since my debut, it has drifted further away from me." "What wish?" Shu He inquired with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Lu revealed, "I have always yearned for a pure love." She sighed as she spoke. "In my youth, I lacked the courage, and now that I am grown, I find myself even more hesitant. The environment we artists inhabit renders pure love a million times more precious than luxury goods." Shu He understood this well. Those without the means dare not pursue it, while those with the means squander it. However, pure love is a rarity even for ordinary people. Yet, with sparkling eyes reflecting the autumn water, Bai Lu gazed at Shu He with a youthful innocence and declared, "Today, I feel as though my wish is on the brink of realization." Chapter 40. Reward, a sport yacht. Shu He did not respond to Bai Lu's words. His attention was entirely consumed by the system's notification echoing in his mind. Ding. Successfully battled 2 colossal creatures. The system is invigorated, awarding the host a 38-foot sport yacht valued at 10 million soft sister currency. Delivery will be on time the day after tomorrow. Wow, this development was rather overwhelming. He had initially thought that the nearly 1 million fishing rod would be the pinnacle of material rewards from the system. Yet it turned out that there was no limit to what the system could provide. Owning a sport yacht would not only make sea fishing incredibly convenient and thrilling, but it would also allow for leisurely wine sipping while diving, making the life of an island guardian utterly delightful. "Shu He, why are you lost in thought?" Bai Lu waved her hand in front of him, uncertain if her previous words had led him to daydream. However, the ambience was indeed perfect for such sentiments. "Oh, it's nothing. Just pondering a few things. You mentioned your wish is about to come true." Shu He steered the conversation back. This time, Bai Lu was thoroughly bashful. "Well, it's not much. I just feel that the ties that bind anyone are determined at first glance." She stood up and extended her hand toward Shu He, saying, "The sun is about to set. Shall we gather our belongings? Sure. As Shu He grasped Bailu's hand, he noticed the little creature gazing dreamily at the sea. He approached and gently patted its head, reassuring, "Don't worry. Tomorrow I will teach you to swim, and you will soon be able to return." The little one chirped and climbed to Shu He's feet. In their live streaming room, the audience's emotions fluctuated wildly, and the barrage of comments was a chaotic mix. Yin Lu and the others remained silent for quite some time. It was Xiao Yang who broke the silence first. "Looking at Shu He, I feel that youth is truly wonderful. One cowfish is already enough to exhaust a person's strength. Yet he caught a giant swordfish as well." Jin Jing looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. "Teacher Xiao Yang, is your only focus on fishing? Did you not notice the breathtaking sunset on the sea and the intimate conversation between the two?" Xiao Yang pouted. "I saw it. It was quite moving." Jin Jing retorted, "Is that all? What else is there to say?" This time, Xiao Yang was left puzzled. Jin Jing finally comprehended why Shu He remained unresponsive to Bailu's words. Perhaps this is the labyrinthine thought process of men. She ceased to concern herself with Xiao Yang and expressed her own insights. "I believe what Shu He articulated is profoundly true. Pure love is indeed a rarity, irrespective of whom it involves. Just as the lyrics state, what is unattainable forever stirs restlessly, while the favored pursue their desires unrestrained." Yin Lu was equally moved by their conversation. However, Bailu's sentiments were equally poignant. The bonds between individuals are often determined at first glance. Love undoubtedly exists in its most authentic form. After today, I sense a deeper connection between the two. Bailu's unspoken words carry a hint of confession. She then added, "Yet, it seems Shu He approaches affection with great caution." Jin Jing remarked nonchalantly, "The more cautious one is, the deeper the affection. Might Shu He's slow warmth be related to his status as an orphan? Or perhaps he feels intimidated by Bailu, a beloved star?" At this moment, Xiao Yang interjected, "Shu He possesses great skills and has a fishing rod valued at over 1,000,000. Does that not surpass your bags, ladies?" Yin Lu retorted, "I am not materialistic. However, considering Shu He is merely a recent graduate, a certain material foundation is necessary for happiness in their relationship. I assent to it. A fishing rod worth over 1,000,000 is hardly a testament to anything." Immediately, some comments began to criticize Yin Lu for her materialism, while others felt her perspective was quite subtle and addressed a pragmatic concern. Nonetheless, this topic was swiftly overshadowed by exclamations regarding Shu He's fishing accomplishments that day and the excessive sweetness shared between the two. Fans of Watching You, witnessing his lack of success that day and nearly fainting from disappointment, pinned all their hopes on the evening's party segment. As the two wrapped up their fishing gear, the other two groups converged. Hua Xiao, carrying a bucket filled with 4 black sea bass, glanced at the solitary sea bass in Shu He's bucket and couldn't help but laugh. "I heard you just caught one and let it go. With this, you've only caught 2. Xiao Jiao quickly scuttled over, using her fins to roll her own catch closer. Hua Xiao quipped, "So that makes 3. Bailu pulled out her camera. "Didn't you say that regardless of quantity or weight, as long as Shu He leads, we should count whichever side is ahead? Look, he first caught a black sea bass weighing 60 or 70 pounds, and then a swordfish weighing over 100. Hua Xiao gazed intently at Bailu's expression. "Oh, Bailu, just keep praising him. Catching a black sea bass and then a swordfish? You might as well elevate Shu He to superhero status. Evidence speaks volumes. Just take a look." Hua Xiao dismissed her claims, casually setting down his bucket to grab the camera. As he perused the photos, the smile on his face shifted entirely to the viewers watching the live broadcast. "This fellow is truly remarkable. After an exhausting day, he managed to haul in 2 such enormous catches. The black sea bass, huh? To think, there exists a legion of enthusiasts on Blue Star dedicated to chasing after the joy of fishing. The swordfish, needless to say, is the most perilous creature of the Azure Planet. The sense of accomplishment derived from reeling one in far surpasses the joy of any host award he could ever receive. Should these 2 magnificent beasts be caught by Hua Xiao, he would possess enough bragging rights to last a decade." After a prolonged silence, Hua Xiao tossed the camera to Bailu and stammered, "Well, didn't he claim he would outdo me in both quantity and weight?" Bailu huffed, raising the camera. "Can't you count? 1 sea bass in the bucket, 1 for Chiu, plus the 2 in the photograph. That's already 4. He also gifted Godzilla 1 and released a small fish, making it 6. Reba and Yang Chaiwa joined in. Actually, Most of the ornamental fish we caught were also due to Shu He's efforts. We merely held the fishing rods and did nothing else. Hua Xiao's eyelids twitched. All right. What is so grand about just grilling for everyone? If it weren't for Hua feeling unwell, I'd have caught more than Shu He. Chow Yue, growing impatient, retorted Hua Xiao, is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that Shu He surpasses everyone else? Hua, you two nearly suffered heat stroke despite warnings. And it was Shu He who arranged the tree ring for you. Hua feeling unwell. How does that impede you? Apologize. Bailu apologize. Reba apologize. Chio woof. The three sisters, hands on their hips, vowed not to relent, while Chio exchanged a glance, her eyes fierce yet adorable. Hua Xiao adjusted his glasses, turning away, unwilling to concede, yet watching you step forward. I'm sorry. I wish I weren't feeling unwell. What is it to you? Yang Chaoyue transformed into a champion of justice, determined to make Hua Xiao admit Shu He's superiority. Fortunately, Shu He extended a lifeline to Hua Xiao. We should hurry. I still need to lower the flag. Apologizing or not is inconsequential. You should just yield to the sisters, for they are not to be trifled with. Hua Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Recalling his earlier disrespectful words towards Chio, Reba now harbored resentment towards him. If he were to offend all the sisters, he might not survive on this deserted island. With a resolute heart, Hua Xiao murmured, I'm sorry. The three sisters chimed. We can't hear you. Chio woof. He inhaled deeply, his face flushed as he proclaimed, I'm sorry. I should not have lost to Shu He and then played the blame game. Please, for sisters, do not be angry. Now, that is more like it. So you do recognize your faults. Chow Yue beamed as she picked up the fish bucket, feeling immensely satisfied as she avenged the grievances over his earlier remarks. Let us return and feast on seafood barbecue. The group, along with the seals, returned to camp as the sun set, filled with laughter as they began preparations for the evening beach party. Chapter 41. Prelude to the party. A child is about to be stolen. Upon returning to the camp, Bailu accompanied Shu He to the rocky hill to lower the flag. Shu He habitually surveyed the island's surroundings. The view here is truly remarkable. Is this the highest point of the deserted island? Following the beam of the searchlight, Bailu gradually explored the small island. It should not be. There's a mountain in the rainforest. Did you see it? Shu He pointed ahead. That mountain peak should be the highest point. However, I have only ventured to the foot of the mountain and have yet to ascend it. Once the typhoon passes, we can embark on an adventure. Bailu gazed at Shu He. A typhoon? Shu He nodded. Indeed, I heard on the news this morning that Typhoon No. 9 has already formed in the central Blue Sea, and reaching the island is likely to happen within the next couple of days. Bailu felt that Shu He spoke of this matter rather nonchalantly, so she tentatively inquired. It shouldn't be too destructive, right? One might say it is not insignificant. Bailu furrowed her brows tightly. This was the first time she felt concerned about the future since arriving on the island. I thought an uninhabited island would always be a serene haven. Since the destructive power is not trivial, why are you still so composed? Is it because you have dealt with worse situations before? Shu He tucked away the flag and led her into the guardian's quarters. No, this is the most severe typhoon yet. No matter how composed I am, I cannot contend with nature. The areas we have traversed in the past few days may seem peaceful, but an uninhabited island is not always tranquil. There are unknown dangers lurking in the depths of the rainforest, so you must remain cautious in the coming days. Bailu nodded in agreement with Shu, yet she was taken aback by the dilapidation of the guardian's room. This place is so shabby. If it weren't for those abandoned rooms, would you have to stay here? That is of little consequence. Shu He extended his hand. We need not stay here now, do we? Bailu nodded, grasping Shu He's hand as they carefully descended the rocky slope. She felt that before Shu He took on this role, he might not have had a thorough understanding of the island's conditions. Yet despite that, he chose to become a guardian, which deepened her admiration for him. Knowing that Shu He was about to lower the flag, the others busily transported the barbecue equipment prepared by the crew. Two gentlemen carried a makeshift dining table from the restaurant to the beach, while Reba picked a few small flowers nearby to place in a vase for decoration, along with a half bottle of red wine. Though modest, illuminated by the fading light of the sunset, it exuded a touch of romance. Yang Chaiwa lavished attention on Godzilla, occasionally offering it beef jerky and rubbing its entire body. Xiao Jujio imitated Godzilla by rolling over. The two of them, one lying horizontally and the other vertically, lounged leisurely on the beach. Yang Chaoyue gently tugged at Godzilla's leg. Does that feel good, sir? If you follow me, every day will be like this. Delicious food and delightful treats will be your daily fare. And I'll even find you a gentle and lovely bride. What is so great about following Shu He? There are so many insects on this uninhabited island, and no professional pet care facilities. Excellent, keep it up. Godzilla rubbed against the sand, turning its head away and closing its eyes. Yang Chaoyue immediately understood, giving its head a gentle massage. Is that your way of agreeing? Just remember, when Shu He asks who you want to be with, you stand by my side, understood? Godzilla woof. Xiao Jujio. Wang Wu. All right then, you both come with me. Ha ha ha. As she pressed harder, she also rubbed Xiao Jujio's belly. The netizens were speechless. It seems that for Chaoyue, watching birds dance and coaxing animals is more important than romance. One cannot blame her. One is mighty and versatile, while the other is adorably charming. If I were in her shoes, I would undoubtedly devise ways to win him over. Godzilla cannot truly be entranced in a haven of tenderness. Surely, he must follow the path of Supermoon, right? It is quite possible that Godzilla has not even graced us with his presence today. Shu He, if you continue to be preoccupied with love, your little one may be whisked away. Upon arriving near the others, Bai Lu and Ri Ba assisted Hua Xiao in preparing ingredients by the seaside. Aside from the fish they had caught, they decided to grill the remaining seafood collected earlier that morning. So he entered the kitchen to prepare a meal for Chiu, opening the refrigerator to assess the supplies. The shelves were nearly bare, with only a few fresh fruits and vegetables left. Fortunately, no one intended to consume them that evening, and the variety was still adequate. With her advanced horticultural skills, Shu He quickly selected several vegetables suitable for regrowth: scallions, garlic, lettuce, celery, spinach, sweet potatoes, and carrots, catering to various culinary needs, whether for seasoning, dietary fiber, or carbohydrates. Only 2 lemons, a handful of strawberries, and half a watermelon remained. The growing cycle for seeds is lengthy, but she was well-versed in methods to expedite growth. Her immediate task was to gather some containers. With a plan in mind, Shu He retrieved a box of milk and activated the blender to prepare a meal for Chiu. The sky had turned completely dark, and a few stars twinkled above. The grill set up by Hua Xiao emitted a tantalizing aroma of grilled seafood wafting across the beach. Shu He also administered medicine to Chiu and ensured he had something to eat. The group gathered around the table, eager to indulge. Though they were besieged by an abundance of mosquitoes, Reba swatted at them while complaining. Supermoon scratched at her eyelids, exclaiming, "I think I've been bitten." A spritz of floral repellent seemed utterly ineffective. Hua Chunyu, seated idly while fishing, had several welts emerging on his skin. Bai Lu, Shu He, why aren't you two attracting mosquitoes? Is it because your blood isn't sweet enough? A cold glint flashed in Bai Lu's eyes. Does attracting mosquitoes have anything to do with sweet blood? We merely sprayed the perfume that Supermoon gifted Shu He. Supermoon gave Shu He perfume? Hua Chunyu, feeling slighted, lamented, shouldn't she, being on the same team, have gifted something to herself instead? Supermoon appeared puzzled. I did it to thank him for fetching coconuts for us. However, Bai Lu, I wasn't aware that the perfume had mosquito-repelling properties. Shu He produced a small bottle. I added some mosquito repellent into it. Allow me to spray you all. Hua Chunyu picked up the bottle, discovering it was indeed a fine Hermes fragrance for men. Why would you dilute such a splendid perfume with your concoction? Isn't that a disservice to Supermoon's thoughtful gesture? Supermoon snatched the perfume and sprayed it liberally on her face. It was intended for Shu He. My perfume can serve as mosquito repellent. This is far more valuable than any Hermes on a deserted island. Shu He, realizing a single bottle would not suffice for the group, remarked, I have plenty of perfume left. Can you create some more? Shu He spread her hands. I don't wish to make any more. It is too troublesome. Within my abode, I still possess a modest stockpile. A single spray can endure for 6 hours. Let's be frugal. Watching you has fully regained his spirits. Tell me the method. I shall undertake it. After completing the task, I will bestow it upon Sister Chao Yu. Chapter 42. The Culture of Drinking Games, Truth or Dare. Shu He pondered for a moment and deemed it a good idea, sparing herself the hassle. Thus, she elaborated on the preparation of the homemade mosquito repellent. The more Yang Chao Yu listened, the more reluctant she became to continue spraying. while the others felt their mental faculties waning. Wait a moment, what amino acids, sodium carbonate? And separating after reaching the boiling point. Are we truly on a dating variety show? Reba interjected, cradling her head in her hands. Bai Lu, counting on her fingers, wore an expression akin to that of a preschool child. First, it's stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Then soap water and a fan. This is far too difficult. Although netizens were already aware of Shu He's homemade mosquito-repellent endeavor, they were nonetheless astonished by the entire process, praising her as a remarkable talent. Many professionals, observing them leisurely barbecuing and conversing by the seaside, felt all their accumulated grievances from the day dissipate. Watching you maintained his silence, absorbing the information. All he recalled was Shu He mentioning boiling fish and shrimp. How infuriating. It seemed he had been outsmarted again. However, he refused to be disheartened. After all, he was a musical prodigy with a solid material foundation. A girl who was with him could truly experience a life of happiness. This freshly graduated youth, no matter how capable, would ultimately have to bow to reality. Moreover, he possessed no notable talents, merely being an unromantic academic. With this thought, watching you beamed. This is too challenging. I shall learn it when I have time. Shall we commence our gathering? At that moment, Hua Xiao presented the perfectly grilled seafood. 3 large fish, abalone, and small octopus. Let us begin. As he spoke, he poured a modest amount of red wine into each paper cup. After finishing his task, Hua Xiao raised his glass with one hand while placing the other on his belly. Well, let me say a few words. With this toast, having more interactions through the heart connection space, sitting together today is indeed a stroke of fate. Wouldn't you agree? As for me, you may not know me very well yet. We shall have many more opportunities to get acquainted, right? Especially the 3 sisters. Should anything arise, just mention it to me, and I shall do my utmost. The smile that had just graced Bai Lu's face froze. Hua Xiao, have you undergone training in the Northeast? The wine you serve is steeped in social niceties. Chow Yu chuckled at Bai Lu's remark. I feel like I can no longer drink. It's as if I am truly in a barbecue restaurant after 10 p.m. Should I stand up? Reba too felt as though she had been transported from a romantic beach directly into a drinking gathering. Her prior indifference towards not wanting to drink was now overshadowed by hesitation. I don't wish to drink. Would that be inappropriate? Shu He burst into laughter, imitating the tone of Hua Xiao as she stood up and spoke. Not being able to drink is no issue. Comme pour moi drink. As long as there's affection, any beverage can be considered wine. Her mimicry brought an unexpected joy to the atmosphere, as the previously subdued group found their spirits lifted. Bai Lu stood up, declaring, All right then, as we are now acquainted, feel free to visit my home often. I shall prepare delicious dishes for you. Spare ribs and green beans. Chow Yu joined in, exclaiming, Well, I'm quite happy today too. Here, essay toast to you, little sister. Watching you, embracing local customs, suggested. Afterward, let's play some games to elevate our spirits. I'll join this toast as well. Hua Xiao, momentarily a loss for words, wondered how these young people had altered the mood so drastically. Observing everyone downing their drinks, he felt compelled to keep pace. The viewers, witnessing the scene, erupted in laughter. Goodness, the dread of being dragged into a drinking session by the boss after work has returned. Ha ha ha, Shu He, you're aiding him. Shu He, you must be spoiling him. I've recorded this. These lines are worth studying frame by frame for 20 years. Hua Xiao is leading the glory of the older generation. Reba, what are you doing, raising fish? Ha ha, this is too real. When Shu He appeared, I thought the broadcast had been interrupted. Regardless, this atmosphere is quite delightful. Ever since Hua Xiao apologized and got to work, he seems more likable. With a drink warming them, Hua Xiao proposed, Shall we eat while playing a game? This morning, we talked about truth or dare. I think the simplest game of pass the flower will suffice. I will turn my back and strike a pot. When the music stops, whoever holds the flower will choose. All right? Good. Everyone agreed enthusiastically, with little Jiu Jiu lying on the ground, patting her belly in delight. Reba removed the lace flower from her dress. Let us use this. No problem. Ready, set, go. Hua Xiao turned around, giving the command, and the rhythmic sound of the pot echoed. Reba quickly tossed the flower to Chow Yu, who, caught off guard, threw it back to Reba. The sound ceased abruptly, leaving Reba bewildered as she held the flower. Chow Yu, did you not understand the game rules? It's supposed to be pass clockwise. I got it now. It's your turn. Quick, choose truth or dare. Chao Yu, disregarding the rules, leaned toward Reba, who, annoyed, flicked her hand. Fine, I'll choose dare then. Watching you clapped. I remember you said you danced this morning. Let us see you dance. What bad luck. Reba grumbled as she stood, moving to the rhythm of applause, twirling and bending, performing a mesmerizing dance from the western regions. Her lively expressions, delicate fingers, and graceful waist left the men present utterly captivated. The comment section erupted in praise. Reba is stunning. A goddess. Truly beautiful. Can one's waist bend like that? Professional. This game was so entertaining. One wondered if the truths revealed would unearth some secrets of the guests. Would Shu He and Chao Yu end up at a disadvantage? Chao Yu declared she would only choose truth. Shu He, lacking any particular talent, must resort to a truth-telling game to avoid embarrassment, doesn't he? I would truly love to witness Shu He's talents. With that physique, how delightful it would be if he could perform a dance to entertain the sisters. Alas, I fear he may resort to an arduous live demonstration of complex arithmetic instead. The others are all artists, and we have seen plenty of their talents on screen. My sole desire is to see Shu He. The sound of the iron basin continued, and it seemed that Hua Xiao had calculated the moment perfectly. Pausing as the flower pin was passed to Hua Chenyu, who feigned a look of exasperation. Ah, why is it me? The crowd responded with exasperated glances. Chao Yu remarked, stop pretending. Haven't you been clamoring to sing since morning? The opportunity has arrived. Hua Chenyu's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Well, I don't have a guitar, but I'll sing a song a cappella, one that requires little accompaniment, and is perhaps my favorite. It conveys an extreme sense of pain and is dedicated to my own self who has endured the darkest of times. After speaking, Hua Chenyu sniffled, closing his eyes to prepare. Chapter 43. An Unexpected Favor. Hua Chenyu clasped his slender arms tightly, initially merely twitching in expression, but gradually succumbing to a full-body ache. He eventually knelt on one knee, his back curving like a shrimp, tears streaming down his face. The others watched, torn between discomfort and laughter, while netizens began to voice their disdain from the very first note. What on earth is this nonsense? Hurry and remove this person. My ears cannot endure this. I scarcely dared to speak, fearing his performance might curse me. No wonder Chao Yu would rather take a dog than have him around. It's utterly ghastly. Goodness, this is painfully unbearable. I feel I could be carried away. I am utterly exhausted. Yet, Hua Chenyu's fans went wild upon hearing the song. If you don't understand, just remain silent. The melodic lines of the song are truly exquisite, and Hua's rendition is exceptional. I cannot fathom why some are so cruel. I immediately grasped the pain inflicted during those darkest moments. Hua has persevered with such strength, bravo. A rising star in the music scene daring to experiment with avant-garde music. Do you not recognize the significance of this contribution to art? I advise you not to feign admiration. Art need not be grounded in reality, but it should not descend into the underworld either. Hua Chenyu disrespects the elder generation of singers, claiming parity with them, failing to protect talented newcomers. Yet he sings like this? Who granted him such audacity? Ha ha! Teacher Xiao Liang is embodying my sentiments. Within the observation room, Jin Jing and Yen Lu exchanged awkward smiles, while Xiao Liang tightly covered his ears, a look of despair etched on his face. Until Yen Lu informed him that the performance had concluded, Teacher Xiao Liang finally exhaled in relief, lowering his hands. It is not that I lack respect for art. I merely consider myself a simple man. Yen Lu vigorously nodded, wearing an expression that conveyed his understanding. This song nearly sent everyone away. Yen Lu found himself at a loss for words. Our observational segment of the love experiment is drawing to a close. Today, Shu He and Bai Lu have advanced in their understanding of one another, while the pairs of Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu seem to be drifting further apart. In an effort to alter the current dynamic, a surprise awaits everyone in tomorrow's program. The games continue, and the guests have showcased their talents through the show. As she spoke, she recalled Hua Chenyu's singing, which sent a chill down her spine. I wonder how Shu He, as an ordinary person, will perform. Do either of you guests have anything to add? Jin Jing remarked, I think I need to head home to unwind. Teacher Xiao Liang replied, I still have to evaluate a few videos of water monkeys. Yen Lu concluded, well then I hope the individuals on the deserted island can enjoy themselves. Good night to our family in the live stream. As the observation room faded to black, netizens began to comment. Hua Chenyu's song was too powerful. It scared all three love observers away. Meanwhile, on screen, Hua Chenyu stood up with a smile after finishing his performance, thanking everyone. The applause was sparse, and Ri Ba, frightened, could not bring herself to look directly at him. Hua Chenyu had initially believed that this bold attempt would sufficiently distinguish him from ordinary singers, and that the deep pain he conveyed would evoke a protective instinct in the audience. To his surprise, this group of amateurs failed to appreciate it. Nevertheless, this was merely the premiere of his song, and he was confident that soon the program's edited footage would circulate wildly. His fans and those who enjoyed his music would surely marvel at his talent. Then, those present would come to realize how they had undervalued such precious artistry. Let's continue. Hua Xiao turned to resume banging on the iron basin, inwardly cursing Hua Chenyu's outrageous performance. He had hoped for Hua Chenyu to overshadow Shu He, but it appeared they would have to wait for him to embarrass himself. Before turning, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Chenyu. They had previously agreed that at the right moment, they would signal to cease the banging. This method had successfully allowed them to time the stop precisely with Hua Chenyu's performance. Hua Chenyu understood Hua Xiao's intention, nodding slightly. The sound of the iron basin resumed, and the flower pin moved from Hua Chenyu's hand to Bai Lu's. Just as Bai Lu was about to toss it to Shu He, Hua Chenyu cleared his throat, causing the sound to halt prematurely. Bai Lu, still munching on grilled fish, was a bit slow in her actions, but this inadvertently made it easier for Hua Xiao in the next round. I will choose a daring challenge. Bai Lu stood up, awaiting her companions to present her with a difficult task. Riba contemplated briefly before quickly suggesting, "Did you not post an adorable gesture dance on a short video platform before coming to the show? Please perform it for us again." Bai Lu pondered for a moment. Was it the little white rabbit? The lively applause of the audience echoed, "Yes, yes. Utterly adorable. We wish to see more." Fortunately, Bai Lu was not put in a difficult position and readily agreed, springing into song and dance. A little white rabbit, white again and again. With two ears perked up high, Bai Lu sang this newly composed children's song with great cheerfulness, each word accompanied by her charming and playful expressions, along with simple dance moves. This delightful scene undoubtedly transformed into a captivating spectacle, drawing the attention of even the most disinterested male viewers, who suddenly found themselves enchanted in the live broadcast. Bai Lu, forget about dating, just be my wife, one exclaimed. She radiates goddess-like charm. I can't help but join in her dance. Even those who had grown weary of the song found themselves refreshed by Bai Lu's rendition. Shu He was indeed fortunate to partner with such a sweet and multifaceted goddess. One couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. However, Shu He, being so close to Bai Lu, could only focus on a specific aspect of her, which ignited endless fantasies within this spirited young man. Her bouncy and lively demeanor was undeniably adorable, though it would have been even more fitting had the little white rabbit been replaced by a big white rabbit. He averted his gaze, imposing a physical block upon himself. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to stand upright today. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, exclaiming how visually delightful and charming she was, liberating their spirits from Hua Chenyu's earlier performance. All right, let us continue. Hua Xiao struck the iron pot once more. As the flower badge reached Shu He's hands, the sound abruptly ceased. Shu He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, locking eyes with Hua Xiao, thinking, this capture is far too obvious. Hua Xiao shrugged, brother, I truly did not foresee that. Surely, you will choose a truth, right? I have always wanted to ask you, among the 3 female guests, who do you believe is the most attractive to the opposite sex? Upon posing this rather perilous question, Hua Xiao exchanged knowing smiles with Hua Chenyu. It was best for Shu He to mention only one name. To say more would indicate infidelity, and naming any one of the female guests would undoubtedly displease the others. The 3 ladies directed expectant gazes toward Shu He, anticipating a thoughtful answer. However, Shu He decisively declared Bai Lu. This candid response caused Bai Lu to cover her face with her hand, her eyes narrowing with delight as she was caught off guard by such unexpected admiration. The 2 male guests began to bang on the table and pot, cheering. The expressions of Yang Chaoyue and Riba visibly darkened. Chapter 44. Once dreamed of wielding a sword across the heavens, Chaoyue slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Shu He, what do you mean? Are Riba and I not likable? Shu He is so straightforward. Let us see how he responds. Chaoyue's little face puffed up in indignation. Riba, too, could no longer muster a smile. Yet Bai Lu, radiant, seemed to soar with delight. Oh, how delightful it is to feel such joy, she thought, reveling in the moment. What does Shu He mean? I, Reba, am both adorable and gentle. How can I possibly lack the allure of Bailu? Chow Yue protested. I am a goddess of anime. After all, quirky and endearing. Surely, this is a matter of personal taste? Hua Xiao's question felt rather overly calculated and intrusive. I raise a glass to brother Shu He. Speak freely of whom you admire. There is no need for convoluted emotional games. Truly, he is a promising young man from Tsinghua, unlike those who merely serve as mediators in variety shows. The Shu He family deserves praise. Observing Qiao Yu's haughty demeanor, Shu He responded with a smile. Qiao Yu, you are indeed a woman of eagle-like spirit. Why should you care whether you attract the affections of others? This explanation incited laughter from the entire table, as even Reba momentarily forgot that she had not received any compliments from Shu He. Huh, a woman of eagle-like spirit? That's quite the sentiment. Hua Xiao clapped his thigh. Exactly. Such a bold statement. Ha ha ha. Shu He's description is so fitting. Having no interest in romance and wishing to rescue the valiant dog, Qiao Yu appeared ready to soar high, her triumphant spirit palpable. Sound effect, swoosh. Qiao Yu's straightforward persona was elevated once again to a woman of eagle-like spirit. Upon hearing this appellation, Qiao Yu erupted into laughter. Shu He, how can you describe me in such a way? Are you not afraid of my tears? Shu He popped a piece of abalone into his mouth. Has the woman of eagle-like spirit finally shed tears? Bailu wiped away her tears of laughter. No, I'm going to die of laughter. Qiao Yu charged forward with a fist raised, while Hua Xiao maintained order. All right, we need to continue with the game. Once everyone settled down, he resumed tapping the iron basin, this time for an extended period, until Hua Chunyu cleared his throat, prompting Hua Xiao to hastily cease. Glancing back, he was indeed satisfied to see Shu He. This time, you can't blame me. I've been banging for quite a while. Shu He remained skeptical, but it didn't matter as he stood up again. Hua Xiao gave him a thumbs up. I have another question for you. Given your handsome appearance, I imagine you must have been quite popular with the girls in school, right? Which young lady claimed your first kiss? A collective gasp of surprise escaped the group. They were about to delve into matters of the heart. Qiao Yu hadn't anticipated that the questions would be so pointed and was relieved that she hadn't claimed the corsage. Bailu, biting her lip, felt a twinge of nervousness, uncertain if Shu He had any exes. She wondered if he had truly moved on from past relationships, if he could recount his first kiss. Would that signify it still lingered in his memory? Noticing Shu He's hesitation to respond, Hua Xiao confidently declared, You better not tell me you haven't had your first kiss yet. Having graduated from university without such an experience would be unbelievable. Shu He smiled back at him. I never said I would choose truth. Hua Xiao was taken aback. Oh, what does that mean? You're opting for a dare? Thinking he could catch Shu He off guard, he was surprised when Shu He willingly played along. I know you're not an artist, and I want to put you in a difficult position. Since you've chosen a dare, how about showcasing a talent? How about singing? It's the simplest. All right, Shu He replied, and after sitting down, he rested his elbows on the table, bowing his head in preparation. His formidable singing skills made the act of singing as effortless as breathing for him. The third young lady remained exceedingly quiet, uncertain of Shu He's vocal prowess. However, at the core, he was no artist. He could merely carry a tune. Watching you felt a profound disdain. Shu He singing before him? It was akin to showcasing a grand sword before Guangong. That previous song was likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Hua Xiao probably intended to elevate himself by contrasting with Shu He's performance. It served as a means for these individuals to grasp the stark disparity in talent. As the night descended, the stars began to twinkle more abundantly, and the slender crescent moon of the first day had risen, shrouded by translucent gray clouds. The silver sands were caressed by the undulating waves. Once I dreamed of wielding a sword across the realm to witness the splendor of the world. The youthful heart often teeters on the edge of recklessness. Now, you have become a citizen of the globe, though merely in a cappella rendition. Shu He's voice seemed to resonate with an echoing effect, seamlessly merging with the waves and his captivatingly clear tone. From the very first note, several listeners were drawn in, and soon his voice drifted away with the sea breeze. Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu abandoned their expressions of mere spectatorship, gradually adopting a more serious demeanor. The third young lady appeared momentarily struck, captivated by Shu He's opening notes. Whenever I feel despondent, I gaze upon the vast ocean, always reminded of friends walking beside me, many of whom are nursing their wounds. As Shu He reached the chorus, the audience in the live stream erupted with fervor. This is the very essence of Shu He's heart, is it not? He has just graduated. How can he possess such profound insights into life? Surely he graduated from Qing University, not a music academy? Let's raise our glasses. A true man's heart is as vast as the sea, having experienced the myriad facets of life's warmth and chill. This lyric, this smile is warm and pure, strikes deep. Is he singing about me? I once dreamed of wielding a sword across the realm. Yet now I'm burdened with a debt of 38,000. I have been wavering these past few days on whether to resign and venture to the plateau. This song has suddenly bestowed upon me courage. I shall act decisively. This afternoon, as I watch Shu He fish by the shore, the thought of becoming a full-time angler took root in my mind. Tonight, this song has invigorated me. I shall act decisively. I too wish to resign and witness the splendor of the world. I shall act decisively. Is Shu He's song a resignation letter? I urge caution, especially to the one aspiring to be an angler. Shu He's afternoon catch isn't what everyone can achieve. Fishing is no easy endeavor. Yet, one cannot help but marvel at his enchanting performance. It strikes the very soul. Shu He's voice is simple and soothing, with emotions and techniques perfectly aligned. It gradually burrowed into my heart. Does anyone know who the original artist is? It's so delightful. I'm also searching for the original. Why can't I find it? By this time, Shu He had completed the entire song. Observing the group, who appeared utterly entranced, he inquired, "Is that sufficient?" For a moment, they remained ensnared by the melody, and upon Shu He's question, they found themselves momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, it was Hua Chenyu who, unable to suppress his curiosity, spoke up. "Shu He, are you deceiving us? Did you truly graduate from Qing University? Surely, you must have had some esteemed guidance?" Shu He, perplexed by the inquiry, simply replied, "No." Hua Xiao then shifted his approach. "What do your parents do? In their efforts to nurture you, they must have invested a significant amount, haven't they?" "Shu He, I am an orphan." The atmosphere momentarily grew somber, and Xiao Yu quickly interjected. "Why are you asking these questions, Shu He? Sing another song." Chapter 45. Lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Xiao Yu, have you been brought to tears by Shu He's singing? Your eyelids are quite swollen. Bai Lu stood up and approached Xiao Yu, gently tapping her eyelid with her finger. The others curiously looked over and noticed that the right eyelid of Xiao Yu was exceedingly red and swollen, as if she had taken a punch. Xiao Yu pushed Bai Lu away with both hands. "I am indeed moved, but my eyelids are swollen from mosquito bites after fishing. I already sprayed Shu He's mosquito repellent earlier. It will be fine soon. I still want to hear Shu He sing." Saying so, she ran to Shu, shaking his arm in a playful manner. "Shu He, please sing one more. It's simply delightful. Do you know, when I heard you sing just now, images flooded my mind, as if I had returned to the time when I ventured into the bustling city alone, yearning to traverse the world with a sword. At that moment, I truly wished to roam the earth, and although I have gained much, there are still many sorrows that I must digest alone. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a moving melody. Please sing another. Watching you. What does it matter if I have sung all day for you?" Shu He glanced at her, relieved that he had concocted mosquito repellent. If the female guests were to be bitten like this over the next few days, the difficulty of a live broadcast would increase immensely. The act of a girl being playful is inherently enjoyable, yet Xiao Yu's current demeanor is truly hard to bear. The others, though aware they shouldn't, could hardly suppress their laughter. The online audience was even more vocal in their jesting, claiming that the merit had been laughed away. "I will not sing." Shu He's tone was resolute. "You will not sing? Then do not blame me for using your weak spots to coerce you," Xiao Yu declared, clapping her hands. And Godzilla came bounding over. "Humph, did you see that, Shu He? Your little dog has defected. If you sing one more, I might just let you see it in the coming days. If you don't sing, Shu He, I will not sing." Xiao Yu feigned cry, then swiftly regained her stern demeanor. "Then do not hold it against me. Godzilla, whom will you choose to follow in the future?" Godzilla looked up at Xiao Yu, sticking out his tongue and playfully raising his head. "To get the dog to answer this question, you must first offer some incentive, right?" Xiao Yu scanned the dining table, spotting the washed strawberries, and tossed a few into Godzilla's mouth. Just as Shu He was about to intervene, it was too late. Godzilla chewed on the strawberries, swaggering over to sit beside Shu He, even spitting one out towards him. I want to eat that. In a couple of days, there will be no fruit left. You cannot indulge in the fresh ones, understand? Woof. Chow Yu, angered, pointed at Shu He, then at Godzilla. Godzilla, are you playing me? You tricked me into a massage and now into fruit. Shu He won't even let you eat strawberries. Why are you siding with him? I laughed. Everyone burst into hearty laughter. Reba approached and took Chow Yu's hand. All right, Chow Yu, don't be upset. Godzilla is free and enjoying himself on the deserted island. And he shares a good bond with Shu He. How could he possibly choose to follow you? Did you not wish to hear Shu He sing? This time, would you like to take your turn at the iron pot? Chow Yu's swollen little eyes turned towards Reba, who immediately stifled a response. Indeed. After saying that, she even cleared her throat in Shu He's direction. Chow Yu suddenly realized, oh, not this tactic again. Shu He felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Had they not noticed the collaboration between Hua, Xiao, and Hua Chenyu just moments ago? Seeing Shu He sing so beautifully, Hua Xiao understood that holding on to him any longer was futile. As Chow Yu approached him, he willingly relinquished the iron pot and sat beside Shu He. Chow Yu, overjoyed, brandished the spoon in her hand, striking the pot rhythmically. At the moment Reba coughed, Shu He swiftly tossed the corsage onto Hua Xiao, and the three girls were instantly filled with disappointment. Hua Xiao, bewildered, held the corsage. Shu He, your speed is astonishing. This was the second time someone had commented on his quickness. It seemed he truly was a bit too fast. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hua Xiao stood up, twirling the watch on his wrist as he said, I think I'll choose a dare. However, I genuinely cannot sing or dance. You may allow me to kiss a female guest. That I can manage. He found this statement quite humorous and chuckled softly, while the three girls simultaneously rolled their eyes. How could he dare to make such a lowbrow joke? Since you're the host, why not compose a poem? Shu He suggested from the side. Hua Xiao nodded. No problem. He turned to Reba and began to recite. Warm as the midsummer sun, the banana tree responds to the sound of rain. Treasure your tender heart, your feelings surpass mine. Godzilla, as if inopportunely, retched once more, and this time, little Jiu mimicked its older sibling. Shu He scolded them for consuming too much fruit, yet inwardly felt it truly was not their fault this time. A hidden acrostic poem expressing affection for Reba, and at the end, claiming that her feelings were deeper than his. Is this what they call emotional intelligence? Truly, it is hard to commend. Hua Chenyu applauded fervently. Hua Xiao, you are incredibly talented. For my next song, I wonder if I might have the fortune of having you pen the lyrics. Reba turned her head away, pretending to gnaw on a fish, having not fully comprehended the poem. She initially intended to partner with Chow Yu to press Shu He for another song. But since Shu He had so swiftly tossed the corsage to Hua Xiao, and she was compelled to endure such a lackluster poem, it was truly akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Bai Lu awkwardly clapped. This seems to be an acrostic poem, doesn't it? Chow Yu finally reacted. Reba loves you? She exclaimed while hugging her arms, goosebumps rising. Reba, why are you gnawing on fish? Just moments ago, Shu He remarked that Bai Lu was the most attractive, and Bai Lu was so beautiful she forgot her surname. Yet you had no reaction at all. Did you not understand? Should we have Hua Xiao explain it to you? No need. Reba interjected, raising her hand to stop the conversation. It is getting late. Should we not take a break? Shu He, what are your plans for tomorrow? Shua glanced around the restaurant and said, if you have no objections, why not join me in planting some vegetables? Fresh produce is dwindling, and with a typhoon approaching in a couple of days, I fear that Director Lee's supply boat may be delayed for some time. Upon hearing Shuha's words, the group lost interest in their activities. The contract stipulating that supplies would only be delivered once loomed over them, and with Director Lee's vessel unable to reach the island, the food they had previously consumed was nearly depleted. It seemed that self-sufficiency was their only viable path forward. What kind of typhoon is approaching? Shua? Chai was set aside the iron basin, no longer insisting that Shua sing. Perhaps we might witness a spectacle of Godzilla soaring through the skies. Shua rose to tidy the table. By the way, I hope everyone can refrain from eating the remaining fresh produce in the refrigerator for now. Once I have sorted out the roots and seeds suitable for planting, we can proceed. At that moment, Chai Wei understood why Shuha had previously prevented Godzilla from consuming the fresh strawberries. It was to save the seeds, not as a form of strict discipline. Hua Xiao, however, dismissed Shu He's advice, exclaiming, "Who knows when the typhoon will actually arrive? If we plant fruits and vegetables, by the time they ripen, we might have already left the island. Are you hoping to satisfy your appetite with the supplies from the production team?" Chapter 46, Director Wang's Frustration. Bailu squeezed in front of Hua Xiao with a stack of dishes. "I advise everyone to heed Shu He's words. In this day and a half, my experience has shown that following Shu He's guidance is always correct." Reba concurred, recalling their previous concerns for Jiujia's recovery. "We followed Shu He's instructions, and now little Jiujia is thriving. Besides, I find the idea of planting quite intriguing. I will assist you tomorrow." Chaiwei raised her hand as well. "I want to plant vegetables too. No one who doesn't participate is allowed to eat." Hua Xiao looked at the three girls, shaking his head in disbelief. Have they been bewitched by Shu He? If we don't eat, we don't eat. Tomorrow, I plan to go fishing, even if we engage in hydroponics. It will take at least a month before we can enjoy any harvest. I fear you all might tire yourselves out in the morning, only to end up with nothing. Chaiwei and Reba attempted to argue their point, but Bailu restrained them. "We can freely arrange our plans." "Hua, which side are you on?" For the first time, Hua Chenyu did not side with Hua Xiao, as his physical condition was ill-suited for fishing. "I will accompany Chaiwei tomorrow and help her with the planting." Choosing to support the girls over the prospect of fishing, he resolutely stood with them. "Then it is settled. Everyone should rest early tonight. Tomorrow, let us gather any unused plastic items, like mineral water bottles, from our rooms. We must clean up all the party debris from the night." The guests returned to their respective rooms. Shu He took out her toolkit and stepped outside. What experiments could Shu He possibly be conducting late into the night? Was she planning to concoct some homemade mosquito repellent for everyone? The efficacy of Shu He's homemade repellent was remarkable since its application. Several guests had not been bitten by mosquitoes at all. Unfortunately, Chaiwei had sprayed it too late and now suffered from swollen eyelids. Watching a variety show has truly elevated my spirit, as I have come to realize that these tools are not meant for the production of mosquito repellent. What is Shu He doing on the rooftop of the restaurant? After a long day, how can he leap onto the roof with such agility? Surely, Qingdao must have some form of special forces training. It turns out he is reinforcing the solar power generator and the water purification system. Is Shu He preparing for a potential typhoon? This time, I find myself siding with Hua Xiao. Whether the typhoon will arrive remains uncertain. The growth cycle of crops is lengthy, and it is utterly unnecessary to scavenge for ingredients from everyone's teeth. Moreover, why must the reinforcement of the solar panels and water purifier occur at such a late hour? I believe he is overthinking things. Yet, Shu He truly sings beautifully. I have searched the entire internet for that song Wandering with a Sword, which seems to be an original piece by Shu He, an original artist, writing both the lyrics and the music. That is astonishing. Indeed, that song, much like Shu He himself, leaves no trace on the internet. It is undoubtedly a creation of his own. Even the sturdiest of bodies cannot withstand such exertion. After Shu He completed the repairs on the restaurant's rooftop, the generator, and the purifier, he did not feel fatigued, yet he finally sensed a hint of weariness. It appears that enduring physical resilience cannot compare to the thrill of genetic enhancements. Fortunately, with this reward, even without intensifying my exercise regimen, my physique will remain intact, and my health will not decline. This indeed contributes to a life free from overwork. He called Godzilla back to the room, only to discover that Xiao Jiujio was already asleep on Godzilla's favorite mat. Godzilla circled around it twice, but could not bear to disturb it, resting its head gently on Xiao Jiujio's belly and gradually drifting into slumber. Observing such a heartwarming scene, Shu He was reminded of the system's notification. Ding! The family is harmonious, and the system is exceedingly pleased, gifting the host a large-capacity plant growth agent. With the correct planting method, one drop can accelerate growth speed by 34 times. A large bucket of growth agent appeared on the table in the room. Shu He lifted it with his hand. It must weigh at least 30 pounds. With this capacity, he could use it until he is 80 years old. However, the effectiveness of this reward has a prerequisite, the correct planting method, which is not difficult for him, considering he has already mastered the skill of cultivation. Even if he were to make a mistake, his abilities would not allow for it. The various fruits and vegetables remain relatively intact, and with the system's rewards, ensuring a fresh supply of produce on the island is merely a trivial matter. Perhaps the deserted island could soon resemble a farm. As he contemplated these future plans, Shu He gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, Director Wong tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Not because he was sleepless, but due to the incessant vibrations of his phone, which were exceedingly bothersome. He silenced it, yet feared that the guests might encounter unforeseen circumstances that would hinder progress. Not silencing, it was equally troubling, especially as it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. How could these individuals lack such awareness? Initially, he answered a few calls from entertainment industry magnates, all of whom were eager to sign Shu He, with Boss Yang leading the charge. As a most favored artist in her company and a dear sister to her, Reba's participation in the reality dating show set on a deserted island has been a source of concern for her. Fortunately, Reba possesses a forthright nature, and the amateur guest on the show has proven to be quite dependable. Her attention was first captivated by Shu He the moment he removed his short sleeves to assist Godzilla beneath the coconut trees. The taut muscles and demeanor that starkly contrasted with the current trend of youthful charm held Boss Yang's gaze captive, coupled with Shu He's subsequent astonishing performances. The thought of signing him began to stir restlessly in Boss Yang's mind. However, Shu He harbored no intentions of entering the entertainment industry, and as an academic prodigy, Boss Yang worried that his talents might remain unrecognized. That evening, Shu He sang an original piece titled Riding the Sword Across the World, not only showcasing a melodious voice and profound emotion, but also revealing his own artistry. Even the seasoned songwriters within the company lauded Shu He's talent. At that moment, any hesitation on Boss Yang's part would render her unworthy of her title. Regardless of Shu He's willingness, she was determined to secure him. Boss Yang spent nearly an hour on the phone with director Wong, initially suspecting that Wong had ulterior motives in withholding Shu He for someone else. After a mix of lamentations and discussions of collaboration, it became clear that Wong was genuinely unable to decide on the matter. Seeking Wong as assistance seemed less fruitful than relying on Reba's reliability. With a heavy heart, she ended the call, just as she concluded one conversation. Director Wong received a call from General Manager Shun of the DU Media Company. Shun wasted no time, accusing Wong of breaching contract terms and tarnishing Hua Chenyu's reputation, leading to a backlash from netizens regarding his performance at the evening party. Initially, Wong maintained a respectful tone, explaining that Hua's actions were his own and that he had no prior knowledge of the experimental music he chose to showcase on a dating reality show. However, as Wong's patience waned, he retorted that Hua's performance had not met his expectations and that if he did not wish to participate in the show, he was free to leave. At this point, Shin adopted a more amiable demeanor, expressing understanding of the challenges Wong faced, but emphasizing his eagerness to sign Shu He. Frustrated, Wong cursed under his breath while feigning poor reception before abruptly hanging up. These cunning executives always play their games, and, as the guardian of the island, he had enough on his plate without taking on their signing endeavors. Ultimately, these so-called executives paled in comparison to the straightforwardness of Boss Yang. Chapter 47. Breaking through the ceiling of popularity. After fielding 2 calls, General Manager Du placed a 3rd call, and Director Wong, having witnessed the cunning of these individuals, resolutely decided against answering. At this point, he could barely manage calls from the financial backers, let alone assist in signing Shu He. However, the urgency exhibited by these executives is entirely understandable to Director Wong. After all, creative singers are a rare breed in today's music industry, with Shu He's remarkable temperament and background placing him in the ranks of dark horses, coupled with his extraordinary performances. Any company that fails to seize the opportunity to recruit him would indeed be foolish. The program has greatly benefited from Shu He, maintaining an impressive online viewership of around 10 million, even outside peak hours, and during prime time, this number soars past 30 million. Such figures are unmatched, even by state-run broadcasts. The official account of Xinli in Space has seen its follower count surpass 20 million within a day due to the clips highlighting Shu He's performances. This rate of growth is unprecedented, even surpassing that of renowned celebrities on Douyin. Before heading home at the end of the workday, the director's assistant showcased several videos from trending influencers, all of whom have capitalized on Shu He's popularity. Take, for instance, the science communicator Potato. Everyone is curious about the difficulty of making homemade mosquito repellent. Today, I will explain it by referencing Shu He's method. If one is in a well-equipped professional setting, the process is not particularly challenging. However, Shu He's creation on the beach requires a degree of creative thinking and solid interdisciplinary knowledge. My advice is that those with the means should follow teacher Xiaoyang's example and opt for self-purchasing. Then there's the culinary influencer Lao Luo, Today, Ping Jie is determined to challenge Shu He, aiming to prepare a seafood feast in just 20 minutes. Wait, Ping Jie, why is your technique so different from Shu He's? He is far more adept. Ping Jie, just shut your mouth. If you keep babbling, I'll join a dating show to find a young man like Shu He to marry. Who want to see your famished face? Lao Luo. He, Ping Jie, you took 30 minutes, and that's with pre-prepared seafood. You simply can't compare to Shu He? Let me taste it. You may not believe it, but I genuinely think it won't be as delicious as Shu He's. Just look at those 3 beautiful stars. Their expressions after tasting Shu He's seafood were incredible. My expression hasn't changed, which clearly indicates your dish can't compete with his. Then we have the fishing influencer Lao Dang. I have been inspired by Shu He, and I'm planning to go deep-sea fishing for billfish. One day, I hope to visit the deserted island where Shu He resides and experience the thrill of shore fishing like he does. Many friends have privately asked whether Shu He can actually fish, and I can state with certainty that not only can he, but he has also developed his own unique style. His skills in adjusting the float, preparing bait, and reeling in are remarkably professional, especially his casting technique, which even a man like me finds quite impressive. It's no wonder that Bai Lu, eager for a second glance, resorted to charming him. What truly astounds me is his physical stamina. If I were to land a catch while shore fishing, I would have to rest the night before. Meanwhile, Shu He is experimenting at night, rescuing baby seals by day, and fishing in the afternoon, effortlessly catching massive swordfish. I feel unworthy of even envying him. In addition to these, there are also educational segments on wildlife, meticulously explaining the correct procedures for aiding the injured creatures. Coastal bloggers emulate Shu He in capturing the elusive orchid crabs, while emotional influencers delve into the depths of Bai Lu's current predicament. Various circles have inexplicably intertwined, all connected through Shu He, whose popularity has surged to remarkable heights. Frustrated fans, unable to pursue their idol, have even created a fraudulent account using Shu He's image from the show, amassing over 500,000 followers. The resulting clips have been met with a chorus of accusations of deceit in the comment section. Even Qing University has resurrected past footage of Shu He participating in various award ceremonies at the school, encouraging prospective students to apply enthusiastically. Netizens respond humorously. Do you think I don't want to apply? It's my abilities that don't permit it. I admire Bai Lu, but since she likes Shu He, I won't apply to Qing University. Thank you. May I ask, with Shu He emerging from Qing University, who will your side send to bear this wave? I do not agree with Qing University's educational philosophy. Shu He, the young man, is always imbued with a sense of crisis, unable to wholly relish his romantic endeavors. Preoccupied with what to eat next, or the uncertainty of an impending typhoon, Qing University seems to be lowering its standards by chasing after the fleeting popularity of young stars for variety shows. I have no interest in dating shows and have no idea who this young man is. His intellect and physical prowess are evident. He can fish, rescue wildlife, and sing. How can you call this a mere young star? I have not watched it, but from what I gather, he seems rather pretentious and somewhat selfish, restricting guests from eating before the typhoon arrives, engaging in planting activities solely for his own future benefit. Perhaps it stems from an orphan's sense of unworthiness. He fears that good things will vanish in an instant, leading to a lack of confidence. Thus, he hesitates to consume ingredients and wishes to cultivate more. He is also reluctant to express his feelings towards Bai Lu too directly. In contrast, Hua Xiao is more generous and clear in his affections. It's true that lacking funds is truly problematic. How can you criticize this? I will commend you for that. Another viral video from the show features Hua Qingyu performing a new song at a party, which many have transformed into various humorous remixes, such as Mad Scene. The spell's intro is too long, and the equipment is leaking electricity, yet the singer persists, evoking tears. Countless critiques flood the screen, while Hua Qinyu's PR team works tirelessly overnight to manage the comments, though they cannot control the genuine sentiments expressed in the barrage. Shu He experienced a night devoid of dreams, awakening refreshed in the morning. He took Godzilla and little Jiujia to the flag-raising ceremony, first adhering to tradition by surveying the uninhabited island from the rocky hill. To his surprise, aside from Hua Xiao, the others were already awake. Upon seeing Shu He emerge, they all stepped out of their rooms, eager to join him in the flag-raising. "Why are you all up so early?" Shu He inquired, pulling each person along. "Early to bed and early to rise. I was up at 5:30. Hua grinned, seemingly hoping for praise as he boasted. Chao Yu agreed that Hua had indeed matured, recognizing the importance of early rising to assist others in such a setting. Hua is truly commendable, she sincerely complimented. Hua scratched his head. The truth is, I was awakened by hunger last night due to not having any staple food. When it was time for the flag-raising ceremony, several people solemnly paid their respects to the red flag. Let us head to the dining hall. I shall prepare something to eat for you. After the flag-raising ceremony concluded, Shu He eagerly volunteered to make breakfast, and the three young ladies, along with Hua Chenyu, erupted in cheers. However, as expected, an unforeseen incident was about to unfold. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Shu He opened a refrigerator only to find that, apart from solitary lemon, all the other fruits had vanished. Chapter 48. The third way seeds were carried upon seeing the fruits he had been reluctant to eat disappear. Reba instantly felt dejected. Who could have done this? Just yesterday, it was clearly agreed that after dealing with the roots and seeds, we would indulge in the fruits. Hua Chenyu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. I was so hungry this morning when I came to the dining hall looking for food. Hua Xiao said we could eat fruits. Chao Yu's rising admiration for Hua Chenyu vanished in an instant. If Hua Xiao told you to eat, you just devoured everything. What are we supposed to plant now? Shu He, equally exasperated, remarked, when I checked the refrigerator yesterday, there were still some strawberries and half a watermelon, along with a whole lemon. Did you consume it all? Hua Chenyu nodded. Hua Xiao said it was unlikely we could grow anything, so we might as well tackle the immediate challenge. I soaked the lemon in water for beauty, he added nonchalantly. Now Shu He found himself at a loss. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. Were they truly to be deprived of fruits for the coming days? His memory of the wild plant guide hinted at some edible wild fruits in the rainforest, but those were exceedingly limited. Furthermore, after the typhoon, how many resilient fruits could possibly remain on the trees? The third young lady had immense faith in Shu He. She believed if he said they could grow something, there must be a way, but without seeds, they were all in an impasse. Reba, lamenting the absence of the sweet and tangy strawberries and the juicy watermelon, sat down on a bench, resting her chin on her hand, clearly frustrated. Hua Chenyu, witnessing this, felt equally helpless, retreating in a silence like a child who had misbehaved. Yet he thought it was not such a big deal. After all, it was just some fruit. If Chao Yu could offer it to Godzilla, why could it not be given to him? If one were to ponder Hua Xiao's words carefully, he was indeed correct. Hua Chenyu began to defend himself. Seeds take 1 to 2 weeks to sprout and then bear fruit. We would have already been home and had something to eat. Chao Yu, having lost her patience, interjected. Even if we return, what about Shu He? Besides, we have consumed the fruits these past 2 days. The remainder should rightfully belong to Shu He. Hua Chenyu fell silent, thinking to himself, what does it matter to me whether he eats or not? He is not a celebrity. A rugged man going hungry for a meal is perfectly normal. As the atmosphere grew tense, the prompt regarding planting skills sparked an idea in Shu He's mind. Hua, after consuming so many cold fruits on an empty stomach, are you not feeling unwell? Hua Chenyu placed his hand on his stomach and reflected. Indeed, it does not feel good. I've been feeling quite uncomfortable since eating. Shu He smiled. In fact, there's a way to enjoy the fruits that you have grown yourselves. As the three young ladies turned their gaze towards Shu He, young Chao Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The seeds are gone. Do you possess some magical ability to conjure them? At that moment, Shu He took a seat and began to explain. In nature, the dispersal of seeds occurs through various means. Some are carried away by the wind, others by flowing water. And there is yet another method, where seeds are transported via the excrement of animals. The strawberries and watermelons consumed by Hua contain seeds protected by anti-digestive enzymes. Given his current discomfort, it is highly likely that he will soon experience diarrhea. In such a scenario, the seeds should exit Hua's body before they can be eroded by stomach acid. The three young ladies, along with the 2 animals, simultaneously retched at the thought, while Hua Chenyu's face turned a sickly shade of green upon hearing Shu He's explanation. Shu He, are you suggesting that I rummage through feces for seeds? Shu He shrugged. The decision ultimately lies with you. After all, enduring a month without fruit is not a necessity. I merely shared what I know. Early that morning, netizens tuned into the live broadcast with joyful anticipation, only to be thrown into disarray by Hua Chenyu's words. What? Starting the day with such a grotesque game? How bizarre. One viewer remarked, I can almost smell it. Ugh. That burger I just bought suddenly lost all its appeal. As I munched on my corn on the cob, I recalled that corn kernels too could be expelled intact. Hua, just give in. You brought this upon yourself by consuming everyone else's fruit. Hua Xiao, scheming from behind the scenes, watched as Hua mindlessly complied, suggesting they both search for the seeds. Hua, don't go. It's not the end of the world if we don't eat fruit, exclaimed another. Shu He is so wicked. How can you say that? Replied another. If it weren't for seeing the three young ladies so disheartened, Shu He wouldn't have shared his knowledge. Moreover, he never forced Hua to dig through the refuse. Amidst the laughter, someone quipped, Shu He, sometimes your vast reservoir of knowledge is a bit overwhelming. Fat D pondered, but ultimately succumbed to his foodie instincts. A life devoid of fruit is entirely different from one filled with it. By the way, don't the fruits we consume require fertilizer to grow? I recall that cow dung can be used for fuel, panda droppings can be made into tissue paper. And then there's that coffee made from cat feces. Excrement isn't as revolting as we often imagine. Right, Hua Hua? Hua's stomach churned. Hot ba. Are you really going to pressure me too? Hot ba quickly waved her hands. I didn't mean to pressure you. I merely thought. Since we've already eaten the fruit, the seeds might as well serve a purpose for everyone. Bai Lu, who had been silent since entering and witnessing Hua devour the fruit, finally stood up, visibly upset. The fruit rightfully belongs to Shu He. He didn't eat it, intending to leave it for everyone to plant. Yet you, on the other hand, since Hua Xiao was awake when you rose, why didn't you simply ask him for something to eat? You owe us our seeds. At that moment, Hua Xiao strolled into the room, yawning. What a commotion so early in the morning. Hua Chenyu, feeling as if he had encountered a heavenly savior, rushed to explain the entire situation to Hua Xiao. Upon hearing it, Hua Xiao's forehead creased with veins. Goodness, these people are truly relentless, believing that consuming the fruits would deter them from planting further. I was taken aback by their unexpected ingenuity in discovering a method to extract seeds from excrement. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Yang Chaoyue crossed her arms defiantly. You made him eat it. You should assist him in the search. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao promptly retracted his statement. After all, this is Hua's personal belongings. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude. In reality, Hua was merely tasked with finding seeds for everyone, so there was no need for undue pressure. Moreover, I had only suggested that he eat less to tide himself over in the morning. He shouldn't have consumed everything. At that moment, Hua Chenyu felt an overwhelming urge to kick Hua Xiao away. How absurd. It was you who claimed that eating all the fruit would ensure no one went hungry, and now, not only do you deny it, but you also incite trouble from the sidelines? Observing Hua on the verge of tears, Hua Xiao shifted his stance again, addressing Shu He. Shall we just let it go? Even if we find the seeds, can you guarantee that the girls will have fruit to eat soon? That seems impossible. Shu He retorted, I assure you. Hearing the boy's enthusiasm, Hua Xiao scoffed. After all, he merely knew how to plant seeds and water them. How could he possibly expedite the plant's growth cycle? Fine, I'll accompany Hua to find the seeds, but what if you fail to cultivate them? Chapter 49, Jiu's First Swim. Shu He, with a glint of determination in his eyes, proposed. Let us bet on it. Hua Xiao slammed the table. All right, if the fruits do not bear before we leave the island, you must withdraw from the show. Shu He nodded, for even if he were to exit the program, he would still remain on the deserted island. Daily life would not change drastically. Previously, Hua Xiao had seemed somewhat cunning. Now it appeared he was simply lacking in foresight. What if I do manage to grow them? Hua Xiao grasped Hua's arm. If you succeed, neither of us shall partake. Shu He shook his head. You've already forced me out of the show. This wager hardly seems equitable. Hua Xiao, now agitated, retorted. Then what do you propose? Should we both withdraw from the show as well? Shu He shook his head once more. There are many small creatures on the island. Their droppings may contain wild fruit seeds. If we lose, perhaps you and Hua should sift through the various excrement on the island to see if there are any seeds worth planting, ensuring our fruit variety isn't too monotonous. At that moment, Chaoyue recalled something. Should we check Godzilla's droppings first? I fed it strawberries yesterday. Shu He stroked his chin. That is essential. Watching you looked anxiously at Hua Xiao, feeling betrayed by his casual dismissal of his plight. How could you so easily sell me out? This could truly backfire. Now, everyone expected the two of them to rummage through even more droppings. Let us see how this unfolds. I believe this wager merits further discussion. Hua Chenyu protested. Yet the three girls deemed this arrangement fair. Bai Lu remarked. Hua Xiao mentioned that undertaking this task should not be burdensome. I think he made an excellent point. Though Hua Xiao was reluctant, he reconsidered. So he could at most be considered a budding plant expert, hardly an agricultural specialist. For them to witness blooming seeds before departing the island would be a feat. Producing fruit? What a ludicrous notion. Moreover, having reached this juncture in their conversation, he dared not gamble, which indicated his belief in Shu He's ability to cultivate successfully. In such a scenario, the encouragement for Hua to partake in the fruit would only exacerbate the errors. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to the arrangement. I shall wager. Was this matter thus settled? Did anyone inquire about the opinions of those involved? The outcome of the wager remained uncertain. Yet Hua Chenyu was undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt of any failure. He craned his neck, eager to defend himself. But in his anxiety, the audible rumblings from his stomach were heard by all. He felt an urge to release gas. Yet instinctively clenched his backside. A valuable tip. When one is on the verge of diarrhea, never trust any flatulence. Hua Xiao, observing the situation, hastily pulled Hua Chenyu away. Are you feeling it? Let us go. Hand the seeds to Shu He. I want to see if he can indeed grow a flower. Shu He scoffed. He truly can grow a flower. You two should prepare to engage in a debate on the island. Early in the morning, viewers in the live stream began to fervently place bets. This wager is substantial. Are we really going to let Shu He leave the show? That's unfair. What is unfair about it? If Shu He truly succeeds, then Hua and Hua Xiao will be left as mere scavengers on a deserted island. Everyone, place your bets. Shu He was confident, yet I had a nagging feeling about the low probability of success. This time, I bet on Hua Xiao winning. Be cautious upstairs. Shu He is capable of concocting chemical solutions, so his planting skills might be formidable. I'm betting on Shu He. Having cultivated garlic hydroponically at home, I can attest that it takes about 3 weeks to grow edible shoots. Yielding results in a month is exceedingly difficult. I'm betting on Hua Xiao. Can I place a bet on Hua? My mind is filled with the image of him squatting there, desperately engaging in the debate. It's truly tragic. Hua Xiao is not acting human. The other guests initially allowed Hua some freedom, yet Hua Xiao swiftly led him to the guillotine. He often pretends to care, but in critical moments, he can only be a plastic brother. If Shu He loses and departs from the show, I shall no longer watch. Unconditionally supporting Shu He, Hua Xiao, who usually boasts and flaunts, has not been held accountable by Shu He. This turn of events truly brings satisfaction. I hope Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu can bow their noble heads and take a good look at our yellow earth. Hua Xiao hurriedly escorted Hua Chenyu out of the restaurant. Thus far, the issue of seeds had been resolved. Shu He addressed the 3 young ladies. Let us divide our tasks. Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu will search for seeds, and Riba and Xiaoyue. You two find any usable vessels. I shall prepare breakfast for you, and later, I will go with Bai Lu to gather soil. Riba and Xiaoyue shook their heads vigorously. We have lost our appetite for breakfast. Let us get to work directly. We shall eat when we feel hungry. Sui nodded. Very well. Since there is no urgency for breakfast, I will feed Jiujiu and Godzilla, and then we shall teach little Jiujiu how to swim. Upon hearing this, Riba promptly picked up the little Jiujiu from the ground. Is Jiujiu's tail fin ready? Can he swim now? Sui gently unwrapped the gauze, revealing a wound that, while still present, was clearly mending. It's not a matter of concern. Chiu is unlike the rest of us. Its injuries heal swiftly. With the aid of seawater for inflammation and disinfection, it shall soon be perfectly fine. Bai Lu approached, joyfully tapping the little creature on its head. Chiu, you must muster your strength. Only by learning to swim can you return to the vast ocean. The small, grayish creature, not quite grasping the concept of swimming, simply felt blissful when surrounded by the 3 girls. Among them, it cherished Bai Lu the most. Her fair complexion reminded it of its own clean self. Her sparkling eyes and soft form made it ponder whether it, too, could possess such beauty when it grew up. Chiu flapped its tiny forefins against Bai Lu, who gently took it from He's hands and pressed her face against its round head. Noticing that the 3 girls had successfully calmed little Chiu, Shu He administered a final bottle of nutritional milk, lamenting that this was indeed the last of the fresh milk. While fruit seeds can be gathered, fresh milk is irreplaceable. He sighed, realizing he would have to substitute with other ingredients. though none would quite match the milk's nourishing quality. After feeding Godzilla, Shu He instructed the three girls to take little Chiyo to the seaside and wait for him, while he returned to his room to fetch a plastic basin previously used for Godzilla's baths. Though he hadn't brought many supplies, he had adequately prepared for Godzilla's needs upon arrival on the island. To his surprise, the creature had arrived with a genetic serum, becoming entirely self-sufficient. Many items thus lay unused, now perfect for little Chiyo. On the deserted island, the sea shimmered a clear azure, revealing the sunlight dancing upon the seabed. Shu He filled a large basin with seawater and instructed the girls to set the extremely curious Chiyo down on the ground. They were all eager to witness the little creature's inaugural plunge into the water. Their excitement mingled with a touch of apprehension. Shu He gently placed Chiyo into the basin, cradling its fleshy neck with one hand. Chiyo squinted its eyes, swishing its tail fin in the water, and felt a delightful sensation, cool, swaying, and utterly enchanting. Chapter 50, Godzilla's Instruction. My little sister must be like a warrior. Shu He cautiously released his grip on the little creature's head. Suddenly, Chiyo's round eyes widened in alarm, and after exhaling a series of bubbles through its nose, it blinked slowly, filled with trepidation. Shu He promptly lifted its head above the surface. "Haha, how adorable!" Supermoon chuckled at the sight of the seal sputtering in the water, while Reba's brow furrowed slightly, though a smile lingered on her face. "Must we really do this?" Bailu, perhaps a bit anxious, clung tightly to Shu He, who struggled to free his other arm. After rinsing Chiyo with seawater a couple of times, he finally cradled it in his arms. As Shu He gently wiped the body of the little seal, Chiyo was startled, burrowing its head into the towel, leaving only its rear end exposed, truly an instance of prioritizing its head over its tail. The young seal could only learn to swim gradually, with its mother guiding them through the ocean using her own body. Only when they fully acclimated would she let go. However, since Chiyo was frightened, Shu He had to proceed slowly to prevent any sense of aversion. While wiping Chiyo's fur from gray to white, Shu He explained to the third girl what was happening. Chiyo, feeling aggrieved, buried its head in the towel and whimpered, its intentions lost on everyone around. The third girl tenderly stroked the little creature until its fear subsided, and gradually, its round head peeked out from the towel. This heartwarming scene melted the hearts of viewers in the live stream. The seal pup's transformation was utterly healing and adorable. Previously, Chiyo resembled a pitiful little gray mouse, but now, after being cleaned and restored to its fluffy white self, one couldn't help but wish to embrace it. Shu He had truly done an incredible job, successfully rescuing a little seal, an act of boundless merit. It was undoubtedly wise not to heed Hua Xiao's advice initially. Shu He must persevere and cultivate success, urging him to quickly prepare for his defense. Did anyone else think those two were quite suitable for seeking seeds? Let us not dwell on such matters during this healing moment. Each task has its designated person. We shall only focus on Shu He's livestream and spare ourselves the unnecessary worry. Godzilla observed Chiyo learning to swim, and upon witnessing its timid demeanor, felt an instinctive disapproval. My dear sister must embody courage, akin to a warrior undaunted by challenges. If a splash of water frightens you so, how will you fare during your wilderness training without shedding tears over the Great Wall? Godzilla nudged Chiyo with its nose until the little seal tumbled out of Shu He's embrace, landing belly up on the sand, prompting it to bark twice. It encouraged Chiyo to pay attention, then dove into the sea, showcasing flips, dog paddles, and dives, emerging triumphantly with a thrashing fish in its mouth. Chiyo's eyes widened in awe, gazing at Godzilla with admiration, its small flippers clapping excitedly against its belly. Godzilla tossed the fish in front of Chiyo, exuding an air of superiority. Chiyo turned over with determination, mimicking Godzilla as it wiggled its rear end and made a valiant attempt to reach the ocean. Godzilla was the first to run into the water, lifting little Chiyo on its back, while Chiyo splashed excitedly, barking in delight. The third girl, having just witnessed the adorable transformation of Chiyo, now looked on with astonishment. Bailu exclaimed, "This Godzilla is both a father and a mother. What fortune must one accumulate to have such a splendid dog?" Hapa playfully nudged her arm, saying, "If you marry Shu He, won't Godzilla become yours as well?" Yang Xiaoyue remained silent, her eyes gleaming with a cold light as she plotted ways to steal Godzilla away. Shu He lifted Bai Lu with a smile. Well, since we have such an excellent teacher in Godzilla, I suppose we need not worry about Jiu learning to swim. Are you all in the mood for breakfast? The third girl nodded enthusiastically, her spirits already uplifted by the two companions. The four of them walked together towards the dining hall, with Xiaoyu following in Shu He's footsteps. Shu He, you've picked coconuts for us and made mosquito repellent. I too wish to contribute something for everyone. In fact, I often watched cooking in my rural childhood, so I have a fair understanding, though I've never tried my hand at it. Could you teach me how to prepare breakfast today? Of course. Shu He readily agreed. Upon returning to the dining hall, everyone began preparing the ingredients. Shu He casually trimmed some vegetable roots. These lettuce leaves can be stir-fried with a simple oyster sauce. There's still plenty of dough, so let me teach you how to make shrimp paste for Youtiao. Feeling that breakfast should be complemented by a drink. Shu He pondered for a moment before arriving at a solution. Director Li previously gave me some yellow beans. I've already used part of them to make fermented black beans. We can grind the rest to make soy milk. How does that sound? That sounds fantastic. Bai Lu exclaimed, her appetite immediately piqued. She clapped her hands, gazing at Shu He with a twinkle in her eyes, radiating warmth. Reflecting on his interactions with everyone, Shu He maintained a respectful demeanor towards the celebrities, exhibiting a sense of boundaries even in the presence of such beauty as Ba and Xiaoyu. He was not one to stoop to the level of jesters, nor did he hesitate to distance himself from those he disliked, suggesting that Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu seek out seeds. What a clever thought. The train of her thoughts made Bai Lu suppress a smile. Yet she quickly shook her head, banishing those two troublesome figures from her mind. Shu He was indeed admirable, handsome, and equipped with a plethora of skills. Ever since she met him, Bai Lu found it difficult to recall any male figures besides her father. Watching Shu He guide Xiaoyu as they kneaded dough and ground soy milk, Bai Lu approached to gently wipe the sweat from his brow, then offered him water. Thank you. Shu He smiled at Bai Lu, prompting a sudden emptiness in the hearts of Xiaoyu and Ba. Joining a dating show, Bai Lu's partner was so perfect, while there seemed to be a source of embarrassment. Were they doomed to remain unacquainted with love? Or was Bai Lu merely exceedingly fortunate? Xiaoyu resolved to completely let go of Hua Chenyu, deciding to regard him simply as an acquaintance from now on. Ba had long felt that she and Hua Xiao were entirely incompatible, uncertain if the program team had overheard their plea during the last gathering. Hey, you two. No need to flaunt your happiness. Don't forget, my eagle-like spirit is prone to tears, Xiaoyu said, her face dusted with white flour, pouting as she spoke while diligently following Shu He's instructions. Do we really need to add salt to the youtiao? Shu He nodded, yes. The salt enhances the flavor and texture, adding a certain elasticity that makes the youtiao more delightful. Once the dough was well kneaded, Shu He retrieved the frozen shrimp. Mix it with minced scallions and an egg, chop it into a paste, and then stuff it into the youtiao. With the shrimp roe left behind, I intend to make soy sauce, which will be perfect for stir-frying the lettuce shortly. My mouth waters in anticipation as I hurriedly assist Xiaoyu in preparing the large shrimp, while Sui produces the fermented black soybeans he had prepared earlier, beginning the process of crafting the shrimp roe soy sauce. Chapter 51. The Ancient Method of Brewing Shrimp Roe Soy Sauce. Those who rose later are now feeling quite famished, their stomachs growling in response to Shu He's enticing shrimp and fried dough sticks. Upon hearing that he would be making shrimp roe soy sauce on site, everyone's interest was piqued. We consume soy sauce daily, yet remain oblivious to its creation. It's Saturday, and I am eager to learn the art of soy sauce making from Shu He. Later, I shall prepare a humble bowl of Yangshan noodles to impress my wife. Truly remarkable. The fried dough sticks filled with shrimp paste, combined with the fragrance of scallions. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. The master chef is about to conduct a live demonstration on soy sauce making. I must join in. For the past few days, watching Shu He cook has left me utterly craving their delectable dishes. I envy you all. Here in my dormitory, I can only indulge in a fried dough stick to satisfy my cravings. Do you all have fermented black soybeans and shrimp roe at home? Fermented black soybeans can be purchased readily from the supermarket. As for shrimp roe, perhaps shrimp paste could suffice. There's a seafood market right below my building, and I shall go procure some shrimp roe. I seem to recall another ingredient, though it eludes me at the moment. Alas, so he only has fermented black soybeans at hand. The shrimp roe will be ready soon, so let us get started without delaying the lesson. For the first time, the viewer count in Shu He's live stream begins to dwindle, yet the production team remains unfazed. They understand that these individuals wish to partake in the island life experience and are busy preparing their ingredients, certain they will return shortly. After all, viewers of Shu He's stream are remarkably loyal, often reluctant to leave once they join, observing those unable to leave or unwilling to miss the show. The production staff feels a subtle sense of accomplishment, as if they too are part of this spectacle. Gradually, some quick shoppers return to the live stream, witnessing Shu He and Bai Lu engaged in light conversation as they prepare to make soy sauce. Bai Lu delicately pinches a dark fermented black soybean with her tender fingers. Is this really made from yellow soybeans? How did it transform into this? Shu He chops the fermented black soybeans for later use, stirring the salt in the pan while explaining. The yellow soybeans are soaked overnight, boiled combined with wheat, coated in flour, and stir-fried to cultivate the mold, then soaked in water and turned daily. The longer it sits, the richer the flavor. However, I am employing the 4-day quick method, which is sufficient for now. Bai Lu listens intently, understanding each individual word but struggling to grasp the sentences as a whole. The expressions of the viewers in the live stream mirror hers. I don't quite understand, but I admire Shu He. I've learned that the fermented black soybeans we consume daily are made through such a complex process. My goodness, Shu He is employing ancient brewing techniques, without any additives. This is undoubtedly safer and more delicious than the high-tech soy sauce of certain brands. For days? A quick method? If it weren't for the availability of ready-made fermented black soybeans, I fear I might never taste the shrimp roe soy sauce. Can the fermented black soybeans we purchased be compared to those crafted by Shu He? I find myself somewhat disheartened. Hold firm, dear family. We have already surmounted the most intricate stages, and victory is within our grasp. However, the words that Shu He subsequently uttered to Bai Lu fell like a bucket of cold water upon the heads of netizens. Bai Lu, please fetch the refrigerated black truffles. Only soy sauce made with black truffles boasts a rich, aromatic flavor that cannot be rivaled. Those endeavoring to emulate Shu He's technique of frying salt hastily cast their spatulas aside, exclaiming, "What household uses black truffles to make soy sauce?" I concede I am unworthy. I did mention that we might have overlooked something, yet you refuse to heed my counsel. Let not despair take hold. In the absence of black truffles, I believe shiitake mushrooms would suffice. We happen to have some leftover from our hot pot. Let us mimic Shu He, dear family. Regardless, we have indeed learned to create our own additive-free soy sauce, which is surely superior to any purchased variety. While the gap in quality may be irreparable, clever netizens continuously replicate Shu He's methods with alternative ingredients. They followed his lead, preparing the fried salt in advance and caramelizing sugar until it reached a deep reddish hue. During this process, Chow Yu and Reba also prepared shrimp roe. Shu He combined the shrimp roe with the syrup made from black truffles, ing them until fragrant. Then adding water, star anise, bay leaves, fermented black soybeans, and salt, covering the pot and allowing it to simmer vigorously. The three maidens could not resist bringing their hands to their noses to savor the tantalizing aroma wafting from a pot. Reba exclaimed, "This is simply divine." The soy sauce available on the market pales in comparison. Yang Xiaoyu remarked, "When I sought the lettuce and drizzle it with this soy sauce, the flavor will surely soar." Those diligently following Shu He's lead began to stretch and move, speculating that once this concoction was completed, their homemade additive-free soy sauce would be a resounding success. Although it may lack the refinement of Shu He's ingredients, the fragrance wafting from the pot was genuinely delightful. Bai Lu, echoing the thoughts of the group, gazed at Shu He and inquired, "Once it has cooked, will we be finished?" Yet Shu He shook his head. "Not yet. After clearing the residue from the pot, we must filter it again through cheesecloth. Only then will the soy sauce be clear and possess a longer shelf life." As the heat intensified, steam billowed from the pot, and a rich, savory aroma permeated the air around the island. Bai Lu placed the cheesecloth over the basin, eagerly awaiting as Shu He poured out the residue for filtration. Watching the clear, vibrant soy sauce cascade into the basin, the three maidens truly grasped the joy of creating their own ingredients. Yang Xiaoyu, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly scooped a spoonful of the freshly made shrimp roe soy sauce to prepare her oyster sauce lettuce. As the crisp, verdant lettuce emerged from the pot, The group was finally ready to relish their breakfast together. Reba took a hearty bite of the shrimp oil stick, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe this was made by you, Chow Yu. It is truly exceptional." Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster as she continued to rave. Bai Lu handed her a cup of soy milk, saying, "Chow Yu's soy milk is equally rich and fragrant. Do take a sip before you choke." Yang Chaoyue chuckled shyly. "Indeed, teacher Shu He's teachings are exceptional. Perhaps it is the labor I engaged in, but today's breakfast tastes particularly delightful." "Absolutely." Bai Lu and Reba nodded vigorously. Shu He took a bite of the lettuce stir-fried by Chaoyue, and it appeared that the two girls were not merely flattering her. The flavor was genuinely exquisite. Even though it was prepared with oyster sauce, it did not compromise the crispness of the vegetables, unlike the greasy dishes often served in grand restaurants. Perhaps it was due to Chaoyue's rural upbringing, having witnessed cooking from a young age. In any case, she possessed a remarkable talent for culinary arts. With such a clever little chef, Shu He found it perplexing how Hua Xiao had failed in his previous teaching. The viewers watched in rapture as the four savored their leisurely and blissful breakfast, yet one question lingered in their minds. With the soft, savory shrimp paste and golden fried dough sticks, along with the creamy, fragrant, freshly ground soy milk adorning the table. How is it that all four prioritized devouring the oyster sauce lettuce? It was merely a bowl of greens, even with the addition of shrimp paste and soy sauce. It hardly seemed deserving of such popularity. Eventually, someone in the comments posed this very query. Chapter 52, the teacher-student romance segment upstairs. It's evident you Haven Tea followed Chef Shu He's techniques. I just dipped a boiled egg in the soy sauce I prepared, and the flavor was absolutely divine. I couldn't wait to taste it. It was truly soul-stirring. The ingredients Shu He used were superior to ours, and that plate of lettuce must have been exquisite. When I compared it with my own soy sauce, the color was decidedly more vibrant and glossy. I finally experienced the essence of food as it should be. It took me back to my childhood in an instant. Is homemade soy sauce really that extraordinary? It seems I must give it a try. Let's get to work. Everyone, the process is simple and cost-effective, and the flavor is something money cannot buy. I can hardly imagine how delightful it must be to brew using ancient methods and black truffles. After finishing breakfast, Reba volunteered to take charge of all the cleaning duties. The others did not decline too much. Washing dishes and tidying the table was not a significant task. Reba continually emphasized that she hadn't contributed much, and that cleaning would make her feel more at ease. Subsequently, Shu He instructed Yang Chaoyue to gather and organize planting containers, reminding her to keep plastic bottles, foam boxes, and various small boxes from snacks. He then took a few woven bags and, accompanied by Bai Lu, set off to find suitable soil. Upon re-entering the grove, happy memories with Shu He flooded back to Bai Lu, lifting her spirits. I thought the island would be filled with rain, yet every day since our arrival has been cloudless. Even the distant hills are clearly visible. Bai Lu's remark immediately alerted Shu He. He had not paid much attention to the weather recently, and several consecutive days of clear skies seemed somewhat unusual. We must hasten to find soil. After we return, we need to reinforce the windows and such, he urged. Bai Lu asked, somewhat puzzled, do you still believe a typhoon is coming? Is it possible that some mysterious force could have whisked it away to another place? Shu He chuckled softly. What you refer to is the subtropical high pressure. Typhoons reside beneath it. The subtropical high behaves like a spinning top, guiding the typhoon along its periphery. Indeed, the subtropical high exhibits an unpredictable disposition, often wandering about. As you suggested, it is indeed possible for it to be displaced elsewhere with a mere flick. But judging by the clear skies of the past couple of days, it seems likely that landfall is imminent. Bai Lu nodded, her expression tinged with anxiety. Is this what they call the inevitable reckoning for those who indulge in chaos? What should we do? Shu He found Bai Lu's description amusing. There is no need for concern. The uninhabited island is rather small, and landfall will only last a day or two. Typhoons are quite particular, consuming only tropical moisture. Once they make landfall, they'll find themselves feasting on nothing but soil, and will soon perish from hunger. The sheer destructive power of a typhoon made it sound rather tragic when articulated by Shu He. Bai Lu candidly remarked, if my geography teacher had been you, I surely would not have settled for merely a junior college education. After a moment of contemplation, she felt that her words might have been somewhat inappropriate if Shu He were indeed her teacher. The infatuated girl would likely be preoccupied with romantic notions rather than focusing on her studies. Shu He halted beside a patch of soil. This soil is rich in organic matter, making it suitable for cultivation. Let's fill 2 bags. Bai Lu's mind temporarily faltered. Isn't soil just soil? Is there really a difference? Shu He crouched down, filling the bags while explaining, indeed, this soil contains nearly half organic matter, which is quite nutrient-rich. The solution content should exceed 30%, while the air content is relatively low. In such cases, one typically employs perlite or clay pellets to enhance aeration. However, we can simply find some larger gravel for our needs. Bai Lu also crouched down, earnestly kneading the soil in her hands. Yet she still felt it was not much different from the mud she played with as a child, struggling to comprehend how Shu He could discern the distinctions between such materials. Noticing Bai Lu's puzzled expression, Shu He inquired, "Do you know why I opted for ordinary larger gravel to improve aeration?" With a furrowed brow and a quizzical frown, Bai Lu replied, enunciating each word, "Isn't it because you are poor?" Shu He froze in place. Her actions momentarily halted. Was this sister being a tad too blunt? While the reasoning was sound, such honesty need not be verbalized. The comment section erupted with laughter. Wow. Bai Lu really has no regard for others' feelings. This was precisely why I found her endearing. A delightful burst of laughter. Shu He felt as if she had been pressed on pause. Was there anyone quite so forthright? The explanations were so detailed and earnest. In Shu He and Bai Lu's livestream, there existed an undeniable sense of comfort. Who knew there were so many nuances to soil composition? My nearly desolate plantation now had hope. Shu He's understanding of horticulture was impressive. It felt as though the dynamic duo of Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, the fertilizer brothers, could be officially announced. After a brief pause, Shu He offered an awkward chuckle. Being poor is merely one reason. Another is that gravel contains a wealth of minerals, which is essential for soil preparation. Bai Lu gazed at her in awe. "Shu He, how is it that your reservoir of knowledge is so vast? Is it necessary to undergo rigorous assessment to become a guardian of the island?" Shu He prepared 2 bags of soil, placing them aside as he continued to search for larger gravel with Bai Lu. "Not at all. The guardianship does not have formal positions. We are merely contractual workers. Many find the conditions arduous and are reluctant to join. However, some do receive training before taking up their roles. In my case, there was a shortage of personnel, and I began my duties on the very first day of reporting. In terms of management, the guardians must also adhere to the directives of their superiors." Bai Lu nodded earnestly, realizing why Director Wang was so busy with various procedures the day before the program's launch. Indeed, it was worthwhile for a treasure like Shu He. The two filled another 2 bags with soil in the rainforest, and Bai Lu merely lifted one, immediately feeling as though her arm might dislocate. "This is so heavy. Should I call them to help carry it?" Shu He squatted down, saying no, that would waste too much time. "Once we finish planting, we still need to reinforce the doors and windows. If you can lift the bag, place it on my back." As he spoke, he extended his hands backward, indicating where she should place it. Time is indeed of the essence if a typhoon is truly on its way. With all her strength, Bai Lu stacked the bags of soil onto Shu He's back. After completing the task, she was so exhausted that she could barely straighten her back, and her meticulously styled waves from the morning were now a disheveled mess. Not caring about the dirt, she plopped down on the ground, realizing that each bag felt as heavy as a corpse. How could Shu He possibly carry 4 bags? Panting, Bai Lu got back up, determined not to let him bear such a burden alone. With both hands gripping the bottom of a bag, she worriedly said, "This is too heavy. Give me 2 bags." Shu He remained unfazed as he stood up, his physique akin to that of a special forces soldier, making such physical labor seem trivial. "Just keep your distance. Not causing any trouble is already helping me." Bai Lu obediently took 2 steps back. Although his words were quite masculine, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Wanting to protect Shu He, yet she truly didn't know how to assist him effectively. Observing Shu He's unperturbed demeanor and effortless strides, the online viewers found it hard to discern the weight of the bags. Chapter 53. Are you sure this is all the seeds? Why do the two exhibit such contrasting reactions to the weight of the bags? I am utterly confused. Could Bai Lu be an experienced variety show participant, exaggerating for effect? After all, Shu He carried 4 bags without any visible strain. Do you really think Bai Lu would sacrifice her appearance for the sake of the show? I seriously doubt Shu He is merely flesh and blood. For bags of soil, one can only imagine their weight. Perhaps they're not that heavy. After all, Bai Lu is a girl and not accustomed to physical labor. As everyone watched Shu He walk steadily back to the dining area, they failed to perceive the significant weight of those 4 bags of soil. Bai Lu burst into the restaurant, her eyes immediately landing on the brothers from the dunk-collecting team seated at the table. Hua Chenyu appeared pale, resembling wilted greens, while Hua Xiao still exhibited a hint of vitality. At their feet lay a plastic bag filled with tissues, and Bai Lu soon deduced its contents. However, there was no time for further contemplation as she called out to the remaining 2 gentlemen, urging them to assist Shu He, who was struggling under the weight of 4 heavy bags of soil. The group rushed out of the restaurant, only to find Shu He bravely shouldering the burden as he approached. Hua Xiao offered a reassuring smile to Bai Lu, saying, "No need to fret. Shu He can manage this on his own, and it likely isn't too heavy. Let us unload together." Hua Chenyu, swaying unsteadily, stepped forward, utterly drained of energy. The earlier endeavor of rummaging for seeds had been arduous, leaving him so spent that he had even retched. His sluggishness was compounded by Hua Xiao insisting he rest for a while. Yet, witnessing Shu He, full of life while carrying 4 hefty bags, ignited a competitive spirit within him. As he observed Shu He's upper body lean forward and slowly crouch down, Hua Chenyu's trembling hands reached for the burlap sack, but despite his efforts, the bag remained immobile. With a second attempt, he was greeted by a dazzling array of stars. Noticing the struggle, Hua Xiao promptly shoved him aside, exclaiming, "Come on, Hua. Your strength is truly lacking. It's just a few seed from some dung. This is what farmers do every day. After resting for so long, and you still can't keep up? How weak. Let me take over." With determination, Hua Xiao rolled up his sleeves and grimaced as he lifted 1 bag, nearly losing his composure in front of the camera. "What kind of soil is this? It's so heavy." Shu He gently turned his head, explaining, "Moist soil is naturally heavier than dry soil. But worry not, Bai Lu placed the bags up here one at a time." Bai Lu had initially intended to rally everyone to help, but seeing a young lady manage to lift 1 bag herself made her reluctant to appear weak. With renewed vigor, Hua Xiao hoisted another bag down, but when it hit the ground, he could not control his strength and nearly strained his back. "Bai Lu, are you some kind of superhuman?" he gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. Bai Lu pouted, "I merely lifted 1 bag at a time, while Shu He has carried 4. The curious Ba and Chao Yu clumsily approached, and the 2 girls, gritting their teeth and working in unison, managed to set down a single bag. Yang Chao Yu, hands on her hips and panting heavily, exclaimed, "You 2 are unbelievable. Such heavy bags can only be lifted by the power of love." At that moment, netizens collectively pondered the earlier revelation. What incredible boyfriend strength Shu He possessed. Being by his side provided an overwhelming sense of security. This lad was like a titanium alloy, his physical and mental prowess far exceeding human limits. Bai Lu's ability to lift bags that others struggled with was undoubtedly a result of love's intoxicating influence. Shu He playfully rolled the final bag onto the ground, dusting off his clothes and looking at Chao Yu with a grin. "Are the vessels ready?" Chao Yu stood at attention. Saluting, "Report, Captain. I have thoroughly scoured the entire island for all the vessels you requested, completing the task flawlessly." Shu He nodded in approval, acknowledging that Chao Yu was indeed a capable little assistant. He then shifted his gaze towards the brothers responsible for the manure. "Have you found the seeds?" A muffled hum escaped from Hua Chenyu's teeth. Hua Xiao, doing nothing yet wearing an air of arrogance, remarked, "Hua was nearly sick from searching for those few seeds. I confirmed with him that all the strawberry and watermelon seeds are inside. If you can't produce any fruit, it would be a disgrace to Hua. Are you certain it's all the seeds?" Shu He countered. Hua Chenyu, feeling weary, replied, "What do you mean, Shu He?" Shu He let out a whistle to call back Godzilla, who had been busy teaching Jiao how to swim. Returning with a sense of urgency, Godzilla exclaimed, "What's the matter? My sister is still waiting over there. You left the strawberry seeds you ate yesterday behind. Take these 2 seed heroes to find them." Shu He instructed, adding, "I need to plant them soon, so we must be quick." Upon hearing this, Hua Chenyu flopped down onto the sandy ground, exclaiming, "Brother Hua Xiao, I truly can't do it anymore. It's your turn this time." Hua Xiao looked at Shu He with a visibly distressed expression. "Isn't this enough?" Shu He shook his head. "Seeds have their own survival rates, so the more the better. We don't have much time." He placed a comforting hand on Hua Xiao's shoulder. "Don't feel pressured by this. It's just a matter of finding a few seeds. Something farmers do every day. Hua Xiao realized Shu He was using his own word against him. A clever tactic indeed. Godzilla tugged at Hua Xiao's pant leg impatiently. And fearing for the fate of his other expensive trousers, Hua Xiao reluctantly followed Godzilla. The live stream audience erupted in laughter, unable to look at Hua Xiao and watch Yu without amusement. It was about time he was dealt with. Would Godzilla really think Hua Xiao enjoyed this? Perhaps he expected a daily fresh batch from him from now on. Only time would tell. Despite all this, wasn't it nearly time to start the broadcast from the observation room? Didn't Yinlu mention there would be surprises from the production team today? There was still half an hour left, no need to rush. The gallant Hua Xiao had yet to finish finding the seeds. Shu He aimed to maximize their time, so he began moving soil bags onto the restaurant balcony, taking one himself while the others collectively handled another. Bailu opened the refrigerator to help Shu He transport all the fruits and vegetables, rummaging through until she pulled out 3 exquisite boxes adorned with bear motifs. Curiously, she asked, "What are these?" Reba stepped forward to take a look. "They seem to belong to Hua Xiao. Don't touch them." Bailu acknowledged and continued her task. Shu He first used a heated iron rod to create small holes in some plastic items before tending to various vegetable roots, mixing the soil in a foam box. He handed a box with a small hole scooped out to Hua Chenyu, saying, "Just place the seeds you found into the hole." Chapter 54. The Grand Blueprint of the Deserted Island Farm. Considering that these seeds were unlikely to attract anyone else's interest, Hua Chenyu begrudgingly pinched them through the plastic bag, placing them one by one into the hole. "In the past, I was so fastidious that even the sunshades of trees seemed unclean to me. Yet here I am now, capable of sowing the seeds unearthed during my defense. Could this be regarded as a form of growth?" Reflecting on this, Hua Chenyu felt an invigorating surge of enthusiasm. This is merely a psychological barrier. Overcoming it is nothing extraordinary. If farmers can accomplish such tasks, so can I. He believed this statement would surely garner admiration, and the long-lost Na'vi smile reappeared on his face. "Once I retrieve the seeds from Godzilla, I can assist Hua Xiao in planting them too." The third girl awkwardly applauded. Hua is amazing. Such awareness is indeed commendable. Otherwise, no one would be capable of the task of finding seeds in the future. Viewers also commented on his words. This child surprisingly suits this job. What can I say? Since his singing, which he takes great pride in, has repeatedly encountered setbacks, he must find himself some work to do. Hua Chenyu had contributed little until now, yet unexpectedly found his value in mucking out. Tears welled up in his eyes. Upon hearing Hua Chenyu mention Hua Xiao, Shu He suddenly recalled something. "Oh, Hua, once you finish with your seeds, please inform Hua Xiao that he need not search any longer. I just remembered that Godzilla did not suffer from diarrhea like you did, and the seeds found in its excrement are likely not viable. It's not worth the effort." "What?" Hua Chenyu's smile froze in place. "Why did you only think of this now?" "Hua Xiao is probably almost done searching. I forgot." Shu He replied simply, returning to his tasks. Hua Chenyu stood by, at a loss for words. As Shu He was laboriously digging through the muck, "You casually dismissed this with a mere "I forgot." I used to think Shu He was easy to bully due to his unassuming nature, but now it seems he is quite the cunning character." Hua Chenyu could hardly imagine Hua Xiao's expression upon receiving this news. Yet recalling that he himself had been coerced by Hua Xiao brought an unexpected thrill to his heart. Good brothers share both joys and hardships. Once the seeds were sown, Hua Chenyu eagerly dashed out to find Hua Xiao. Shu He utilized a small container from leftover snacks to hydroponically grow scallions and garlic, while the foam box was primarily designated for cultivating root vegetables like lettuce, celery, spinach, potatoes, and carrots, as well as seeds of strawberries, watermelons, and lemons. Naturally, the soil composition varied according to the different species. Although he possessed the highest planting skills that instinctively helped him avoid errors, he approached his work with diligence. For the efficacy of the botanical growth agents depended on precise execution. This scene of earnest dedication captivated the third girl and female viewers alike. Men truly are striking when they are serious. My husband only knows how to play games and sleep in. Angry. Comparing people can be infuriating. While those two male guests are still playing with excrement, Shu He exuded the aura of an agricultural expert. No wonder the third girl's eyes turned into hearts. Could the showrunners consider creating a reality dating show featuring everyday individuals? Invite more charming young men like Shu He to contribute to the marriage market in China. Ladies, Let us not set our expectations too high. Although Shu He possesses many skills, we are not lacking either. Aside from indulging in video games and luxuriating in slumber, we often find ourselves carelessly discarding items, belching, passing gas, and even spitting indiscriminately. Enough of that. In truth, Shu He is quite formidable. His meticulous planting procedures leave no room for error, a remarkable feat indeed. He has cultivated nearly every possible plant, and with utmost assurance. He diluted a drop of growth agent before carefully infusing it into a mineral water bottle that he had punctured at the bottom. Bailu, in a flurry, extended her chubby hands and exclaimed, "If the bottom is punctured and water is poured in, won't it just flow out?" Observing her, Shu He replied, twisting the cap, causing the water to cease its flow through the small opening. This relies on atmospheric pressure, a principle you all understand. With the threat of an impending typhoon, he devised a simple automatic drip irrigation system to prevent the plants from suffering due to a lack of water during their initial growth phase, especially when we might be unable to attend to them. He inserted the small opening into the soil, and a stream of tiny bubbles began to rise from the water container. How marvelous! The three sisters exclaimed in unison. Yet, Shu He remained indifferent, pondering the simplicity of it all. Initially, he would depend on the growth agent, while later, he would rely on Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, his free laborers, to discover more seeds. With his skills in cultivation, he envisioned the introduction and breeding of a plethora of varieties, transforming this uninhabited island, blessed with its pristine natural conditions, into a tropical fruit paradise. Perhaps he could even cultivate delicacies such as finger limes, known as the caviar of the fruit world, and other exotic fruits like ice cream beans. As he gazed at the barren balcony before him, he sketched the blueprint of his island farm in his mind, brimming with anticipation for the future. The only dilemma he foresaw would be the sheer volume of produce he would be unable to consume alone. However, this was not an insurmountable challenge. Finding a beautiful wife and raising a brood of children could very well establish a cycle of production, distribution, and consumption on this island. The more immediate challenge lay in the absence of a wife. He mused that Bailu would be a splendid choice. Yet, considering her flourishing career in the entertainment industry, would she ever consider relinquishing her aspirations to remain on this island? Such thoughts felt distant and perhaps overly ambitious. At that moment, the broadcast time for the observation room arrived. In the exquisitely adorned recording studio, Yen Lu smiled as he introduced two new love observers. "Hello, everyone. The Heartspace observation room is back with you. Today, we are pleased to welcome two new observers, the talented and popular actress, teacher Zhao Xiaoying, and the academically gifted Pan Zhou Dan, who shares Shu He's scholarly prowess. Welcome to both of you. Please greet our audience." Dressed in a soft lavender sundress, Zhao Xiaoying, with a warm smile, spoke first. "Hello, viewers of Heartspace. I am Zhao Xiaoying. I have been following this program for a while, and apart from the romantic elements, the island setting combined with the scenes depicted by Shu He always feels incredibly soothing." Yen Lu nodded. "So like most viewers, you enjoy immersing yourself in the live broadcasts of Shu He and Bailu?" "Absolutely." With a bashful smile, Zhao Xiaoying remarked, "I have never encountered a dog adept at locating black truffles, nor have I seen a seal pup. Furthermore, the imagery of Shu He fishing has, for the first time, made me feel the exhilarating fervor of such an endeavor. Even when he simply prepares a meal, I find myself captivated. Moreover, Bailu can be quite amusing at times. Their interactions invariably strike a chord deep within me." At this juncture, she abruptly halted, and Yen Lu understood the underlying reason. He was aware that overly expressing oneself on the show might not be entirely appropriate. Thus, he shifted his gaze towards Pan Zhou Dan, welcoming him warmly. "Welcome, Pan Zhou Dan. At 29 years old, you are a master's graduate from the Suli Federation University. We are delighted to have you join our program." Pan Zhou Dan stood up, his expression solemn as he took 2 steps forward and earnestly bowed to the camera. Chapter 55. From one end of the bed to the other. His greeting was slightly tense, yet Pan, the senior, spoke with remarkable elegance. "Greetings to the viewers of Heartspace. Thanks to the academic prowess of my junior, Shu He, I serendipitously found myself with the opportunity to participate in this dating reality show." Upon seeing the two new love observers, netizens began fervently discussing. Zhao Xiaoying, "I adoring Bao, but will she not feel tormented being here right after her divorce? Surely, she must." Did you notice how she barely finished her sentence? She must be affected by the interactions between Shu He and Bai Lu. Isn't Pan Zhou the one from the strongest brain? Is it because Shu He is an academic elite that the production team invited him to elevate the show's caliber? Pan's greeting was utterly hilarious. He seemed a tad pretentious. Though, you likely do not know that he shares an alma mater with Einstein. How can that be deemed pretentious? If I had his level of education, I would make a grand entrance. Does he regard Shu He's incomprehensible knowledge as mere child's play? Unbeknownst to Shu He, he had encountered a rival outside the show. Both Yin Lu and Zhao Xiaoying were initially startled by Pan Zhoudan's greeting, but upon hearing his refined voice, they relaxed and laughed. Yin Lu then inquired, Pan, you just mentioned Shu He. Have you been following him closely? Pan Zhoudan nodded. I have taken a keen interest in him. My mind is filled with theoretical knowledge that lacks practical application, while he embodies the wisdom of life, having implemented these theories in real-world scenarios. For instance, his use of fan blades for liquid separation made me ponder why I must rely on the limitations of foundational equipment in my research on automated system control theory. Pan Zhoudan gazed intently at Zhao Xiaoying, who felt increasingly flustered under his scrutiny. She nodded nervously, her hands fidgeting, internally pleading for rescue. Forget about liquid separation and systems. You should directly meet Shu He on the show. Let us not torment an innocent woman here. Yin Lu quickly intervened. We are somewhat unclear on the specifics of what you mean, Pan, but your recognition of Shu He is indeed surprising, considering he merely graduated from Qing University, which is slightly less prestigious than your own credentials. Pan Zhoudan extended a finger, shaking it gently. This statement is erroneous. I am able to attend the Soviet Union Federal University due to the substantial support from my parents. As for Shu He, I recall him mentioning that he is an orphan. His educational journey has likely been far more arduous than mine. It is indeed remarkable how humble Pan Zhoudan is, as his words are imbued with admiration for Shu He. His honesty is striking, given Shu He's background. Gaining admission to Tsinghua University is indeed no small feat. Shu He's actions could provide inspiration for Pan Zhoudan's research. One can only imagine the scene if these two academic prodigies were to participate together in a romantic reality show. At this juncture, I can only express, I'm 21 years old, capable of taking care of myself, and aware enough to seek shelter when it rains, sweating. However, discordant voices emerge from the comment section. Xiao Xian remarked, Senior Pan is merely being polite. He is our true role model. The nation cultivates talents from Tsinghua University, not to have us languish on a deserted island concocting mosquito repellent. Oh, is this not a jest at Shu He's modest income as a Tsinghua alumnus? When it comes time for your dissemination of knowledge about mosquito repellent, will you not emerge to criticize Shu He? I have reason to believe that during your student days, you were quite envious of Shu He. Xiao Xian is truly naive. Is not the guardian of the island contributing to the nation? Though Xiao Xian faced a barrage of criticism, some still found merit in his comments, believing that Shu He, being praised by Pan Zhoudan, was somewhat underutilized on a deserted island. At this moment, Yin Lu, influenced by Pan Zhoudan's words, recognized her earlier comparison of educational credentials as somewhat narrow-minded. After a moment of self-reflection, she began to discuss the cliffhanger left by the production team in the previous episode. Last time, we mentioned a delightful surprise for our audience. I wonder if everyone remembers? One is that our two new guests will soon arrive on the deserted island with essential supplies. Additionally, due to Shu He's rising popularity, we hope to deepen our understanding of him. However, since it is quite challenging to contact the guests, and Shu He has left no trace online, our production team will conduct an exclusive interview with him upon our arrival to satisfy everyone's curiosity. Xiaoying, if it were you, what would you like to ask Shu He? Zhao Xiaoying scratched her head. Feeling a bit shy, I would like to know what type of girl he likes and whether he minds girls who are older. Yin Lu inquired, what about Senior Pan Zhoudan? Pan Zhoudan replied, I would like to ask him why he chose the profession of an island guardian. Yin Lu cheerfully informed the two. Our production team is about to reach the deserted island. They currently have no signal on their communication devices. However, we are fortunate to have prepared for both of your questions. Upon hearing that new guests would be joining and that there would be an exclusive interview with Shu He, the audience's anticipation for the upcoming live broadcast grew even more. Meanwhile, in the live footage, Shu He had completed his planning task and was urging everyone to clean out the refrigerator as if a typhoon were truly on its way. The island's sunlight would likely be insufficient. In such circumstances, the storage capacity of the solar power equipment might deplete, and with uncertainty regarding the duration of the typhoon, the only way to prevent food from spoiling would be to take such precautions. Yang Chaoyue took on the role of chef for lunch. According to her, the culinary lessons from breakfast allowed her to awaken her latent skills, enabling her to piece together the cooking process from her memories, achieving a remarkable result. Bai Lu, intrigued, remarked, "I've noticed that those who have been trained by Shu He seem to progress rapidly. What about me? Shu He, could you train me as well?" Shu He chuckled, somewhat speechless, and replied, "Perhaps one day. What would you like to learn?" Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you know martial arts? When I perform fight scenes, I often feel inadequate." This truly touched upon Shu He's knowledge gap. Although, with his current physique, he could likely hold his own in a brawl. Professional martial arts skills would have to await a fortuitous reward from a system. At that moment, he unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Bai Lu, which type of fight scene are you referring to? The kind that goes from headboard to footboard?" Bai Lu paused. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she raised her tiny fist towards Iba. How could you learn such things for Boss Yang?" Shu He felt a bit embarrassed himself, thinking that these three girls must have grown too comfortable on the deserted island, completely forgetting they were filming a show. Viewers online responded with hilarity. "Drive safely. There's still people watching." As they were playfully bantering in the dining room, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Chapter 56. The arrival of two new guests. The ruckus outside was led by the barking of Godzilla, followed by mechanical whirring. As Shu He and the others stepped out of the dining room, they spotted a speedboat docking at the shore, its occupants too frightened to disembark due to Godzilla's presence. Before they could discern who had arrived, a sharp female voice cried out, "Whose dog is this? It's so fierce. Wow, is that fluffy creature behind it a puppy? It's quite intimidating too." Shu He sternly called Godzilla back, allowing the passengers on the boat to cautiously step ashore. Bai Lu, puzzled, followed Shu He, wondering if they were crew members. How did they suddenly arrive on the island? At that moment, Hiba pointed excitedly at a woman clad in a tight pink strapless dress, exclaiming, "Isn't that Sister Yuchi? Is she here to see us?" Chaiwa squinted and took a few steps forward. "Yang Yang, what brings you here?" Among the staff stood two dazzling stars, and as they approached, it became clear they were Zhang Yuqi and Yang Yang. These must be the new guests mentioned in the observation room. The human trumpet Yuqi and the greasy layabout Yang Yang. "I'm in tears. Yuqi isn't just a sister. She's practically a matriarch. Did the production team send her to whip the male guests into shape? Bringing those two here promises drama. I'm both angry and eager to watch. Are they teaming up, or will there be a reshuffling? Didn't Reba and Chao Yu once plead with the production team to resolve the grouping issue? It seems that matter has been addressed. Please do not separate Bai Lu and Shu He, I implore you. This makes the selection process quite challenging." The host, a young lady, greeted the audience with a cheerful wave. "Hello, dear viewers. Today, we have a delightful surprise for you. The addition of two new guests to the heartfelt space." The renowned actress Zhang Yuqi, affectionately known as Kikizi, was welcomed warmly. She straightened her posture, clasped her hands together, and bowed gracefully to the camera. Then there was the popular actor, Yang Yang. He flashed a profound and enigmatic smile, subsequently tapping his temple with two fingers, playfully engaging with the camera. The third young lady, donned in a professional smile, clapped her hands, though she remained perplexed about the direction the production team intended to take. The host addressed the guests on the island. "We have new members joining us on our deserted island. I wonder if anyone has fresh thoughts on the group arrangements?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's heart sank. Was there to be a reorganization? Instinctively, she clutched Shu He's arm tightly. "I want to be in a group with Shu He. We get along splendidly, don't we?" After saying this, she gazed longingly at Shu He, her eyes radiating affection. Shu He, caught in her enchanting gaze, readily affirmed, "Yes, I will continue to be in a group with Bai Lu." Zhang Yuqi, upon hearing this, sauntered over to Shu He, sizing him up with a playful demeanor. "You must be the unknown guest, right? I hadn't watched the show before, so I was unaware of your good looks. I typically prioritize appearance, but given the hardship of life on a deserted island, I think I shall choose Hua Xiao instead." "Oh, where is Hua Xiao? I recall seeing his name on the list." "Hua Xiao, come forth. Share your treasures with me." At this moment, Yang Yang, with his head bowed, placed a hand on her shoulder. "Sister Yuqi, if you are only interested in looks, Shouldn't you choose me? Zhang Yuqi met his gaze, filled with affection, and playfully swatted his hand away. It seems you are looking at me, but in reality, you are merely gazing at your own reflection in my eyes. Yang Yang scoffed softly, redirecting his affectionate gaze towards Reba. If Sister Yuqi is vying for your male guest, perhaps you should consider joining me instead. Reba felt troubled. She had just successfully seen off an unwelcome presence, only to have another showbiz talent arrive. Couldn't she enjoy her time peacefully on the deserted island? Reba cast an envious glance at Bai Lu, whose fair face radiated joy as she smiled at Shu He like a blossoming bun. How wonderful it would be if a new guest resembled Shu He. However, when comparing Yang Yang and Hua Xiao, Reba concluded that Yang Yang would be the better choice, as he at least did not speak as harshly as Hua Xiao. Since Sister Yuqi wishes to team up with Hua Xiao, I shall align myself with Yang Yang. At that moment, the somewhat clumsy Zhang Yuqi felt a tinge of regret. Oh dear, look at me being so carefree. If you wish to join Hua Xiao, I won't mind. Reba quickly waved her hands. No, I will team up with Yang Yang. If one finds it unbearable, they might seek an excuse to distance themselves from him, or perhaps request Shu He to assign him a similar task of finding seeds, thus allowing for a quieter environment. Upon realizing that the reshuffling of groups did not pertain to her, Yang Xiaoyue could only accept the situation with a sense of disheartenment. Fortunately, since Hua took on the task of seed finding, he has contributed somewhat to the group. The host, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the others. All right. We shall wait for Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu to arrive and inquire if they agree to this grouping. If they consent, we cannot change it. Apart from Bai Lu and Zhang Yuqi, who nodded with bright smiles, the expressions of the other two young ladies bore a hint of reluctance. The host glanced around, puzzled. Strange, where have Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu gone? As soon as she spoke, the group spotted a somewhat weakened Hua Chenyu and a disgruntled Hua Xiao approaching. Before they reached the front, Hua Xiao called out to Shu He, "Why didn't you inform me earlier that the Godzilla seeds were unusable? I've already sorted everything out." Before Shu He could respond, Zhang Yuqi gleefully bounced over to Hua Xiao, snatching the plastic bag from his hands. "What seeds are you talking about? Starting today, we are in the same group. Let me see what treasures you have." Eagerly, she opened the plastic bag. "Oh my goodness! What is this? Hua Xiao, are you so committed to protecting the environment that you even collect waste in a bag? That's revolting." The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, conveying to Zhang Yuqi that it was a welcome gift from Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's attention was diverted by the unfolding scene. "Has the production team arrived? What do you mean I'm in a group with Zhang Yuqi? I was supposed to be with Reba." Hua, bewildered by the crowd, exclaimed, "What? The production team is changing the groups? Can I still be in the same group as Chao Wei?" Finally, the host seized the opportunity to speak. "Yes, as for Hua Xiao, Reba has successfully grouped with Yang Yang. So can you be in a group with Sister Yuqi?" Before Hua Xiao could respond, Zhang Yuqi firmly grasped his wrist. "I have wealth if I desire it, and a figure to boast of. Suitors line up to court me. You must agree. Besides, Reba and Yang Yang have already made their decision. You cannot disrupt their pairing." Just after dealing with one surprise, another one arrived for Hua Xiao, who sighed dramatically. The fate is indeed unjust. In this circumstance, if he refused, he would likely have to withdraw from the show, wouldn't he? The notion of Reba agreeing to swap male guests struck Hua Xiao deeply. He contemplated that as long as he remained on the show, he had confidence in winning the hearts of the ladies. This was merely a stalling tactic. Once Hua Xiao consented to the grouping, the host let out a sigh of relief. Last time, while assisting little Jiao, Captain Gao Pong of the Velvet Rescue Team advised us to provide some medical supplies, along with the vaccines, nutritional supplements, and feeding devices for little Jiao. We have also brought you more medications. The staff planned to organize accommodations for the two new guests, during which they wish to conduct a brief interview with Shu He. Is that all right, Shu He? Chapter 57. Becoming a person who never compromises their soul, Shu He nodded nonchalantly. "Sure, but you must hurry. A typhoon may be approaching, and I still need to secure the doors and windows." The young host patted her empty chest reassuringly. "No need for you to worry about that. Our production team will take care of everything while tidying up the rooms." Upon mentioning the rooms, Hua Xiao looked at the crew with confusion. There are only 8 rooms on the island, one of which is designated as a communal dining area. Is someone really expected to stay in the dining room? Or is it meant for the island keeper? Or can we have mixed accommodations? As this thought crossed his mind, Hua Xiao displayed an indescribable expression. Although Yuchi was a bit unruly, she certainly possessed an enviable figure. The young host looked at him as if he were peculiar. The plan is to tidy up the island keeper's room for Yang Yang. What? Bai Lu immediately envisioned the island keeper's quarters. That place might not be suitable at all. The windows are broken, and it's damp with puddles on the floor. How about if Reba and I share a room? She glanced at the two girls, who readily agreed. No problem. After a few days together, the three had developed a good rapport. This also resolved a significant dilemma for the production team. They only needed to assist Reba and Xiao Yu with moving their belongings, saving them from starting from scratch. With ample time remaining, they could also reinforce the doors and windows more securely. The staff scattered to begin their work, while Shu He and the young host headed towards the communal dining area. Hua Xiao jogged behind them. Are you only interviewing Shu He? Since I arrived on the island, I've had many insights, such as the importance of unity and the natural beauty of this uninhabited island. The young host was taken aback by his statement and could only turn back to apologize. The questions we prepared are all centered around Shu He. If everyone has no objections, they can come in and join us. Then let's go. Hua Xiao, Zhang Yuqi, and Yang Yang rallied everyone together, not wanting to miss an opportunity for the spotlight, as it is a fundamental quality for an artist. Xiao Yu was just preparing lunch, and the group entered the dining area in a line. Shu He and the young host sat across from each other at the dining table, while the remaining guests assisted Xiao Yu and observed the exclusive interview. The young host got straight to the point, addressing Shu He. Since the show commenced, your popularity has surged, and many are curious about the profession of the island keeper. Let me first ask a few pressing questions on behalf of those who entrusted us. Many entertainment companies are eager to know if you have any intentions of entering the entertainment industry in the future. So he simply replied, no. His straightforward response visibly surprised the young host. Despite the appealing life on the uninhabited island, who wouldn't desire fame and fortune? Shu He is now considered a top-tier celebrity, having the potential to earn substantial income after participating in a dating show. Yet, he appeared utterly disinterested. His candidness left many who were just learning of his thoughts perplexed. Bai Lu once dreamed of embarking on adventures beyond the uninhabited island with Shu He, yet he had no intention of stepping into the entertainment industry, the most accessible starting point. With her head bowed, Bai Lu felt a profound sense of disappointment. Would the conclusion of the recording mean that she would never again have the opportunity to connect with Shu He? Perhaps one way to remain in touch was to stay on the island herself. Meanwhile, netizens bombarded the screen with comments, questioning Shu He's honesty. With quick financial gains and numerous beautiful women, coupled with the eager pursuit of entertainment companies, wasn't this the proverbial path to success? Who would refuse a golden opportunity presented before them? At that moment, the younger sister posed a second question. Captain Gao Peng of the Blue Velvet Rescue Team has asked us to inquire if you have any intentions of joining the rescue team. Shu He replied, not at all. There are animals on the island that require my protection. There is no necessity to join the rescue team. The host, the younger sister, continued. He wishes to commission you to provide training on emergency wildlife rescue knowledge. Would that be possible? Shu He responded, that could be arranged, though it would depend on specific circumstances. The younger sister expressed her understanding and proceeded to ask several highly anticipated questions. As a distinguished student from Tsinghua University, we have witnessed your outstanding performance on the show. However, we are curious why, after diligently completing your studies, you chose the profession of a guardian of the island directly? Shu He simply replied, because I wanted to. What more is there to say? The inquiries about entering the entertainment industry, joining the rescue team, and the reasons for becoming a guardian seem to circle back to a singular theme. I have experienced a life shaped by invisible hands that mold one into a predetermined form. Sometimes it feels as if, no matter how hard I strive, the rapidly advancing era will not pause to accommodate ordinary individuals like myself. Thus, I desired to choose a way of living that disregards societal evaluations, and fortuitously, I came across the recruitment notice for Guardians of the Island. His words left everyone present in stunned silence. Even the younger sister, who was diligently working, felt as though her heart was gripped by something profound. The concept of invisible hands shaping one's life. The relentless pace of progress that leaves ordinary people in the dust, and the constant preoccupation with societal judgments. Wasn't this a reflection of her own life? Shu He's statements flooded the comment section with an overwhelming response. This simple reason resonates deeply with me. How genuine. It seems that the standards we have long revered have already been seen through by Shu He. No wonder he always appears so unfazed. Initially, she thought being a guardian of the island must be arduous, but now she realized that her own life was the true struggle. She had assumed his refusal to enter the entertainment industry was mere pretense. Yet his words revealed that there was little to gain from it, merely a change of environment subject to judgment. Shu He's activities on the uninhabited island, interacting with animals, admiring the scenery, fishing, and exploring the shore, were all pursuits she yearned for but never had the time to engage in. Sighing, his words lingered in the younger sister's mind for quite some time. Suddenly, she felt envious of him, yet lacked the courage to become like him. "But don't you ever feel lonely?" she asked. In the enchanting realm of the island, one finds solace in the whimsical companionship of a self-entertaining Godzilla, the endearingly Navi little chick who has wandered away from its mother, and a myriad of peculiar creatures alongside lush, vibrant flora. The island's charm is undeniably enriched by generations of guardians who have devoted themselves to its preservation. It is said that for these guardians, the deeper the solitude, the more the uninhabited island thrives. The communal dining area fell into a contemplative silence, as the young host struggled with a slight constriction in her throat, unaware of the reason behind it. Within the live-streaming room, the observation chamber, and among the few standing behind her, hearts were profoundly stirred. Shu He, a student of Tsinghua University, embodies a spirit contrary to the times. For the sake of his country, he embraces the solitude while nurturing this splendid, uninhabited isle, proving himself no less worthy than those who contribute within society. To the naysayers who once deemed Shu He shameful, I urge you to emerge and face our collective wrath. An invigorating surge of energy filled my soul. Shu He's choices are genuine, sincere, and beneficial to society. He has truly become the person I aspire to be, one who never compromises the essence of their soul. Stepping beyond the norm reveals that Shu He's happiness is unparalleled. My envy has reached its limit. The young host, after a brief pause to compose herself, fixed Shu He with a keen gaze and posed a question that had been lingering in her mind. Do you not feel that this perspective is overly idealistic? Chapter 58. Long live idealism. Reward: mastery of combat. Hua Xiao silently gave the young host a thumbs up. Though still youthful, she had already learned the art of probing deeply during interviews, though she still needed to refine her assertiveness through continued practice. Shu He chuckled softly. Perhaps I am merely a relic of a bygone era, nostalgic for those idealists of the past. The diligent purveyors of knowledge, the laborious web authors, the dedicated artisans who hone their crafts over decades, the young woman who stands against the tide for the sake of her beloved, and the netizens seeking a sanctuary for their souls, all embody the spirit of idealism. Let those who question idealism speak freely, for their critique only underscores the lofty summit that idealists strive towards, a peak they may never reach in their lifetimes. At that moment, the young host gazed at Shu He in awe, completely forgetting the question she had prepared. Balu bit her lip, clutching her chest, convinced that the girl Shu He spoke of, who stood firm for someone she loved, was indeed her. From that moment on, the idea of remaining on the uninhabited island blossomed within her. She too yearned to be unshaped by societal expectations, to become the idealist Shu He reminisced about, to be a free spirit unbound by convention. Zhang Yuqi's mind had utterly short-circuited as she repeatedly murmured Shu He's words, the greater the solitude, the more the uninhabited island flourishes, for solitude signifies safety, devoid of human pollution and destruction. Does it not? Hua Xiao, taken aback, thought, Sister, your reflexes are rather delayed, aren't they? When will you bring up the matter of plastic bags again? That certainly isn't my responsibility. Although I've always harbored animosity toward Shu He, at this moment, I genuinely acknowledge the brilliance of his words. He considers himself a pragmatic individual, yet who does not harbor dreams within their hearts? Realizing that ideals are often unattainable, he chooses instead to showcase his superiority through material possessions, for what else remains in his life. The silence of the bullet comments was stirred by Zhang Yuqi's exclamation. Shu He speaks so well. It's just that Chi takes a bit too long to catch on. Only moved, I declare this year's most profound words. Cheers to idealism. I find myself fervently commenting in Shu He's live stream, treating it as my sanctuary. And he even expressed that he misses me. Covers mouth, crying, truly commendable. These words are magnificent. This reflects a grand vision. Observing the room, Panjo Dan sat increasingly upright as he listened to Shu He speak. Upon hearing the term idealism, a peak they could never hope to reach in their lifetime, he clenched his fists against his chest. Shu He's words are so invigorating. Not everyone possesses such an open-minded outlook. Do you know that? He glanced at Zhao Xiaoying beside him, only to notice her eyes glistening with tears. From Shu He's heartfelt declaration of abandoning a certain way of life, to his touching transformation into a guardian of the island, and later his defense of idealism, after watching the program for so long, Zhao Xiaoying finally felt as though she was beginning to understand Shu He. She blinked several times, striving to hold back her tears. This interview has been incredibly successful. I feel a tremor in my heart. Shu He spoke of the girl, who, for the sake of the one she loves, defies the crowd. I too was once like that. I believe that upholding a love also carries an element of idealism. If that girl, who stands against the tide, were to meet someone like Shu He, an idealist, how beautiful their love would be. They would be fortunate indeed. From the depths of my heart, I sincerely hope Lu and Shu He can be together. The paths of Yin Lu in love and career are fraught with challenges. Without idealism, who would endure such cruel turbulence? Shu He has genuinely contemplated amidst the restlessness of society. I previously regarded him as an exceptionally capable person, but now I see he possesses a uniquely intriguing soul. Having reached this point in the interview, my sister had no further questions. For her, this was sufficient. As for the director's satisfaction, she was no longer concerned. Her aspiration is to become a travel blogger. She had always deemed this dream childish and laughable. But now, inspired by Shu He's words, she too wishes to be a defender of ideals. Perhaps this path will be arduous. Yet with Shu He paving the way ahead of her, she believes she can persevere. Noticing my sister's dazed expression, Shu He rose. If there are no further questions, I shall go check on the fortifications on the island, so you can return early and avoid the typhoon. The host, my sister, quickly stood up, unable to contain herself as she grasped Shu He's hand. Shu He, thank you. Ding! The host's remarks provoked deep contemplation, and the system declared, long live idealism. A special gift was bestowed upon the host. Mastery of the 8 extremes fist combat skill. Hey, whatever you desire, it shall be granted. This surely enables Bai Lu to learn the art of action scenes, does it not? However, Shu He sincerely hoped to impart this knowledge within the confines of their room. Not for any other reason, but to avoid potential mishaps. One must acknowledge that this is the mastery level of the 8 extremes fist. In the realm of literature, there is Tai Chi to bring peace to the world, and in martial prowess, there's the 8 extremes to establish order. The 8 extremes fist is indeed a formidable technique within the vast expanse of Chinese martial arts. Should an inadvertent strike occur, it could lead to significant complications. After the interview concluded, several guests fell into a contemplative silence, each engaging in their own tasks. Some cooked, others rearranged their quarters, while a few organized their belongings, each silently reflecting on Shu He's words. Hua Chenyu approached Hua Xiao and remarked, I've discovered that planting can cultivate tranquility. Let's seek out some seeds. Hua Xiao, initially taken aback, realized that this was indeed the only endeavor he could partake in. Thus, he patted Hua Chenyu on the back, suggesting, we can look for seeds tomorrow. For today, let us eat something and tidy up the rooms on the island. Suddenly, he recalled something. Since the production team had arrived, they must have brought along a plethora of supplies. If that were the case, searching for seeds would not be as arduous. He hurried to the staff, inquiring, what supplies have you brought for us? After a moment of deliberation, the staff replied, medical supplies and materials for reinforcing the rooms. Hua Xiao, incredulous, responded, you didn't bring any food? Vegetables, fruits, meat, or grains? The staff paused their work, pondering, and then resolutely shook their heads. No. Oh, the production team. You truly are relentless. Hua Xiao felt a chill in his heart. If a typhoon were indeed to strike, as Shu He suggested, they would be left with nothing but a comfortable room and basic utilities, utterly devoid of provisions. The water on the deserted island is scarce, and while the electricity remains relatively stable, this is largely due to the recent sunny weather. What should they do next? It was at this moment that he recognized the significance of Shu He's frugality and foresight. The initial wager had lost its importance. Now he merely hoped that the typhoon would not come. He even felt that if the fruits and vegetables Shu He planted were to flourish, he might just call him grandfather. Chapter 59. The island is filled with bikinis. Yang Xiaoyue prepared a spicy stir-fry rice dish from food that was difficult to preserve in the refrigerator. The glistening red oil from the hot pot base enveloped the seafood and vegetables, resting atop a mixture of steamed rice and brown rice. She did so because she remembered Shu He's words, "Grains are scarce, and one should conserve whenever possible." The production team staff and two newly joined guests had filled their stomachs prior and continued their work, opting out of joining the lunch. The remaining few each savored a large plate. Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, who had not eaten since morning, devoured the food with fervor. "Xiaoyue, weren't you supposed to be unable to cook? Last time, you burnt the fried rice." Hua Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his lingering surprise. Yang Xiaoyue, observing everyone relishing the meal, felt a deep sense of accomplishment. "This morning, Shu He taught me a few dishes, and it instantly clicked. Your words are perplexing. Why is it that I struggle to teach you, yet Shu He manages to enlighten you?" Reba remarked, rolling her eyes. "People are inherently different. Well then, I shall tidy up the kitchen. You all can continue with your tasks." After the production team completed the substantial work of moving furniture and reinforcing windows and doors, Shu He urged them to leave the island. The guests busied themselves with minor tasks until the sun cast its stunning evening glow. Unlike the usual romantic ambience, today's sunset was strikingly vivid, exuding a sense of majestic epicness. Hua Xiao, Hua Chenyu, and Yang Yang retreated to their rooms to rest, while the three sisters and another lady stood by the shore, captivated by the scene. Viewers, while listening to the chat among Yin, Lu, and the others, switched between live broadcast rooms, eagerly awaiting the completion of the guest's work. Upon witnessing today's sunset, they were all left in awe. How magnificent! One can only imagine how beautiful it must have been to see it live. Zhang Yuqi and Yang Yang were incredibly fortunate to arrive on the island just in time for this spectacle. Is this what Shu He referred to as the ever-changing beauty? The sunsets on this uninhabited island are perpetually unique and truly mesmerizing. The female guests, draped in the red glow, created an enchanting atmosphere, albeit dressed a bit excessively. It was Zhang Yuqi's first time witnessing such a sunset, and she felt emotional. The sunset over the sea is absolutely breathtaking. I can only say it's remarkable. Bai Lu, outlined in crimson by the sunset, slowly removed her shoes, her tender feet sinking into the fine sand as she stepped into the water. The sea is warmed by the sunlight. It feels delightful. Reba, Yang Xiaoyue, and Zhang Yuqi were drawn to her, swiftly removing their shoes to join her in the water. Bai Lu playfully splashed water towards them, and they bent down to scoop seawater in retaliation, soon leaving the girls soaked. They had spent the past few days adjusting to island life without fully enjoying the sea. Bai Lu brushed aside the strands of hair clinging to her lips, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Zhang Yuqi, bewildered, asked, "What? You've embraced the ocean without stepping into the water? How absurd." Reba, gazing at the reflection of the sunset in the sea, replied, "We truly haven't. We always encounter one thing after another." Zhang Yuqi clapped her hands. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us return and change into swimsuits. We must revel in the ocean." Off they went. The three sisters, now invigorated by Zhang Yuqi's enthusiasm, felt an urge to join in the fun. With work wrapped up and the sunset so breathtaking, when else would they seize the moment? After they conferred, they laughed and made their way to their room, encountering Shu He, who was still patrolling the island. Noticing how the fabric of their skirts and cotton tops clung to their bodies, he realized the four girls had already taken to the water. "Shu He," Bai Lu exclaimed, waving as she jogged towards him, droplets cascading along her curves. The strands of hair she had just brushed aside clung back to her face, and her two little white rabbits bounced adorably. "We're about to go play in the sea. Why not join us?" Shu He was at a loss as to whether he should engage with her or not. He scratched his face and remarked, "There are still aspects that require my attention. The shapes of the clouds and the sunset hues seem off. You all should enjoy yourselves for a while and then return promptly." "Understood." Bai Lu expressed her desire to join Shu He in the sea, yet she recognized his more pressing responsibilities and refrained from insisting further. The three young ladies, now living together, were as exhilarated as school children who had deceived their families into staying out late. Their laughter and chatter about changing into swimsuits echoed along the shore, delighting the online audience. "Wow, Bai Lu, your figure is absolutely stunning. Don't touch it, tickles." "Xiaoyu, are you particularly clever? Why do you say that?" because your measurements don't seem to have reached an unreasonable extent. I'll spank you. Should we keep our voices down? Can they hear us outside? We haven't heard any noise from inside the house these past few days, so it should be fine. The production team hurriedly muted the audio in the background. But it was too late. Viewers in the live stream were in stitches, and even Shu He, overhearing their conversation, felt exasperated. "Isn't this torture?" he thought, as he turned to climb the rocky slope to lower the flag. Godzilla and Jojo seemed to sense something amiss. After their meal, they nestled in their room, reluctant to venture out. The clouds in the sky appeared as slender needles, growing increasingly crimson under the setting sun, while the four ladies donned their swimsuits and began frolicking in the sea. From his elevated vantage point, Shu He admired their radiant figures, internally acknowledging the remarkable beauty of the starlets. After lowering the flag, he commenced tidying up the island keeper's room. The online community was in high spirits. The production team is truly commendable. This deserted island adventure has certainly been rewarding, with Hot Ba's long legs, Chao Yu's slender waist, and Zhang Yuqi's overall charm. Bai Lu stood out even more, a true treasure. Bai Lu is indeed a gem. She is perfectly proportioned. I simply cannot divert my gaze. Her swimsuit is exquisite, so white, but her swimsuit is clearly red. I've heard that Wugong Mountain is all about spaghetti straps. Yet who would have imagined that a deserted island would be filled with bikinis? Shu He's composure is commendable. I had vowed to accompany him in raising and lowering the flag daily, but now I feel like I'm ready to return to secular life. Shu He, could you wear your swim trunks while playing for a bit after lowering the flag? What about us female compatriots? The other three male guests grinned broadly as they lounged on the balcony, eagerly awaiting Shu He's descent. After reinforcing the island keeper's room, Shu He pondered the superior view from this spot. He left some building materials for the production team, hoping to renovate the room when time permitted, making the daily flag raising more convenient. Stepping outside, he continued to contemplate ways to secure the flagpole better, when suddenly he heard shrieks from the beach below. Chapter 60, Bai Lu is poisoned. Shu He hurriedly glanced down the rocky slope, where he saw the four ladies had ventured near the rocky outcrops. At that moment, Bai Lu lay on the ground, clutching a leg in excruciating pain, while the other three male guests rushed to her side in panic. What happened? It seems Bai Lu is injured. Oh no, there's blood on the back of her thigh. Was she cut by a rock? No, she was just playing in the water a moment ago. Suddenly, she screamed and collapsed on the shore. Could she have been injured by something in the sea? Why is she in such agony? Her lips have turned pale. It's terrifying. She was just screaming, and now it seems she lacks the strength to shout. Shu He, Shu He, come quickly. There's danger. At that moment, Shu He had already rushed down from the rocky slope. He dashed to Bai Lu's side and immediately lifted her into his arms. Bai Lu continued to moan in Shu He's embrace, her words incoherent, with only fragments discernible. It hurts, it hurts. Shu He shouted to Yang Yang, who was leading the charge. Hurry to my room and bring the first aid kit from the production team. Don't take the small one. Yang Yang had no time to respond and quickly changed direction toward Shu He's room. Shu He placed Bai Lu a safe distance from the water. She had completely lost her strength, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, allowing Shu He to carry her. He noticed a slender, thumb-length wound at the base of her leg, from which bright red blood oozed and trickled down. This did not appear to be a mere abrasion. His outdoor survival training indicated that this was an injury inflicted by a poisonous creature from the sea. Yet, what precisely had caused the injury remained uncertain. The only certainty was that it was toxic. With a swift motion, Shu He tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve and tied it tightly around one of Bai Lu's legs to prevent the venom from spreading through her bloodstream. He then pressed his hand against her leg, intending to suck out the poison. Hua Xiao, observing from the side, shouted in protest, Shu He, do not suck out the poison blood. That's unscientific. We should wait for the production team. In such a dire moment, there was no time for such considerations. They didn't even know what had caused the poisoning. By the time the crew returned, Bai Lu might be lost. Shu He disregarded his warning. While logically this was indeed unscientific, his survival instinct compelled him to use his mouth to suck at the wound. Pan Zhou Dan wiped the sweat from his forehead in the observation room. Shu He has truly made a mistake this time. Bai Lu's injury does not resemble a scrape. She must have encountered a poisonous marine creature. Although his binding was quite professional, using his mouth to extract the poison posed a significant risk if he had any wounds in his mouth, potentially leading to his own infection. Zhao Xiaoying stubbornly shook her head. Shu He knows how to rescue even a baby seal. He could not possibly lack knowledge about saving lives. Yin Lu expressed his concern. We don't know what has harmed Bai Lu. Let us try to contact the staff who just arrived on the island to see if they can return. Panzhou Dan looked at Yin Lu. Were any of those who arrived knowledgeable about medical matters? No. Jian Liu the Flatith. Telling them to return would be futile. Panzhou Dan, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, suggested, perhaps we should contact medical personnel now, instructing them to wait on the shore for the production team's boat to arrive, so we can return to the uninhabited island directly. However, a typhoon is approaching. It will be unsafe to return now. Yin Lu hoped for a better outcome. Shu He has been warning about the typhoon, but today's weather is splendid. Perhaps we won't be that unfortunate. Panzhou Dan sighed, remarking on the extraordinary evening glow, a resplendent radiance of intertwined red and blue, which could also be referred to as anti-twilight. Coupled with the emergence of needle-like cirrus clouds, she recalled that visibility had been remarkably clear in recent days. These were all harbingers of an impending typhoon. Was the manifestation of such phenomena a definitive precursor to a typhoon? Panzhou Dan mused that Yin Lu's stubbornness was likely rooted in concern for the production team, and thus she continued to elucidate. It is indeed certain. Even if you do not trust my and Shu He's judgment, you must heed the weather alerts. Typhoon number 9, named Kamuri, has already formed in the heart of the Blue Sea. Under such circumstances, it would be exceedingly inadvisable for the production team to return. Upon hearing Panzhou Dan's words, everyone realized that the typhoon was unavoidable, and now they worried about Bai Lu's condition. Given that Shu He's treatment method was inadequate, Shu He expelled the first mouthful of blood, sensing that something akin to a sharp foreign object remained lodged within his mouth. After several more retches, he finally discerned a subtle, inconspicuous thorn, slightly tinged with black at the tip. An inkling of understanding dawned upon him as he turned to the trembling female guest behind him and inquired, "Did you see what injured Bai Lu?" He and Yuqi shook their heads vigorously, rendered speechless. At that moment, Chao Yu recalled something and responded to Shu He with an elevated and urgent tone. "Bai Lu and I saw a fish. It was exquisite, like a hedgehog, but by the time we approached, it had vanished. A lionfish." Shu He reached a definitive conclusion. The lionfish, known for its ambush tactics, could even alter its coloration and possessed venomous spines. A sting from it could induce excruciating pain, dizziness, and in severe cases, shock or even life-threatening conditions. Bai Lu had not yet succumbed to full shock. The venom had been drawn out, and the flow of toxins was under control, thus reducing the imminent risk to her life. "Who will fetch a basin of hot water?" Huachin Yu, whose room was closest, promptly volunteered and dashed away. Meanwhile, Yang Yang approached with a medical kit provided by the production team. Shu He rummaged through it, retrieving hydrogen peroxide to cleanse the wound. Bai Lu remained in agony, resembling a lifeless patient. As he awaited Huachin Yu's return with the hot water, he kept a vigilant eye on her injury. "Why aren't you moving? Look for other solutions." Zhang Yuqi exclaimed anxiously, believing that any action on Shu He's part would offer her some assurance. His stillness, however, instilled fear that Bai Lu might not survive. "I should be damned. You all haven't gone into the water for days, and here I am, urging everyone to do so. There's no need to panic." Shu He reassured Zhang Yuqi, though his gaze remained fixed on Bai Lu. "There is currently no threat to life. The toxins from the lionfish have been extracted, and the wound has been cleansed. In a moment, we will use warm water to disrupt the peptide and protein structure of the venom, alleviating Bai Lu's pain significantly, allowing her to resume normal activity." Zhang Yuqi stared intently at Shu He. "Are you really that capable?" She glanced at Yang Chaoyue beside her and remarked, "I have never watched this program. Has Shu He always been this formidable?" Chaoyue nodded vigorously, her small face expressionless. "It's nothing new." Noticing that the wound on Bai Lu showed no signs of worsening, Shu He let out a sigh of relief and untied the cloth strip bound around her thigh. When Huachin Yu brought over a basin of warm water, Shu He carefully lifted Bai Lu once more and helped her settle into the basin. Chapter 61. Group plan, you all come over to support her. I'll take a look and see. Shu He called out to the others, and the three girls immediately gathered around Bai Lu to provide assistance. Zhang Yuqi raised her face and exclaimed, "Please don't go back. There are dangerous poisonous fish out there. I already feel guilty. If you get hurt too, we want to be able to save you." Shu He found 2 long branches from shore and retrieved a pair of scissors from the first aid kit. This isn't your fault. Lionfish are adept at ambush and prefer to dwell in shallow waters less than 100 meters deep. The area is filled with reefs, making it difficult for you to spot them. Since it has presented itself, how could we let it go? He then turned to Chaoyue. Was Bailu stung just now? Once Chaoyue confirmed Bailu's balance, she pointed toward the back of the reef with one hand. We saw it there. The water was very clear, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. She then shifted her finger to the side of the reef. Bailu screamed suddenly when she was sitting against the reef over there. Shu He nodded and waded into the water. He is truly handsome. I regret not having watched the show earlier. It feels like he is gearing up to avenge Bailu. Zhang Yuqi shouted to Reba and Chaoyue, her voice ringing clearly in Shu He's ears, proving her reputation as a human trumpet. As he reached the spot where Chaoyue had indicated, he used the long branches to poke around but found nothing. Upon arriving at the location where Bailu had been stung, he finally spotted a resplendent lionfish. Its spines raised aggressively towards a branch. With a firm grip, Shu He pierced the fish's fin with the 2 branches, lifted it up, and swiftly snipped off all its poisonous spines with the scissors before tossing it towards the shore, continuing his search. Yang followed the arc traced by the lionfish and exclaimed as it flopped onto the shore, "This little guy has quite the strength and such audacity." Noticing that apart from Yuqi, the others wore expressions of indifference, Yang curiously asked, "Why are you all so unresponsive?" Reba scratched her head. "We're used to it. Besides, I was a bit startled earlier." As she spoke, another lionfish was thrown over, and Hua Xiao excitedly crouched down to observe, hesitating to grab it. Is Shu He planning to have all these for dinner tonight? As Shu He continued to catch fish, Bailu felt her pain gradually diminish, and her strength slowly returned. "You no longer need to support me. I'm feeling much better." Upon hearing her speak, the others instinctively let out nervous laughter, and the audience in the live broadcast room also relaxed, exclaiming, "Damn, you scare me to death." Fortunately, there is Shu He. It is indeed perilous to use one's mouth to extract venom. I implore everyone not to imitate such actions. Thankfully, the venom of the lionfish is not as dreadful as that of snakes, and he managed to extract the venomous spines with finesse. One wonders if perhaps he intended to extract the spines all along. It is likely so. Shu He cannot be oblivious to such common knowledge. His willingness to proceed must stem from his deep concern for Bailu, disregarding his own safety. How is it that he possesses such an array of skills? The technique he employed for binding was ingenious, and he adeptly extracted the venomous spines, even handling the wound with remarkable professionalism. Now, as I relax, I find myself envious of Shu He for his adeptness in binding and extracting the spines. That position was indeed quite delicate. My beloved Bailu has ultimately been claimed by Shu He. Yet, why do I feel a twinge of jealousy towards Bailu? Shu He is both anxious for her and seeking vengeance on her behalf. Why should such fortunate circumstances evade me? Upon hearing Bailu speak, Heba joyfully embraced her from behind. "You scared us to death. It is a relief to see you unharmed." Bailu patted her on the head. "It is my fault for being so careless, causing everyone to worry. Just moments ago, the pain was so intense that I felt I might perish on this deserted island." Upon hearing Bailu's words, Chaoyue, with a unique perspective, inquired, "What thoughts cross one's mind when one believes they are about to die?" Zhang Yuqi playfully nudged Chaoyue. "You silly girl. Such questions are rather ominous." Bailu, with slightly pale lips, managed a smile. "It's all right. In truth, I thought that if I were to meet my end on this deserted island, it wouldn't be so bad." "You're not being truthful," Zhang Yuqi exclaimed, startling everyone. "You were clearly in Shu He's arms. So you must have been thinking that it wouldn't be so bad to be there, right?" She cast a sidelong glance at Bailu. "Do tell. What does it feel like to be held by Shu He? What's the big deal about being held?" Chaoyue chimed in with enthusiasm. "We should ask what it feels like to be kissed on the thigh by Shu He." Bailu's face flushed crimson as she softly urged her companions. "Please stop. Shu He just saved me. There was so much contact." Seeing her utterly embarrassed, Heba consoled her. "It's all right. I noticed that Shu He's focus remained on your treatment. He didn't display any peculiar expressions or let his gaze wander. Initially, he didn't even know what venom had injured you. He simply used his mouth to extract it. That was quite dangerous. Fortunately, Shu He is unharmed and has removed the venomous spines. Now he seeks vengeance for you. If I were in your position, I would be utterly moved. At that, Bai Lu smiled shyly, supporting herself on Heba's shoulder as she gradually stood from the water basin. The water has cooled, and I am feeling much better now. Rest assured. Chow Yue observed as Shu He tossed back a bear lionfish. This fellow appeared so formidable in the water. Now, without its spines, it seems so diminutive. Yuchi expressed her lingering fear. There's so many of them. No wonder we were stung. Are we to have these for dinner? Heba glanced at the modest-sized lionfish on the shore and then at the setting sun. I have been contemplating that as our numbers increase, the task of gathering ingredients and preparing meals becomes quite substantial for one person. Should we consider organizing ourselves into groups for such endeavors in the future? Each group has its own provisions, and 2 individuals will consume what they have. At appropriate moments, mutual assistance among everyone is encouraged. If the ingredients are scarce, it necessitates a fair exchange for compensation. The words of Reba plunged several individuals into contemplation. In truth, they should have adopted her approach long ago. This way, the food supplied by the production team would not be squandered so rapidly. Moreover, if only a select few bear the responsibilities, conflicts are bound to arise over time. Hua Xiao, skilled in both fishing and cooking, was the first to endorse Reba's suggestion. Hua Chenyu, lacking culinary prowess, fidgeted uncertainly, unsure whether to agree. Reba approached him, suggesting, "Since neither of us can cook, let us have Shu He guide us in foraging for ingredients." At that moment, Zhang Yuqi raised her hand, exclaiming, "I wish to accompany Shu He in the search for ingredients too." Reba nodded and turned to Yang Yang, inquiring, "Can you cook?" Yang Yang, lowering his head with a mysterious smile, replied, "Oh, this minor task is utterly trivial for me." With that, he bit his lower lip and winked at Reba. Chapter 62. 100 rounds of battle, steady aim. As Bai Lu's complexion gradually regained its color, only the 4th sister remained on the shore to tend to her, while the other 3 male guests adhered to the group agreement, heading to the dining hall to prepare dinner. After coming ashore, Sui fashioned a makeshift bag from the torn sleeve, placing 4 lionfish inside before slinging it over his back, casting a glance at Bai Lu. "How are you? Can you walk?" Bai Lu attempted to step with the injured leg, but the pain upon landing nearly caused her to stumble. Sui caught her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Embarrassed, Bai Lu wrapped her arms around his neck. The 3rd sister, concerned, followed closely behind. Yuchi asked, "What else can we do now?" Shu He, steadily carrying Bai Lu towards the dining hall, replied, "Nothing much. She expended considerable energy earlier. I plan to prepare the lionfish for her to replenish." Reba, filled with concern, remarked, "Is the lionfish edible? Isn't it poisonous?" "Of course it is." Shu He, recalling the lionfish's exquisite flavor, lightened his tone. "Despite its vivid warning colors, the meat is tender and pure, devoid of any impurities. The poisonous aspect pertains solely to its spines. The flesh remains unaffected." Chow Yu, recalling the lionfish's appearance, expressed some distaste. Nevertheless, while it may be visually striking, its expression seems perilous. "How do you intend to prepare it?" Sui smiled. "In the realm of culinary enthusiasts, the more grotesque and toxic the creature, the more delectable it is. Fresh lionfish, prepared as sashimi, is the top choice. Today, I was fortunate to catch several. I plan to make a couple into golden lionfish." Upon hearing this, the 4 young women shifted their initial trepidation regarding the lionfish, their thoughts now yearning for its flesh. Yet they understood it was a delicacy Shu He had prepared for Bai Lu. Some of the fishing enthusiasts concurred with Shu He's earlier statement. The fiercer and more active the fish, the better it tastes. The flesh is indeed tender. Last time, I failed to catch one and went to a restaurant to satisfy my craving, only to find out I was short by 8,000 cries. Is this fish truly that expensive? Previously, someone had requested my services. I cannot ascertain the cost, but it is undoubtedly exquisite. The skin is supple, devoid of phosphorus, and the spines are minimal. How remarkable! Typically, those who prepare lionfish utilize carp, yet the chef has chosen to employ the genuine lionfish. How skillful! What is a lionfish? It is a renowned dish within the Jizhou culinary tradition. If lionfish were to claim the 2nd position in the Jizhou cuisine hierarchy, no dish would dare to assert the first. However, it requires adept preparation. If not executed properly, it may turn excessively sweet, ruining the fish entirely. Another day of envying the bountiful fish of uninhabited islands. Another day of salivating while watching a live stream. As for its taste, only Bai Lu's expression could reveal it, as others are not so fortunate. Upon returning to the restaurant, Shu He skillfully sliced the lionfish into uniformly thin sashimi, meticulously arranging it on a plate. After removing the vegetables, it was nearly complete. He then began to concoct the batter and sauce required for the golden lionfish. Once the meticulously prepared fish was evenly coated in the batter, it was tossed into the hot oil, and with a sizzling sound, the delicate filaments erupted. After plating, Shu He drizzled a vibrant sauce over the dish, causing everyone in the room to pause their tasks, eyes fixated on Shu He's culinary prowess. Everyone, come and taste. You've all endured quite a bit today, taking care of me. Bai Lu felt it was rather improper to eat at the dining table, for the first time considering others while enjoying Shu He's culinary creations. The others shook their heads in refusal, yet occasionally glanced at Shu He. Do come and try? Shu He urged, feeling helpless. Once their curiosity was satisfied, perhaps they would no longer fixate on him, as he too was feeling unwell. Rain Shi and Ri Ba could no longer resist. They each used their chopsticks to take a small piece of fish, first the sashimi, then the golden lionfish. Ri Ba closed her eyes in utter ecstasy, her cherry lips moving animatedly with her chopsticks. Shu He's skills are, as always, phenomenal. Rain Shi, experiencing Shu He's cooking for the first time, described it with seismic intensity. My goodness. Ri Ba, how can you endure having such an incredible chef and still suggest splitting into groups? I take back my words. Shu He, how much do you want for your culinary services? Keep track. Once I have signal, I'll transfer all my savings to you. This is heavenly cuisine. At that moment, Yang Yang also picked up his chopsticks to sample a bit, yearning for more, noticing the two girls had not taken a second bite. He felt too shy to do so himself, merely closing his eyes and pinching his fingers to express his feelings. It's absurdly delicious. The sashimi carries an unparalleled sweetness that lingers at the tip of the tongue, while the golden lionfish, being fried, is sheer satisfaction in a single bite. Shu He, name your price. Ri Ba answered on Shu He's behalf. Shu He cannot cook for everyone. He is the busiest among us. Beyond participating in the program, he has numerous responsibilities as a guardian of the island. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqi shook her head in disappointment. What a shame, truly a shame. The other three male guests simply boiled some noodles. Although they borrowed Shu He's shrimp roe soy sauce, their skills were still lacking. Zhang Yuqi complained vocally. Yet her hopes of hiring Shu He to cook had not entirely waned. Observing the two other girls remaining silent, she eventually quieted herself and obediently finished a bowl of noodles. While tidying up the dining area, Shu He instructed a few individuals, Ri Ba, Chao Yu, remain vigilant regarding Bai Lu's wound and fetch a thermometer from my room shortly. Should any changes arise, inform me immediately. The typhoon is expected to arrive imminently, so it would be prudent for everyone to prepare provisions to take back to their quarters tonight. Tomorrow, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside, particularly near the coastline. After delivering his instructions, he prepared a meal for Godzilla and Giorgio before heading back to his room. The two, lacking enthusiasm, huddled together in a corner, and upon seeing Shu He enter, they approached him with soft whimpers, nudging against his feet. It was then that Shu He noticed that, in addition to a substantial supply of comprehensive medical materials, the production team had provided a cardboard box. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of colorful cards atop a collection of fresh milk, fish oil, and various nutrients, all seemingly intended for little Giorgio. The colorful cards contained various blessings from Giorgio's fans, including phrases in Giorgio's own language. Giorgio, Gigi, Wang Wu. Shu He, scratching his head in bemusement, tossed the cards back into the box, reflecting on how, despite being a nationally protected species and receiving no greetings from celebrities, Giorgio had become the darling of the group. After the two had their fill, Shu He turned off the lights, preparing to retire early. Unexpectedly, Godzilla leaped on a bed, squeezing tightly by his feet. Wang Wu, little Giorgio, with one short forelimb perched on the edge of the bed and the other waving energetically, seemed intent on joining them atop the bed. Their unusual behavior hinted to Shu He that the typhoon was either arriving tonight or the following day. He gently lifted Giorgio onto the bed, where it crawled to Godzilla, flipping over to pat its belly, signaling Godzilla to rest its head upon it. Warmth enveloped Shu He's feet as he drifted in a slumber alongside the two. In his dreams, he instructed Bai Lu in combat techniques, employing various moves and weapons. Shu He unleashed his full prowess in a fierce battle, engaging in 100 rounds with impeccable aim, until he was jolted awake by a thunderous roar from outside. Chapter 63. The Onslaught of the Storm. Thunder rumbled ominously, casting the room into darkness. Shu He initially presumed the typhoon had struck at dawn, only to discover, upon glancing at the clock, that it was already past 9 in the morning. He hastily arose from bed, prepared some food for his eager companions, and donned the military green raincoat provided by director Li before stepping out of his room. The audience in the live stream anxiously watched as torrential rain cascaded from the dense clouds, uncertain if the program could proceed smoothly. Just then, an advertisement for the colossal Zhuang drone interrupted the broadcast with subtitles. Challenged the internet's most resilient drone, the 40 series Zhuang Cosmic Edition. With unparalleled endurance, it withstands tempestuous winds, torrential rains, frigid temperatures, and corrosive salt mist, transforming technology into something of true value. Viewers commented, "This oppressive darkness means the guests cannot venture out at all. Even if the drone operates normally, there's nothing for us to see." It seemed the production team was grappling with their own challenges. No wonder the previous developers had fled. While a deserted island can be splendid, it can also be terrifying. The sounds of rain and thunder made it feel as though the world was on the brink of apocalypse. The crashing waves against the rocks were indeed a magnificent spectacle. Fortunately, Shu He had reinforced the house and equipment in advance. Otherwise, the torrential rain and wind would surely have blown the windows open. Wait, it seems Shu He has emerged from his room. If he doesn't allow others to go out, how did he manage to escape? Thunder rumbled ominously, waves crashing violently against the shoreline, the deafening sound lingering in the air as if attempting to intimidate someone. Shu He squinted against the onslaught of wind and rain, navigating his way forward through the narrow gaps between his arms. Thankfully, Typhoon Simpaka is characterized by its high moisture content and dispersed winds. Otherwise, braving such heavy rain combined with fierce gusts would indeed be overwhelming. Finally reaching the rocky slope, Shu He clung tightly to the stones, straining to maintain his balance as he climbed. Before reaching the summit, he heard the flagpole creaking under the torment of the storm. Yesterday, he had been stung by a lionfish, causing him to overlook reinforcing the flagpole, the only one on the island. If it were to snap in the gale, repairing it would take time due to the unavailability of parts. Upon reaching the top, Shu He stumbled into the island keeper's room, finding a moment of respite. He wiped his face with a hand and was about to search for suitable materials when he heard a familiar mechanical sound behind him. Turning around, he was delighted to see a drone. "Impressive," he exclaimed, genuinely pleased. He gathered the leftover wooden planks, plastic sheets, and ropes from yesterday, carrying them layer by layer to wrap around the flagpole. The drone remained hidden in the island keeper's designated room, recording his every move from the doorway. With no spare hands, Shu He's raincoat hood was blown off, the downpour striking his face and making it difficult for him to breathe. Is that Shu He? It appears he is reinforcing the flagpole. Yang Chaoyue, feeling bored, pulled back the curtains to check the weather. As her gaze shifted, she spotted Shu He laboring in the rain. Bai Lu and Ri Ba curiously rushed to the window. It truly was Shu He. Given the intensity of the rain, must he really be working? Bai Lu frowned slightly. He is still working in such weather. "I want to help him," she declared. But Ri Ba swiftly grabbed her. Worrying will only cause chaos. At this moment, staying indoors is the best way to assist him. Remember, he rushed down the rocky slope yesterday to save you. He must have intended to reinforce the flagpole then, but got flustered and forgot. You still need to recover. If you go now, he won't be able to work with peace of mind. Bai Lu bit her lip and nodded. Ri Ba was right. However, watching Shu He toil in the storm was truly heart-wrenching. She decided to turn away and distract herself with other tasks. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream urged Shu He, forget about the flagpole. If it comes to worse, you can always use a wooden stick later. Getting sick in this weather would be unbearable. Just moments ago, Bai Lu had seen Sangun Yang peek out from behind the curtain. Her heart ached, and she couldn't bear to look at him. The drone hid in the island keeper's room, while only Shu He, the fool, continued to reinforce the flagpole. Perhaps the flagpole holds significant importance for him. Shu He is oblivious to these matters, thus remains unresponsive to everyone's persuasion, merely perceiving it as one of the precious elements on the island that merits his protection. After a while, the flagpole, bound tightly with wooden slats and plastic sheets. Swayed less vigorously, Shu He began to gather scattered stones, piling them beneath the flagpole. In such weather, it was uncertain whether the adjacent lighthouse would be affected. He staggered towards the edge of the rocks. The drone followed him helplessly, while the online viewers grew increasingly anxious. Why hasn't he returned indoors? Is he going to check on the lighthouse again? The lighthouse is fine. Wasn't it inspected yesterday? This concerned fellow should worry a bit about himself. Although Shu He was in peril, it was my first encounter with such a breathtaking spectacle. Nature truly commands reverence. The lighthouse was perilously close to the edge, and the thought of Shu He being toppled by a fierce gust was terrifying. I would rather not witness the scenery. Oh dear, silence your ominous predictions. Upon reaching the very edge of the rocky slope, Shu He climbed the concrete steps to the entrance of the lighthouse. In the live stream, everyone beheld the magnificent sight of towering waves, with Shu He appearing as a mere moving speck, trudging through the torrential rain. The relentless howling of the wind even induced a slight ringing in their ears, each unable to fathom what Shu He was enduring at that moment. He entered the lighthouse, allowing the drone to follow, then squeezed his eyes and brushed aside the hair clinging to his face. This rare moment of tranquility amidst the struggle against nature brought him a sense of exhilaration. Shu He, who typically ignored the camera, surprisingly engaged in conversation with the online viewers. Today, it seems there are no celebrities to behold, so since we are inside the lighthouse, allow me, the guardian of this island, to introduce it to you. This lighthouse is called the salvaging Lighthouse. Initially, I was puzzled by such an unusual name, thinking it was due to the island being surrounded by the sea on all sides. Shu He continued, as he peeled back his raincoat and retrieved a flashlight to inspect the lighthouse's switchgear. Or perhaps, the uninhabited island lies at the very edge of our continental shelf, making this lighthouse a true embodiment of the ends of the earth. However, later, from an ebook I downloaded, I discovered that the full name of this lighthouse was originally Shamingyo Lighthouse, associated with Buddhist interpretations. The term shaman signifies that to defy one's true heart in pursuit of worldly success, one must endure 4 trials that only the extraordinary can withstand, suffering the torment of malevolent spirits. Ultimately, those who traverse the shaman, having accumulated excessive resentment and malice, though achieving success, have transformed into malevolent beings, becoming the misfortune of others. It resembles a cycle of cause and effect, does it not? Are there individuals around you who have traversed the shaman? I wonder if the one who named it gleaned some wisdom here, or if they were a follower of Buddhism, intending to use this scene to dissuade beings from their attachments. Yet, at times standing on the rocks, gazing at the vast sky and the endless sea, one cannot help but feel a sense of transcendence. I find this name to be quite fitting for this place. Chapter 64. Posture, Catharsis, Decompression. The online audience remained almost silent, attentively listening to Shu He's explanation. When he began to introduce the lighthouse, all the viewers raised both their hands and feet in agreement. The young man's voice is simply melodious, coupled with his rugged appearance after enduring the tempest. He exudes a true masculine charm. Wow, the production team should definitely treat Shu He to some chicken legs. While the guests remained indoors, Shu He not only ventured outside, but also shared the tale of the lighthouse with us. Although the storm was perilous, there was something exhilarating about it. Listening to Shu He speak was utterly delightful. After all, isn't the lighthouse a man-made structure? What stories could it possibly hold? Yet, upon learning about the origin of the name of the Four Corners Lighthouse, the barrage of comments began to multiply as usual. So that is how it is. I never imagined a lighthouse's name could be so sophisticated. Indeed, the name adds a layer of profundity. In a place battered most fiercely by the waves, it encourages all beings to see through everything. Ah, how wonderful it is to be cultured. If I were to go, just remembering the name would be an achievement. I thought today's live stream would be uneventful, but I was pleasantly surprised by Shu He's wealth of content and depth. It's captivating. I am increasingly eager to visit this uninhabited island and experience that sense of healing and transcendence. I wish to go as well, but purely for Shu He, Godzilla, and Chio. When Shu He inquired whether anyone among them had encountered a person who embodies the 4 corners of death, the livestream transformed into a grand scene of complaints. Why not? My boss is just that. My leader is the same. He is undoubtedly a demon. My brother. We used to hang out daily, but after achieving success, he transformed completely. His temper is enormous. I see many people now who, with videos garnering tens of thousands of likes, have walked into the four corners of death and forgotten who they are. I just thought of someone, once cheerfully saying, all girls. Now he questions me harshly. Why are you so poor? Have you been working hard? Covers mouth and cries. Suddenly, I realize what wisdom lies in this name. It can be interpreted as, after battling a dragon for too long, does one also become a dragon? I never expected that Shu He's solo livestream could be so engaging, enhancing knowledge, catharsis, decompression. After checking the lighthouse's switchgear and finding no issues, Shu He planned to ascend to the top of the lighthouse. This lighthouse is approximately 6 or 7 stories tall. Since we are here, let us go up and take a look. The purpose of the lighthouse is to provide signals for passing ships, thereby enhancing maritime safety. At night, the top of the tower features a powerful special light bulb that rotates, serving as a spotlight lens, distinct from the searchlight beside the keeper's room. However, this lighthouse does not require a keeper. I merely need to conduct occasional maintenance on the equipment. As Shu He reached the pinnacle of the lighthouse, he was slightly breathless. The lights within the lighthouse, with their various colors, represent different signals, and they are also regarded as symbols of hope. He pointed into the distance through the glass. Over there, approximately 1,000 kilometers away, lies the southernmost tip of our nation's territory. Despite the remoteness of this small island, the Coast Guard vessels have never ceased their routine patrols. Occasionally, I catch a glimpse of them from afar. The valiant guardians of our blue sea have not returned home for over 20 years. This region is not only a strategic stronghold for our country, but is also rich in natural resources that attract the envy of neighboring nations. On this stormy day, viewers could see nothing in the live broadcast, only a hazy expanse where the sea met the sky. Yet, the words spoken by Shu He commanded respect. Whenever I behold our coastline, I feel a sense of dominance, and I relish that dominance. This is a legacy bestowed upon us by our ancestors. We must never yield it to others. The sunlight shines upon us, and wherever the Han River flows, it is all Han territory. Once I was a soldier in that region, and when I video chatted with my mother, I had to maximize the beauty filter. Otherwise, upon seeing my sunburnt skin, she would surely weep. It was heartwarming to hear the praise for the heroes guarding our borders. Although Shu He is not a soldier, he engages in endeavors akin to theirs. Moreover, he seems to be rather close to that area. There are guardians there. What would happen if he encountered danger? He should be quite safe with the most lovable individuals safeguarding him. It's hard to say. Those rascals can employ all sorts of tricks. We merely remain unaware. Living in the safety of the inland regions, being cooped up indoors during a typhoon is rather dull. Chatting with everyone brings Shu He some joy, although he cannot see the comments and is unaware of the current feedback in the live stream. There is only so much the lighthouse can convey. After surveying the deserted island once more, he decided to return to his room. Another bout of torrential rain greeted him as he shielded the drone and swiftly brought it inside. He harbored no secrets worth concealing. This sophisticated device would be a pity to ruin in the tempest. As Shu He entered his room and removed his raincoat, the air was suddenly filled with a thunderous roar and flashes of lightning. Little Gio curled up in the corner, trembling, while Godzilla gently comforted it with a paw, nudging it with his head. Viewers were treated to a glimpse of Shu He's room for the first time, and the number of participants in the live stream surged. Wow. Shu He actually allowed the drone inside. I thought there would be nothing to see today, but I wandered into my idol's room. Nothing to see? You missed so much. It's clean and simple, unlike the abode of a bachelor. Clean? The walls, with patches of yellow and black, are rather alarming. But it seems Shu He has managed to tidy up quite well. It appears that the guests have had a challenging time lately, caught in the rain, and I wonder if they heeded Shu He's advice to prepare food. Shu He approached the two animals. Godzilla was still growling softly, encouraging Gio to be brave. But Gio stared with wide, terrified eyes, refusing to heed his words. Each time it was nudged out of the corner by Godzilla's head. It quickly retreated with its front fins. Shu He gently lifted Gio, who trembled so intensely that even its whiskers quivered. Fear not, little Gio. It is merely thunder outside, and it shall not intrude upon our abode. As soon as the words left Shu He's lips, darkness enveloped the room. It seemed that solar power faltered on cloudy days. With a whimper, Gio gazed at the pitch-black surroundings instinctively nuzzling against Shu He's arm. Wishing to hide its head, unable to resist, Shu He unzipped his jacket, tucking Jiao inside, leaving only its two bright eyes visible while its tail dangled out. "Is this better?" he asked, gently patting Jiao's round little head, watching as it gradually calmed. "Ah, both Jiao and Godzilla are at home. How I've missed you both since yesterday afternoon. My beloved cloud-nurtured seal, Jiao, I even wrote you a letter. Did you receive it?" Shu He felt a warm glow in his heart, patiently soothing Jiao. "Poor little Jiao, look how mighty my idol Godzilla is. Not the slightest fear of thunder. The lovely Jiao need only focus on being adorable. May you never grow up." Chapter 65. Shu He was at a loss. Noticing that Jiao had stabilized somewhat, Shu He carefully extracted it from his clothing and hoisted it onto his shoulder, freeing his hands to procure some sustenance for himself. Ultimately, selecting the sealed fried rice noodles from Hoppa. The little creature clung tightly to his shoulder, its dark, beady eyes facing the camera, a subtle smirk gracing its lips. Godzilla was busy training in the room, filling the space with the sounds of its chaotic antics. As the observation room clock signaled work hours, Yin Lu, Zhao Xiaoying, and Pan Zhou Dan greeted the camera with cheerful smiles. Yin Lu began. "Last night, Bai Lu was injured, startling all staff of the program. We hastily convened an emergency plan and didn't get a chance to say a proper farewell. Let me share a little secret. When Director Wang learned of Bai Lu's poisoning, a large blister instantly appeared on his lip." Zhao Xiaoying and Pan Zhou Dan exchanged amused glances at Yin Lu, who assumed their disbelief. "I assure you it is true." I witnessed Director Wang's face drain of color, the blister on his upper lip swelling gradually. Fortunately, Shu He was present, once he ensured Bai Lu's safety. It seemed Director Wang nearly fainted from relief. Zhao Xiaoying empathized with Director Wang's plight, while filming on a deserted island. One is either an artist or a guardian of the island. I can only imagine the immense pressure Director Wang must be under. Without Shu He's presence, Bai Lu's situation from yesterday would have been far more critical. Pan Zhou Dan nodded in agreement. When Shu He provided treatment yesterday, he remained remarkably composed, which played a vital role in preventing Bai Lu from becoming agitated, thereby averting the rapid circulation of the venom within her body. However, I believe it is crucial to remind everyone that in the event of encountering venomous substances, one should never attempt to suck it out with their mouth. In his anxiety for Bai Lu, Shu He may have overlooked his own safety, but had it been snake venom, the situation could have escalated to grave danger. Additionally, while Shu He is skilled in the technique of applying bandages, those untrained should refrain from attempting it, as it may impede blood circulation and lead to necrosis. Yin Lu and Zhao Xiaoying listened attentively to Pan Zhou Dan's enlightening discussion. Curiously, Zhao Xiaoying posed a question to him. If you were to be sent to a deserted island, would you be able to excel like Shu He? Pan Zhou Dan sincerely shook his head, stating, "Shu He's overall competence is remarkable. He possesses profound knowledge of wildlife rescue and an abundance of outdoor survival skills. His expertise in cultivation, fishing, and even his physical stamina and culinary skills far surpass mine. I wonder if he has specifically trained himself to be a guardian of the island. Take this morning's venture to the lighthouse amidst a typhoon, for instance. If it were me, I would have been swept into the sea by the wind." Yin Lu chuckled at Pan Zhou Dan's humble self-deprecation, saying, "Yesterday, He proposed grouping us. Which group do you think would fare best on a deserted island?" Zhao Xiaoying quickly responded, "It must be Shu He. He knows so much and is highly capable. While others focus on survival, he and Bai Lu would undoubtedly be enjoying themselves." Yin Lu reminded her, "But Bai Lu currently lacks any skills." He added, "In other groups, the gender roles might create a more balanced dynamic." Pan Zhou Dan interjected, "We cannot fault Bai Lu. Shu He's prowess is exceptional. It is indeed a challenge to measure up to him." The online audience, following the lead of the observation room, began to ponder this issue. Isn't a healthy relationship one that is evenly matched? Initially, we perceive Bai Lu as a star and Shu He as an ordinary person. But in the context of surviving on a deserted island post-typhoon, the celebrity status holds little value. Chow Yu learned to cook, while He Ba and Zhang Yuqi planned to forage for ingredients alongside Shu He. Bai Lu truly seemed inadequate compared to Shu He. Would this prolonged disparity become burdensome? Nonsense. Shu He's strength is not Bai Lu's fault. She has been diligently learning. In fact, I believe that Hua Xiao and Zhang Yuqi make a fitting pair. Hua Xiao is capable of handling various tasks, and although Yuchi can be a bit pretentious compared to the other girls, she is quite independent. I am utterly exasperated. Bai Lu is independent too. He Ba and Yang Yang also seem compatible. Yang Yang's preferences are somewhat indulgent, but He Ba has matured and is very understanding. Together, they might cultivate a prosperous life. The trio in the observation room continued to express their thoughts and speculations. Yin Lu posited that Shu He's exceptional abilities might render Bai Lu feeling inadequate, which could adversely affect their relationship. However, Zhao Xiaoying steadfastly supported the couple, refusing to concede that their relationship would stagnate. Pan Zhou Dan, less attuned to matters of the heart, rationally speculated that the dynamics among the other groups might improve over time. As the discussion reached a fervent climax, Yin Lu suddenly recalled something. By the way, Senior Pan, are you familiar with the concept of killing four gates that Shu He mentioned? Since joining the program, Pan Zhou Dan had likely been asked this question the most. This knowledge is quite obscure. I only know about the killing four gates in the context of traditional opera. He continued, I learned it from Shu He. His description of killing four gates allowed me to see through some individuals around me. Yin Lu wholeheartedly agreed with Pan Zhou Dan's insight. Before the morning broadcast commenced, the three had gathered to watch Shu He, and when he mentioned killing four gates, a tremor resonated within each of them. They have encountered experiences of being rudely suppressed and bullied by some successful authorities, and now they comprehend that such individuals have succumbed to a perilous path. Fortunately, not all successful individuals have ventured down that road. Otherwise, life would indeed be unbearable. Yin Lu. Now, Shu has brought the drone directly into his room, and our entire production team is profoundly grateful for this gesture. Zhao Xiaoying. I too am eager to see what the island guardian does when he cannot leave his room. At this moment, Shu He is savoring some stir-fried rice noodles in a cast-iron pot, truly a delicacy from Hot Ba's hometown, spicy to the palate yet gentle on the stomach, making one crave more. Xiao Jiao clings to his shoulder, refusing to descend, as Shu He ambles about, perspiration forming on his brow. Woof! Woof! Godzilla barks twice at the window, the glass rattling from the gusts, while visibility is completely obscured by the torrential rain. What can it see? Shu He, enjoying his meal, moves to the window and notices faint glimmers of flashlight beams emanating from the neighboring room of the three young women. Unsure of the situation, he turns on his flashlight and draws a question mark towards them. After a brief moment of darkness, a dim white light reappears, swaying gently, seemingly indicating that all is well and merely boredom prevails. He cannot discern who is on the other side, yet he can relate to the oppressive emptiness of being cooped up indoors. They claim to be homebodies, yet that is only because the internet accompanies them. In this isolated island devoid of connectivity and power, if they cannot escape, madness would surely ensue. Shu He, with rice noodles adorning his lips, illuminates a large check mark with his flashlight, hoping to convey that all is well, though he wonders if the others can comprehend his message. The white light pauses momentarily before flickering 3 times, forming a large heart. This utterly confounds Shu He. Chapter 66. Not trading sincerity for sincerity, but speed for sound. The 3 young women are enjoying themselves indoors. After drawing a heart, Chao Yu wishes to write a white character, but Bai Lu bounces over and snatches the flashlight, abruptly ending the game. She anxiously glances towards Shu He, awaiting a response. After a considerable pause, another checkmark appears. Bai Lu chuckles to herself, pondering what Shu He might be thinking. Could he possibly be feeling a tad shy? The online viewers, through the camera in Shu He's room, witness this interaction. Wow. Who is confessing on the other side? It must be Bai Lu. If Ba and Xiao Yu dare to send such signals to Shu He, Bai Lu would surely tear them apart. Ha ha ha. Communicating in this manner is rather romantic. Shu He is utterly amused. Upon seeing the heart, he is at a loss for words. How adorable. Do the 3 flashes before the heart signify, I love you? Let's not overanalyze. Perhaps the 3 young women are merely playing. I really want to see what is happening over there. I don't think they're just playing. Bai Lu, is that you? Since the 3 young women seem to be occupied, Shu He, having finished his rice noodles, plans to retrieve Godzilla's bathing tub to verify the results of his swimming lessons. He filled the basin with water and gently cradled the little Jiu, who seemed to develop an aversion to the vessel for the first time. With its round head, front flippers, and tail fin fully deployed, it remained rigidly suspended above the water, refusing to dive in. Jujio, it chirped, casting imploring glances at Shu He, as if trying to discharge electricity from its eyes. This adorable display delighted the viewers in the live stream. Yet, Shu He was not easily swayed. Jujio, no tricks. Be a good little one and get in the water. As he spoke, he gently nudged one of Jujio's front flippers aside, using his hand to support it. Jujio lost its balance and with a splash, fell sideways into the basin. Bubbles erupted from its nose, and Shu He quickly pulled its head above the surface. Huff! The viewers in Shu He were perplexed. Despite having a dedicated teacher like Godzilla, how had Jujio failed to learn to swim? Shu He's gaze darkened as he looked at Godzilla. Have you been too preoccupied with play? Godzilla, observing Jujio, wore a look of disbelief. Upon hearing Shu He's inquiry, it threw back its head and roared, "Roar! Am I to bear this injustice? To teach it to swim, I have thoroughly soaked my own skin." Godzilla circled its tail, showcasing its gleaming golden fur. Could I maintain such cleanliness if it were merely for play? In its exasperation, it spun around a couple of times before barking at Jujio, who stubbornly clung to the edge of the basin, eyes filled with a sense of grievance. "You know I left my mother at a young age." All right. Shu He seemed to grasp the situation. "Jujio, you are still young. Even if you learn to swim, you cannot stray from our watchful gaze. There is still much for you to learn. Remember to hold your breath." As he spoke, he gradually lowered his hand. With the reassurance of Shu He's words, Jujio appeared to gain confidence, ceasing its cries. As Shu He withdrew his hand, it gently began to float on the water surface. The basin was too small for Jujio to fully express itself. It merely paddled with its front flippers and swayed its tail fin, executing remarkably coordinated movements to keep its body afloat. "Look, it can tread water." A flicker of joy crossed Shu He's face. Indeed, Jujio was a testament to Godzilla's teaching. Wow. Jujio can swim. His excitement was akin to witnessing his child take its first steps. So adorable. I want to hug the seal. Such graceful movements. Godzilla's teaching was impeccable. How could one have doubted the little one? Was Jujio a cunning little creature, pretending to struggle in the water despite already knowing how to swim? "Do not call me a girl." It seemed to protest, as if it hadn't heard Shu He's words. It was merely afraid that mastering swimming would mean leaving them. One day, Jujio must return to the sea, embracing the life destined for a seal. It was heart-wrenching. Jujio even took breaths underwater, releasing tiny bubbles from its nostrils, then bobbing its head above the surface. Its little waist twisting as it submerged again, its previously flared nostrils now tightly closed. Ha! Jujio, you're amazing. Godzilla has done splendidly. At this moment, Shu He is truly elated. Previously, there was concern that leaving her mother, the little seal, would hinder her ability to swiftly master the skills of swimming. To her surprise, what was initially anticipated to take a month for the little seal to adapt to the water has been accomplished in just a few days. She has grasped the art of swimming, and during her breathing exercises, she has even begun to appreciate the essence of how seals store oxygen. With her nostrils flaring wide, something that even Urkong would find daunting, upon receiving Shu He's praise, the little dog squinted its eyes in delight, wagging its tail vigorously. The little seal leapt from the water, its front flippers clutching the edge of the basin, playfully sticking out its tiny pink tongue at Shu He, while its tail flipper joyfully flicked about, clearly relishing the sensation of being in the water. The earlier apprehension seemed to stem from a fear of being cast aside. Yet, as Shu He gazed at it with a smile, her expression faltered. The thought that one day the little seal would depart casting a fleeting shadow of melancholy in her heart, akin to a cherished maiden destined to marry and leave her home. Sensing the little seal's intent to climb out of the basin, she hastily retrieved a drier towel, carefully wrapping the little creature and gently drying it off. The three observers in the observation room exhaled simultaneously, their hearts heavy with the scene before them. Yen Lu remarked, initially pleased to see Shu He so joyful, yet inevitably, he could not overlook the underlying sorrow. Zhao Xiaoying pouted slightly. After all, human hearts are tender. The little seal is both adorable and intelligent. The thought of its eventual departure weighs heavily on us all, not to mention Shu He. She turned to Pan Zhodan beside her. Do you think there is any possibility that the little seal might remain by Shu He's side indefinitely? Pan Zhodan sighed. That is indeed difficult to ascertain. Aside from giving birth, molting, and resting on beaches or rocky shores, Seals predominantly spend their time frolicking and fishing in the sea. Perhaps the little seal will come ashore near Shu He, but as it matures, it will likely spend more time in the ocean. Is the little seal a female? According to their habits, she may eventually journey to the glaciers to bear her own young. Zhao Xiaoying responded softly, processing the implications. So, regardless, as the little seal grows, their time together will inevitably diminish. In a secluded space, devoid of outsiders and cameras, the three young women have retreated into a primitive existence, tangled in each other's company on the bed. Yang Chaiwei rested her head on Bai Lu's shoulder. Bai Lu, you're so timid. You hesitate to confess your feelings, and even when I offer to help, you refuse. Bai Lu twirled a strand of hair with her fingertips. Shu He is like a younger brother. He usually goes about his tasks quietly, and I fear I might startle him. Hearing this, Reba leaned in closer. So you admit you have feelings for him? Bai Lu pouted and nodded, eagerly awaiting the reactions of her companions, only to find them unusually composed. I confess, I like Shu He. Why is there no response from you two? Reba scoffed, throwing her long legs over. The whole blue star knows you fancy him. Bai Lu replied, is it that obvious? I've learned a lot from Boss Yang. Sometimes, one must adopt a more assertive approach. Think like a man. Bai Lu, feeling the weight of Reba's leg on her stomach, gently pushed back. I understand that. But putting it into practice is quite challenging. How can one truly exchange sincerity for sincerity? Ria anxiously raised herself to impart wisdom to Bai Lu. Your notion of exchanging sincerity for sincerity reflects a distinctly feminine perspective. Do you understand how men think? Curious. Both Chao Yue and Bai Lu fixed their gazes upon Ria, who pretended to be mysterious and whispered, it's not about exchanging sincerity. It's about trading speed for sound. Chapter 67. The Storm Delivers Caviar. Upon hearing Ria's words, Yang Chaiyue rolled her eyes and lay back with a tongue-in-cheek expression, while Bai Lu covered her ears in disbelief. Ria, I never expected you to be like this off-camera. Just listen to what you've learned. Ria laughed heartily as she reclined on the bed. It's just talk. To be honest, had it not been for your evident affection for Shu He, I might have tried to snatch him away. Chaiyue clasped her hands together in agreement. I feel the same. However, your suggestion lacks practicality. We can't have Bai Lu behave that way. Of course not. Ria replied with a hint of resignation. I was merely joking, and besides, Shu He is not that kind of person, with a brother like him. Taking the initiative is essential, but one mustn't rush. The three young women chattered away, exchanging advice and gossip, despite the raging storm outside and the grim conditions indoors. The days without work were undeniably delightful. Only Bai Lu was preoccupied with when she would see Shu He again. At that moment, Shu He looked at the two creatures before him, his expression rife with exasperation. He offered Godzilla a piece of chicken jerky, but as Godzilla bit into one half, little Jiojio also seized the other end. Thus, they found themselves locked in a tug-of-war, neither willing to relent, while Godzilla drooled in desperation. Jiojio, you can't eat this. Jiojio, undeterred, believed itself as formidable as Godzilla, convinced that what Godzilla could consume, it could too. The two continued to spin in circles, prompting Shu He to scratch his head as he fetched another piece of jerky. However, for both creatures, it was always the morsels in someone else's mouth that seemed more delectable, and Shu He's new offering was completely ignored. The stalemate persisted. Viewers in the live stream reveled in the spectacle. Jiojio has gained some audacity, daring to compete for food with its elder brother. If it weren't for Shu He, it wouldn't dare. Clearly, Godzilla is going easy on it. If it truly wanted to compete, could Jiojio stand a chance? I see now. This isn't merely a contest for food. It's a contest for affection. Both must ascertain who Shu He favors more. Oh, the notorious charm of Shu He. If only these two creatures could squabble over me out of jealousy. I truly wish to see who Shu He leans towards. It must be little Jiojio. It's a baby and needs care. Absolutely Godzilla. He has such a commanding presence, so formidable. Shu He, Godzilla has been with you for so long. You wouldn't forget your old friend for a green tea, Jiojio, would you? Shu He produced a pair of scissors. You two are making it quite challenging for me. I can only divide based on the area you are both holding. After finishing, it nibbled along the edge of Jiojio's mouth, slicing the chicken jerky, and Godzilla received the larger portion. With a joyous tilt of his head, he began to crunch away. Jiojio huffed through his nose, spitting out the small piece of jerky from his mouth. and found the jump rope he had used for exercise before meeting Shu He, sticking his head into it. Today, I shall hang myself. Let you taste the bitterness of losing family. This division sparked complaints among JoJo's fans in the comments. Shu He, why not just cut off JoJo's mouth for Godzilla to eat as well? Next time, start from the neck. The favoritism is quite evident. Is JoJo really going to hang himself out of anger? Ha ha, JoJo exclaimed. Give it all to him. I've never seen such blatant favoritism. Ha ha ha. I now have another material for my DIY meme. JoJo hanging. I've had enough. The person upstairs, please share it. May you have peace throughout your life. Don't blame Shu He for being biased. JoJo still drinks milk? What can he eat jerky with? Shu He chuckled at JoJo's behavior. Realizing it was time for both of them to have lunch, he prepared fresh milk mixed with various nutrients. Here you go. This is for you. JoJo wiggled over, gazing at the long feeding apparatus, persistently tapping it with his front fins. Shu He found it odd, although the experience of being fed through the apparatus was unpleasant. JoJo usually endured it obediently. Today, however, due to competing for food with Godzilla, could he be so upset that he refused to drink his milk? After a few attempts, JoJo still wouldn't open his mouth to take it, merely extending his little tongue to lick the bottle occasionally. So he suddenly realized that perhaps JoJo was hinting that he could drink from a bottle instead. He dismantled the cumbersome apparatus and replaced it with the nipple provided by the program team, inserting it into JoJo's mouth. To his delight, JoJo gulped eagerly, his throat moving rhythmically, with milk occasionally spilling from the corners of his mouth. JoJo is truly growing up. Shu He marveled at her rapid growth, wondering if it was all thanks to Godzilla. JoJo drank 2 bottles of milk in one go. At this rate, before her baby fur even falls out, she might be catching little fish to play with. Ding! Teaching JoJo basic survival skills has brought the system great satisfaction, rewarding the host with proficiency in yacht navigation. Meanwhile, the other guests felt a bit smothered inside the house, having anticipated the lack of internet, but the inability to go out due to the typhoon, coupled with unstable power, was truly unexpected. Hua Xiao sat before several boxes of caviar, gazing forlornly out at the torrential rain washing against the windows. The refrigerator was out of commission. This was top-quality delicacy imported from Bear Country, and what could he possibly do with it now? He had originally intended to flaunt it in front of the ladies, but in the past couple of days, he hadn't found the time to eat it. After another night, it would likely spoil. He tried to crack the door open a bit, but the fierce wind choked him, and rainwater poured inside, soaking his clothes. Hurry and shut the door. The pronounced frown lines on Hua Xiao's forehead could crush a mosquito. Every situation possesses duality. In this inclement weather, everyone is deprived of sumptuous fare. If he braves the downpour to deliver caviar to the ladies, such sincerity and gallantry could indeed enhance his standing. Who knows? Perhaps the exuberant Reba might reconsider her feelings. The thought of the charming matron Zhang Yuqi and the alluring goddess Reba vying for his attention ignited a restlessness in Hua Xiao, compelling him to leave the confines of the room. He hastily retrieved the raincoats distributed by the production team, placed the caviar in a plastic bag, took a deep breath, and flung open the door. The live stream revealed both male guests emerging from their quarters simultaneously. The one clad in military green raincoat was already known to be Shu He, while the identity of the figure in the black raincoat remained obscured. Judging by the room's location, viewers speculated it was Hua Xiao. What could these two be up to in such torrential rain? Shu He was equally perplexed. Having just fed the little one, he dashed out upon hearing Godzilla's call without any prior indication. Hua Xiao's plastic bag contained several boxes, reminiscent of something Bai Lu had glimpsed in the refrigerator, some delicacy from the land of the gray bear. It was kept in the fridge, presumably edible. Upon recalling the packaging, it was likely caviar. Delivering caviar to the female guests in such weather? Quite the effort to woo. But wait, wasn't he paired with Yuchi? Why was he heading to the room of the third lady? His persistent intentions were evident. If Yuchi were to find out, he would surely be in for it. Yet, sharing what he brought with others isn't inherently wrong. At least he was earnest in his endeavor. Why not first offer it to the male guest nearest him? Shu He seemed unconcerned with Bai Lu, sprinting alone toward the coastal rainforest. What was his intent? Chapter 68. The colossal object shrouded by rain cover. Bai Lu vaguely discerned a dark figure darting out of Shu He's room through the blurred window shadow. Was Shu He emerging for yet another task? Unable to see his destination clearly, Bai Lu distractedly listened to the two ladies conversing nearby. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated within the room. A flicker of joy crossed her face. Was Shu He there to visit them? Bai Lu leaped from her bed, hurriedly dressing and adjusting her makeup. I think I just saw Shu He come out of his room. I wonder if the one knocking is him. Upon hearing it was Shu He at the door, the two ladies frantically tidied themselves up as well. With an expectant smile, Bai Lu swiftly opened the door, only to find Hua Xiao grinning at her amidst the torrential rain. Come in, she urged. Despite her efforts to conceal her disappointment, it was evident on her face. She anticipated that it would be Hua Xiao. What could he possibly be doing? Following him was a drone, and as Bai Lu surveyed the tidiness of the room to avoid any misunderstandings, she nodded in agreement for it to enter. After stepping inside, Hua Xiao chuckled, removed the hood of his raincoat, and raised the plastic bag in his hand. I brought you 2 boxes of caviar. There isn't much to eat in this stormy weather. The 3 young ladies were not particularly fond of caviar. However, out of gratitude for Hua Xiao braving the torrential rain to deliver it, they politely accepted the gift and expressed their thanks with a smile. Yang Chaoyue placed the caviar on the table and poured a glass of water for Hua Xiao, saying, "It's incredibly generous of you to bring us food in such heavy rain. Please have some water and head back soon. If the wind picks up, you might get caught out there. Getting caught wouldn't be so bad," Hua Xiao thought, as he relished the fragrant ambience of the young lady's room, far more pleasant than his own musty quarters. After thanking Chaoyue, he found a spot to sit down, sipping his water slowly. "You 3 should eat now. This has been sitting for 2 days. It might not be fresh anymore." Noticing Hua Xiao's intention to stay, the 3 young ladies had no choice but to heed his advice and open the packaging. Upon seeing the box filled with tiny black pearls, Chaoyue curiously took a spoonful. Hua Xiao sprang up in alarm. "Chaoyue, do you know how to eat that? This caviar is a precious delicacy worth 18,000 per kilogram. Do you think it's just sunflower seeds? Should I make you a bowl of rice instead?" Chaoyue's face momentarily registered shock as a girl from the countryside. She had never tasted such luxuries. Besides, even if it was expensive, it was still food, right? What other way was there to consume it but to put it directly in her mouth? Pouting, she retorted, "What? Am I supposed to bow to the caviar 3 times before eating it?" Bai Lu, displeased with Hua Xiao's remarks, scooped a generous portion with her spoon and declared, "You have no say in how we eat." The viewers, initially excited to be in the presence of the 3 young ladies, quickly turned sour upon witnessing Hua Xiao's demeanor. Hua Xiao's ego has inflated. He flaunts his superiority over a mere caviar. At first, he seemed considerate, but now he is just repugnant. He disrespects people. He may know how to eat caviar, but he doesn't understand how to treat others. Bai Lu and Chaoyue were right to confront him. Such a person has no shame. Hopefully, after the typhoon passes, Shu He will set him straight. It's infuriating. Hua Xiao, who has hosted numerous popular shows, was once quite likable. It was only after participating in this dating show that his true, unpleasant nature emerged. In the observation room, Yin Lu noted Hua Xiao's loss of charm due to his participation in the show, his expression filled with embarrassment. "To be honest, I'm not even sure what the correct way to eat caviar is," he admitted. Zhao Xiaoying scratched her head and said, "I once saw a food show where they wrapped caviar in pancakes and ate it in large bites. I don't think the issue lies in how to eat it. Rather, Hua Xiao Shu Ti have commented on Chaoyue's eating style." Yin Lu turned to Pan Zhou Dan and asked Zhou Dan, "Did you ever eat caviar while studying abroad?" Pan Zhou Dan smiled. "My mentor took me out for caviar once, and I savored it just like Chaoyue." The restaurant manager immediately jumped in to say I was doing it wrong and that I should have a sip of champagne first. I felt quite embarrassed. But my mentor was very kind. He turned and reprimanded the manager, telling him that food is meant to serve people, and even insisted that the manager serve caviar to all 3 tables present. Therefore, I believe caviar should be enjoyed in generous, hearty bites. Yin Lu nodded thoughtfully, remarking that, in comparison, your mentor is truly commendable, exhibiting none of the sarcasm one might expect. Although a host should ideally refrain from overtly displaying personal sentiments, it was evident that Hua Xiao's remarks had inadvertently offended nearly everyone present. Pan Zhou Dan even presented an example to uphold the dignity of others, contrasting it sharply with Hua Xiao's approach. Consequently, the internet erupted with vehement denunciations of Hua Xiao. Some individuals even compiled clips showcasing his aggressive interviewing style and various outrageous antics since joining the program, indicating that his downfall might be imminent. Unbeknownst to Hua Xiao, who remained blissfully unaware as he demonstrated the art of consuming caviar to the third lady, Ri Ba, meanwhile, massaged her temples and, braving the torrential downpour, opened the door. We've just eaten and aren't particularly hungry now. We plan to rest. Unless it's something urgent, perhaps you should head back, she suggested. Hua Xiao was reluctant to leave, but Ri Ba, already drenched from the rain pouring in through the broken door, made her intentions to dismiss him unmistakably clear. With a disgruntled demeanor, he approached the door to bid farewell to the ladies, contemplating his next destination, Zhang Yuqi's room. Surely, not all the female guests could lack sophistication. The ladies, however, disregarded him, instead expressing their desire not to be broadcast within the confines of the room. Once Hua Xiao and the drone had departed, Qiao Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's laughable. P.S. so pretentious, as if I were yearning for caviar. She scoffed. Bai Lu struggled to swallow a mouthful of small, explosive pearls, commenting, it's both fishy and salty. Compared to Shu He's cooking, it doesn't even measure up. Hua Xiao dashed through the downpour towards Zhang Yuqi's room. Observing Shu He sprinting towards the riverbank behind the rainforest, he shook his head in disdain, reflecting on the disparity between people. They were indulging in caviar amidst a typhoon, while Shu He, the island keeper, had to labor under such conditions. Each person has their own fate. Hua Xiao paid Shu He no mind and proceeded to knock on Zhang Yuqi's door. Meanwhile, Shu He finally located a colossal object concealed beneath a large waterproof tarp, guided by the direction of Godzilla's roars. Had it not been for the system bestowing upon him advanced yacht navigation skills, he might have forgotten that the yacht was due to arrive today. It must be noted that the yacht's arrival was impeccably timed. In such weather, no one would witness this massive entity materializing, docked in a sheltered harbor, both wind-protected and situated in an area previously untouched. The green tarp blended seamlessly with the surroundings, making it nearly indistinguishable even from above. At that moment, both the live broadcast room and the observation chamber were engrossed in studying the enormous object through Shu He's perspective, with a barrage of comments filled with inquiries of what is this. Chapter 69, The Reprimand. Shu He had rushed out primarily out of concern that the storm might whisk away his rewards. However, upon closer inspection, he realized his worries were unfounded. The yacht was securely anchored in the wind-sheltered area, with surrounding ropes firmly tied. The yacht navigation skills swirling his mind made his hands itch, but in such weather, sailing was undoubtedly prohibited. He could only feast his eyes on the sight for now, as Shu He switched on the flashlight and navigated through the rain tarp. His vision was obstructed, and his body struggled to maintain an upright position. Upon entry, he could immediately feel the vessel swaying gently, caressed by the waves. The beam of light revealed the sleek, dark hull of the yacht and its elegant brown flooring, exuding an unmistakable air of aristocracy. He found himself in the cockpit, settling into the sumptuous leather seat, where he retrieved the key from beside the instrument panel and started the yacht. To his surprise, the yacht was equipped with a fish-finding radar, which displayed a vertical expanse of the sea on a three-dimensional screen, revealing a few fish lurking near the shore. Given the inclement weather, their lives were undoubtedly challenging. This feature would prove immensely beneficial for future fishing endeavors, as the sonar could outline the seabed's contours, presenting them as orange graphics on the screen. Perhaps, in addition to fish, he might also salvage other intriguing treasures. Viewers in the live stream were bewildered, watching the unsteady visuals, only able to deduce from the light peeking through the tarp that Shu He remained inside. It appeared to be a boat, likely sheltered from a storm. To their astonishment, there was indeed a vessel on the deserted island. However, it was evident that Shu He preferred the island life. He wouldn't have piloted the yacht back to the city without a compelling reason. Could this boat belong to him? If it was a public asset, it would have likely been taken away. The rain tarp was secured tightly, concealing everything. It was probably just a dilapidated fishing boat of little use. Nevertheless, it would be quite delightful to spend a sunny day on the sea, alleviating boredom. The swaying visuals were making me feel nauseous. Shu He, you should return to your child. It seemed the little one had come to fetch him, just as he was exploring the brand new yacht. He heard Godzilla's roar from outside. You little rascal. I clearly instructed you not to dash out through the doggy door in this weather. Why have you become so disobedient? Yet, upon reflection, he understood that such a colossal creature appearing out of nowhere after his prolonged absence would naturally cause Godzilla some concern. Emerging from the rain tarp, he spotted Jiao trailing behind Godzilla, tousled by the wind, with its snout burrowing into the ground. Upon seeing him, it squinted and emitted a playful growl, as if reproaching him. Was this the feeling of being missed? A warmth spread through Shu He's heart. "Let us go. It's safe here. Home," he shouted into the wind, struggling against it. Godzilla eyed the enormous figure with suspicion, but obediently followed Shu He. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jiao quickly hid something unknown in its mouth and wiggled its way to catch up with them. Noticing the little one lagging behind, Shu He turned and scooped Jiao up to continue their mad dash. Along the way, he encountered Hua Xiao once more amidst the tempest. Both men, understanding the gravity of the situation, shared a tacit acknowledgement and refrained from lingering. Hua Xiao, too, bore an additional burden, as his mood had plummeted to an all-time low. Initially, Zhang Yuqi was filled with joy upon seeing Caviar, expressing her satisfaction with her group selection. She claimed she wouldn't partake in the delicacy, and in a spirit of jest, he playfully teased her. To his surprise, the elder lady retaliated with 2 swift strikes, leaving him with a buzzing headache. Previously, he regarded the trio, including Chao Yu, as petty and inexperienced. However, in comparison to Zhang Yuqi, they appeared as gentle angels. Having such a fierce woman in his group, he realized he must temper his demeanor in the future. Hua Xiao's room had remained relatively quiet until Yuqi delivered her playful punches, which unexpectedly drew a crowd. Upon returning to the doorway, Hua Xiao noticed the drone behind him and imagined that his comical misfortune had been captured on film, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. In an effort to salvage his image, he graciously opened his arms, inviting the drone into his space. As the host, he saw this as an opportunity to create a personal segment, perhaps showcasing his watch, belt, or other items that elevate a man's status. He speculated that through this broadcast, he might garner more commercial endorsements, allowing the audience to forget the earlier incident. Internally, Hua Xiao praised his ingenuity. After closing the door and shedding his raincoat, he presented his watch to the camera and began to elaborate. "Like many of you, I find myself somewhat bored on this stormy day. Why not take this opportunity to introduce the products typically favored by male celebrities? I believe you might find this topic intriguing." He commenced with his watch, admitting it was a personal hobby. Some friends might jest that it's a costly pastime, yet he argued that without such items, it is challenging to convey one's status. After all, he was no longer in the same age bracket as impoverished young men. He required possessions that signified his standing. This watch, for instance, is reasonably priced at just over 100,000. At that moment, the production team was dismayed, acutely aware of the drawbacks of the lack of interaction with the guests. The atmosphere in Hua Xiao's live stream was rife with ostentation, drawing scorn from those who perceived him as a sudden upstart flaunting his wealth. His public relations team was frantically brainstorming strategies with the production crew, yet there was little they could do. They couldn't simply make a satellite call at will, nor could they venture to a deserted island merely to remind Hua Xiao to mind his conduct. After all, he was not a protected species, and what he had done had already been broadcasted live. Rectifying the situation fell squarely on the shoulders of the PR team. Who would have anticipated that he was such a character? The production team is eager for Hua Xiao to withdraw from the program due to his comprehensive decline, as it would spare them the expense of paying him for each day of live broadcasting. However, both parties are bound by contract. Hua Xiao's reputation has plummeted, raising doubts about his future profitability. Fortunately, the expenses for Xian Lian Space are guaranteed, and his team remains tight-lipped about the possibility of leaving the show. Meanwhile, the breach of contract penalty for the production team amounts to millions, and they are reluctant to incur significant losses because of one individual. On the other hand, Shu He has also brought the drone back inside the house. The joy of possessing a yacht has yet to fade. He removes his raincoat and joyfully pats the dog's head, playfully pinching the fleshy front fins of the little Jiao, exclaiming, "We have plenty of fun ahead." The creatures, oblivious to his meaning, simply share in his happiness. Godzilla vigorously swishes its large tail, while little Jiao makes soft sounds, playfully patting its own body with its front fins. At this moment, Shu He notices something unusual about Jiao. "Jiao, why aren't you opening your mouth? Are you unwell?" He gently grasps Jiao's front fins and pulls it closer, attempting to pry its mouth open. Jiao protests, shaking its head in resistance. As Sui's expression grows increasingly serious, Godzilla barks fiercely, scolding Jiao. Startled by Godzilla's roar, little Jiao's eyes brim with tears. Godzilla, feeling a twinge of compassion, glances at Shu He, who remains stern, with one foot on Jiao's back and one hand holding its barely visible nape, while the other struggles to open its mouth. Godzilla can only let out another roar at Jiao. Woof. Although the reprimand is directed at Jiao, the viewer's hearts ache. Why be so fierce? Can't we discuss this calmly? Scold me instead. If my little goose has erred, it is my fault as its caretaker. If Jiao were truly raised by you, it would be unaware of any dangers. It is perilous for such a small creature to eat indiscriminately. It is indeed peculiar for Jiao, still in the nursing stage, to show interest in any food. Shu He has never appeared this anxious. He genuinely worries for Jiao. In the observation room, Panjo Dan scratches his head. I actually saw Jiao digging at the ground, but the footage was too shaky to confirm. It seems it may have eaten a piece of stone. Stone? Yin Lu and Zhao Shaoing simultaneously express their confusion. Panjo Dan nods. I'm unsure if there is anything else on the shore, but what I can see is just a stone. It is known that seals sometimes consume stones. Some scholars speculate this behavior may assist with digestion or eliminate parasites in their stomachs. However, neither of these reasons applies to Jiao, given its tender age. Engaging in such behavior could pose a significant risk if it were choke. Upon hearing Panjo Dan's words, Yin Lu's expression mirrors Shu He's concern. No wonder he is so serious. Yet, we are still unaware of what Jiao has actually ingested. Sensing that it is encircled by two robust men, Jiao realizes that unless it relinquishes whatever it holds in its mouth, it may not escape unscathed. Tears welled in its eyes as it gazed up at Shu He, who extended a hand towards its mouth, her tone sharp and commanding. Spit out. Glancing at Godzilla, who appeared quite formidable, she observed the creature as it manipulated its delicate pink tongue, gradually extracting the object lodged within its mouth. With a soft plop, a translucent, brownish-yellow orb fell into Shu He's palm. Goodness, this stone was nearly the size of half her hand. If it had inadvertently swallowed it, the consequences would have been dire. She marveled at how such a tiny creature could accommodate it in its mouth. Shu He focused her gaze, noticing that the stone bore a resemblance to amber. Unsure, she inspected it further. Unfortunately, the dim light within the room, coupled with the overcast sky outside and the absence of electricity, compelled her to light a candle, illuminating the stone as she scrutinized it closely. The online viewers were equally intrigued, holding their phones up to catch a glimpse of what Jiao had actually ingested. Indeed, it was a stone, yet it was quite beautiful, shimmering with clarity. How could any girl resist something so sparkling? Shu He mused. Jiao merely committed a mistake that any woman might. No wonder Jiao treasured it so. Amidst a pile of dull, dark pebbles, this gem would certainly be worth picking up to take home. Was this not amber? The coloration was unmistakably reminiscent of it. Yet, there seemed to be more than met the eye. She discerned something within. If it were indeed a small insect, or the like, it could very well be amber containing inclusions. Amber with inclusions? Was it akin to the type found at my Uncle Yu's home, which housed a giraffe, quiet upstairs? If this were truly amber with inclusions, and the small creature within was intact, it could fetch no less than 600,000 soft-shelled coins on the market. My goodness. Next door, Hua Xiao is still flaunting his 100,000 yuan watch, and in comparison, he resembles a clown. One might wonder, must Shu He truly assume the role of the island's guardian? With such talents, and by selling the island's treasures, her worth could easily soar into the billions. Through the candlelight, Shu He discerned a creature resembling a small sea anemone within the stone. Could this be the fabled amber with inclusions? She addressed the camera. It seems little Jiao has stumbled upon a piece of amber with inclusions. Shu He positioned the stone before the lens, striving to provide a clearer view for her audience. This object formed in ancient, towering subtropical forests, teeming with life. Due to the warm climate, trees that have suffered natural injuries continuously secrete resin. You're likely familiar with the subsequent process, wherein these tiny organisms become encased in resin, undergoing a petrification process over millions of years, resulting in such specimens crafted by nature. However, like many of you, I have often seen amber containing small insects. Encountering an anemone is a first for me. The comment section erupted in excitement following Shu He's explanation. Wow. Little Chiyo has truly accomplished something remarkable. Why frighten the poor child? Shu He, Godzilla was merely concerned for it. Who knew it had consumed such a thing? Wow, wow, wow. Amber with inclusions must be valuable. Right? The little sea anemone appears quite intact as well. Just how much is this worth? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can enlighten us? The exact price remains unknown to us. I have, however, encountered one that is merely 1/5 the size, with its anemone incomplete, which was priced at 300,000 yuan. How astonishing. If 1/5 of the size costs 300,000, then this must be worth over 1,000,000. Shu He seems quite affluent indeed, wielding such an expensive fishing rod, engaging in both play and the pursuit of swordfish. As Shu He examined the amber, he found it truly captivating. The weight of history seemed to emanate from it. He glanced down at Chiyo and noticed the little creature's anxious eyes fixated on the object in his hand, its pectoral fins restlessly shifting on the ground. He chuckled and knelt down to gently pat its round head, saying, I startled you earlier, but never again should you put such things in your mouth. It is perilous. This is for you, and no one will take it away. Upon placing the amber before Chiyo, the little creature eagerly embraced it with its fins, waddling away to play, seeing that it would not attempt to eat it. Shu He felt relieved. Godzilla, curious, approached the amber and sniffed it for a while before disdainfully walking away. Observing Shu He's complete indifference to claiming the amber for himself, many netizens expressed their regret. I wonder if Shu He is wealthy. How can he remain so unfazed by such a remarkable treasure, an object of such value, and he allows a seal to play with it? Chiyo is certainly not worth more than the amber. Yet the amber can be sold, while Chiyo cannot. How cruel humanity can be, contemplating selling Chiyo. Regardless, Chiyo belongs to Shu He. When it grows and loses interest in the amber, it will still be Shu He's. Outside, the typhoon continued its rampage. In such weather, the island would likely remain unaffected. Shu He lit more candles in the increasingly dim room, and after dining with the two, he watched a pre-downloaded movie before retiring early. The storm persisted until the evening of the following day. After the typhoon passed, the rain continued to fall gently. It was not until the third day that the deserted island was completely clear. Shu He rose early to raise the flag and discovered Yang could hardly wait to dash out of the room. Chapter 71. Beauty earned through thought. Yang's complexion was fair, with droplets of water clinging to his damp hair, suggesting he had just washed his face. As Shu He exited his room, he found Yang leaning against the doorframe of the third maiden, clearing his throat to adjust his pitch, practicing an alluring gaze from below, while holding a plate of unknown contents. Shu He, with a cursory glance, chose to ignore him and proceeded directly to the rocky slope to raise the flag. Hey, Shu He. Hello, Godzilla, Chiyo. Good morning to you two little ones. Upon hearing Yang's call, Shu He turned and waved back, while the two continued onward without glancing back. What do you think of my attire? He asked, gesturing with one hand to indicate his outfit from top to bottom. Isn't it just a simple white t-shirt and jeans? The pants are too thick. They might be hot, Shu He replied honestly. Oh dear, that is not what I meant. I was referring to whether it exudes that fresh, unpretentious, youthful vibe. The sensation of being younger than you. Shu He, with a hint of exasperation, pouted. Indeed. The droplets of water adorning your hair are the finishing touch. Hurry and knock on the door. Otherwise, once they dry, the effect will be significantly diminished. Yang's face lit up with joy as he playfully tapped Shu He. You are right. I also made heart-shaped fried eggs for Heba. If we don't hurry, they'll cool down. Knocking thrice, Yang rapped on the door of the third Mississippi. Shu He shook his head and walked away. After being cooped up indoors for 2 days, Yang's thoughts were likely consumed with how to unleash his untamed charm. Yet after 2 days, this was all he could come up with? He even wore a pair of jeans, as if on a deserted island. Shu He couldn't quite decide if he was clever or just peculiar. During these 2 days, aside from sleeping, there was nothing but slumber. The third miss also rose early. Upon hearing the knocking, Heba, being the closest, dashed over. Who is it? Silly guess. The third miss was petrified within her room. And by Lu watch her mouth form, the name Yang. Heba, losing interest in questioning further, yanked the door open. There stood Yang, half leaning against the doorframe, his eyelids slowly lifting to reveal a smile, accompanied by a playful, bubbly voice. Lazy bug, are you awake? Heba responded with a stoic nod. He extended a plate towards her. I made you breakfast. With one hand clutching an eyeliner pencil, she numbly accepted it. Thank you. Why be so polite with me? Hurry and eat, or we'll get cold. As he spoke, he wrinkled his nose and pouted, playfully bumping the air towards Heba. Bang! Heba slammed the door shut with a foot. The third miss, and Bai Lu exchanged glances, a moment of silence passing before they erupted in unison, shouting, Ah! Yang Yang crossed his arms and huffed, bemused that a single plate of eggs could incite such excitement. After nearly a month, it seemed that the four ladies on the island would ultimately fall for him, early risers among the onlookers, anticipating a beautiful day to raise the flag with Shu He, were taken aback by an unexpectedly shocking scene. Help! Close-range assault. I thought, witnessing this spectacle, that perhaps my sins had been atoned. Smile. How could he resemble a loser who had suddenly found himself in a handsome guise, reveling in all that he now possessed? Did I wake early just to endure this torment? Awkward. Heba probably couldn't stomach that plate of fried eggs anymore. My heart aches for the third miss. Shu He, stifling a laugh, earnestly informed him that the droplets on his head were the finishing touch. He was indeed spoiled. After delivering the heartfelt breakfast, Yang Yang pursued Shu He up the rocky slope, playfully rubbing the faces of Godzilla and Jiao, both retreating with all their might. Then he turned his gaze back to Shu He, lifting his chin slightly. I'll help you. Shu He sighed silently. How could this lad spare anyone? Without lifting his gaze, he continued to dismantle the protective coverings from the flagpole. Yang Yang puffed out his chest and joined in. What do we start foraging for ingredients? I have made up my mind. On the first day, I will assist in the search, gathering more supplies so that I can prepare meals in advance for the next day. Though a bit oily, it is indeed a warm-hearted gesture. Yang Yang's observation is also quite accurate. The typhoon that has confined us indoors for 2 days has likely depleted many people's reserves. Other food supplies were completely scavenged before the storm, so setting off early, with a stroke of luck, we might even gather provisions for tomorrow. Let us see if they have risen. We should depart promptly. Removing the protective barriers, Shu He hoisted the flag. Yang Yang suddenly stomped his foot and saluted with precision, startling the two nearby. While the salute was appropriate, there was no need for such theatricality. Shu He, recognizing the sincerity behind it, said nothing and gradually raised the flag. After descending the rocky slope, Yang Yang persistently followed Shu He, never straying far behind. So he glanced back at him, resigned to assign him some tasks. I will check on the plants we planted in the restaurant a couple of days ago. Could you gather the ones who are awake? Understood. Perhaps influenced by the flag raising, Yang Yang's persona shifted from that of a youthful boyfriend to that of a valiant warrior. After parting ways, Shu He sighed in relief along with the two others. It appeared that Yang Yang had exchanged his intellect for good looks. Upon reaching the restaurant balcony, Shu He widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the plants before him. The hydroponically grown vegetables had already sprouted new leaves, thriving remarkably well, while the seeds planted earlier had begun to germinate. Considering that there had been little sunlight on the island over the last few days, with the weather now clearing, the growth rate of the plants is sure to accelerate. If this trend continues, it won't be long before we can enjoy fresh vegetables. Shu He was eager to gather more seeds in preparation for the future farm. Yet to establish a farm, the irrigation issue must first be addressed. With only a few distillation purifiers currently available, it was barely sufficient for personal use and utterly inadequate for the watering needs of the farm. He replenished the water in the automatic drip irrigation system he had previously constructed and tended to the plants a bit. When he heard the sound of others entering the restaurant one after another, Yang Yang was the first to lead Hua Chenyu and Hua Xiao inside. Wow, Shu He, are these the plants we planted a couple of days ago? Hua Chenyu, after resting for 2 days, had received some rations from everyone, and those still somewhat weak. He appeared slightly better, albeit not as robust as the others. Indeed, Shu He indicated a foam box. Those are the strawberry and watermelon seeds you found. Watching you crouch down to inspect them closely. Although the memories of past hardships were painful to recall, seeing the growth was quite satisfying. Hua Xiao, with a serious expression, could hardly believe that these plants had thrived despite the 2 days of stormy weather without sunlight. Was he destined to face a future filled with such toil? He stiffened his neck and changed the subject. Shall we proceed with group activities today? Chapter 72. Others only care about how high you fly. While I watched, you noticed that from the moment he met Hua Xiao until now, he had been stiffening his neck. Hua Xiao, have you perhaps slept awkwardly? At first, Hua Xiao was at a loss to explain why. After receiving 2 slaps from Zhang Yuqi, he awoke to find his neck immobile. However, Hua Qinyu provided him with a convenient excuse. Indeed, it began yesterday, but today has seen considerable improvement. Hua Qinyu, not overly concerned, continued to examine the strawberry seedlings. During their conversation, the 4 ladies arrived at the dining area, laughing and chatting. Aware of their quest for food, Yang Chaoyue and Zhang Yuqi donned loose-fitting athletic wear, while Reba and Bailu opted for fitted yoga pants and sneakers. The vibrant energy of the starlets infused the deserted island with a splash of color, and the way the leggings accentuated their figures was truly delightful. Although Reba had long legs, her curves paled in comparison to those of Bailu. Aside from Yang Yang, who was inappropriately clad in jeans, the other guests were well prepared for today as culinary expedition. Upon entering, the 3 young women engaged in playful antics with the seals and joyfully observed the flourishing little botanical garden, while Zhang Yuqi, with a scowl, shot a piercing glance at Hua Xiao. He dared not utter a word for fear of exposing his domestic troubles, instead opting to scurry around Zhang Yuqi with a cheerful demeanor. Now that everyone had gathered, let us embark according to the program's group arrangements, announced Shu He as she brushed the dirt from her hands. I plan to venture into the rainforest with Bailu to explore the mountains there. The others may choose their destinations as they wish, but it is advisable not to recklessly handle unfamiliar flora and fauna, as our medical supplies are limited. The group listened attentively, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Hua Xiao interjected. Shu He, you mentioned exploring the mountains of the rainforest, which implies you have never been there before. Shu He replied, indeed. Given that, I believe it would be more prudent for me to accompany Yuqi to the seaside for a tranquil fishing experience. Upon hearing that the mountains were uncharted territory for Shu He, Yang Yang expressed immediate interest. I want to go to the mountains. It sounds like an adventure. What do you think, Reba? Reba concurred, her interest in adventure being moderate, yet she felt a greater sense of security knowing Shu He would also be in the mountains. Chaiwe stepped forward, grasping Reba's hand. Then I, too, will join the mountain expedition with Hua Hua. Perhaps we might witness dancing birds or even discover black truffles. Upon hearing the mention of black truffles, Hua Qinyu's eyes sparkled. He had been feeling rather depleted these past few days and desperately needed nourishment. If they could find black truffles for lunch, it might just restore his vigor. Last time, Shu He and Bailu brought back so many. Surely they would be easy to locate. Shu He casually picked up a bag, took Bailu's hand, and prepared to set off, while the others gathered the remaining water and provisions, soon following suit toward their chosen destinations. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream speculated on who would make the most significant finds today. It must be Shu He, no doubt about it. Shu He had never ventured to the mountains, so if all went smoothly, she would likely be the first, though if any unforeseen events occurred, the outcome was uncertain. What kind of surprises could possibly arise on such a tranquil island? Could Hua Hua truly manage? It seems he is yet to recover from his previous bout of diarrhea. As long as Hua Hua can persist smoothly until the end, there should be no unforeseen incidents. The state of men these days is truly lamentable. They are even more delicate than the female guests. I am so eager to discover what awaits on the mountain. It feels as though I am embarking on an adventure alongside the guests. Hua Xiao's straining neck is quite amusing, and he is too shy to admit he was struck by Yuki, covering my face in laughter. One might say that today S. Victor could indeed be Hua Xiao. After all, the circumstances atop the mountain are unknown, but following the typhoon, fish typically emerge seeking sustenance, and given his skills, catching 4 or 5 should pose no challenge. Godzilla, initially excited about climbing the mountain, ended up being assigned by Shu He to stay at home to look after the little one. After all, Jujio is a seal pup, and such physically demanding activities are ill-suited for it. Though Godzilla grumbled in frustration, leaving Jujio alone was not an option. So he devised a clever solution, training Jujio to climb the mountain. Bailu assisted Shu He in settling the 2 children, and upon once again taking his hand, she felt an inexplicable sense of calm after days of emptiness, perhaps because she was reunited with Shu He. Shu He, I brought 2 loaves of bread. Let us eat something before climbing the mountain. Shu He nodded and was about to turn to receive it, but Bailu had already unwrapped it and placed it directly in his mouth. With his hands occupied, Shu He could not refuse. So he alternated between taking bites of bread and sips of water as they continued their journey. Let us conserve water. Climbing the mountain does require quite a bit of energy. All right. Bailu obediently put the water away. I can drink less. If you're thirsty, don't hold back. Anticipating that she would be busy today and unable to assist much, her primary task became to take care of Shu He. I had thought that female celebrities generally do not tend to care for others. During their previous excursions, Bailu often played the role of one who needed care, but today, she seemed surprisingly considerate. One cannot generalize all female celebrities. Bailu hastily defended herself, anxious that Shu He might harbor any biases regarding her profession. In fact, female celebrities can be quite pitiable. There is often just one in the family, and the extended relatives are always watching. Shu He nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Although they appear glamorous, when one rises, the entire family benefits, and few escape the fate of supporting various relatives and friends. I understand. As is often said online, others only care about how high you can soar. Her words struck a chord with Bailu. Conversing with an astute person is refreshing, as Shu He always manages to pinpoint her innermost thoughts. Yet, there's a second half to that statement, and Bailu eagerly inquired, "And what about you? What do you care about concerning me?" Shu He pondered for a moment, realizing Bailu wished to complete the second part of her statement. However, that phrase felt rather antiquated, and he could not recall it at once. So he quietly murmured, "Others only care about how high you can soar, and I." He glanced at Bailu's twinkling eyes, "And I only care about how high I can soar myself." The entire sentiment collapsed in an instant. Bailu drooped like a deflated balloon, and Shu He felt he must have misspoken, though the original phrase eluded him. He believed his statement to be quite reasonable. The netizens erupted in laughter. "Damn. I've learned something new. Shu He's words are so incisive. All I care about is how high I can fly," laughing and crying. Just as he was about to assert that Bailu was not as useless as everyone speculated, wholeheartedly caring for Shu He ultimately felt was a misplaced affection for his goddess. The latter part should have been about whether he cared about her exhaustion. But compared to Shu He's statement, it seemed rather mundane. Is Shu He a master of anti-inspirational quotes? Bailu's reaction had him in stitches. Shu He observed that Bailu, who had been radiant moments ago, suddenly appeared listless. Indeed, women are capricious. To divert Bailu's attention, he pointed to a tree and said, "Look, it's not fruit." Chapter 73. Should we hold the wedding first? Bailu, still quite naive, immediately shifted her focus from their earlier conversation to the tree upon hearing Shu He's words. She noticed the tree was laden with clusters of fruit, some greenish yellow, others of vibrant red, with many scattered on the ground, dislodged by the typhoon. True to its name, each fruit resembled a droplet of mucus. Bailu's initially despondent expression transformed into one of delight. Why did they give such a disgusting name to the fruit? Can we eat this wild fruit? As she spoke, she carefully navigated the muddy path and approached Shu He, who plucked a bright red fruit, wiped it, and offered it to her. "Try it. It's very sweet." Curiously, Bailu split the snot fruit open, revealing its tender flesh and the sticky seeds within. It resembles an enormous figure. So he picked one for himself as well. It's basically a wild fig, but the locals in Nanchang prefer to call it snot fruit. He took a bite, the plump, sweet flesh filling his mouth, while the transparent, gooey substance resembled jelly. With such a large fruit consumed, he figured he wouldn't be hungry for half the day. Bailu devoured 2 more, smacking her lips. "This is delicious. It's so refreshing. I must bring some back for Reba and the others." After saying this, she squatted down to gather more. Had she not been with Shu He, she would have never recognized such a fruit, let alone dare to eat it. How many delightful tastes would she have missed? As she collected, Bailu suddenly halted her actions, pondering how well their respective groups fared. If she were to bring back some novel finds, would it incite jealousy? Remembering Reba and Chaoyue's envious yet disheartened expressions whenever she shared her intriguing experiences, along with the male contestants eager to compete with Shu He, she seemed to grasp the essence of humility. Reluctantly, she began to withdraw her findings once more. "Why are you putting things back?" Shu He inquired, puzzled. Bailu sighed softly. It was meant to be a kind gesture, but if the others Haven Tea found food, wouldn't it seem like showing off? Shu He vaguely understood the source of her worries, yet such is human nature. The current circumstances differed significantly from those of a few days prior. Back then, the food provided by the production team was abundant, which shielded them from the gnawing sensation of hunger. However, should they fail to procure food today. Enduring a single meal devoid of sustenance might be tolerable, but prolonged deprivation would surely reveal their true colors. If he and Bai Lu continued to offer assistance without expectation, they risked fostering a few ungrateful individuals. Although Ri Ba and Chao Yu maintained a close bond with Bai Lu and consistently considered others, it was precisely in such relationships that the importance of boundaries must be emphasized. Your concerns are not unwarranted. Shu He assisted Bai Lu in extracting the snot fruits from the bag. Bai Lu felt a wave of relief at Shu He's understanding, having previously feared he might perceive her as lacking in kindness, especially since even Ri Ba and Chao Yu seemed to harbor doubts. Yet, after he helped her remove the snot fruits, Shu He casually hoisted a branch laden with fruit onto his shoulder. Free offerings can easily be misconstrued, provoking the less admirable aspects of human nature. However, if they were to contribute in kind, perceptions would shift, and they would come to regard it as their rightful due. Bai Lu was somewhat perplexed by his words, prompting Shu He to elaborate. Hadn't Ri Ba suggested that, for the sake of fairness, they could engage in exchanges? Bai Lu clapped her hands in realization. So, we can sell these fruits for money? Shu He nodded. Trade as you wish. Bai Lu's face brightened with delight. Her initial thought had been to share with everyone, and she had completely forgotten about the idea of exchange. Selling the fruits would allow her to earn money, and others would be paying customers, thus eliminating any ensuing complications. Shu He, how much do you think we should charge? Based on mood, I suppose we are all stars. After all, and none of us are short on cash. Shu He continued onward, and upon hearing the casual pricing suggestion, Bai Lu immediately envisioned herself joyfully tossing money in the air while jumping on her bed, lost in her fantasies. She threw her arms around Shu He's neck. This is fantastic, Shu He. We have delicious food and can earn a lot of money. Living life with you is simply delightful. Shu He turned to her with a smile. Is this truly what it means to live? Should we perhaps hold a wedding first? At that moment, Bai Lu realized that she had allowed her excitement over money to cloud her judgment, leading to her inappropriate wording. She released Shu He, sheepishly scratching her face. I misspoke. Who thinks of a wedding without having been in love first? Haha. Shu He turned around. Who lives together without a wedding? At the very least, one must first enter the bridal chamber. Bai Lu's face flushed crimson. Ri Ba had indeed been right. Men only think about such things. With a hint of resentment, she trailed behind Shu He, occasionally wanting to draw closer, but getting snagged by branches. Shu He, wouldn't it be easier to just carry the fruits? This cumbersome branch is rather inconvenient. I assent to it? A bit. But I plan to return and cultivate some snot fruit cuttings. Bai Lu, backlit by the sun, gazed at Shu He's silhouette. There's an entire tree here. Do we really need to plant more? Yes, there are many animals here, and they will eat as well. This fortunate discovery is indeed a stroke of luck for us. Moreover, if we take it back for further study, we might even cultivate a new variety. Wow, Bai Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Being able to grow a small orchard is already impressive, and you can even breed new varieties? Shu He was unsure of the outcome, but thought, why not give it a try? You'll be gone anyway, and I might as well keep myself occupied. Alas, what a delightful yet torturous situation. Bai Lu, lacking ambition, surely has already pondered names for their future children. Can we live stream the wedding night? The upstairs is just wishful thinking. However, I have a feeling that the mucus fruit is quite delicious. These two should be able to make a handsome profit. Speaking of which, can this thing be eaten? I passed by it last time and felt like I missed out on a fortune. Their luck is incredible. They just came from other groups' live streams, leaving empty-handed. Watching you performed remarkably today. Just a moment ago, he mentioned feeling thirsty and, to conserve water, didn't mind the dirt and drank directly from a stream. It seems he is gradually finding ways to survive on this deserted island. Truly reckless. Shu He had warned against touching things on the island. Did he think he was as capable as Shu He? Should we go check on my idol Yang Yang? As expected from a military arts background, he is vigorous. Not going. 100 Yang Yangs cannot compare to Shu He, who will undoubtedly show off like a peacock, all slick and flashy. After Yang Yang and Ri Ba casually chose an entrance and stepped into the rainforest, they were instantly captivated by the lush greenery surrounding them. The air here is humid yet refreshing, and they both inhaled deeply in unison. I wonder if we can find anything edible in this chosen spot. Ri Ba gazed around while Yang Yang patted his chest vigorously, declaring, we certainly will. The two began to explore, spotting wild fruits and mushrooms along the way. but they were unsure of their edibility. Reba decided to collect them first to consult Shu He. It was crucial not to consume anything indiscriminately. Yang agreed, occasionally leaping onto tree branches to pluck wild fruits, and then squatting to dig up mushrooms, proving to be a diligent and hard-working lad. Reba felt a wave of satisfaction. However, Yang, clad in jeans, soon began to sweat profusely due to the strenuous activity, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, and his lips turning pale. Reba could only keep handing him water, urging, "Don't overexert yourself. We only brought 2 bottles. It's fine." Yang confidently flicked the sweat from his fingertips, glancing into the distance. The human body is composed of 90% water. This little exercise is nothing for me. While it may not be difficult for him, he should conserve water. Reba watched with concern as the 2 bottles dwindled to just a sip, and the surrounding environment offered no freshwater resources apart from muddy puddles left by the rain. Even if there were, one shouldn't drink recklessly, right? Seeing Yang still bounding around energetically, she felt a nagging sense of foreboding. Just as she was worrying, Yang suddenly dashed away like an arrow. Shouting back to Reba, "I spotted a large squirrel. You must understand, in wilderness survival, this is meat. Stay here and don't wander off. Be obedient." Reba hurriedly pursued him for a few steps, but upon hearing Yang's cry, she halted in her tracks. Indeed, there was no food left, and if there were any wild creatures to eat, one must seize the opportunity. However, Yang appeared to be showing signs of dehydration. Could he truly endure this? As worry enveloped her, Reba sought a place to rest momentarily. With Yang expending such energy, it was prudent not to overexert herself, lest they both suffer from a lack of water, which would complicate matters further. She closed her exquisite eyes, tilting her head to attentively listen to the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds surrounding her. Such a serene moment of solitude had not graced her in many years. As her heart settled into tranquility, Reba found that even the faintest sounds became remarkably clear. Was this the essence of savoring the present? A subtle smile unconsciously graced her delicate lips. However, this bliss was fleeting. Perhaps it was due to her heightened senses after calming down. But Reba suddenly perceived what sounded like Yang's piercing scream in the distance. She opened her eyes wide, urgently following the sound. "Yang, is that you? Where are you?" The cry was utterly distressing. Reba quickened her pace, fervently searching for Yang's figure in the direction of the sound, but despite her loud calls, there was no response from him. Even the screams had ceased. Biting her lip, she felt tears welling up, but finding him was paramount. At last, Reba spotted a hint of white amidst the grass. Wasn't that Yang's white short-sleeve shirt? She dashed over and crouched beside him, only to find his face marred with scratches. His body motionless on the ground, lips pale and cracked. Tears streamed down Reba's cheeks. She had never encountered such a sight. Testing for Yang's breath with her fingers, she sighed in relief. He was still alive. Looking up, she noticed a gigantic squirrel perched on a tree, staring at them with equal parts terror. In fear, Reba hugged herself and sat on the ground. Upon seeing her, the squirrel swiftly scurried away. Gaining her composure, she wiped her tears and cried out for help. "Shu He, help! Something has happened. Is anyone there?" In between her pleas, she continued to administer chest compressions to Yang. The online community was in a state of panic over Yang's collapse. The camera didn't catch it. What happened to Yang? Is it a giant squirrel in the tree? It doesn't look fierce. How could it have done this to him? Goodness, his face is covered in red marks and scratches. Could it really have been the squirrel? Poor Reba. What should we do? Someone, please help her. My goddess is trembling in fear. Still, Yang remained unresponsive. With tears in her eyes, Reba poured the last drop of water from her bottle into his mouth, but her trembling hands allowed only a couple of drops to trickle in. After receiving a bit of water, she noticed Yang's lips moving slightly, but then he fell still again. Elated yet desperate, Reba raised her voice in continued cries for help. Why do I feel as though I hear a woman's voice? With a furrowed brow, Shu He looked toward Bai Lu, who, upon hearing this, perked up her ears, realizing that there seemed to be a faint female voice in the distance. Her expression turned serious. "I can't make out what they're shouting. We should go and check it out. What if something is wrong?" Shu He nodded in agreement, and the two of them, eager to locate their friends, hastily shed their belongings and sprinted forward. At last, They followed the sound to where Reba and Yang Yang were situated. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Bai Lu was momentarily struck dumb with fear. She turned to Reba. Did you kill Yang Yang? Reba sprang to her feet, stamping her foot in exasperation. What are you talking about? He was knocked out by a squirrel. Seeing Shu He and Bai Lu arrive, Reba felt a sense of relief and began to cry aloud, sobbing as she explained the situation to them. The two girls spoke in disjointed sentences, while Shu He crouched beside Yang Yang, diligently examining him. You two, stop panicking. It has nothing to do with the squirrel. He's dehydrated. He extended his hand toward Bai Lu. Do we have any water? Bai Lu patted her body. I saw you drop the branches earlier to run faster, so I tossed my backpack as well. Shu He sighed and looked at Reba. What about your water? Reba grimaced. It's all gone. Shu He scratched his head. The area they had chosen was relatively sunny within the rainforest, yet it lacked fresh water sources. He scooped up some stagnant water from a nearby muddy puddle, only to shake his head and discard it. Drinking that without filtration would surely endanger Yang Yang's health. How could you two drink it so quickly? Bai Lu, anxious, chided Reba. We only consumed half a bottle between us. Reba, upon hearing this, began to whimper again. Yang Yang was climbing up and down looking for food, and he's wearing such thick clothing. We couldn't deny him water. Shu He gazed at Reba. Climbing trees? Did you find any fruit? Extracting juice from fruit could alleviate some of their issues. Reba nodded and picked up the bag from the ground to show him. However, the flicker of hope that ignited in Shu He's heart was extinguished the moment he opened the bag. It contained poisonous devil mangoes. One bite could spell disaster for the entire village. Thank goodness you two didn't eat this, he remarked, tossing the bag aside in frustration. Now, we're left with only one last method to quickly obtain water. Reba and Bai Lu's eyes sparkled simultaneously. What? Chapter 75. Stacking in the rainforest. Shu He surveyed the muddy puddle before him. We need to find something that can filter the dirt to extract the water for Yang Yang to drink. Bai Lu and Reba scratched their heads in confusion. What can filter it? Shu He replied. Do girls typically carry towels with them? The two girls exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Who carries towels anymore, with tissues and wet wipes being so common? Indeed, girls aren't particularly prone to sweating. He rarely saw women using towels at the gym in his previous life. Right now, he's losing fluids. We should move him to the shade. 3 individuals, with great urgency, dragged Yang Yang beneath a broad-leaved tree. During the process, they inadvertently brushed against his arm. Goodness, he is truly burning up. It is astonishing how dehydration can lead to such a state. Shu He glanced upwards at the branches, which weren't particularly high, having just rained. And now it being morning, can either of you climb the tree? Go up and shake off some of the water collected on the leaves to cool him down. Bai Lu stepped forward eagerly. I can. Excellent. As Shu He looked at Yang Yang, another thought crossed her mind. On such a sweltering day, he is still clad in jeans, leaping about and tussling with squirrels. I am utterly amazed. We must also remove his clothes to help him cool down. The two young women exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed. Is this really appropriate? Reba murmured softly. Yang Yang is quite particular about his appearance. If he wakes up to find himself half naked, he would surely be heartbroken. Shu He facepalmed. At a time like this, we're still concerned about his image. In his current condition, he might already have been on the verge of fever. He simply hasn't realized it yet. With such a high temperature, coupled with dehydration, prolonged exposure could be fatal. Bai Lu nervously twirled 2 fingers. Is it really that serious? I thought as long as he wasn't injured by a squirrel, dehydration would be easily remedied. I had no idea the situation was so urgent. Reba bit her lip, steeling herself, and directly approached to undo Yang Yang's belt. Shu He seized the opportunity to pull his pants down from his legs. Brown boxers, rather unremarkable. She swiftly removed his short-sleeved shirt. It was quite pale, yet still rather unremarkable. The 2 young women, witnessing this, gazed up at the sky in bewilderment. The online community might have wished to comment on Yang Yang's physique, yet it felt somewhat indecent to discuss such matters at this moment, especially as time was of the essence. His life was at stake. Shu He picked up a shirt and felt it. It was not pure cotton and lacked sufficient thickness. Reba leaned forward to look at Shu He. Can a short-sleeve shirt be used for filtering? Not sufficient, but an additional layer is beneficial. We still need something akin to a towel material. Upon finishing her sentence, she noticed her own socks and quickly removed both shoes and socks from one foot. stuffing part of the shirt into the socks. Shu He, are you going to use your own socks for filtering? Bai Lu inquired hesitantly. Clever. Shu He didn't forget to compliment her. Yours? Reba leaned in as well. What? Do you both want me to use your stinky socks? Without waiting for a response, Shu He filled one sock with mud and murky water, then aimed it towards Yang Yang's mouth and squeezed with force. Indeed, the water that emerged was significantly clearer. This method was quite difficult to witness, yet Yang Yang's parched lips quivered and his apple moved in rhythm. It was unclear what the water tasted like, but judging by his expression, he seemed to find it quite palatable. After squeezing out one sock's worth, Shu He turned to the dazed Bai Lu. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and shake off the water. Oh, Bai Lu responded, scrambling up the trunk with both hands and feet, awkwardly perching on a branch. Shu He, how do I shake it? Shu He placed the second bag of water near Yang Yang's mouth. Stand up, hold on tight. Jump. Understood. Bai Lu clenched her fists, summoning her courage as she cautiously rose to her feet, beginning to shake off the water with a gentle bob. To her surprise, the accumulation of water on the leaves was quite substantial. In a short span, Yang Yang was nearly enveloped in droplets. Observing her contribution to Shu He, Bai Lu became even more spirited, shaking with fervor. At this moment, it was best not to look away. Shu He shook her head, continuing to squeeze out the last remnants of water from Yang Yang. Finally, a faint sound escaped Yang Yang's lips, prompting Shu He and Heba to lean in closely, catching his hoarse voice. Thirsty. Heba joyfully shouted at Bai Lu. It worked. Yang Yang spoke. How wonderful. Bai Lu, looking down, responded with excitement from her perch in the tree. Don't stop. Let's keep going. Hearing Yang Yang's instinctive utterance of thirst, Shu He worried that this meager amount might not suffice. He awkwardly turned to the two girls. This is insufficient for replenishing fluids. If it comes to it, we might have to resort to. What? Heba anxiously shook Shu He's arm. You're a straightforward person. What's the quickest solution? Clearing his throat, Shu He inquired. Which of you needs to relieve yourselves? Crack. Startled by Shu He's words, Bai Lu inadvertently snapped a branch beneath her, causing Shu He to look up, only to see a shadow plummeting towards him amidst a scream. The anticipated coincidental kiss that the viewers had eagerly awaited did not occur. Instead, Shu He was met with an overwhelming splash of facial cleanser. Ah, you scare me to death. Bai Lu wobbled above, struggling to find her footing. Shu He below felt breathless, gripping Bai Lu's waist in an attempt to lift her, but inadvertently grasped her ticklish sides, causing her to squirm uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, I can't take it. I'm so ticklish. Observing their chaotic state, Heba sighed. Did you two hurt yourselves? Bai Lu paused momentarily. Not really. Shu He added, I'm fine. A wave of warmth surged through Bai Lu's chest, uncontrollably leading her into fits of laughter. You two seem fine. Want to check on Yang Yang down below? Heba wrapped her arms around Bai Lu from behind, lifting her up just as Shu He finally heard a muffled sound from below. Amidst the commotion, Chao Yu and Hua Chinyu rushed over, and upon approaching, they found a pile of people stacked together like a tower, with Bai Lu on top, alternating between laughter and shouts. Closer inspection revealed Yang Yang, stark naked, staring vacantly at the sky. My goodness! My goodness! My goodness! Chao Yu, panting heavily, struggled to articulate her astonishment, placing one hand on her hip while pointing at the group, repeatedly exclaiming, My goodness! Hua Chinyu, already looking unwell, appeared even more distressed. What are you all doing? Yang Yang looks completely out of it, and without clothes? Upon hearing Hua Chinyu's words, they finally noticed Yang Yang's eyes had fluttered open. One by one, they rushed over, shaking him. You're awake. Thirsty. So thirsty it hurts. Chapter 76. The inescapable fate of the boy who cleans up. Shu He, upon seeing Chao Yu and Hua Chinyu arrive, quickly sat up. Do you have any water? Yes. Chao Yu inexplicably extracted 2 full bottles of water from her small bag. So much? Bai Lu exclaimed, stretching her neck in astonishment. Chao Yu, still bewildered by the situation, replied vacantly. It's quite shady over there. There's a small stream. And Hua drank from it. I'm not thirsty. Can you tell me what's going on here? We heard commotion from afar, and upon approaching, we found you all piled together. Is this some sort of nonsense? Bai Lu, amused yet irritated, proceeded to clarify the entire situation to the two of them. Upon learning that Yang Yang had fainted from dehydration, had a fever, and was scratched on the face by a squirrel Their expressions underwent a series of transformations. However, it seemed that all was well now, since they had brought water. Bai Lu patted Qiao Yu on the shoulder, finally feeling relaxed. Such a commendable rescue had been trivialized by Qiao Yu's jest about it being nonsense. One couldn't help but wonder how that girl's mind worked. Yet, as Bai Lu recalled falling and possibly colliding face-first with the ball, her face flushed in instant crimson. Shu He, I fell just now, are you all right? Shu He, who was busy feeding Yang Yang water, replied, I'm fine, everything up and down is soft. Hearing this, Reba chuckled softly, while Bai Lu retreated to a corner, covering her face in confusion. Yang Yang really liked an outdoor, survival experience. How could she not consider the issue of water? I drank from the stream to conserve water. Shu He looked up at the grimacing Hua Chunyu and asked, why do you look so pale? Didn't I mention not to mess with the island's flora and fauna? Hua Chunyu retorted confidently, you didn't say anything about not drinking water. Besides, that water was crystal clear, cleaner than my tap water. So don't worry about it. Suppressing her thoughts, Shu He silently cursed, wondering if these teammates could manage it all. They didn't even grasp the common sense that wild water, no matter how clear, shouldn't be consumed directly. Observing Hua Chunyu's sallow complexion, it wouldn't be long before he found himself in a love-hate relationship with the debate. It was truly the fate of a foolish boy. Shu He felt too exasperated to scold him any further. I saw Hua drinking that water. It was genuinely clear. She thought to herself, there's no need for such anxiety. But the anxiety was not about that. Shu He simply found the burden of the boys tiresome. These male participants were so eager to showcase themselves that they ended up creating a mess. It would have been far better if they just obediently listened like the female participants. While her words rang true, which man wouldn't want to shine in such moments? They were inexperienced yet eager to play. Without Shu He, these boys would surely end up in dire straits on the deserted island. However, why did Shu He mention that everything above and below was soft? Was the view from above unclear? Bai Lu firmly smacked Shu He on the face with her chest. Grinning, the camera angle was rather high. It was truly hard to see clearly. In such circumstances, I would willingly take a hit. Half of the water from the bottle was consumed when Yang Yang suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, the water that had been swallowed, spraying from her mouth. Shu He handed the water bottle to Qiao Yu, helping her lean against the tree trunk as the others rushed to assist. Reba and Qiao Yu gently fanned him with their small hands. Yang Yang emitted a soft groan from his lungs. I feel much better now, although my face and stomach still ache a bit. Shu He placed her hand on Yang Yang's forehead, noticing that his fever had significantly subsided, indicating that his dehydration was alleviating. Have you felt any discomfort in your body lately? Yang Yang slowly shifted his gaze towards Shu He. Not really, just a scratchy throat. Did this start after we arrived on the deserted island? Yang Yang weakly nodded. That's a relief. It's likely just a cold from the typhoon weather. It's not viral, so it won't be contagious. Observing the gradual improvement in his complexion, Shu He estimated that with more rest, he would soon be completely fine. Reba, nearly exasperated, exclaimed, can't you just be honest when you're unwell? You frightened us all. Yang Yang lowered his head like a child who had misbehaved. I've watched many wilderness survival shows, and being trained in military arts, I found it intriguing. I simply overestimated myself. At that moment, he noticed he was only in his underwear. Why am I undressed? And why are people staring at me? Although he was feeling unwell, he couldn't bear the embarrassment of his current state. Silently, he took a bottle of mineral water from Shu He, using it to cover himself. Not too bad. It provided some modesty. Everyone discreetly averted their eyes, except for Reba, who continued to scold him. I'm trying to help you cool down. Who wears jeans in this weather? If it weren't for Shu He, you wouldn't even know how you might have perished. With difficulty, Yang Yang placed his hand on Shu He's. Shu He, thank you. How'd you save me? Can you teach me? Shu He glanced at the sock in her other hand, feeling that it was better not to disclose the details. It was nothing, just dehydration, and luckily Qiao Yu had some spare supplies. You should really thank Reba. Yang Yang, with a sorrowful expression, replied, I wanted to catch a squirrel for you, but when I barely grasped its tail, it went wild and clawed at my face. In the chaos, I fainted. I hope I'm not disfigured. No, you're not, Shu He reassured him, patting his shoulder as she stood up. These scratches will heal within a week. Just rest here while I check around for something to eat. Even if I'm not disfigured. There's no image left to speak of, Yang Yang lamented. You two can keep an eye on him for a while. He'll be fine to return once he is fully recovered. We're not at ease leaving, so let us wait until Yang Yang is completely well, Chao Yue remarked to Shu He. As Shu He nodded and prepared to leave, watching you, glistening with sweat, tugged at her sleeve. Shu He, it seems you were right. That water is undrinkable. Where's the nearest restroom? Restroom? What are you thinking? There's no time. Quickly find a secluded spot. Watching you dash away, bent over, Shu He sighed repeatedly. I really can't handle this. Do you have any paper? But watching you had already vanished from sight, and Shu He did not receive a response. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Xiao had yet to catch any fish, and Zhang Yuqi's gaze towards him grew increasingly disdainful. It is quite peculiar. One would expect that after the typhoon, the fish would emerge to forage. He twisted his waist, unable to comprehend the situation. Yuqi let out a scoff, gazing at the crystal-clear sea. Isn't that a fish? What a joke. Hua Xiao, filled with disdain, retorted. The bait is in the water. It won't eat it and come to the shore for you to see. I don't know if you need to replenish your brain, or if the fish do. Zhang Yuqi raised her fist. Are you really so forgetful? It's a shame you're a host, speaking so ungraciously. The fish are looking down on you and mocking you. What's wrong with that? Hua Xiao instinctively dodged as Yuqi waved her hand, but upon seeing her adamant belief that there were indeed fish in the water, he leaned down to look. To his surprise, Zhang Yuqi was not deceiving him. A black fish was staring back at him, mouth agape and bewildered. Infuriated, Hua Xiao dropped his fishing rod and slapped the water. Are you kidding me? I'm trying to fish here. At least show me some basic respect. Zhang Yuqi's sharp laughter pierced the heavens. Hua Xiao. Oh, Hua Xiao, a man reduced to this is truly something else. Watch me. Chapter 77. The red umbrella and the white rod. Could you please stop causing trouble? Hua Xiao pushed Zhang Yuqi's hand away. Do you have any idea how difficult fishing is? It's not something novices like you can just jump into. Moreover, the circumstances are far different now. If no fish bites, we will have nothing to eat all day. Zhang Yuqi shot him a glare and, without a word, directly seized the fishing rod. Do you think that fish is not biting because it's watching you fish? It's because you lack skill. How dare you say a man is lacking? Such a statement was an utter affront. Hua Xiao's face darkened instantly, and in a fit of pique, he relinquished the rod entirely to Yuqi. If you think you're so capable, give it a try. Then you'll see just how challenging fishing really is. And you won't be able to spout nonsense. I don't care anymore. I might as well starve today. Observing the discordant atmosphere, the netizens felt quite uncomfortable. Did these two stumble into the wrong show? They should be on Goodbye, My Lover Nearby. I actually think they make a fitting pair. One is overwhelmingly domineering, and the other is shamelessly cheeky. However, it is indeed excessive for Yuqi to declare Hua Xiao inept. I can only say, well said. I've never seen such a petty man as Hua Xiao. When he flung the fishing rod to Yuqi, it was with such force that she nearly stumbled. You two can continue your duel here. Neither of you will have a meal today. I'm off. It's much more enjoyable over at Shu He's place. He's giving Yang Yang sock water and stacking people like a tower. What? I thought there would be excitement here, but it seems I misjudged. I must hurry back. Shu He's live stream is the real gathering spot for everyone. Initially, the arrival of Yuqi brought some excitement to Hua Xiao's livestream. Not due to popularity, but because these two rivals always created genuine moments of conflict, much to the delight of the onlookers. Now, hearing that Shu He's stream is even more entertaining, most netizens opted to return. Zhang Yuqi ignored Hua Xiao, who was sulking on the side, and clumsily tossed the fishing rod into the water. Hua Xiao glanced at her, scoffing. If you manage to catch a fish today, I'll even bow down to you. Zhang Yuqi gazed intently at the sea, her focus sharper than a needle's eye. To shut up already, she retorted. Hua Xiao, his hair standing on end from frustration, found himself at a loss against her. Yet, it wasn't too long before a fish actually bit her line. In a flurry, she attempted to reel it in, mimicking the video she had seen online, but her inexperience nearly cost her the catch. Observing this, Hua Xiao's eyes lit up. He momentarily set aside their previous quarrel and rushed to assist her. With a strong tug, a sizable fish leaped from the water, prompting Yuqi to exclaim, "Ah, I really caught one. This is so much fun. My goodness. Ha ha ha." When Hua Xiao scooped it up with a net, they discovered it was a black scad. Yuqi squatted beside him, her face beaming with excitement. What do you think, Lao Deng? Now, give me some respect. Hua Xiao looked at Zhang Yuqi, incredulous. How could a novice who barely managed to hold the rod reel in a fish in under 10 minutes? The world had truly turned upside down. Zhang Yuqi stood up and playfully pressed Hua Xiao's head down twice. The great lady accepts this tribute. Look at this fish. It's pure luck. Hua Xiao, scratching his head in exasperation, retorted, had it not been for my help, would you have managed to catch it? A fish biting is merely a beginner's luck, not some miraculous fortune. Noticing Hua Xiao's growing irritation, Yuqi smirked triumphantly and resumed fishing. You're just angry, but it's all right. I want to stoop to your level. As long as there is something for me to eat, you want to miss out. Hua Xiao felt a surge of indignation. This female fighter was taking it too far. Meanwhile, Shu He continued foraging for ingredients in the jungle, while Hua Chenyu sought a suitable spot to relieve himself. On the other hand, only 3 girls remained to attend to the half-conscious Yang Yang. There was little to be done other than occasionally offering him water and fanning him, as he was a robust young man, and his condition visibly improved. The 3 girls resumed their conversation. Bai Lu remarked, Reba, it seems you've gathered quite a bounty. Aside from the inedible ghost mangoes, can any of the other items be consumed? Reba picked up the bag Shu He had set aside and disdainfully tossed out the ghost mangoes. Apart from these poisonous fruits, we also found mushrooms. I'm not sure if they're edible, so I'll let Shu He assess them. Bai Lu leaned closer to examine the contents of the bag. This one is safe. I recognize it as a common porcini. When I was a child, relatives in Dianxing often took us foraging. If you stir-fry this with a bit of meat, it's incredibly delicious. She took one out, scrutinizing it under the sunlight. Yang Chaoyue joined her in inspection, saying, I don't believe it. These mushrooms all look the same. There's no way to tell them apart. You don't understand. Bai Lu patiently pointed out the details of the porcini to Chaoyue. Look at its large body, thick flesh, and sturdy stem. Not only is it flavorful, but it's also rich in nutrients. You all are quite fortunate. Upon leaving Dian City, I seldom have the pleasure of savoring such delectable mushrooms. Reba chuckled at Bai Lu's remark, acknowledging that despite her team encountering perilous situations, there were still gains to be had. Bai Lu, you've truly excelled. Your ability to identify wild plants has markedly improved since joining Shu He. Bai Lu modestly waved her hand, replying, it's merely the experience I've gained over the years. I cannot compare to Shu He. Yang Chaoyue pouted skeptically. I find that hard to believe. Bai Lu retorted, how can you be so obstinate? Even someone like me, who has long dwelled among mushrooms, is not believed. If it were poisonous, why wouldn't Shu He have mentioned it when he saw it? Chaoyue, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, responded, I wasn't there at the time, but judging by Yang Yang's condition, Shu He was likely focused on finding something to replenish our water supply, right? The fruit contains juice, but is also toxic. There was no need for him to inspect any mushrooms further. Reba thoughtfully tapped her chin and nodded slightly. Indeed, the situation was quite dire. Shu He may not have had the luxury to attend to the mushrooms. Seeing even Reba doubting her, Bai Lu grew anxious. Why don't you believe me? Shu He is so cautious. Is it not possible he did not inform us that these are poisonous mushrooms? The reality is, this mushroom is none other than the edible porcini. If you don't believe me, I shall eat one right now. You can see for yourselves that I am unharmed. Upon hearing Bai Lu's intention to demonstrate, even the meditative Yang Yang opened her eyes wide in alarm. No. The 3 of them instinctively reached out to stop her, but Bai Lu, brushing off the dirt from the mushroom, popped it into her mouth. Observing the trio's astonished expressions, Bai Lu swallowed the mushroom with a thud. This is the flavor. Absolutely no issue whatsoever. We used to consume them raw in our youth, though they are not as tender as when cooked. So what do you think? See, I'm perfectly fine. Chaoyue, will you concede this time? Chaoyue chuckled awkwardly. All right, I concede. She felt a pang of regret for having challenged Bai Lu, but her intentions were merely to encourage caution among them. Who would have imagined Bai Lu would go so far as to eat a raw mushroom to prove her point? The trio watched Bai Lu carefully, and after 10 minutes, seeing her still in perfect health, they gradually began to relax. It seems Bai Lu indeed possesses a commendable wealth of experience in mushroom identification. Just then, Hua Chenyu returned, his complexion having faded back to a sickly yellow after barely regaining his color from the previous day. He held a large stack of broad leaves in his hands. Chapter 78. Seeking wild beehives? Reminiscing unpleasant memories, Yang Chaoyue, observing his condition, expressed concern. Hua, how are you feeling? Are you any better? Hua Chenyu's face remained pale, yet he managed to smile. I'm fine. Drinking the stream water indeed caused a bout of diarrhea, but I believe it's also due to my weakened constitution over the past few days. My current condition is not as severe as the last time when I ate cold fruit on an empty stomach, and my stomach is settled. Chaiwa sighed in relief. I'm glad to hear that. However, given your current state, it's not wise to search for food again. Let us return and see if anyone has any surplus to exchange. Watching you squatted beside Chaiwa with a heavy heart, expressing, Chaiwa, I regret that you have had to endure hardships while following me. Today, I shall bear all the expenses for our exchange. However, we have not returned empty-handed. Behold, I have discovered these broadleaves. Our tissues are non-renewable resources, which we can utilize at our convenience in the future. Chaiwa regarded the large leaf in Hua Chenyu's hand with curiosity, then glanced at his face, questioning, Did you use these leaves just now? Feeling a bit sheepish. Hua Chenyu scratched his head and admitted indeed. However, I must say, the texture is even superior to that of tissues. It is smooth and cool. When the opportunity arises, we can use these leaves to conserve a considerable amount of tissue. I am gradually uncovering the secrets of survival on a deserted island. Learning to utilize materials available in the environment, much like Shu He. This is essential for achieving a harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. We must economize on the supplies provided by the production team and directorly. Look at how many large leaves I have gathered. I shall distribute them among everyone when we return. His words rang true, yet the description of the leaves' texture left some feeling uneasy. To give themselves time to adjust to a lifestyle reminiscent of primitive humans, none of them immediately reached for the broad leaves in Hua Chenyu's hand. He casually placed them into a bag, contemplating that tissues are a necessity, and perhaps he could barter these leaves with others later. Bailu noticed the group's high acceptance of the exchange and realized she had been overly cautious, considering their meager foraging results. She felt fortunate to have a bounty of snot fruits alongside Shu He, believing this round was a guaranteed win. Speaking of which, Shu He should be returning soon, she thought, rising to scan the surroundings for his figure. The more time she spent with him, the less she wished to be apart from his side. As viewers observed Bailu peering into the distance, the earlier tension began to dissipate. When she impulsively consumed a mushroom, nearly everyone in the chat urged her to stop. Yet, those present were powerless to intervene, rendering the barrage of comments futile. Some remarked that it was a type of boletus, something they had consumed since childhood, while others warned that some varieties could be toxic when raw, comparing it to the dangerous giant shouking. Bailu's current state seemed stable, as she appeared unbothered by her impulsive act. This girl is incredibly bold, they mused as she tossed it into her mouth. In her eagerness to validate her experience, she demonstrated her capability to engage in such reckless behavior. Indeed, she was quite stubborn, frightening everyone half to death. Let's not be overly optimistic. Human digestion varies from 20 to 40 minutes, so it is too early to draw conclusions. Stop with the ominous talk. Hua Chenyu had genuinely grown significantly. It was uncertain whether his newfound understanding of life stemmed from his role in seed gathering. He was even beginning to think ahead. Tissues would inevitably run out one day, and sourcing renewable alternatives from nature aligned with the values advocated by the state. But what if these leaves were toxic as well? There aren't that many poisonous things. He reassured. What Shu He found can be utilized and consumed, can't it? At this moment, Shu He was staring vacantly at a vast wild beehive before him. If he were to retrieve it, not only would he acquire the sweet and delectable honey, but also bee larvae, which boast a protein content far surpassing that of beef. However, the densely swarming hornets left him at a loss. Based on his past experiences, harvesting such wild beehives typically necessitates professional protective gear. Although the production team and director Lee had thoughtfully provided them with some equipment, they had unfortunately overlooked bee protective suits. The survival skill system suggested that he could use smoke to drive them away, yet he pondered whether he could truly escape unscathed if the hornets were provoked. Meanwhile, the observation room had commenced operations, with the host Yin Lu still at the helm. The romantic observers invited this time were the ethereal fairy Lu Yifei and outdoor survival expert Bear Grylls. Yin Lu greeted the audience warmly. Hello, everyone. The two esteemed romantic observers we have today hardly need further introduction. I wonder if either of you have watched our live broadcast before? With a serene smile, the fairy replied no. Bear Grylls also nodded politely and expressed in fluent English. I apologize for not having the opportunity to watch this program while abroad, but I did familiarize myself with it before today's broadcast. It is indeed a novel romantic variety show, devoid of rules or scripts, providing comprehensive care to the guests from the outset. Yet their situations seemed to deteriorate progressively. Especially after witnessing Yang Yang faint, I, along with the entire production team, broke into a cold sweat. However, this young man named Shu He is remarkably astute. Who would have thought to use a sock? At this remark, Bear Grylls could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Ahem, my apologies. That is truly ingenious. We ought to learn from his adaptability, for in the wilderness, unknown dangers may lurk at any moment." Upon seeing the two new observers, the online audience erupted in cheers. Fairy's sister. She is so cool and aloof. She is stunning. Though the combination of trumpet jeans and a cartoon shirt is somewhat peculiar, otherwise, she is flawless from every angle. The fairy's fashion sense is outrageous. Only her beauty holds it up. If I were to wear that outfit, my mother would probably call me a country bumpkin. Bear Grylls. I only recognize Bear Grylls in the survival series. The man at the top of the food chain has arrived, covers mouth and cries, "How wonderful!" With Bear Grylls here, I no longer fear being baffled by Shu He's survival techniques. He even approves of the sock water purification method, observing Bear Grylls with a look of discovery. Yen Lu warmly inquired, "Do you find the sock water purification method viable?" Bear Grylls shrugged with open hands. "Why wouldn't it be viable? It has even broadened my perspective. Encountering dehydration symptoms again, I now have numerous solutions. Did you know? Many items can extract moisture. It all hinges on filtration. A pair of socks can indeed be invaluable." Having watched the program for quite some time, Yen Lu began to develop an interest in outdoor survival. I wonder if, after the show concludes, I might have the fortune to experience outdoor survival alongside you. Bear Grylls clapped his hands and replied, "You are most welcome. I shall teach you to drink water using a sock." Beside her, Lu Yifei, who usually exuded an air of aloofness, wore a faint smile. Yen Lu turned to her and inquired, "Yifei, you have never watched our show. Do you have any expectations regarding our performance?" Yifei replied nonchalantly, "In terms of emotional matters, I share your curiosity about survival challenges. However, the idea of drinking water from a sock is quite difficult to accept. If Shu were to offer me his sock water, I fear I might harbor thoughts of murder." Yen Lu disagreed with Yifei's perspective, asserting, "When it comes to life and taking a sip of sock water, I believe the true value will be revealed in a survival situation." Beard. It seems Shu He is about to retrieve the beehive. Do you have any good strategies? Beard sorrowfully shook his head, saying, "The past is too painful to revisit." Chapter 79. The Toxin of the Calla Lily. Survival skills informed Shu He that even the fiercest wild bees fear smoke, and faced with such a delectable bounty, it is better to take a risk. Shu He turned to search for dry grass and fresh branches, placing the grass in the center as fuel and the fresh branches around the perimeter. This arrangement not only produced smoke, but also provided a degree of protection. Once he had a suitable bundle of branches and grass prepared, he bound them tightly with vines and ignited a small clump of dry grass with a lighter, swiftly stuffing it into the branches and blowing gently to ignite the dry twigs within. The smoke began to waft, and for safety's sake, Shu He approached the edge of the beehive to test the waters with a few stray wild bees. Wherever the smoke traveled, the bees retreated in haste. Seeing the situation was favorable, Shu He made his way directly beneath the large beehive, where countless wild bees clung to the surface. As the smoke dispersed, the previously tranquil bees erupted into a frenzy, darting about chaotically. Shu He stood closest to the smoke, occasionally circling himself with branches and directing his focus toward the hive. Noticing that no bees dared to approach, he stood resolutely, unperturbed by the chaos around him. Beard, observing from the control room, was utterly dumbfounded, rubbing his face in disbelief. This man is even crazier than the wild bees. Why didn't I think of using a burning branch to approach the hive? Lu Yifei, having never seen Beard's show, politely inquired, "What did you do back then?" Beard smiled ruefully. "I only used large bundles of dry grass to smoke the entrance, offering no protection for myself. Consequently, one bee landed on my forehead. I had no intention of killing it, but as the saying goes in your culture, that wild bee was rather unruly. When it flew away, it left a stinger embedded in my skin. Upon reviewing the footage later, I was left looking like Doctor Strange." Yifei envisioned the scene and chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Beard shrugged. "If only I had known Shu He sooner, I might have avoided tarnishing my illustrious reputation facing the wild bees." In no time, the wild bees on the beehive had dwindled significantly. Shu He continued to smoke them for a while longer before advancing to pilfer their nest. The unfortunate wild bee had no choice but to seek a new abode. However, such is the nature of society, governed by its own humanitarian principles, just as the jungle adheres to its own laws. With utmost caution, Shu He meticulously pried away a substantial portion of the beehive, wrapping it securely with several banana leaves and vines, returning triumphantly. A broad smile spread across his face as he blinked away tears caused by the smoke. On his way back, he also gathered some thunder mushrooms, which thrive particularly well during thunderstorms. The availability of such exquisite greens could indeed be attributed to the recent cessation of the typhoon. The thunder mushrooms, when stir-fried with minced garlic, are sweet, crisp, and rich in plant fibers. The beehive could be transformed into a simple dessert paired with coconut flesh and the snot fruit, providing carbohydrates, vitamins, and energy. As for protein, they would have to rely on bee pupae. He pondered how to conceal this somewhat exotic delicacy from Bai Lu, contemplating the best approach to keep her unaware. As he envisioned this wild feast, Shu He spotted Yang Yang resting in the distance, with Bai Lu standing there, gazing at him. Their smiles mirrored each other, drawing them closer together. Viewers online began to chatter excitedly, commenting on how sweet yet awkward their smiles appeared. How charmingly foolish they look. The husband hunts and returns home, while the wife waits at the door for his bountiful return. Not only will they feast heartily, but they can also trade the surplus. Their smiles are undeniably heartfelt. It's beautiful. I believe in love once more. Bai Lu seemed to be on the verge of bursting into laughter, embodying the essence of a village beauty with a naive charm. Just as the audience basked in the moment of their reunion, Bai Lu's next words sent the live stream into a frenzy. "Daddy." Shu He South's smile froze in place, bewildered. What was going on? He glanced behind him, half expecting a surprise parental meeting orchestrated by the production team, but there was no one in sight. Turning back to Bai Lu, he stepped closer, only to sense something amiss, as if her spirit had been drained. What's wrong? Bai Lu leaned forward, weakly resting her head on Shu He's shoulder. "Daddy." Shu He, holding the beehive and thunder mushrooms, instinctively cleared a space on his chest for her. What on earth is the matter? As he repeated his inquiry, he suddenly recalled the hot banana and the trendy porcini mushrooms in Yang Yang's bag. Had Bai Lu eaten them raw? That seemed implausible. After consuming so much snot fruit, she couldn't possibly be hungry. With that thought, he hoisted her up with one hand clutching the thunder mushrooms, carefully carrying her towards the resting area. Yang Yang was slowly rising with the assistance of the others, appearing to recover well. A broad leaf was tucked into the edge of his shorts, the excess dangling down to conceal any unsightliness. Shu He scrutinized the leaf, causing Yang Yang to squirm uncomfortably. "Shu He, stop staring at that. We're both grown men. You're still holding Bai Lu in your arms, and the two of you are so intimately entwined. Isn't it rather inappropriate to gaze at what lies in the pot while consuming what is in your bowl? What kind of thought process is this?" Shu He shouted vehemently. "Take off that damned leaf. Shu He, even if you stripped me bare before the camera and made me drink water from socks, I would remain silent. I understand you're trying to save me." Yang Yang, with an expression of unyielding integrity, implored. "However, I ask you to preserve at least a fragment of a man's dignity." Shu He, weary of further discourse, settled Bai Lu beside a tree stump and carefully arranged their previous findings. Turning back, he swiftly yanked the leaves from Yang Yang's body. Yang Yang instinctively chauffeured himself, his lips quivering slightly. The sight of him in such a state caused a flicker of fear in Shu He, Riba, and Xiao Yu. They did not perceive any issue with Yang Yang covering himself modestly, especially since they were surrounded by cameras. After discarding the leaves, Shu He immediately began to wash off with water and hurriedly rubbed 2 fingers in the sandy soil. This is the leaf of the devil's taro, a genuinely toxic plant. Contact with the skin can lead to itching and rashes. Upon hearing this, Yang Yang's face paled, and he swiftly sought a discreet spot to check himself, while the others instinctively turned their gaze towards Hua Chenyu. He was already flushed, having intended to surreptitiously scratch an itch when the collective gaze caught him in a rather undignified act, leaving him utterly flustered. Shu He." Xiao Yu poked him with a finger. "The crux is not Yang Yang. He just inserted it not long ago. Hua's situation could be far more complicated. This devil's taro leaf was what he resorted to when he couldn't find any paper, What should we do? Shu He smacked his forehead in realization. Chapter 80. I am not your father. I will attend to Bai Lu first. Hua Chunyu, you must endure for a moment. Shu He's earlier good spirits dissipated entirely as he returned to Bai Lu's side. What was wrong with Bai Lu? Ba had yet to notice her unusual state, assuming that she had merely been carried back by Shu He and that they were simply enjoying a moment of intimacy. Thinking it best not to interrupt. Upon hearing, Shu He expressed his intent to check on Bai Lu first and recalling her earlier consumption of mushrooms. Ba's expression shifted dramatically. Chao Yu and Ba hurriedly knelt beside Bai Lu, who murmured softly, Chao Yu, Ba, I see many mouths on the ground. Is this real? Chao Yu widened her eyes, glanced at the ground, then back at Bai Lu. That is not real. What else can you see? Bai Lu remained limp. I see many little people running about. Ba covered her mouth in shock. Heavens. So he approached the third girl, and Bai Lu looked at him, smiling brightly. Daddy. Did the production team send you? Dad? Chao Yu pointed at Shu He, then at Bai Lu. I am not your father. I am Shu He. Chao Yu, where's your water? Quickly, give her some to dilute the toxins, and then we must induce vomiting. Shu He said, gently pushing aside the hair from Bai Lu's face to assess her complexion. Chao Yu retrieved the remaining bottle of water for him, while Shu He gently embraced Bai Lu's back, urging, pour this bottle down. I refuse. Bai Lu exclaimed, covering her mouth. You are clearly my father. Why won't you admit it? Have you transformed from a little person into a monster? Shu He wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering that if Bai Lu would not obediently drink the water, he might have to resort to forcing it through her hair. Just as he was preparing to take drastic measures, Ba gently nudged Shu He, suggesting, why not just admit it? Go along with her. After all, being a father to Bai Lu is not such a burden. This indeed seemed a gentler resolution. Shu He, with a resigned tone, coaxed, be good, Lu. Drink the water for Daddy. It's quite hot here. Bai Lu smiled weakly. See? I told you. She then grasped the water bottle with both hands and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, declaring, Daddy, I'm no longer thirsty. Does Lu not feel a bit weak? Shu He inquired, his voice tender despite the dark thoughts clouding his mind. He affectionately patted Bai Lu's head. You witnessed how Yang struggled due to dehydration. Once you drink, you'll regain your strength. Be obedient, my dear daughter. Bai Lu pondered seriously for a moment, recalling the earlier incident of a half-naked man fainting. Oh, I remember. It was quite frightening. She finished the entire bottle with a series of gulps. Make her kneel and induce vomiting. I'll check on Hua Chunyu, Shu He instructed, handing Bai Lu over to the two girls while he took the empty bottles to a secluded spot to relieve himself. Having refrained from using the restroom since morning, he hoped this would suffice. Upon returning, he seized the contorted Hua Chunyu, exclaiming here, find a place to clean yourself with this. While washing, he noted the intensity of the itching and wondered about Yang's condition, hoping he could leave some for him. Hua Chunyu gazed at the slightly discolored water bottle with great reluctance. Shu He, is this your urine? I can't bring myself to use it. Why should I give Yang the fresh water while I have to resort to urine? These two bottles were meant for both of us. Shu He yanked Hua Chunyu by the collar, shouting, I don't have time for your nonsense. Haven't you heard about that case abroad where someone poisoned by the calla lily was driven to suicide by unbearable itching? The only way to flush out the toxins is with saline, and what else qualifies as saline besides urine? If you wish to preserve your health, do as I say immediately. Hua Chunyu was thoroughly intimidated by Shu He's demeanor. His hands continued to scratch at the itchy spots, and he realized Shu He was not lying. He felt an overwhelming urge to harm himself in desperation. With no time to waste, he gritted his teeth and took the two water bottles from Shu He and walked away. So he turned to see the two girls comforting Bai Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, alternating between laughter and tears. Oh, Shu He doesn't like me. I can't vomit. Look, the little person is moving. This time, pretending to be a father might not suffice. Shu He stood behind Bai Lu, placing a finger firmly on her lips, pressing against the root of her tongue. According to the skill enhancement, when the tongue is forcefully curled backward, it can expedite the vomiting process. Indeed, it wasn't long before Bai Lu began to heave violently. Fortunately, she had returned early, and the porcini mushrooms were barely absorbed. Only when bile began to surface did Bai Lu slowly lift her head. Ba, feeling distressed, retrieved a tissue to wipe her face. Just let it out. Don't be afraid, Lu. Bai Lu rested her head against Ba's embrace, murmuring, Mom. Yang Chaoyue plopped down onto the ground, exhaling heavily. This morning has been utterly terrifying. It's astonishing how, while watching Shu He navigate the rainforest with such ease, our situation has turned from paradise to hell. Shu He lifted one of Bai Lu's arms and effortlessly threw her onto his back. Now is not the time for lamentation. She has always been obedient. Why would she suddenly consume the mushrooms from a bag? Yang Chaiwe quickly straightened up, bowing her head in a meek apology. It's all my fault. Bai Lu mentioned she used to eat these when she was little, but I didn't believe her. In her anxiety, she ended up providing us with a live demonstration, claiming this was porcini and seemed quite knowledgeable, since she had no adverse reactions. I let my guard down. Shu He, it's all my mistake. Shu He jostled Bai Lu gently on his back. This is not solely your fault. There are over 450 types of porcini, and this one is the Amanita muscaria, commonly known as the blue staining mushroom. How much did Bai Lu consume? Reba raised a finger. 1. Shu He nodded. Fortunately, the quantity was small and has all been expelled. After a while, she will fully recover. The symptoms may merely include some hallucinations, but there will be no serious harm. You needn't worry. Shu He glanced around. You two wait for Hua Chenyu and Yang Yang. Please gather the items on the ground. I will take Bai Lu home first. Chaiwa hurriedly stood up and handed over the pile of items Shu He had collected. You can't carry this. Let me help you take it back. No need. Managing to bring those two men back is already quite a task. Just as they were discussing how to move the items, Hua Chenyu and Yang Yang returned. Hua Chenyu had used up most of a bottle of urine, and his movements were noticeably less vigorous, though he still swayed slightly while walking. Yang Yang pouted, mentioning that a certain area of his skin was indeed a bit red and starting to itch. Shu He grimaced, unwilling to linger on the matter. He took the remaining half bottle of urine from Hua Chenyu and splashed a couple of drops onto Yang Yang's shorts. Yang Yang, in a state of distress, jumped but could not evade the splash. Hua Chenyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't struggle. This is life-saving. Yang Yang pointed at the remaining bottle of urine in his hand. You two? Yes, Hua Chenyu admitted, his demeanor unusually solemn. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Reba suggested, let us head back together. The group nodded in agreement and followed Shu He. As they neared the edge of the rainforest, they spotted Hua Xiao panting heavily on the ground, while Zhang Yuqi stood beside him, hands on her hips, wearing an expression of exasperation. Chapter 81. To maintain dignity or to preserve life? Their fishing gear was strewn across the ground, and Hua Xiao sat on the earth, grasping his glasses, baring his teeth while fanning himself with his hand, appearing utterly drained of strength. As Zhang Yuqi observed a few individuals emerging from the rainforest, she instinctively prepared to grasp at this lifeline, only to discover that they too were far from normal. The most eye-catching was the half-naked Yang Yang, followed closely by Shu He, who was burdened with various bags while carrying Bai Lu on his back. Bai Lu mumbled something inaudible on his back, while Hua Chenyu maintained his usual sour expression, displaying an unusual restlessness as he occasionally tugged at his shirt. Among them, only Hot Ba and Xiaoyue, along with Shu He, could be deemed somewhat normal. What on earth is going on with you all? Oh my goodness, Yang Yang, could you please put on some pants? With that physique, do you really need to flaunt it? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yuqi wrinkled her nose. Why does it smell so foul? Did you all go foraging for food or to build a toilet? Chaiwe released her grip on Hua Chenyu's clothing and took a couple of steps to stand before Zhang Yuqi. Weren't you all supposed to be fishing? What brings you to the rainforest? Zhang Yuqi rolled her eyes at Hua Xiao, who lay on the ground. You should ask him. He couldn't catch a single fish himself. But when I caught two, he insisted on coming to the rainforest to show off his skills. As soon as he set down the fishing gear, he squatted and could not rise again. Zhang Yuqi crossed her arms defiantly. Humph. If he can stand up and return to camp with me, I will be eternally grateful. It seemed Hua Xiao's condition was rather dire. Chaiwe attempted to inquire, have you given him some water? Yuqi pointed to the empty bottle on the ground. He drank a whole bottle, but it didn't help. She glared at the drone overhead and scolded. Hey, production team, what kind of male contestants do you have here besides Shu He? Just look, that one is bare-bottomed, that one is fidgeting, and this one over here looks like he's on the brink of death. The three male contestants felt a bit embarrassed by her words, and Yang Yang shyly pushed away Hot Ba, who was supporting him. Shu He jostled Bai Lu on his back slightly. During fishing, was Hua Xiao's head fully exposed to the sun? Zhang Yuqi quickly nodded in response. Indeed, he might be suffering from heat stroke. Hua Xiao, can you stand up now? With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw Hua Xiao struggling to shake his head, beads of sweat plummeting to the ground. With a sigh, Shu He turned to watching you. Hoa, bring that remaining bottle over here. Yuchi, do you have a handkerchief or something? Watching you handed over the last substantial portion of liquid in a bottle to Shu He. Zhang Yuchi stared in astonishment at the bottle in his hand, realizing the color and scent. Could it be what she thought? Seeing that Yuchi was struggling to connect the dots, Yang decided to simplify matters and handed his half-sleeve to Shu He. Here, brother, use this. Shu He nodded. Please hold this for me. Upon finishing his words, he aimed to thoroughly soak his short sleeves with the liquid from the bottle. Once the first bottle was emptied, he seized Yang's nearly slipping garment and, with a resounding thud, slapped it onto Hua Xiao's head. Hua Xiao, caught off guard, was momentarily bewildered, suddenly enveloped by a large piece of damp fabric that startled him. However, he soon felt the cool breeze that alleviated his dizziness. Zhang Yuchi, who had always looked disdainfully at the short sleeves, felt her mind nearly shrink to that of a peanut when it landed atop Hua Xiao's head. Instinctively, Yuchi let out a scream and jumped back a few steps. Shu He, with an impassive expression, observed her. Once Hua Xiao feels better, take him back immediately. Hua Xiao, upon returning, take a cool shower and replenish your fluids. Inform me of any developments. With the short sleeve still draped over his head, despite its odd scent, it indeed provided him with considerable comfort, making him reluctant to remove it, so he could only see a head covered by fabric nodding intermittently. He chose not to intervene further and carried Bai Lu back to the camp. Reba, Chaoyue, one of you come and assist me in caring for her. Is Shu He being a bit excessive? I believe he is doing this on purpose, administering sock water and urine, all under the guise of treatment. I apologize, but I just checked. Shu He's assertion holds merit. Saline can neutralize the toxins of the calla lily. ISNT seawater saline? For the dignity and health of others. Why can't one simply move further away? If one ventures too far and Yang suffers from dehydration, or if Hua Xiao succumbs to heat stroke, what then? The comment section buzzed with a plethora of voices. Yet, aside from those who merely talk without understanding the situation, many netizens fervently exclaimed, "Wow, the audacious trio! A tale of life-saving urine." The three individuals in the observation room fell into a contemplative silence. Bell scrutinized Shu He's actions with serious consideration. Louis Fei had never witnessed such a raw reality show. Forget about any scripted moments, as the stars' glimmering auras were doused one by one with urine. Her previously composed face occasionally lit up with surprise at Shu He's antics, and when he slapped the short sleeve on a Hua Xiao's head, she could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth. Yin Lu, though a host, had never encountered such an intense romantic variety show. She scratched her head. Mr. Bell, Shu He's method of using urine to alleviate symptoms has indeed shocked the audience in a live broadcast. As an outdoor survival expert, do you have any better suggestions? Bell scoffed dismissively. A better suggestion? Do you think this is a visit to the pharmacy? I find this remedy rather uncomfortable. Are there any alternatives? Let me tell you, in the great outdoors, any means that can save a life is the best. There's no room for negotiation. The more techniques you possess, the higher your chances of survival. What we should be discussing now is not about finding better suggestions, but rather how these male celebrities should express their gratitude to Shu He. His actions have provided me with numerous insights, and I wish to convey to everyone that when you decide to embark on outdoor survival, do not carry over the conventions of urban living. Bear Grylls spoke with a resolute tone, and the overly sentimental comments in the discussion section regarding Shu He's alleged lack of hygiene began to diminish. Yin Lu offered Bear a glass of water. Bear, please calm down. Why does this topic upset you so? After a moment of reflection, Bear sighed and softened his tone. I apologize. I may have become too emotionally involved. In the past, many doctors publicly condemned my survival methods as perilous and even attempted to halt my show. I merely wish to express that their medical expertise is aimed at thriving, whereas my approach is solely about survival. Witnessing Shu He encounter a similar predicament today is truly challenging to remain composed. Yin Lu, I ask you, in such circumstances, would you prioritize dignity or life? Chapter 82. Chaoyue is to team up with Shu He. Undoubtedly, life takes precedence. Yin Lu's response was equally resolute, and Bear nodded in approval. You are a remarkably brave and authentic woman. I look forward to your participation in my program. There is no doubt that Yang Yang's condition is perilous. Watching you might afford to wait a while longer. Yet his decision to follow Shu He's advice despite knowing it involved urine illustrates his inability to withstand the effects of toxins. Perhaps there is still time to fetch water from the seaside while cooling Hua Xiao down, or, as he did earlier with Yang Yang, find someone to climb a branch and gather water. However, I believe that after a morning of exertion, Shu He's stamina must be nearly depleted, leaving her with little energy. Furthermore, her patience has been exhausted, and the treatment for Bai Lu remains incomplete. Upon hearing Bear's words, Yin Lu and Lu Yifei gained a deeper understanding of Shu He. Yin Lu recalled a particular incident. In fact, having Hua Xiao cover his head with such fabric was well-deserved. Lu Yifei, upon hearing this, wore a somewhat uneasy expression. This is a variety show, with so many spectators watching. Even though Hua Xiao has fallen from grace, it is not particularly wise for the host to lead the narrative publicly. She intended to find a question to help Yin Lu divert the topic, but before she could formulate one, Yin Lu continued. During a past fishing trip, Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu had no protection and nearly succumbed to heat stroke. Shu He had even crafted tree rings for them, yet Hua Xiao remains so forgetful. So, if a person repeatedly insists on making foolish choices, there is indeed little reason to consider them too much, Lu Yifei remarked coolly. Then he deserves it. Yin Lu and Bear both nodded in agreement. Shu He carried Bai Lu into the room, with Yang Chaoyue following closely behind. Reba chose to observe the conditions of Hua Qinyu and Yang Yang, while also assisting Yu Qi in watching over Hua Xiao. Upon seeing the group return, Godzilla immediately ceased its stair-climbing training, and after a great sigh of relief, it began to chase after Shu He to complain. Jiu Jiu Jiu. Wang Wu Wu gently lifted Chiu Chiu's belly with his foot, revealing that the fine hairs on its belly were nearly worn away. Godzilla, determined to take Chiu Chiu mountain climbing next time, was indeed relentless. Don't feel wronged. I'll treat you both to a feast shortly. Woof, woof. Chiu Chiu chirped excitedly as they scampered around with Shu He. Godzilla stood up, sniffing Bai Lu's legs, then exuberantly dashed toward the person behind, only to discover it was Chao Yu. Without hesitation, Godzilla turned and swiftly retreated into the room. Chao Yu called after him, Godzilla darling, why are you so afraid of me? Haven't I just put you in a bag a few times? I promise I won't do it again. Let's rebuild our friendship. Godzilla ignored her. Shu He entered the room, sat at the edge of the bed, and tossed Bai Lu onto it. Daddy, what happened? Bai Lu's voice was soft and innocent as she touched her head, perplexed by the situation. Shu He stood up and addressed Chao Yu. I'm going to fetch some medicine and milk. Please keep an eye on her. After a somewhat unrefined salute, Chao Yu curiously scrutinized Bai Lu. Shu He is your father, and you call Reba mommy, so what does that make me? Bai Lu stretched out her hands and exclaimed, Aren't you just Chao Yu? Look, there are so many lines here. Chao Yu inquired. What kind of lines? Thin ones. Let me catch one for you. Hee hee hee. Bai Lu furrowed her brow as she pretended to pluck a thread from the air, meticulously demonstrating it with her fingertips while continually showing it to Chao Yu. Shu He returned, handing the milk to Chao Yu. Let her drink some milk to detoxify. He then mixed montmorillonite powder with warm water, stirring it with a spoon. Chao Yu coaxed Bai Lu to drink the milk and turned to Shu He. Is this effective? Yes, milk and egg whites can help detoxify, while montmorillonite powder forms a protective layer in the stomach to prevent further absorption of toxins. Chao Yu nodded. You certainly know a lot. If it weren't for you, we would be in serious trouble today. However, Bai Lu's condition was quite strange. She could distinguish reality, yet sometimes experienced hallucinations. Shu He stirred the spoon thoughtfully, indeed. Toxins also affect the brain, creating that blend of truth and illusion. Having vomited earlier, Bai Lu felt queasy and was reluctant to continue drinking the milk after a few sips. Chao Yu smirked mischievously. Well, this is your own choice not to drink. If you become too unwell to continue the live stream, I'll team up with Shu He, so don't say I'm being unkind. That's what you get for being disobedient. Bai Lu's expression darkened. You traitor. Chao Yu tossed her head back. What of it? You're too timid to confess your feelings. Let us be honest. Aren't you and Shu He essentially a team? Reba can even swap guests in her group. Why can't I? Unless you tell me right now that you like Shu He. Bai Lu glanced at Shu He. Feeling embarrassed as she replied, No way. My daddy is right here. Can I just drink my milk? The supermoon was not enough, and she wished to continue pressuring Bai Lu. Shu He, while mixing electrolyte water with salt and sugar, attempted to dissuade her. All right, Chao Yu, Her current mental state is rather unstable, so it would be best not to provoke her. Fine, Xiao Yu pouted, idly watching Bailu drink her milk. After she finished a bottle, Shu He, holding 3 meticulously prepared bottles of electrolyte solution, instructed Xiao Yu, I will head in the rainforest to retrieve what we left behind. Keep an eye on Bailu, and after she digests the milk for a few minutes, allow her to take some montmorillonite powder. If she feels thirsty after a while, let her drink this electrolyte water. Xiao Yu regarded the bottles in Shu He's hands with curiosity. So this electrolyte water is essentially just plain water with a bit of sugar and salt? Shu He called out to the Godzilla hidden beneath the bed and patted the little Chiyo. Indeed, if Hua Hua feels better, he can prepare it himself. After all, if he has diarrhea and still experiences itching, we should continue with the saline washes. Upon hearing Hua Chenyu's name, Xiao Yu immediately pouted, expressing her impatience. I know already. Exiting the room, Shu He observed Hua Xiao, who was being assisted by a few individuals as he slowly stood up. Without a word, he ventured into the rainforest, searching for the wild figs and backpack he had discarded with Bailu earlier. Godzilla, recognizing the familiar scent, trotted eagerly. Chiyo's training yielded commendable results, as it effortlessly scaled the steep inclines they encountered. Following behind, Shu He explored, contemplating the possibility of discovering other delicacies. Raising his gaze, he spotted a bird nesting in a tree. Unable to contain his curiosity, he decided to climb up for a closer look, primarily to learn about the avian species inhabiting this rainforest, certainly not to see if there were any edible bird eggs. As he grasped the trunk and prepared to exert himself, he was startled by an odd cacophony nearby. Chirp, 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 chatter, chatter. What the hell? Shu He exclaimed, bewildered. The voice did not resemble any of the guests he knew. Godzilla and Chiyo, no matter how intelligent, could not speak. Had he lost his mind? Releasing the tree, he searched the vicinity. The two had vanished, leaving him alone amidst the vast trees of the rainforest. The earlier tirade had ceased, replaced by the sounds of chirping insects and birds. Squinting, Shu He scrutinized the details of his surroundings, fantasizing that if there were indeed any spirits, they would not escape his watchful gaze. You absolute fool, Shu He exclaimed, taken aback by the audacity of the voice. If he could locate the source, he would surely tear it apart. The system had bestowed upon him the 8 Extremes Fist, and he was eager to practice on this troublesome entity. He glanced toward the direction of the sound, but found it empty. Not far away, however, a peculiar bird was behaving strangely, resembling a lark. It was using its sharp beak to pluck tufts of feathers from its own chest. This series of bewildering antics left Shu He utterly perplexed. In this realm, the small creatures have developed various skills for self-preservation. Yet this particular bird has only learned to pluck its own feathers. Is it perhaps feeling the oppressive heat of the island? So he consulted a field guide on wild birds and confirmed that it was indeed a myna. As is widely known, mynas possess the ability to mimic human speech, which begs the question, was that foul language just uttered by the bird? Glancing at the little creature as it incessantly pecked at its feathers, Shu He observed its frustration escalate. In a fit of exasperation, it extended its neck, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Indeed, it was the source of the expletives, displaying a remarkable repertoire. Do mynas merely echo what they hear from humans? Yet, there are no individuals on this island who speak so crudely. Moreover, it seems the bird's ire is directed more towards itself than Shu He. As Shu He relaxed his previously clenched fists, he employed his wildlife rehabilitation skills to assess the myna's mental state. After discerning the general situation, he couldn't help but sigh. This myna's plight was rather tragic. Its former owner was a volatile individual, known for peppering his speech with profanity, leaving the myna in a state of constant fear due to his uncontrollable outbursts. Eventually, the bird seized an opportunity to escape. After a tumultuous journey, it arrived on the island, filled with hopes of a new avian existence, only to be met with a typhoon that nearly claimed its life, leaving it with a profound sense of depression. So he cautiously approached, emitting soft cooing sounds to alleviate the myna's anxiety. However, the bird merely glanced at him before returning its attention to its self-destructive behavior, seemingly resigned to its fate. So he gently moved one of its claws with a finger, attempting to replace the branch it was gripping with his own digit. The myna offered no resistance, instead staring vacantly into the distance. Its self-harming actions ceased, and it appeared to anticipate being consumed by Shu He. Gently, Shu He stroked the bird's glossy head with the tip of his finger. His rehabilitation skills indicated that the myna was malnourished and required prompt sustenance to restore its bodily functions. To effectively address its depression, it would be best to first engage its interests. Shu He scrutinized the myna in his hand. Its body was predominantly black, shimmering with hints of blue and purple in the light, though the lack of proper nutrition diminished its luster. The undersides of its wings bore large white patches, while its beak and feet were a striking orange-yellow, with patches of bare yellow skin visible on the sides of its head. Had it not been for the large swath of feathers it had plucked from its own belly, this bird would have appeared quite majestic. Why resort to such self-sabotage? The adverse conditions of its environment are to blame, yet it chooses to inflict harm upon itself. As Shu He continued to stroke its head, he offered words of comfort. Noticing that the myna's claws tightly grasped his finger without any intention of escape, he carefully cradled the bird in his arms, preparing to take it back for further healing. Suddenly, two figures approached from afar, weary from their journey. Godzilla carried a branch of fig in its mouth, while Chiyu tumbled along, rolling Shu He's backpack with its flippers. The two children have become quite sensible, capable of assisting with household chores. Observing their demeanor, Shu He felt a sense of satisfaction, pondering whether the recovered lark might also find its purpose. However, she had no intention of training the animal. She preferred it to grow freely. As she approached, Godzilla discarded the twig it had been chewing, and Chiyu ceased its incessant tapping on the backpack. Both tilted their heads, scrutinizing the little black bird cradled in Shu's hands. Noticing that she had no intention of consuming it, the lark resumed plucking its own feathers with its sharp beak. What a wash! Why am I even speaking in dialect? As another patch of its belly became bare, both creatures gasped in unison. Hiss! Godzilla remarked, this fellow must be suffering from some grave ailment. Shu He presented the lark with both hands, introducing, this doggo is named Godzilla. The lark, seemingly struck by a thought, blurted out, grass mud horse. Woof! Coughing, Godzilla, upon hearing this retort, instantly erupted in fury, baring its sharp teeth. While little Chiyu, infuriated, perched beside its elder sibling. Woof! How dare you insult my brother? Just wait and see if I don't take you on. Shu He, feeling a headache coming on, intervened with her foot to restrain the two. With the lark's depression seemingly alleviated, could its penchant for foul language be corrected? Seeing both creatures seething with anger, she could only explain, it's unwell. Let us not take it personally. Here, she pointed to her own head, indicating the issue lay there. Godzilla sighed and huffed, while little Chu shot a disdainful glance at the lark. Shu He continued her introduction. This fluffy little seal is named Chiyu. I'm Shu He. To her surprise, the lark quickly learned to call her name. A smile broke across her face, feeling hopeful that she could help the lark emerge from its depressive state. From now on, we shall live together, and I want to let you experience that oppressive environment and tempestuous storms again. So please, refrain from plucking your feathers, all right? The once magnificent lark would soon be left with barely any. She placed the lark in front of her, encouraging, now, you introduce yourself. What is your name? The lark replied, barely any. What? Barely any? Was that not what it had just said? Unable to discern whether the lark had genuinely chosen that name or was merely mimicking her, she decided to respect its choice. Very well, Godzilla, Chiyu, our new friend shall be called Barely Any. We are all part of the same family now. Godzilla, without lifting its head, seized a wild fig and trotted ahead, while little Chu wiggled its behind, following its elder brother without sparing a glance at Barely Any. It was evident that both were not welcoming of this new addition, yet Barely Any refused to be outdone, continually grumbling and plucking its feathers behind them. Fool! Grass mud horse! What are you pretending for? Chapter 84. A promising future awaits. The comments were filled with laughter. I never imagined a lark could learn so many curse words before the universe implodes. Watching a live stream had me in fits of laughter. The current situation is that Shu He has picked up a rather eccentric myna bird, which, due to its propensity for foul language, has garnered disdain from everyone. I once viewed a video where a foreign parrot developed depression and began plucking its own feathers. How unfortunate for this myna to be in such a state. Given its fluency in expletives, it must have been trained by its previous owner. What kind of owner teaches their pet such vulgarities? How audacious of it to insult the esteemed brother. It seems to be living on borrowed time. Without Shu He's protection, it will need to tread carefully. My neighbor's Mina, after 2 years of training, can only say hello and wishing you prosperity. However, this one is truly clever, able to insult without repetition. It learned Shu He's name after just one lesson. The future looks promising for this young one. I must admit, both the Mina and I have picked up quite a few colorful phrases. I once could only utter fool, but now I can express great fool with finesse. Another patient has joined our ranks. After returning to the camp, Shu He gathered a few snot fruits from the ground and entered the room with 3 of them. Bai Lu was still lying on the bed, laughing heartily, while Xiao Yu boredly flipped through the items on Shu He's desk. Upon their return, she darted over to Godzilla and embraced its head, exclaiming, "Little darling, you're back. How can you be so handsome? Shu He, what do you have in your hand?" Bai Lu's condition has greatly improved, with longer periods of normalcy, though her complexion remains poor. "Please wash these snot fruits for me. Have some yourself, and let Bai Lu have a bit as well. I'll check on the Mina first." As Shu He spoke, he laid the snot fruits along with the Mina on the table. Yang Xiao Yu curiously stood up from beside Godzilla, resting her hands on the edge of the table, revealing only her eyes as she gazed at the blackbird. "Is it one of those talking Minas? Is its name Buji Jin?" "Indeed. I just found it in the rainforest, and its condition is not the best. Let me feed it something first." Shu He retrieved a bottle cap and filled it with water, but Buji Jin remained vigilant, refusing to drink. He had no choice but to take a syringe from the first aid kit, draw up some water, and swiftly pry open its beak to administer drops of water. Gulp! Gulp! Buji Jin reluctantly swallowed the water. "Woof! Cheep cheep!" It protested, displeased with the proceedings. Yang Xiao Yu turned to look at the complaining cheep cheep on the ground. "Are you still scolding it? Remember, you were once force-fed like that." Cheep cheep rolled its eyes. "Cheep cheep. I was a good little one back then, just too young to eat on my own. I'm nothing like this foul-mouthed ruffian." Little Cheep Cheep recalled the discomfort of being fed and couldn't bear to witness it. So it turned to play with its cherished bug amber. "Shu He, am I mistaken, or did it just say grass?" Shu He met Yang Xiao Yu's gaze. "Yes." "What about grass?" "It's a lush green plant." Xiao Yu pouted, holding the snot fruit from the table. "Humph, you know that's not what I meant." After washing the snot fruits, she curiously split one open. "Can this thing be eaten?" "Indeed." Shu He took half of the snot fruit from Xiao Yu, extracted a small portion of the pulp, and deftly rolled it into a ball between her fingers before tossing it into the throat of the little bird, Bujijin. The creature, unable to escape, flapped its large wings desperately, eyes tightly shut, forced to swallow. One could only wonder about its original owner, who had evidently done well in not clipping Bujijin's feathers, though this had laid the groundwork for its subsequent escape. After feeding Bujijin half of the snot fruit, Shu He deemed it sufficient and gently released the bird's head, believing that a bit of sweetness could uplift one's spirits during moments of unhappiness. When the sky seemed to collapse, one mustn't be too hard on oneself. Perhaps Shu He's words took effect, for Bujijin ceased its struggles and began to wander aimlessly on the table, its beak opening and closing as it savored the recently consumed snot fruit. Xiao Yu raised her hand, wishing to pet the bird as Shu He had done. But before she could make contact, Bujijin suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "Oh, a beauty!" This was followed by a cheeky whistle, leaving Xiao Yu's mouth agape in disbelief. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Is this bird flirting with me?" Shu He, still unfamiliar with the creature, was at a loss for what else it might say. Before she could respond to Xiao Yu, Bujijin spoke again. "Flirting? Hilarious! What are you pretending for?" Xiao Yu pointed at her own nose, retorting, "What am I pretending? This little bird, Bujijin, was suffering from depression." Shu He picked up a clean snot fruit and approached Bai Lu, instructing, "When you meet others later, please inform them that if they encounter Bujijin in the next few days, they should refrain from using foul language and adopt a friendly demeanor." Xiao Yu, feeling helpless, wondered if she had to endure insults as well. She poked at Bujijin, saying, "You're depressed, so you're justified?" To which Bujijin responded, "Whoever breaks first loses." Frustrated, Xiao Yu's hair stood on end, yet she found no way to counter the bird's retort, resorting instead to blowing on her own strands. "Who taught you this nonsense? It's no fun." "Shu He, thank you for your fruit. Consider it my reward for taking care of your wife. I won't settle the accounts just yet." After speaking, she picked up half of the fruit and, having snagged another from the table, mumbled, "I'll leave Bai Lu in your care. I'm off to see them. Call Heba to take over soon." Xiao Yu dashed out of the room, while Shu He sat at the edge of the bed, observing Bai Lu. curious to see what she would call her. Shu He let out a sigh of relief, noticing Bai Lu had made significant progress. Go ahead and eat. Do you remember the snot fruit? Shu He asked as she broke it apart. Of course. Do you remember that the seeds of the snot fruit dance? Bai Lu replied, showing signs of recovery, albeit limited. From now on, regardless of how familiar you are with mushrooms, you must never consume them without asking me first. Understood? Bai Lu, her complexion as pale as paper, nodded obediently, nibbling on the fruit in her hand. Unless you can achieve 3 levels of familiarity. Bai Lu, intrigued, looked at Shu He and asked, 3 levels? What does that mean? Familiarity with the species, familiarity with the cooking process, and familiarity with the route to the hospital, Shu He explained, placing her hand on Bai Lu's forehead to check her temperature. If that doesn't suffice, it's best to eat in Dianxi. The doctors there are quite experienced. Eating mushrooms on an uninhabited island is tantamount to courting death. Courting death. Bai Lu curiously glanced at the table, initially believing herself to be on the mend, yet now astonished by the sight of a bird speaking. It seemed she still required further rest. After finishing the fruit, she lazily closed her eyes and reclined back onto the bed. Call me if anything arises. Shu He, having provided her with some electrolyte water, estimated that with these measures, Bai Lu would soon be restored to her former self. He then rose to prepare a meal for the two, noting that Xiuju's appetite had notably increased, consuming 3 bottles of raw milk in one sitting, and visibly growing more robust. While Shu He pinched Xiuju's plump face, contemplating whether to have Godzilla increase its training regimen, Reba mysteriously entered the room, announcing, Shu He, it seems someone has arrived on our island. Chapter 85. The proper handling of wild beehives. Someone has come? Shu He pondered, recalling that the production team had recently visited, making it unlikely, and it was still not time for Director Li to deliver supplies. He turned to Reba. Who is it? Upon entering, Reba first cast a curious glance at the bird on the table before fixating on the snot fruit, swallowing hard. I spotted a boat at the back slope, a place we've never visited. Shu He chuckled at her expression and approached her, offering a fruit. That is my boat. Reba took the fruit, immediately breaking it open without hesitation. Delicious. So sweet. What kind of fruit is this? Oh, that's not the main point. The main point is, you have a boat? Shu He nodded. This is a snot fruit. I Haven T needed the boat these past few days, so you wouldn't have known. You startled me. I thought someone had quietly climbed up to our island. Reba swiftly devoured the fruit, her face smeared with seeds and juice, embodying the very essence of a foodie. Ah, by the way, Shu He, let me pay you for this fruit. Shu He waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so calculative. I have work to attend to now. Just keep an eye on Bai Lu for me. Reba tapped her head. My mind goes blank when I see food. How is Bai Lu? She is physically fine. We just need her to regain her senses. I still don't feel at ease leaving her alone here. As he spoke, Shu He walked to the door and picked up a branch from the snot fruit tree. Leave it to me. Reba confidently patted her chest. Boasting, are we? At this moment, Reba shifted her focus to the few pieces of bamboo on the table. So it's you who scared away the supermoon, huh? What do they call these bamboo pieces? Indeed, you are not to be trifled with. With 3 still present in the room, along with Bai Lu, Reba should not find herself bored. Shu He plucked a coconut from the shore, bringing all his recent find from the rainforest to the dining area. He first trimmed the snot fruit-esque twigs and leaves, cutting them into small segments for hydroponics, adding a drop of plant growth agent, before rinsing the thunder bamboo in water. Next came the main event. He delicately unwrapped the banana leaves at the dining table, revealing a sizable, golden wild beehive before him. Shu He eagerly rubbed his hands together, having never encountered such a large wild hive before. Perhaps it was only half that size. After simply removing the outer layers of the hive, he began to collect the immature bees, which were not yet capable of flight, into a bowl. Though these young bees possessed stingers, their wings were not fully developed, rendering their sting harmless. As viewers observed Shu He handling the wild beehive, many felt a shiver run down their spines. How terrifying, exclaimed one. Surely he won't eat those. Of course he will. This is a delicacy of local provenance, akin to the Rolls-Royce of regional specialties. The young bees and bee pupae are high in protein, and wild honey can fetch 200 to 300 yuan per 100 grams, while the hive also boasts medicinal properties for certain ailments. Is that true? I must quickly buy a jar for my husband. Cautioned another. But be careful. There are many fakes out there, made of artificial wax and sugar syrup. you won't find the pure wild variety that Shu He has. Having collected a substantial number of young bees, Shu He raised the beehive towards the camera and remarked, "This wild beehive has lost much of its outer layer. The honey yield may not be high, but there are plenty of bee pupae." He then pinched out the pupae one by one with his fingers, soon filling a bowl with the plump, white morsels. The viewers, watching the bowl of wriggling young bees and the constantly moving bee pupae, struggled to accept the scene. However, as he began to slice through the hive, streams of golden brown honey flowed slowly from the cut, and a sense of relief washed over the audience. So he took a small piece of the freshly cut hive and chewed it thoughtfully, nodding in approval. Though slightly tangy, it is undeniably authentic wild honey, quite delectable. He popped a few more fragments into his mouth, and the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but salivate, eager to experience the true flavor of wild beehive for themselves. So he gathered all the fragments onto a plate, then retrieved a sieve to press the cut hive pieces forcefully. From the substantial mass of the hive, he ultimately extracted a jar of honey, which, after filtering, transformed into a clear and warm hue. He retained the remaining beeswax, melting it over a flame before stirring in a piece of gauze, which absorbed many impurities. Holding up the bowl, now slowly cooling, he presented it to the camera. Once the beeswax solidifies completely, it can be transformed into lip balm and lipstick. The so-called edible lip balms on the market are essentially made from beeswax. However, they shouldn't be mistaken for a meal. "Thank you," someone interjected. But that last explanation was a bit superfluous. "We simply lack your cleverness. We are not dim-witted." Shu He was merely clarifying for the gentlemen among us, who might have thought they could indulge heartily. Initially, when witnessing Shu He's vigorous extraction of the wild beehive, one might have thought it was merely a matter of honey. Now, it is clear that the treasures within are abundant. Truly, every part is utilized to its fullest potential. If I had stumbled upon such a wild beehive, I would have only cried for help and fled. Roughly estimating, with all these treasures on the market, Shu He has already accounted for 3,000 yuan in earnings. After tidying up the disheveled restaurant, Shu He swiftly organized the space. He stored the honey and beeswax with their lids secured in the refrigerator, while the bee pupae and larvae that had fallen from the banana leaves were separated into bowls. The banana leaves were then washed and cut into strips for later use. Heating oil in a pan, Shu He fried the young bees in batches until they were crispy, holding them up for the camera with evident joy. With just a few pieces, he had created a delightful snack reminiscent of Godzilla's treats. However, he could not resist and tossed one into his mouth. Crispy, fragrant. The more I chew, the more addictive it becomes. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed with delight, their scalps tingling, while others shared insights on the delectable nature of fried young bees. The most restless among them was Bear Guy in the observation room. "Next time I film, I must choose a location with a wild bee nest. I will first drive the swarm away, then slice the hive layer by layer. That sound and sensation would be simply exquisite. If luck is on my side, I might even savor some bee pupae." As Bear Guy reveled in his daydream, Yin Lu couldn't help but interject, "Aren't you afraid of turning into Doctor Strange again?" Bear Guy waved dismissively. With Shu He's method, that is absolutely impossible this time. The last untouched bee pupae remained, but before dressing them, Shu He meticulously chopped and washed the fruits of the snot fruit and its remaining branches, splitting open a coconut. He blended the coconut water, coconut flesh, and snot fruit pulp into a smooth mixture, pouring it into a pot to stir-fry until it clumped together. Once finished, he cut it into palm-sized cubes, brushed them with honey, and arranged them in neat rows to cool. Finally, it was time to process the bee pupae. As the primary protein source for the day, Shu He aimed to avoid waste from frying, so he took the prepared snot fruit skewers, intending to thread the pupae onto them for grilling. Chapter 86. The Little Restaurant on the Uninhabited Island. Daily earnings exceed 1,000. The tender white bee pupae were threaded on his skewers, and upon completion, he counted a total of 15. So he set up a charcoal grill outside the restaurant to begin roasting the bee pupae. A sprinkle of salt and a dash of chili powder filled the air with the enticing aroma of grilled bee pupae, which quickly wafted through the camp. The guests peeked out one by one, with the first to approach being Hot Ba, who eagerly supported Bai Lu, urging her to hurry. "Wow, Shu He, what are you roasting?" Hot Ba and Bai Lu squatted behind him, curiously eyeing the unfamiliar little yellow morsels. "These are some wild fruits I just found. They taste fantastic when roasted," Shu He replied. Bai Lu patted her stomach. Though I'm not very hungry, I'm still quite tempted. Shu He glanced at her, noticing her face still appeared somewhat pale. How are you feeling? Bai Lu pouted. Much better, but when I close my eyes, strange things still appear. Honestly, they're quite beautiful. Plus, I'm feeling great now. Shu He nodded, brushing a bit more oil onto the bee pupae. This hallucinogenic toxin can also alleviate depression, as long as it is consumed in moderation. However, encountering the blue hand is still too perilous. I've caused you trouble again. Shu He, is there anything else I can assist with? Bai Lu's guilt was palpable, and Shu had decided to find a light-hearted task to ease her troubled spirit. Inside, I have some chilled jelly made from nasal mucus fruits. Please wrap them in banana leaves and serve them on a plate for us to enjoy. Remember to sit while you do this. All right. Bai Lu stepped into the dining room and began to prepare the jelly as instructed. Hita lingered nearby, watching her roast wild fruits with reluctance. Shu He, how much do those roasted wild fruits cost each? I'm simply unable to resist. Shu He chuckled. We barely have enough for ourselves. The three others, drawn by the delicious aroma, hurried over. Godzilla was at the forefront, with Jiu behind, shaking its body vigorously in an attempt to rid itself of a few stray morsels. Each time Jiu's movements caused the morsels to nearly fall, it would take flight, only to land steadily back on Jiu. Wangwu. Jiu was infuriated, but found it impossible to shake off the morsels. Upon reaching Shu He, one hand was busy roasting bee larvae, while the other retrieved some caterpillars from the ground. Come here, Midgeon. Grass. Midgeon. Shu He spoke sternly. You will eat today, whether you like it or not. If you remain inactive, don't blame me for stuffing your throat. After exclaiming a curse, Midgeon reluctantly settled in front of the iron basin, pecking at a caterpillar. Wow. Its eyes sparkled, and soon it went for a second one, tilting its head. Wow. Wow. Here comes the third. Shu He nodded in satisfaction. Godzilla, there's some for you too. Just leave a bit for Midgeon, as it cannot consume too much. Upon receiving the command, Godzilla opened its mouth wide and devoured half the basin's contents, the sound of crunching filling the air, as its eyes squinted in delight at the mysterious and delectable flavors. Although Godzilla had tasted most of the wild game in the rainforest, it had never dared approach a wild bee's nest. Shu He, what deliciousness are you conjuring up now? Yang Chaoyue emerged wearing pajamas and a sun protection outfit, seemingly having just returned from a room to catch up on sleep, neglecting to tend to Huachin Yu. Huachin Yu followed closely behind, appearing refreshed, likely after a shower. As they leaned down to observe the barbecued items, their stomachs audibly grumbled in unison. Hua Xiao and Zhang Yuqi were also lured out by the fragrant smoke. Shu He, you're incredible. What is this delightful dish? Zhang Yuqi pointed delicately at the bee larvae with her pinky. Hua Xiao, recovering his spirits, remarked, what is so impressive? Don't we have fish to eat too? Soon, we'll roast what's left from Shu He's grill, and we'll have you drooling. At the mention of roasted fish, Huachin Yu's stomach growled again. Hua Xiao, I couldn't find any food today. Could I possibly buy some of your roasted fish along with Shu He's grilled delicacies? Hua Xiao chuckled. We have only 2 fish in total, one for each of us to suffice. However, I can't bear to see you starve. I can sell you the fish heads for 200 each. What? They all widened their eyes in disbelief. A dry fish head, even after roasting, would yield little more than bones, and Hua Xiao dared to ask for 200? In the sweltering heat, with no food available, the blackbird with a bare belly furrowed its brow. Scoundrel! Fool! Hua Xiao instinctively retorted, only to realize that the one hurling insults was indeed the bird. What are you? It squawked. I dare you. I could send you flying with a single punch. I declared. Just try it. It shot back. Shu He, clearly exasperated, interjected, it suffers from depression and has a talent for cursing. You'd best refrain from swearing in its presence. Who knows if its former owner was a professional insulter? In any case, you won't outweed it. Moreover, it now exhibits suicidal tendencies and is a nationally protected species. I advise you to show compassion. Zhang Yuqi, upon hearing Shu He's explanation, burst into laughter. I see now. You are the notorious Buji Jin that Chao you mentioned. I had no idea it was a parrot. She continued, we are kindred spirits. From now on, you shall be my little brother. Annoying. Were you? Buji Jin retorted. The others stifled their laughter. Buji Jin's insults were not only learned on the spot, but also hit home. Yet, Yuqi was not offended. Instead, she clapped her hands, declaring it amusing. At that moment, Bai Lu emerged from the dining hall, carrying a large platter. I just heard you try and charge 200 for a measly fish head. Shu He had prepared fresh snot fruits in the dining hall, selling each for a mere 100, claiming they would quell hunger instantly. There were also wild honeycombs, entirely organic. A small piece cost 180, and once back in the city, you would find no such authentic delicacy. Additionally, there was chilled cake slathered with wild honey. One bite revealed a delicate coconut aroma mingled with the sweetness of snot fruits. Rich in carbohydrates and energy, one piece was worth a full meal. As for the price, while the ingredients were not extraordinary, the labor was costly, as I personally wrapped them. I'll charge you 180 for a piece. Regarding these roasted wild fruits, you can smell their delightful aroma and see their quantity. Shu He assured us of their ample protein content, so they must be priced accordingly, 300 for a skewer. Buy or not, it's up to fate, after all. We won't have enough for ourselves. Limited to just 5 pieces, it's first come, first served. Shu He had anticipated Bai Lu to be such a shrewd businesswoman. Although her prices were slightly more reasonable than Hua Xiao as fish head, they still far exceeded market rates. With this venture, the little restaurant on the deserted island would earn over 1,000 daily. The others, in comparison to the dried fish head, felt that Bai Lu and Shu He were indeed benefactors of humanity, offering dishes that were both deliciously novel and filling. In this remote island setting, only a fool would refrain from ordering. Thus, one by one, they rolled up their sleeves, eager to partake. After finishing her pitch, Bai Lu placed the platter before Shu He. Is it ready? Yes, Shu He replied, lifting the grilling net to arrange the beef pupae on the plate. The pupae sizzled and oozed oil, with the fragrance of chili powder and pepper salt wafting into everyone's nostrils. Hua Chunyu and Ri Ba snatched a skewer simultaneously, exclaiming in unison, "I can't take it anymore." Ri Ba puffed her cheeks, blowing on the hot pupae while trying to control her drool. Bai Lu, we'll take a skewer first. You keep track, and once we find a spot with signal, we'll transfer the money to you. Bai Lu nodded in agreement. No problem. There's a spot in our room with a signal. I'll take you there shortly. Only 3 portions remained. Chao Yu quickly interjected. Count me in for one. Zhang Yuqi chimed in. I want one too. And a wild beehive. I'll take them all. Reba observed that the food was nearly ready and eagerly devoured a bee pupa. Chapter 87. The Master Appears. As Reba fanned her face, she chewed, and suddenly the pupa burst with flavor, eliciting an involuntary gasp. Wow, this is incredible. So fragrant. Without further ado, a skewer of roasted pupae swiftly made its way into her mouth. These wild fruits are absolutely divine. They retain their original essence and are so crunchy. Watching you nearby, praised, I thought barbecues required cumin, but it turns out that salt and pepper preserve the wild taste. Zhang Yuqi, too engrossed in savoring the rich and delectable food to speak, continued to munch away. Having finished one, Reba quickly reached for the last portion when Yang Yang approached. Rubbing his eyes, I overslept. What smells so good? Reba sighed and withdrew her outstretched hand. Yang Yang was dehydrated and needed to regain his strength, so she offered him the last one. Roasted wild fruit. 300 for a skewer. There is only one left. Are you buying? Yes. Yang Yang quickly decided upon noticing several hungry gazes. I need to replenish my energy. I'll buy it now. Bai Lu handed him a skewer, and Yang Yang devoured it ravenously, exclaiming, "This is amazing. First crispy, then bursting with flavor, and, as I chew, I taste a savory richness I've never encountered before. Rather than wild fruit, it feels more akin to roasted insects from my hometown." His statement left everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, it did resemble roasted insects. However, after a brief pause, they rose nonchalantly. Chao Yu wiped her mouth, declaring, "Roasted insects it is. Anyone who misses out on this delicious treat might as well perish." Hua Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Reba clung to Bai Lu's arm. "Good sister, I haven't had my fill. What else is there to eat? I'll buy it at any price." Bai Lu, proudly holding a plate of beef pupae, considered how oblivious these artists were to pricing, realizing she could indeed make a handsome profit, momentarily forgetting her own frail state. "Follow me. Oh, by the way," just as Bai Lu turned, she recalled, "Hua Xiao, you'll need the charcoal that Sui lights up, right? Let us settle on 250 for you. If you find that price unsuitable, you can make another batch of charcoal. We can use it next time." Hua Xiao, visibly displeased, stood up. "Unsuitable price? Well, have I ever cared about pricing? 250 sounds unappealing. I'll give you 300. Thank you, boss. Bailu replied playfully, leading everyone into the dining area. On the dining table, she had meticulously arranged an array of delectable items for sale. A pile of freshly washed snot fruit, remnants from Shu He's preparation of sweet jelly. A generous plate of broken wild honeycomb, glistening with golden brown honey and layers of soft, glutinous sweet cake wrapped in banana leaves, nearly 20 pieces stacked high. Bailu turned to Shu He and said, I've saved some for us. Can we sell these? Shu He nodded in agreement, replying, yes. I'll stir-fry a thunder bamboo shoot, and then we can start our meal. After this, you can take a nap, and you should feel restored. Bailu felt a lump in her throat at Shu He's words. Before attending the festival, she had expected to be in a group with ordinary folks, needing to put forth extra effort and care for others' feelings. Yet now, she found herself being cared for by Shu He, without a worry in the world. It dawned on her that being a woman could indeed be this blissful, and that the perfect man she had always fantasized about truly existed. She placed the roasted beef pupae on the table and said, teach me how to stir-fry thunder bamboo shoots. From now on, I'll take charge of all the vegetables. Seeing Shu He's consent, Bailu immediately donned a fierce expression and declared to the others, you're not allowed to touch our roasted wild fruits. The other guests had already been captivated by the culinary delights before them. Zhang Yuqi clutched a plate of wild honeycomb tightly, exclaiming, this plate is all mine. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Chao Yu tugged at her arm, insisting, who doesn't he know that wild honeycomb is highly nutritious? Let us share it. Riba, meanwhile, was grabbing piece after piece of coconut sweet cake. Say, Bailu, I want 3 pieces of sweet cake. No, make it 4. Or 5. I'm quite hungry, and these wild fruits look delightful. Give me 6 of those. Yang Yang tossed the snot fruit in his hand, approaching Riba and teasingly saying, little glutton, choose whatever you desire. For you, I could buy out the entire restaurant. Riba rolled her eyes at him, replying, no need for that. If you could just act normally, I'd consider buying the restaurant for you. Am I not normal? Yang Yang, with a mouthful of stir-fried vegetables, puffed out his cheeks. Back when we filmed Our Glory together, you always said I performed exceptionally well. Riba sighed. That was merely to encourage you. Yang Yang pinched her chin, retorting, I don't believe you. Buji Jin exclaimed, let go of that girl. You flirt. The celestial sister, observing the scene, could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, Buji Jin is truly my internet spokesperson. It's utterly wild. Yin Lu looked at her with a peculiar expression. I recall that Ifei also acted alongside Yang Yang, right? If you say Buji Jin is your spokesperson, does that imply your views on Yang Yang align with his? Ifei's smile remained unabated. You're digging a pit for me. However, I want to express that my reactions towards Yang Yang in the show were genuine. Yin Lu grasped the implication and wisely chose not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, he pulled out a piece of stationery, saying, speaking of Buji Jin, this is a letter the production team just handed me. Possibly a message from the original owner of Buji Jin, sent through the backstage. The individual isn't entirely certain that Buji Jin is indeed their bird. But judging by its foul language and general appearance, it closely resembles the magpie they once kept named Sanbing. He expressed his fondness for the peculiar creature. Yet he identified as a cynical recluse, indulging solely in gaming and venting his frustrations daily, his emotions fluctuating erratically. The creature's descent into depression was significantly influenced by his own demeanor. Although he cherished watching our live streams, he refrained from revealing himself in the comment section. Witnessing Shu He's attentive care for the creature, offering comfort and understanding, even prompting other guests to consider its feelings, moved the original owner to tears on several occasions. He felt immense gratitude towards Shu He for not dismissing the creature despite its foul language, believing that it found greater joy on the deserted island than in his company. He concluded with a remark. The creature's vocabulary exceeds one's imagination. Upon hearing such sentiments, the audience in the live stream felt a pang of empathy. No one chastised the original owner for the impact he had on the creature. Instead, they offered solace. Brother, do not blame yourself. You have taught it well. Society needs such passionate souls. Shu He wisely noted that when calamity strikes, one must endure, advising against self-reproach. The creature's depression was not solely his doing. After arriving on the island, it likely encountered a storm that could have scarred its tender spirit. Once it perseveres through this challenging phase, It shall enjoy a blissful existence on the deserted island. Shu He even treated it to fried larvae, which, as you may know, sell for over 200 per pound in the market. I resonate with your feelings, and I eagerly anticipate the creature's expressive vocabulary, akin to the exhilaration of standing beside guests and unleashing a torrent of expletives. Oh, so the creature was originally named Sambing? No wonder it has such a profane lexicon. Regardless, with a new name, it shall embark on a fresh avian journey. Chapter 88. Are celebrities also subject to exploitation? Under Shu He's guidance, Bailu prepared a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots. Despite filling an ample platter, a considerable amount remained uneaten. Bailu contemplated refrigerating the leftovers for the next meal, but the others insisted on purchasing the greens at a premium. Unsure of how to proceed, she turned to Shu He with a pleading gaze. Decide for us. We can enjoy fresh produce next time. The rainforest offers a plethora of edible wild vegetables, Shu He proposed, setting the table in preparation for lunch. Although it was labeled as such, after a prolonged period, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He took a bamboo shoot and relished its crisp texture, eliciting envious glances from his companions. Ha ba, with tearful eyes, implored Bailu, please Bailu, just sell it. You must understand, without ample vegetable fiber, we risk succumbing to scurvy. Yang Chaiwa knelt, clutching Bailu's leg, sell it. Let the children savor the authentic taste of wild greens. Would you? Shui could find fresh wild vegetables, yet we, in our ignorance, might poison ourselves with just one bite. It would be better if you sold us these slightly wilted greens while you continue to feast on the fresh ones. Bailu, clutching a handful of bamboo shoots, playfully thumped Chaiwa on the head. Where are they wilted? My vegetables are quite fresh. Chaiwa realized this was merely Bailu's self-promotion, akin to Wang Pa selling melons. In other words, has Bailu agreed? Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she clung to Bailu's form, gradually rising. I always knew you were the kindest and gentlest. Bailu scratched her head, gazing at the bamboo shoots, contemplating their market value. This thunder bamboo, as the name suggests, only appears when the thunder god is present. Were it not for the recent typhoon, we wouldn't have tasted this delicacy. The others nodded vigorously. Indeed, absolutely, it's quite rare. Bailu placed a finger on her lips, feigning a troubled expression. I truly do not wish to sell. This fragrant and crunchy wild vegetable is so rare that even with money, it cannot be bought in the market. The others echoed, can't buy it. Definitely can't buy it. Then Bailu extended 5 fingers. 500 for a bunch? No. Though it's scarce on the island, in the market, it's merely a vegetable. Yuchi grasped Bailu's outstretched fingers. All right, 500 it is. I'll buy it. This price is not just for a vegetable. It is also a payment for knowledge. Without Shuha's extensive knowledge of wild flora and fauna, we would likely find ourselves unable to eat anything but seafood on this island. The others chimed in. Unable to eat. Absolutely unable to eat. Bailu sighed. You've all said your piece. Now you decide. This transaction is far too easy. The price is based solely on mood. She laid the thunder bamboo on the table, allowing them to choose for themselves. At that moment, Shuha remembered something. Bailu, leave half for me. I have other uses for it. Upon hearing Shuha wanted to keep some, the stars began to jostle each other like market vendors at an early morning market, shouting and scrambling for the thunder bamboo. My little glutton must have her greens. Happa, your nails are digging into my hand. Chaiwa, your hair is in my mouth. Wawa, Yang, have you two even bathed? Why do I still smell urine? A few retorted. You want this too? Useless. This scene left netizens astounded. I will never again advise my mother against waking early to seize vegetables. I might even learn a trick or two from her. The celebrities scrambling for vegetables are no different from ordinary people. Goodness, 500 for a bunch of thunder bamboo. The prices on this deserted island are utterly terrifying. I usually wouldn't pay more than 10 for it after the spring festival. Do celebrities lack money? 699 yuan. Zhang Yuqi can't even buy a pair of socks. Bailu and Shuha, in perfect harmony, turned the clueless artists into this chaotic scene. What a lamentable spectacle. Let us not pretend we can speak without feeling the pain. Were I in the rainforest, I too would struggle to identify thunder bamboo, and in a survival situation, I would pay 800. Who would have thought that one day even celebrities could be taken advantage of? My heart feels much lighter. At that moment, Bailu and Shuha sat together, joyfully watching everyone scramble for the vegetables while savoring their culinary delights. This truly was a feast for the senses. observing the two with grease glistening on their lips. The others grew even more irrational in their quest for the ingredients on the table. Regardless of their immediate needs, to acquire something felt like victory. However, Shu He understood that these individuals were not foolish. Had they truly possessed the ability to identify food on the island, they would not have squandered their money after receiving a couple of sharp reprimands. Ultimately, the group managed to deplete the table-less offerings, each gazing at their hard-won treasures as if they were precious artifacts. The surplus was carefully packed in bags, labeled with their names, and placed in the refrigerator. In their words, having these supplies would allow them to spend less on future food purchases. Chao Yu was the first to finish counting the items, and, observing Bai Lu meticulously jotting down the amounts in her notebook, eagerly set aside enough for their meal and opened the refrigerator to store the provisions. Upon opening the fridge, she noticed a small bowl inside and curiously asked, Shu He, I recognize that jar of honey, but what is in that bowl? Shu He, having just finished 5 skewers of beef pupae, 3 sweet cakes, and half a plate of thunder bamboo shoots, wiped her mouth with a tissue and replied, that is beeswax. Sometimes, the wind on the island can cause chapped lips, so I made a bit to use as lip balm. Chao Yu instinctively licked her lips and said, I could really use some. Is it for sale? Rain Shi then chimed in with another thought. Wearing sandals on the island can also lead to cracked heels. Would this work for that? Indeed, it would, Shu He confirmed. After hearing her, the other's eyes sparkled with desire, indicating that yet another round of competition was about to ensue. Bai Lu, maintaining an air of calm as she tidied the dishes, informed Shu He that she would wash them. Yet her gaze frequently fixated on the various containers from which the others were scooping beeswax. At that moment, Shu He patted her shoulder and said, just save some for us. You still need to rest. Don't overexert yourself. All right, I enjoy making money, so don't worry. Bai Lu replied with a smile. Leave this to me. You should go and rest for a while. Shu He nodded, taking 3 items back to her room, while Chio and Godzilla, frightened by the exuberance of a few celebrities, retreated to a corner. Upon hearing Shu He mention leaving, they swiftly darted out of the dining area. A few lingering voices grumbled in discontent, but were swiftly ushered out by Shu He. As they passed the door, they caught sight of the fragrant grilled fish, and one of them couldn't resist turning back to exclaim, rubbish. Upon returning to her room, Shu He found it remarkably tidy, imbued with Bai Lu's distinctive fragrance, likely a result of her tidying up before departing. Shu He intended to take a short rest, and, while drawing the curtains, noticed Bai Lu leading the group to her room to settle their accounts. Each face radiated joy, leaving Shu He momentarily at a loss for words. Ding! Host's small restaurant has opened successfully. The system is overjoyed, granting the host the assembly blueprint and materials list for a seawater purifier. Chapter 89. 2 people in one room. Looking at glowing watch? A seawater purifier blueprint and materials list? Why can't they just provide a complete seawater purification device? The system has already gifted a yacht. Is this small detail too much to ask? Shu He helplessly observed the system panel, gradually understanding why he was provided with only a single blueprint. The seawater purification technology, utilizing the thermal membrane coupling method, is currently the most advanced on Blue Star. It not only achieves a high water throughput, but also boasts remarkable resistance to contamination, effectively addressing the longevity issues associated with traditional reverse osmosis membranes. While it possesses other advantages, such as energy efficiency and a smaller footprint, these pale in comparison to its extraordinary purification capabilities. However, a crucial element remains the membrane itself. Although covalent organic framework materials that meet membrane manufacturing standards have been discovered, the challenge of fabricating the membrane itself remains an unsolved technical hurdle. If this can be accomplished, the first ultra-fast seawater desalination membrane on Blue Star will come into existence. Shu He reviewed the materials list and, combining it with his prior knowledge, swiftly discerned where the technology was currently stalled. The membrane materials existed in powdered, microcrystalline form, and the system suggested he procure nanostrips and nanosheets derived from ultrasonic dispersion of these powders, thereby resolving the issue of membrane formation. Once Shu He grasped this concept, he wrapped himself in his blanket and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found the room shrouded in darkness, a sudden wave of melancholy washing over him. Was this the aftermath of an afternoon nap? Rubbing his eyes, he exited the room and spotted Bai Lu sitting quietly by the beach, gazing at the sea. Her long, Straight hair cascaded down her shoulders like ink, her fair skin and graceful figure accentuated by the white dress she wore on their first day in the rainforest, reflecting a hint of solitude. "Why don't you take a break?" Shu He approached her, sitting down beside her and inquiring, "You're awake?" A bright smile instantly illuminated her face, dispelling the heavy feeling that had lingered with Shu He since he had risen. "It's nearly 4 o'clock. Didn't you know an afternoon nap shouldn't exceed half an hour?" Bai Lu's tone carried a slight reproach. "You slept for an hour and a half. I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Shu He, still not fully awake, felt a bit dazed. "What for?" Bai Lu was at a loss for words, fanning herself as she reflected on how lonely she felt waiting for him all this time while he had slumbered soundly, questioning her reasons for waiting. After much contemplation, Bai Lu finally found a suitable excuse. "Don't you care about our earnings today? Can you guess how much we made from lunch?" Shu He's mind raced as he calculated the quantity of food and the prices Bai Lu had provided. 11,000? Bai Lu paused for a moment, then, in a lackluster manner, picked up a stone and tossed it into the sea. "What else with that? How boring. You figured out today's revenue in a heartbeat. Playing a guessing game with you academic types is utterly devoid of surprise." However, she extended a finger, speaking mysteriously, "You only guessed the revenue correctly. I also added a medical fee. Since you just took a leak, we charge 500 each. That brings the total to 13,000. Let us go." Bai Lu rose and brushed the dust off her skirt, tugging at Shu He's arm to help him to his feet. "Where are we going?" he asked, slightly unsteady as she pulled him up. "My room is empty now, so let us go there." Shu He awkwardly glanced at the drone. "Do we really need to find a deserted place? My room would work just as well." Bai Lu shook her head, saying, "The few people in your room are quite gossipy. If they overheard us arguing, it would be quite unfortunate. Why should we fear others knowing our business?" Shu He scratched his head, uncertain. Bai Lu offered no reply, instead casting a mysterious smile in his direction as she joyfully darted ahead. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, and the rosy sunlight accentuated her allure. Shu He felt enveloped by a gentle summer warmth, pondering whether she intended to show him her luminous watch in a secluded space meant for just the two of them. He was unsure if he could maintain his composure in such an intimate setting. Upon reaching the door of Bai Lu's room, she adeptly opened it and stepped inside, leaving Shu He standing in a daze at the threshold, unsure whether to enter. Bai Lu caught hold of his shirt and pulled him inside with a swift motion. Bang! The drone was left outside. The audience, filled with mischievous anticipation, suddenly realized they had trespassed into a forbidden zone, their comments erupting in frustration. "Let us see, too. This will surely lead to misunderstandings." Shu He could hardly contain himself. Had he been pulled along by Bai Lu like that, he might have been compelled to push her away. He found it increasingly difficult to resist glancing at the drone, thinking perhaps they were the ones causing the disturbance. On the first day of their business, they had 6 customers, earning a staggering 13,000. Knowledge is indeed wealth. If I could earn 13,000 in a day to bring home to my wife, I would surely earn such rewards. If only my wife were as beautiful as Bai Lu, it would be perfect. I have already procured the complete set of 100,000 Ys and enrolled in a culinary class. How long would it take to live as blissfully as Shu He? Perhaps I'm worse off than the trio of rascals, who at least have money. Should we remain silent and listen closely to their activities inside? I can send comments, but I have no sound. Bai Lu's laughter is so loud, I could probably hear it in other people's live rooms. Do we even need to be quiet? In a corner of the room, Bai Lu raised her arm, exclaiming, "Shu He, did you know that there's only one spot on the entire island with signal? It's right here. This place is our cash register. We are about to discuss business secrets that must not be overheard. Do you have your phone?" Shu He retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to Bai Lu. "Selling food has been elevated to a business secret." "Really?" Bai Lu connected his phone to the signal, first scanning the QR code to become friends, then promptly transferring the day's earnings to him. After confirming the successful transaction, she dropped her arms, rubbing them in exasperation. "It's such a hassle just to get this signal. We shared our earnings with you, fearing you might refuse in front of others. I haven't contributed much. Running errands is something I'm willing to do." Shu He reluctantly accepted the phone handed to him by Bai Lu. "You see, I really don't need to spend money on this island." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I just happen to be planning to create a seawater purification device. Why not use this money to purchase some materials? This way, on the deserted island, whether for irrigation or daily water use, I will have everything I need at my disposal. Consider it an investment in the island. Bailu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What are you planning to do? A seawater purification device? Chapter 90. Bailu's new life plan. Shu He observed Bailu's stunned expression. Exactly. Bailu was momentarily speechless. Then her face lit up with excitement. That's incredible. If that's the case, when I have something to sell in the future, I won't hold back on the price. A heap of roasted bugs and a splash of urine sold for 13,000. If I'm not careful, we might turn into the next Zhou Baiopi. However, Shu He had no intention of stopping Bailu. Artists typically spend thousands on hotels during their travels. Ensuring their needs on the deserted island, while contributing to its development, was not a significant issue. Bailu, counting her fingers, reveled in the glory of her charitable endeavor. Shu He, you are amazing. You can create seawater purification systems. And you're even giving me the chance to contribute something to the island. You buy the materials first, and I'll cover any shortfall since I've benefited from you today. Shu He moved to Bailu's side, raising the phone. We're in this together. There's no need to keep tabs. The phrase "we're in this together" warmed her heart, suggesting that Shu He had accepted her. Did this mean they could take a step closer? As Shu He's phone connected to the signal, he noticed numerous messages from acquaintances congratulating him on his newfound fame. Asking for loans, expressing love, requesting Bailu's autograph, and even accusing him of tarnishing Qinghua's reputation. Without delving into the details, Shu He deleted the messages from those with whom he had little connection. He then placed an order on Taobao for some components like water pumps, heaters, and coolers, and began searching for professional water treatment companies to procure custom parts required for the system. Finding nanostrips and nanosheets proved challenging, but he eventually discovered a chemical technology company in Shanghai called Kaimo that sold them. This company specialized in supplying various research institutions and universities with covalent organic frameworks as their main product. Upon contacting the sales representative, Shu He expressed that he not only needed powdered microcrystals, but also required them to be processed into nanostrips and nanosheets through ultrasonic dispersion. The representative, unable to comprehend his reasoning, noted the complexity of the process and mentioned that creating nanostrips would require consultation with universities. However, the quantity he needed was minor, which dampened the representative's enthusiasm for communication. After calculating the commission, the representative was inclined to refuse outright. The sales representative had Shu He fill out a basic information form and casually remarked, "I'll discuss this with my manager," before their avatar turned gray. Shu He helplessly set the phone down, sensing that the other party was not particularly eager to sell. Rushing into things isn't the way to conduct business, he thought, and casually locked his phone screen. Bailu approached, inquiring, "How is it? Is everything settled? Is the money sufficient?" Shu He smiled softly. "The core materials are still pending, and I suspect the funds may fall short, though not by much. Do you still have any symptoms?" Bailu shook her head. "Much improved, but I still feel somewhat fatigued. Perhaps I can't handle too much physical activity." Shu He nodded. "Then let me take you out to sea. We can catch some seafood for dinner. Prepare yourself, and let us meet by the shore at 5. Bailu's face lit up with joy. "Out to sea? Is it on that boat mentioned by Ba? That's wonderful. I'll be ready shortly." As Shu He exited Bailu's room, the onlookers scrutinized him for any clues. Their conversation seemed perfectly ordinary, devoid of any peculiar sounds. The duration of their interaction was rather lengthy. Could Shu He sustain such a long exchange? Shu He was known for his endurance in any physically demanding activities. Bailu was indeed fortunate. "Drive safely, everyone. I see no difference in him post-visit. Let us disperse, folks." Shu He entered his room, changing into quick-dry shorts and a t-shirt, and fetched a fishing net from the balcony. "Let us go. Today I'll take you all out to sea." Godzilla was anxiously pacing, while Chocho lay on its back, sleepily eyeing Shu He and Godzilla. After a brief moment of turning its head, it resumed its futile struggle with its belly. Meanwhile, the others remained unperturbed. When they visited Bailu's room to settle payments, they encountered messages from the company. The four ladies received standard greetings and work reminders, while Yang, upon reading the company's comments about his perceived arrogance, began to question his life choices. The harshest blow fell upon Hua Chenyu and Hua Xiao. Hua Chenyu's song rankings plummeted from the top 10 into obscurity, and after performing an experimental piece on the show, he was met with a barrage of criticism. Were it not for his devoted fans, his popularity would scarcely differ from that of an unknown individual. Hua Xiao, on the other hand, learned of his near collapse and prospects. Numerous previously discussed collaborations had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the exorbitant penalties, several commercial endorsements would have severed ties with him. Both male guests faced an unexpected catastrophe, attempting to feign strength as they settled their accounts before departing the room with heavy hearts. The ladies sensed their distress and resolved to inquire about the situation. Left alone in her room, Bailu's mood was far from cheerful. The company had informed her that her contract was nearing expiration, urging her to renew promptly after the program's conclusion. She never anticipated that 8 years would fly by so swiftly. The memories of signing with the Joy Company in 2016 were still vivid. Although she had always been grateful to her employer for their support, since meeting Shu He, she had developed new aspirations. At this juncture in her life, she found herself at a crossroads, resolute in her forthcoming decisions, albeit aware that challenges might arise along the way. Moreover, she was eager to discern Shu He's true feelings towards her. Watching you, under the soothing words of Chao Yu, found himself weeping uncontrollably in his room. I am the one who has dedicated myself to music, while Shu He is merely an educated island guardian. Why does he, with just a couple of unprofessionally produced songs, ascend to the top of the charts, while I am pushed aside? From now on, I shall focus solely on mastering music. One day I will surpass Shu He. Chao Yu, observing this despondent man, felt an undeniable frustration. The reason Shu He's songs rank first in views is due to his talent. It has nothing to do with your fall from the charts. What you truly need to learn is how to be a person. Hua Xiao, in a fit of rage, tore at his collar, smashing things in a room while cursing vehemently. Zhang Yuqi, arms crossed, allowed him to vent. Why should all the hard-earned resources and popularity I've built over the years go to waste simply because of my unkindness towards Shu He? That impoverished boy cannot possibly compare to me. He stormed towards Yuqi, pointing at his own face, to which she responded with a scoff and a disdainful smile. I am a renowned figure in Huaxia. My presence on this show is merely to honor the director. Do I truly lack this little bit of money? Should I show him kindness simply because he possesses a plethora of survival skills? In the end, we will be the ones footing the bill. Zhang Yuqi, stifling yawn, realized that words of comfort were futile at this moment. Someone of Hua Xiao's age needed to contemplate these matters independently. I understand now. Hua Xiao calmed himself, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. I misjudged my persona. I thought I was the orchestrator of the event, but the audience perceives me as overly controlling. Yuqi sensed that he had begun to recognize his flaws, her expression growing serious. It appears that to gain everyone's affection, I must adopt the persona of a domineering CEO in this romantic variety show, which aligns with my identity and age. Zhang Yuqi rolled her eyes, deciding to abandon her inclination to assist, letting Hua Xiao ramble on. In that case, I must become a bit more aloof and amplify my display of wealth. But how can I showcase it on this deserted island? As she pondered this, the sound of a yacht's engine echoed from outside. Chapter 91. A yacht ride with a celebrity. At precisely 5 o'clock, Shu He arrived at the campsite to pick up Bailu aboard the yacht. Bailu had already donned a red bikini, draped a white shirt over it, and held a heavy bag, waiting on the shore 10 minutes early. Upon seeing the yacht Shu He had mentioned, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Shu He, is this the boat that Reba spoke of? Shu He nodded enthusiastically, calling out. Indeed, come aboard. She could hardly believe her eyes. Shu He, an orphan and a recent university graduate. How could he possibly afford a yacht? Or is it that all island guardians are now provided with yachts? This seemed utterly absurd. If that were the case, how could this position ever be unfilled? Shu He stepped forward and pulled the swaying Bailu onto the yacht. This was her inaugural voyage on a yacht, and she was filled with wonder, exploring every corner with eager curiosity. The appearance of this grand vessel undoubtedly astonished the live-streaming audience and the observers alike. Goodness! This marks the 18,000th time I have exclaimed in astonishment since I began watching this program. The intensity of my reaction this time is particularly profound. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words beyond my astonished exclamations. What? A yacht? My heavens, my dear lord, my trousers, my shoes, my great-aunt, and my uncle. An orphan, freshly graduated, and now aboard a yacht. Could Shu He truly be a member of the affluent elite mingling with the masses? Cruising on a yacht, accompanied by a celebrity. This is the pinnacle of a life I have always envisioned. Shu He has turned my dreams into reality. I am envious to the point of tears. My goodness, This yacht is truly magnificent. In truth, it's not that I cannot afford a yacht. Rather, I simply lack a secluded island to dock it. Bear Grylls marveled incredulously. How impressive. I wish to befriend Shu He and borrow his yacht for a spin. Men are utterly powerless against such wonders. I had thought Shu He was not particularly wealthy. Louis Fei's mouth dropped open in surprise. So did I. Yin Lu echoed. Me too. Previously, they had suggested that Shu He might not be able to provide Bai Lu with happiness on a material level, leading to a somewhat mild backlash online. Now, Yin Lu felt that her perspective had been rather narrow. Perhaps Shu He had overwhelmed her with both surprises and shocks. Bai Lu walked to the bow of the boat alongside Shu He, feeling utterly out of her depth, as if she were a country bumpkin, completely unfamiliar with the proper etiquette of yachting. Mimicking the actor she had seen on television, she elongated her legs, leaned back against the railing, straightened her back to accentuate her figure, and tilted her head, asking, "Am I sitting correctly, Shu He?" Shu He, unable to suppress a laugh at her naive and affected demeanor, replied, "Just be yourself, as usual." Relieved, Bai Lu removed her beach sandals and sat cross-legged on her seat, realizing that this habitual gesture was inappropriate for the moment. She quickly adjusted her white shirt to cover exposed areas and retrieved 2 bottles of beer from her bag. These were brought by Yu Chi when she arrived on the island. She bribed me, saying that in the future, if we come across anything worthwhile, to think of her. Money is no object. Shu He waved his hand. Let us refrain from drinking while steering the yacht. We can indulge a bit once we dock. He noticed she seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, still holding such a heavy bag. Bai Lu replied shyly, "The last time we went beachcombing, I was late, and I promised it wouldn't happen again. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, I will ensure you never have to wait for me." In romantic encounters, it is always the men who wait for the women, who must display gratitude for the effort taken to look their best. Complaining even slightly often leads to arguments. When have we ever seen a woman reflect on her tardiness and assure a man that she will wait for him in the future? Netizens remarked, "Everyone. Don't believe it. This is science fiction." Shu He pushed the throttle forward, the engine's roar intensifying as the yacht began to glide forward. Accompanied by the sounds of barking dogs, Godzilla lay majestically upon the control panel, gazing into the distance with an air of authority, unable to suppress a thunderous roar as if to assert dominance over the marine creatures. Bai Lu, clutching a bottle of beer, excitedly approached Shu He, relishing the invigorating sea breeze that caressed her body. Before her stretched the vast, undulating waves, shimmering in the sunlight. Taking a hearty sip of her beer, Bai Lu exclaimed, "Riding a speedboat at the scenic spot was an entirely different experience compared to this yacht. Shu He, is this yacht yours?" Shu He, weaving a small fib, replied loudly, "It was a gift from a friend." Bai Lu nodded knowingly. Shu He was a person of considerable charisma and capability, so it was no surprise that she knew some influential figures. If Bai Lu had the chance to offer Shu He a token of appreciation, she would do so without hesitation. Recalling the moment she first saw Shu He remove her top, Bai Lu had momentarily entertained the naive notion of wanting to support Shu He, but now such thoughts seemed utterly foolish. Shu He genuinely relished the life of an island guardian, a carefree existence that far surpassed the frantic struggles for resources in their societal endeavors. Standing quietly beside Shu, Bai Lu felt her chaotic thoughts and emotional turmoil swept away by the yacht's swift pace, leaving her with a singular impulse. Biting her lip, she rehearsed softly, "Shu He, I like you. Shall we be together?" The howling wind drowned out her words, and upon uttering them, she felt a twinge of regret. Why say it now, of all times? Aboard a yacht? It felt as though she had been harboring some secret longing. Grateful that Shu He had not overheard, Bai Lu inwardly grumbled, "With my income, I could easily purchase a yacht. It's just that I have no use for one in the city." "Look." Shu He's voice interrupted her musings as the yacht's speed began to diminish. Before them, the azure sea erupted into tumultuous waves, the tranquil surface suddenly resembling boiling water as it surged outward. The yacht's stabilization system proved remarkably effective, minimizing the vessel's jolt amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, Bai Lu was startled, retreating a couple of steps before instinctively wrapping her arms around Shu He's waist. To her surprise, Shu He exhibited no sign of panic, instead wearing an expression tinged with excitement as she gazed at the ocean. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated across the water as a colossal, deep blue figure leaped from the depths, Moments later, another thunderous crash echoed as the massive creature plummeted back into the sea, sending towering waves crashing around them, causing the yacht to sway with the current. Godzilla bared its teeth in a wide grin, barking fervently at the surface of the water, seemingly poised to leap into the fray. Initially frightened, Chiyo, witnessing her elder brother's fierce intent to engage in battle, reluctantly prepared herself with a bottle in hand. "Call me the third in command. We stand for justice," she declared, though her words were mere spiritual assaults. "You fool. What the hell? Do not be afraid." Shu He reassured Bai Lu, then shooed away the three companions. "Go aside. This is a whale." As soon as the words left his lips, an enormous whale, measuring over 10 meters in length, surfaced from the depths of the ocean. With a resounding blast, it expelled 2 towering jets of water from its blowholes, which soared over 2 meters into the air, only to be dispersed by the sea breeze. The 2 individuals and 3 others gazed in astonishment. The whale's back arched like a hump as it slowly rotated in the water, its elongated pectoral fins gracefully stirring the sea until it positioned its irregularly shaped front edge face-to-face with the yacht. Then, it opened its cavernous maw, which measured approximately 3 meters in diameter. Chapter 92. The Appearance of the Humpback Whale. But oh, the whale. Inside the observation room, both Yen Lu and Lu Yifei covered their mouths in shock, while the usually composed Bai Yi rubbed his parched face nervously. No one could decipher the intentions of this colossal whale as it confronted the yacht. The comment section paused for a moment before erupting with frantic messages. "Run for your lives. What are you waiting for? Good heavens. That mouth is terrifying. What a stroke of bad luck. Our first outing on the yacht, and we encounter a whale. It could swallow my entire 3-bedroom apartment whole." They were utterly dumbfounded, their legs trembling. Bai Lu pouted her lips in fear, momentarily forgetting how to express her distress, while little Jujio retreated to her seat, wearing an adorably bewildered expression. "What, third master? Just call me Jujio, little sister." For a brief moment, they forgot how to curse, flitting about in a flurry. Only Godzilla emitted a series of coughs from deep within, confronting the whale. Sui observed the whale's every move with caution and noted that after it let out a roar towards the yacht, it merely circled around, showing no signs of aggression. He cautiously approached the side of the yacht, and the whale followed suit, thrusting its head forcefully above the water. The proximity allowed Shu He to see its teeth, reminiscent of an air conditioning filter. He daringly reached out, quickly touching the whale's front edge, and to his relief, it did not open its mouth again. This action nearly caused the hearts of all onlookers to stop. Bai Lu stomped her feet in place, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her mind blank, overwhelmed by a buzzing in her ears. "This is a humpback whale, and there is no danger," Shu He reassured those behind him. "It has many barnacles on its head, likely seeking human assistance for cleanup." This knowledge, gleaned from wildlife rescue training, eased his fears entirely. Leaning half out of the yacht, he extended his arm to assist the humpback whale. "It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." He gently stroked the whale's back and began to detach the barnacles clinging to its body. So he examined the barnacles before tossing them onto the boat. The smaller ones could be removed with some effort, while the larger ones would require tools. However, the whale appeared to be in considerable discomfort, having just forcefully splashed itself in the water to dislodge these bothersome attachments. Sui resolved to swiftly remove the smaller barnacles before seeking tools to pry off the larger ones. Observing Sui, he meticulously clear away the barnacles. Bai Lu felt that his efficiency was rather low. Gaining her composure, she cautiously approached him and asked, "May I assist you? Will it hurt the creature, perhaps causing it to devour me?" Sui grimaced slightly, his words coming out with some effort. "Not at all. Removing the small barnacles is akin to a mosquito bite for it. The larger ones are akin to a knife cut. We can deal with those later." Summoning her courage, Bai Lu timidly extended her hand. After prying off one barnacle, she immediately recoiled, a nervous grin spreading across her face as she held the barnacle. "It feels oddly satisfying." With her fear dissipating, she leaned forward and began to assist Shu He in the cleaning effort. Godzilla stood watch nearby, while Chiyo hid behind it, revealing only its eyes. Soon, a few more birds grew bolder, flying onto the humpback whale's back, using their sharp beaks to pry off barnacles. The task proved far more gratifying than plucking their own feathers. After swiftly removing 3, the bird lifted its head, exclaiming, "Exciting." Each time, Shu He cleared a section, He would pat the whale's head, signaling for it to shift to another spot. The humpback whale, both intelligent and obedient, cooperated seamlessly with the group. It was curious. Did it somehow understand that they could assist in removing barnacles because others had aided it before? Bai Lu inquired as she continued her task. Perhaps, Shu He replied. However, its skin does not appear to have been previously tended to. I once assisted a sea turtle with barnacle removal. Perhaps the turtles shared their experiences in their aquatic circles. And other marine creatures became aware of it. Shu He accelerated his pace, and soon only the larger barnacles remained on the whale's head. As he patted the top of the whale's head, he straightened up to stretch while waiting for it to roll to the side. Your body hasn't fully recovered. Take it easy. Bai Lu also stood upright, placing her hands on her hips and swaying her hips. Rest assured, I won't cause you any more trouble. As the whale shifted, a dense cluster of barnacles revealed itself, prompting Bai Lu to involuntarily express her distaste with a small gasp. Before continuing to reach out alongside, Shu He to assist in the cleaning. The sheer number of barnacles was a testament to the creature's suffering. Once attached, these parasites could remain for a lifetime. While clearing barnacles, Shu He engaged Bai Lu in conversation. She still felt a bit uneasy, her fair skin developing goosebumps. It's a strange mix of discomfort and pleasure, akin to watching videos of people cleaning earwax or trimming donkey hooves. Those suffering from trypophobia in the live stream must be in tears right now. Shu He chuckled. The sight of barnacles can induce trypophobia. Yet gazing upon a densely packed bowl of gold would swiftly cure that phobia. The humpback whale remained still, seemingly relishing the attention, as it awaited the removal of these maddening barnacles. Before long, only the larger barnacles, the size of a palm, remained. These are a bit tricky. I can handle them myself, Shu He declared. Bai Lu obediently returned to her seat, watching as Shu He retrieved a small shovel. He pressed down on the whale's back with one hand, while deftly inserting the edge of the shovel into the barnacle cluster with the other. Hold on. With a determined exertion, the first large barnacle was pried loose, tearing through the adhering skin and causing blood to ooze forth. The humpback whale emitted a deep, mournful call of pain, yet it seemed to understand that any movement in response to its discomfort would inadvertently drag its helper into the depths of the ocean. Thus, the whale maintained its composure for the sake of its rescuer's safety. In an effort to alleviate the creature's suffering, the motions of Shu He's hands quickened, though the pressure remained gentle. At last, every barnacle was successfully removed. Yet the sting of seawater against the whale's wounds elicited a pang of regret from Shu He. The incident had occurred so abruptly, and she had been woefully unprepared. Had she brought some medicinal ointments and fish oil, the whale's wounds could have healed much more effectively. Uncertain if the whale could comprehend her words, Shu He gently glided her hand over its grand, organ-like teeth. I shall return tomorrow to tend to your wounds. Will you be able to find me? The humpback offered no reply. Instead, it playfully rolled over and splashed water, seemingly engaging in a game with the onlookers. Despite the pain from its wounds, the relentless itch that had tormented it for so long vanished in that moment, replaced by a long-lost sense of ease that filled the whale with delight. Bai Lu found herself soaked, resembling a drenched chicken, and burst into laughter. Such a massive creature, and yet you still play the fool. Be careful. For the next time I assist you with barnacle removal, my technique won't be as gentle as Shu He's. You'll truly experience what it means to be a pained whale. The whale splashed joyfully once more, soaking Bai Lu's white shirt, which clung tightly to her form. Oh, you rascal! Is this how you choose to bully me? From now on, I shan't assist you in cleaning barnacles. Let the itch plague you in the deep sea. With that, she extended her hand, beginning to scratch the whale's back playfully.